Chapter 1461 Bradley Manor. The north wind from the Gandor Mountains blows through the endless large meadows, taking away the almost saturated moisture in the soil. The Western Route Army walked north for nearly 2 days. Surdak rode in the middle of the procession. Andrew pointed to a raised hill in the distance and introduced to Soldak.
Look over there. There is Bradley Manor over there. The last time I was here, I bought cattle from Earl Bradley in the manor.
Surdak squinted his eyes, trying to find a little shadow of the manor in the sea of green. But unfortunately, he couldn't find a little shadow. After 2 days of marching, the West Route Army entered the depths of the big meadow, and there was no trace of the evil ghost here. Surdak asked Andrew while looking into the distance.
Did you see Gubwa's horse when you came to buy cattle last time?
Andrew thought about it seriously and immediately said with certainty.
There should be a large horse farm behind the manor, and there are indeed many ancient horses in it.
Soldak said nothing. He rode forward on his horse, lowering his head and considering whether to buy a horse or not. What made Surdak make the decision smoothly was that Andrew moved out the 2 boxes of black magic crystals obtained from the raid on the 6 evil ghost armies on the bank of Buruan River, and asked Surdak to keep them by himself. The 2 large boxes were heavy. The unidentified black magic crystal has not been polished yet, and it still looks like a dark magic core.
Are you interested in going to Bradley Manor with me?
Soldak asked Andrew. In any case, these dark magic cores rekindled Surdak's desire to purchase.
Now?
Andrew asked. Surdak nodded. Andrew perked up as soon as he heard this and said immediately,
Okay.
Then he asked Surdak,
Boss, do you want to buy a new batch of war horses? Aren't we going to transform those construct knights into high-level ant cavalry?
Surdak held the reins of his horse with one hand and replied,
It's better to buy another batch of war horses. I don't want these construct knights to become high-level ant cavalry yet.
This time he went to Bradley Manor, taking Andrew and Gulaitum with him. The Wolf Knight Tego continued to lead the army, and led the entire army to continue going north. Although Surdak has been considering using giant soldier ants as new mounts for the construct knights in the past few days, this must also take into account some of the construct knights' ideas. I believe that many construct knights would still prefer to ride horses, and the production progress of the Aphrodite contract scroll is also very limited. On this battlefield in the Warsaw Plain, giant soldier ants will continue to serve as death squads and human shields. Therefore, Surdak decided to buy another batch of high-quality ancient Bolai horses and transform them into magic-patterned war horses. In addition, Surdak also has some new ideas about the giant soldier ants. In front of the evil ghost warriors, the hard armor of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants is still not too thick, so Surdak may give these giant soldier ants some new ideas in the future. Soldier ants cover their vital parts with armor. Of course, it's just a thought at the moment. There is no blacksmith shop over there in Moyun Ridge. Bradley Manor is one of the few remaining estates on Great Meadows. This manor is of course very large. The entire manor almost encompasses 3 hills and a large lake. There are also 2 very thin rivers flowing through the manor. The hundreds of square kilometers of grassland nearby are also owned by Earl Bradley. As for the boundary markers, they may be covered by lush green grass. Anyway, Surdak failed to find the so-called boundary monument along the way. But when Soldak crossed the thin river, which was less than 2 meters wide, he saw an old sign erected by the river, which read, Bradley River. When you come to the gate of the manor, you can see some buildings in the manor through the gaps in the large iron gate of the manor. Most of them are houses made of white or light yellow pebbles and slurry. This kind of house looks very solid, but it is difficult to build high. There was a group of guards standing in front of the gate. When the guard captain saw the noble lord badge on Surdak's chest, he immediately ran to Surdak and saluted, and then asked,
My lord, what can I do for you?
For service?
It was the first time that Surdak saw that the guards were wearing such good armor.
And the long sword on his waist was also paired with a heavy sword. I thought, the reason why this manor can gain a foothold on this big meadow is that the guards in this manor must be very good. At least, they will not be afraid of sudden attacks by small groups of evil spirits. When the guards heard the arrival of Count Soldak, the commander of the Western Route Army, they immediately sent people to the manor to report to the owner of the manor. The owner of the manor, Earl Josie Bradley, was also very enthusiastic about Commander Soldak's visit, and came to the gate to greet him personally. Earl Bradley has a bookish face, fair complexion, a neatly trimmed beard, and wears a light leather horse suit. He looks handsome from a distance. This kind of elaborate dress makes it difficult to tell his actual age. Soldak and Earl Bradley first got to know each other, and then exchanged pleasantries. Earl Bradley was very enthusiastic and originally planned to take Soldak to visit the unique buildings in his manor. But Soldak refused on the grounds of official business. Mainly, Serdek had to rush back to the Western Route Army later, so he was not prepared to delay here. When the two parties sat in the living room, Soldak immediately stated the purpose of his visit.
Earl Bradley, I am here to buy some ancient bull and horses from you. Gubo is coming?
Said Earl Bradley. Serdek leaned on the sofa in the living room, holding a cup of milk tea with a strong milk flavor in his hand, and said,
Of course, it would be best if it was a horse with scales. There are no scaled horses here, even if you want to transport them in from the outside at this time. It is not easy. The portal in Epsom City is now very congested with supplies. It is difficult to get in if it is not military supplies.
Earl Bradley was sitting. Serdek sat across from him. He sits very straight. Serdek did not dwell on this issue and immediately said,
Then buy some of the best ancient Bolai horses. How many? 1,200 horses.
Soldak said the number again cheerfully. The extra 200 horses are spare military horses.
Okay.
When Earl Bradley heard this amount, his eyes became more confident, and he quickly said,
We can go to the racecourse first and have a look. Those Gubo horses are in the racecourse behind. I think it's okay. Transactions can be made on the spot. Good.
After saying this, Serdek put down his teacup and stood up. He couldn't get used to this salty milk tea. Led by Count Bradley, Soldak and his party rode horses to the horse farm behind the manor. The quality of the grass in this pasture is much better visually than elsewhere. Large areas of alfalfa are crowded together, like a green blanket. Earl Bradley's entourage rode towards a herdsman over there, and whispered a few words in his ear. Then the herdsman immediately rode to find other herdsmen. After a while, these herdsmen drove a group of ancient herdsmen away. Bolai Ma came over, seeing this group of ancient boar horses running wantonly on the grass. Soldak carefully observed their body muscle lines. It seemed that these ancient Bolai horses were usually trained according to the conditions of military horses, and their overall quality was very good. Very nice. Andrew stepped forward and selected a few horses to check their teeth. Sure enough, they were all young Guba horses. After walking back, Andrew nodded vaguely to Soldak. Seeing that there was no doubt about Andrew's side, Soldak approved these ancient bow warriors. The deal was concluded successfully, since Earl Bradley had his cattle sent directly to the forestry camp last time. This time the Earl also arranged for herdsmen to send 1,200 horses to the forestry camp. Before leaving the manor, Serdek paid 3,500 magic crystals. This is just the price of buying 1,200 ancient Bolai horses. Just as Serdek, Andrew and Gulaitam had just left the manor, 3 magic caravans came from the other side of the manor. The 3 magic-covered carriages stopped at the entrance of the manor. A lady dressed in noble clothes walked out of the middle carriage. She stood at the carriage door and looked at the backs of Soldak and the others. She asked Earl Bradley at the door. "Road,
Where are the guests?" "Brother,"
Earl Bradley said,
Soldak, commander of the western reinforcements of the Bena army, is here to buy horses.
After saying that, he stopped riding. After handing over the horse's reins to his entourage, he got into the lady's carriage. The noble lady followed and entered the carriage, and the carriage continued to drive towards the manor. When the lady heard Serdak's name, she seemed to think of something the next moment, and immediately screamed,
"Oh my God! That commander actually bought a horse from you?"
Earl Bradley said nonchalantly.
"What's the matter? I sold him 30,000 cattle a while ago."
The lady blinked her blue eyes, stared at Earl Bradley and asked,
"Brother, do you know what happened recently?"
Earl Bradley spread his hands and said helplessly,
"I have very little information here. How can there be so much information in our city?"
The noble lady held up a fan and covered her mouth, and quickly told the news she had heard.
"Then you must not know that just 10 days ago, Lord Serdek led some knights to stop an evil ghost army running in from the Naroda Gorge in the middle of the Buruan River. Nearly 10,000 evil spirits were buried on this battlefield, and nearly 5,000 scale horses died there. Now many construct knights of the Eastern Route Army have gone to our city to buy horses. The market over there, the market price has increased by at least 30% in the past few days."
Earl Bradley looked suddenly surprised, and then said with some emotion,
"Oh, Handanar County has not experienced a victory of this scale for a long time."
The noble lady continued,
"There are also good news coming from Cornburg County now. But when it comes to the specific number of evil ghosts killed in battle, it is not so dazzling."
Seeing that Count Bradley's face was still expressionless, he said again,
"I think this deal can be discussed again. Without these Gubo horses, Their cavalry will become infantry.
Chapter 1462 The Heart of Revenge.
The deal that has been made will not change again. This is my code of conduct.
Earl Bradley sat in the carriage with his hands folded across his chest and said to his sister firmly. He couldn't understand when the nobles in the city became so Philistine. Or was it just his sister who changed? Regardless, this is not something to be happy about. He closed his mouth and pulled the corners of his mouth down slightly, pushing open the window of the carriage. He ordered the captain of the guard, who was riding behind the carriage.
Tran, we will send the selected high-quality war horses to the forest farm camp tomorrow morning. Okay, Count.
Guard Captain Tran replied respectfully. The lady was so angry that she rolled her eyes in the carriage regardless of her status. The carriage stopped in front of the steps of the main building. She jumped out of the carriage holding her skirt, followed quickly by two maids holding up their skirts. This kind of court loca dress was complicated and delicate. But when there was no carpet, this kind of the long skirt is more like a thick mop, which will wipe all floors and steps very clean wherever it passes. Tran followed and walked out of the carriage, shaking his head speechlessly. His sister became more arrogant than before.
Brother, do you know how much value these ancient Bolima will increase in value if they rush to hand in our city?
The lady walked into the hall angrily, sat on the leather sofa, and took several deep breaths to calm down. The corset lining squeezed all the excess flesh from her abdomen to her chest, making the two cups that could only hold up the left and right side threaten to collapse at any time. Earl Bradley's eyes fell on the saber on the bracket on the wall. It was a sharp stabbing saber that had not been wiped for about half a year. He walked over and took the saber in his hand. Pulling out the saber, a blue blade appeared in Earl Bradley's eyes, and his gaze became more determined.
Needless to say, there are other war horses, not including the ones I have made a deal with now.
The lady bit her lip, stamped her feet angrily, and walked quickly to her room inside. At night, the stars in the sky are exceptionally bright. A ray of breeze blew into the outer corridor, making the horse bells hanging between the pillars jingle. In a row of stables next to the fence in the distance, many war horses were lightly kicking the ground, as if to declare their inner uneasiness. The groom walked through the stable 3 times with a lantern in hand and carefully checked all the places. There were no jackals. I didn't even see the squirrel stealing the watercress in the manger's fodder. Usually only when a jackal gets in will the war horses in the stable become so restless. But now there is nothing. This made the groom feel very strange. He even suspected that there might be a pack of wolves running outside the fence. So he considered whether to report it to the housekeeper and ask the guards in the manor to go out and look for it tomorrow. The groom yawned, hung the lantern in his hand on the pillar, turned and walked into the house at the end of the stable. At this time, the guard Captain Tran happened to be passing by the outer corridor with a group of guards. These guards all wore light armor. This kind of metal armor was stronger than hard leather armor. It could block the slashes of swords, but it could not block the blows of blunt objects. Tran ordered to a guard captain beside him,
"Be more vigilant at night, and add 2 more patrol teams at night. Recently, evil spirits have rushed in from Naroda. Although the main army has been defeated by Lord Soldak of the Western Route Army, the remaining remnant's troops are still active in the Big Meadow."
The guard team leader immediately assured.
"Yes, sir."
Tran admired the team leader's tough style and patted him on the shoulder and said to him,
"I'm going to go there tomorrow morning."
The group of people gradually walked away, and the sounds of conversation became more and more distant. In the grass, a pair of dark purple eyes almost completely blended into the night, as an evil warrior suddenly stood up in the grass. He wiped the throat of a guard at the sentry post on the east wall with a sword in his hand. The evil spirit covered the guard's mouth with a big hand, and blood flowed out. "Run outward along the seam of your fingers." When the guard stopped struggling, the evil ghost warrior put down the body, tore off the guard's shoulder, bit into the fat and oily arm, and chewed it. It crouched on the wall and gnawed, followed by more than a dozen black figures. But they quickly crossed the wall one after another. These evil spirits were already very hungry, and even a little weak from it. They smelled the smell of meat from far outside the wall, and ran over in search of the fragrant smell. The evil ghost in front feasted so much that the evil ghosts following behind were extremely jealous, and some even drooled when they climbed over the wall. The manor's walls are useless to the 3-meter-tall evil spirits. With their dark night vision, they can clearly see entities within 30 yards around them at night. I killed 5 sentry posts in succession before entering the building on the east side. The evil spirits immediately chose the building on the east side to attack because the smell of meat was more fragrant. This was a group of evil ghosts that were almost starved to death. They had been running around on this large meadow for several days. They were unlucky. They didn't meet any cattle or sheep. At most, they could only escape from the hills. I dug up 2 prairie dogs that couldn't fill their bellies. They were able to discover the manor here because they discovered the horses. The evil ghost warrior at the front slammed the wooden door open with his shoulder. A group of maids are eating in the restaurant here. There were 9 candles in the candlestick on the dining table, lighting up the entire dining room. The food on the table is very rich. Not only white bread and scones, but also thick soup and vegetable salad. Delicious lamb is served in huge wooden trays. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it is difficult to imagine that these are the maids' dinner. The maids knew that Lord Bradley would not care. He has a large pasture with countless cattle and sheep. And he also keeps a lot of war horses. Everyone knows that war horses are very valuable these days. Otherwise, we wouldn't have maintained a guard of 400 people here.
The food tonight is really rich,
a maid in the restaurant said happily. A cook holding a dazzling knife in her hand said slowly.
Miss Bradley didn't cook it because she clamored to eat it. In the end, she didn't take another bite. But it's not a loss. Now it belongs to us.
Ms. Angela, the maid leader in charge of the back house, sat at the head seat of the dining table and ordered with a straight face.
It will be a busy few days when Miss Bradley comes back. We need to cheer up.
This Miss Bradley has always been quite harsh.
I know.
A group of maids immediately responded obediently. The maid leader nodded, and then ordered,
Eat quickly, then wash up and go to bed early. If anyone is not energetic tomorrow, I will send her to clean the stables for a week.
Before the maids could agree, they heard a bang at the door, as if something had broken the door. Then they heard heavy footsteps and roars. As soon as the maid guarding the door opened the restaurant door, she saw an evil ghost warrior squeezed in from outside. Ah! The frightened voice stopped suddenly. Blood gushed out from the maid's body, and a huge hand pierced the maid's chest, even holding a heart that was still beating rapidly. Immediately afterwards, another evil ghost warrior squeezed into the restaurant and lunged towards a maid. The dinner party here in the main building has ended. Earl Bradley was sitting in front of the wine cabinet drinking. Listening to his sister talk about the feats of the Eastern Route Army made his heart that was about to die come back to life. At this time, he even missed his military career when he was young. He was a constructed swordsman before, but he quit the constructed swordsman group for some reasons. To this day, he still maintains a guard team of nearly 400 people in his manor. Shaking the red wine glass in his hand, Earl Bradley looked through the glass at the candlestick on the bar, and could see the strange colors. It's just that he suddenly had some thoughts in his heart, making him a little uneasy. 2 wives have already come over to give him hints, but he is not in the mood for the time being. The wine cabinet and bar area, like the study, was a good place to be alone. He just wanted to drink some wine tonight. There was a loud banging of the door breaking outside. His slightly drunken eyes suddenly sobered up. He quickly stood up and rushed to the living room. There was a most handy stabbing saber on the shelf beside the wall. He glanced again at the leather armor of the swamp crocodile on the wooden mannequin in the opposite corner. He hesitated for a moment before quickly walking towards the inner room. When Earl Bradley came out of the inner room, he had already put on a complete set of magic patterns, and the light blue magic patterns formed a complex pattern around his body. There were already sounds of fierce fighting outside, and Earl Bradley quickly walked towards the door of the hall. Guard Captain Trent burst in from the outside holding a long sword. His face was a little pale, and the hand holding the sword hilt was a little too hard, and his joints were turning white.
My lord Earl, what's going on outside?
Earl Bradley asked impatiently.
A group of evil spirits raided the manor.
Earl Bradley's expression darkened. He quickly walked to the main building's gate and ordered to Captain Tran.
Calling all hands. Yes.
Earl Bradley then walked out. The grass in the distance in the yard became pitch black, and there were not many evil spirits lurking in the yard. There are many guards guarding the outside of the main building, especially dozens of guards gathered in front of the steps at the entrance. Several evil ghost warriors had already reached the bottom of the steps and were strangled together with dozens of guards. From time to time, one of the guards would let out a scream. A fire broke out in the house on the east side. Under the blazing firelight, the evil spirits outside the main building door looked particularly ferocious. Many evil spirits had blood on their mouths, and they looked like they had eaten a lot. Earl Bradley saw the scene in front of him and showed an angry face. The evil ghost warriors had already rushed to the front of the steps, and there was even an evil ghost walking up the steps. Earl Bradley ran a few steps, each step carrying an extremely strong sense of rhythm, and a clear magic line actually appeared between him and the evil ghost who rushed to the front. Earl Bradley's body he disappeared for a moment like smoke. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of the evil ghost. He rushed forward and pierced the chest of the evil ghost warrior with the stabbing saber in his hand. A blue halo emerged from the stabbing saber in Count Bradley's hand. The evil ghost warrior didn't dodge at all. The stabbing saber pierced a big hole in the evil ghost warrior's chest. The hole was big enough to insert a leg. Countless thick purple blood poured out from the wound, and the tall body fell heavily. The two evil ghost warriors who followed immediately focused on Count Bradley. When Captain Tran saw the two evil ghosts coming up, he could only rush forward. In fact, he just wanted to persuade Earl Bradley and ask him to take his family and leave the manor quickly. Unexpectedly, Earl Bradley rushed forward. The guards on the steps could only bravely rush forward. The battle officially started from this moment. In the early morning, the yard was filled with blood and sticky purple blood, and the corpses of evil spirits were lying on the steps. Both houses were burned, and only the main building remained. The 14 evil ghost warriors were all lifeless, and even their heads and black devil skins were missing. The scene was very bloody. Earl Bradley's wives and Miss Bradley were crying and crowded on the sofa in the hall. There were several children beside them, but they all seemed to be injured. But all of them were covered in black. There were circles under his eyes. Obviously, he was quite frightened. The entire manor was in a mess. Of the 400 guards, there were now less than 300 left, including all the injured guards. Earl Bradley, who originally thought that his manor could quickly form a light cavalry regiment, now discovered that the escort was so weak. Only 40 evil ghost warriors invaded the manor, and the entire manor was reduced to this. This manor is definitely uninhabitable now. Earl Bradley cursed a little irritably.
Stop crying! There is nothing worth crying about.
The woman's crying in the hall immediately became much quieter. Earl Bradley said to several ladies,
We can't live here for the time being. You follow Lily to the city to live for a while. When it is safe here, I will bring you back.
When the wives heard what Earl Bradley said, they looked up in astonishment and asked,
Won't you come with us? You don't need to deal with things here. Where are you going?
Miss Bradley also added. Count Bradley looked at the corpses of the evil ghost warriors outside with a look of resentment, and said through gritted teeth,
They ruined my home like this. I have to get something back. Haven't we already killed all these evil spirits? Who else are you going to seek revenge from?
The oldest wife asked uneasily. Earl Bradley sneered.
Of course it's not enough. I want more. I'm going to Moyling to have a look.
Chapter 1463 Visitors. Watching a convoy of 30 carriages carrying his family towards Handanar City in the south, Earl Bradley mounted his horse, turned around with more than 200 guards, and drove 1,000 tails. Hundreds of high-quality war horses headed north. Many of the guards were injured. After the battle last night, the morale of the guards seemed a bit low. In the battle last night, Earl Bradley and Tran killed 6 evil ghost warriors in one go. The remaining 8 evil ghosts were killed by the guards. For this reason, the guard team suffered nearly 100 casualties. In other words, the 400 guards in the manor paid a huge price to kill 8 evil ghost warriors. This was also the reason why Earl Bradley was a little disheartened and resolutely left the manor. To put it more pessimistically, if more than 30 evil ghost warriors are brought in this time, it is estimated that they may not be the ones standing in the manor talking in the morning. This meadow was vast, and Earl Bradley rode north as fast as he could, with the escort following behind as hard as he could. Their equestrian skills are pretty good, but Count Bradley's mount is a scaled horse with good charging ability. If he runs out with his hooves spread, no one can catch up in a short time. This area belongs to the southern part of the large meadow, so large herds of cattle and sheep can often be seen. The further north you go, the more lush the water and grass become. However, because evil spirits often appeared some time ago, many herdsmen are reluctant to drive their cattle north. Now a group of evil ghosts in Eroda Canyon have entered the big meadow, and many cattle are migrating from west to east. Earl Bradley had not gone out for a long time. This time he went out for a ride on horseback and vented all the unhappiness accumulated in his heart last night. In addition to the more than 300 members of the escort, their horse team also has dozens of herdsmen who specialize in driving horses. And there are more than 1,000 war horses. No matter where they go, they are extremely eye-catching. Along the way, we also met teams of all sizes. In the big meadows, you can often see teams with one person riding 2 horses and the other carrying luggage. There are only about a dozen people in this kind of team. Everyone wears fine leather armor and has a variety of weapons. These teams are almost all adventure groups and mercenary groups. Earl Bradley walked north with his escort and saw a mercenary group. Speaking of which, the biggest difference between the mercenary group and the adventure group is that the mercenary group earns rewards by accepting employment and completing the tasks of their employers, while the adventure group goes into the wild to hunt monsters and collect herbal medicine, which they use as a means of livelihood. There are about 50 knights in this mercenary group. Each knight wears hard leather armor. These mercenary groups guard a business group composed of dozens of carriages. There are 3 caravans ahead, and the 4-wheeled trucks of these 3 caravans combined are almost dozens. The main reason for so many people walking north together is that there are more people and strength, and they are in the big meadow where evil spirits often haunt. It's also safer to walk in the north. As Earl Bradley's team caught up from behind, the appearance of this team of nearly 300 people immediately filled the caravan group with laughter. Everyone felt that the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Even if a small group of evil ghost warriors appeared, they would not be able to easily shake the current merchant team. This mercenary group followed the caravan all the way and saw a guard driving a large number of horses behind them. The leader of the mercenary group would naturally come forward and run over to find out what was going on, probably in order to avoid arousing the resentment of Earl Bradley. When the leader of the mercenary group came over, he was also followed by 3 businessmen. Earl Bradley rode up to them. Only then did these businessmen see Earl Bradley's noble badge and immediately saluted Earl Bradley. When they heard that Earl Bradley wanted to go to the forest camp and wanted to take the guards to join the Western Route Army stationed there, these businessmen immediately became enthusiastic. Everyone got together and started talking. The merchants had a good impression of Commander Serdek, probably because he had not suffered any exploitation. A merchant said to Earl Bradley,
"It's a really good idea to join the West Route Army. I've been staying in the forest camp for the past few years, and Lord Soldak is the most capable commander among them."
Earl Bradley also knew that Soldak had received several good news in the past few months since he came to the forest camp. The businessman said even more brazenly,
"Other commanders don't understand the evil spirits in Moyun Ridge at all. What they value more is their own achievements and the dark magic crystals."
Earl Bradley saw that the businessman was very courageous and immediately asked him,
"I heard that Serdek issued some very good benefits to the adventure group?"
The businessman immediately nodded without hesitation and said,
"Of course. The West Route Army on the other side of Moyun Ridge drove all the lone ghosts into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Isolated evil ghosts have relatively weak combat power. Many adventure groups are capable of hunting these evil ghosts. And as long as they kill these evil ghosts, they can bring back some loot from the beginning to the end. There are various buyers in the market here at the military camp who can buy any unwanted Warcraft materials. The Western Route Army's military camp also arranges therapists to treat injured members of the adventure group anytime and anywhere. The various supplies in the camp are also very complete." As he talked, the businessman began to chatter a little. "If you ask me, shouldn't these things be done by the Adventure Union in advance? Now the Western Route Army has made clear arrangements at the front line. The Adventure Union should learn more from the West Route Army." Lord Bradley asked, "I heard that there were troops attacking Moyinling in the past. What was the specific situation?" The businessman sneered and said loudly, "Most of the commanders who came here in the past were young officers who wanted to earn merit. To earn merit, you have to think about killing evil ghosts. Everyone knows that there is a gate of evil spirits deep in Moyun Ridge. So troops will be sent to Moyun Ridge. But which one doesn't come back in despair? The terrain of Moyun Ridge is steep, easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the evil spirits are guarding it, our army can't even hope to charge up. Which legion has rushed in the past few years?" Several businessmen said in confusion. Earl Bradley listened carefully and understood the general situation. Even the leader of the mercenary group also said, "Moyun Ridge has been taken over by evil spirits. It's not that easy for us to take it back now." Then he talked about Commander Serdek. This commander seemed to be in no rush to capture Moyun Ridge, and even built a walled city at the foot of Moyun Ridge. With the arrival of Earl Bradley, although these business groups still camped separately, each business group was almost close to each other. At night, when it was completely dark, everyone started to have dinner. Dinner was also very simple. They roasted various dry foods that they had brought with them, and then boiled some broth in a big iron pot with some wild vegetables added to it. Anyone who wanted to drink it could go over and get a bowl. There used to be wolves in this big meadow, but since the appearance of evil spirits, wolves have become extremely rare. The tent was a little stuffy. Lying on the grass, Earl Bradley did not talk to the businessman, but quietly thought about his thoughts in front of his tent. Serdek returned to the forest farm camp with the giant soldier ants and the construct knights. The free market opposite was more lively than before. A lot of people gathered at the forest farm camp. Probably because news of the Western Root Army's victory spread frequently, and businessmen came to bid for the spoils. Of course, there are many adventure groups and mercenary groups here. Before Surdak walked into the camp, he saw many mercenary groups gathered outside the camp and looked at the soldiers stationed in the military camp. Their eyes were particularly eager. It took at least 2 days to walk from the forest farm camp to the battlefield in front of Moyenling. Soldak arrived at the forest farm camp and decided to take a proper rest here. The hillside of the free market here is now overcrowded, and the tent station there is stretched to the grassland by the river. Surdak didn't notice that there were actually some small lords stationed behind the hillside. These lords are almost all nobles from the Great Meadow. They gathered here. Most of them ran out from various small towns after hearing the news of the victory of Surdak's Western Root Army. A group of small lords took their troops and stationed themselves at the forest camp, mainly to wait for Surdak. Now that Surdak has returned to the military camp with his army, these small lords have sent letters of visit to the military camp. Everyone also gets together at night and builds a bonfire by the river.
What do you know?
A young nobleman said, holding a wine glass.
Now as long as you follow the Western Root Army, you can get a piece of the pie. Who doesn't know that there is meat in Moyun Ridge?
Another noble lord only had a baron badge on his chest and said somewhat unconfidently,
I heard that the conditions for joining the West Root Army are very high. I came here to give it a try because I and other nobles in the town gathered 10 construct knights.
He was wearing a relatively old set of magic patterns, but the weapons in his hands were brand new. Another noble lord said,
These brothers in our town just want to come over and kill evil spirits. Rather than being killed by evil spirits, it is better for us to go out directly. My herdsmen understand the situation inside Moyenling. I'm here to deliver the horse.
There are more than a dozen nobles gathered in front of the bonfire here. Everyone is eating and chatting.
Who doesn't want to kill evil spirits? We have been living in the town for these years, and we are always in fear every day. We are afraid that one day the evil spirits will burst into the town at once, and our town will no longer be there.
Someone shouted drunkenly, and the sound spread far away. Surdak did not expect that the West Root Army would have such a high reputation in the forest camp and start to attract many small lords to join with their troops. Although the number is not large, it is a very encouraging and good thing for Surdak. Moreover, given the current situation,
the West Root Army is in desperate need of injecting fresh blood into it. The giant soldier ants fought bloody battles, probably because they were covered in blood. Some thorns actually appeared on their already thick hard carapace. Now it seems that these spines should be some kind of evolution of giant soldier ants. The knights of the constructed knights were resting in the military camp, and Andrew was responsible for inspecting the camp. The two-headed ogre Gillitam and Surdak had dinner together at the command post. Gulidam held a leg of lamb in his hand and said to Surdak,
Boss, what do you think we build a magic airship here? When the time comes, people will stand on the magic airship and throw gunpowder barrels down, so as not to blow up the evil ghost army to pieces.
Seeing the good brother Nailware on the side nodding his head repeatedly, Gulidam seemed confident.
Do you think the evil spirits can't restrain our air power?
Surdak asked casually. Without waiting for Gulidam's answer, he said,
They are just not familiar with magicians. I heard that the evil ghosts have flying legions, but the number is very small, and they are very afraid of bed crossbows.
The ogre brothers looked at each other. Just listen to Surdak say again.
Actually, magicians can only avoid the threat of evil spirits under the protection of bed crossbows. As for throwing gunpowder barrels, in addition to using magicians to throw them, I am actually more optimistic about those clumsy catapults.
It was already very late when Surdak led the construct knights back to the forest camp, so the visitors did not rush up that night. The next morning, as soon as Surdak got up from bed, he took a stack of letters of visit from the guard. He casually opened a letter of visit and saw the name at the end was Bartholomew Viscount Allenby. Surdak took a look at it and then asked the guard standing in the command post,
Is Lord Bartholomew Allenby here? Yes, Sir Commander. Viscount Bartholomew Allenby is waiting outside the military camp,
the guard replied. Surdak took the letter of visit in his hand and ordered,
Please come in, Viscount Bartholomew Allenby. I have to have a good talk with him.
The guard walked out quickly. Not long after, a young noble followed the guard and walked in. He looked at the camp curiously, his eyes naturally full of confidence. Wait until Bartholomew. Viscount Allenby walked into the room. Surdak put down the letter of visit in his hand and stood up to greet him. Bartholomew. Viscount Allenby was also quite excited. He saluted Surdak and then said loudly,
Commander Surdak, Bartholomew Allenby is reporting to you. I hope to participate in the Mayun Mountains under your command.
War. Bartholomew Viscount Allenby. Have you participated in other battles before?
Soldak motioned for the young Viscount to sit in front of him. Viscount Bartholomew Allenby was slightly startled and answered honestly.
No. So this is your first time to participate in a plain war?
Cerdak patted his forehead and said,
That's it.
Viscount Bartholomew Allenby said a little embarrassedly. Facing such a nobleman, who came blatantly to gain merit, Cerdak really didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 1464 Return to Mayun Ridge. The news of the victory of the Western Route Army and the Eastern Route Armies constructed knights on the banks of the Bruin River was like a blown dandelion, flying all over the sky in Handanar City. Many noble lords in the city heard that Commander Cerdak had defeated the Evil Ghost Army 3 times in a row in just half a year. Not only the Evil Ghost Army on Mayun Ridge. This time it also involves the Evil Ghost Army in Naroda Canyon. These dazzling achievements can prove the outstanding commanding ability of Commander Cerdak. So many nobles in Handanar City have some ideas. It's not that the noble lords don't have troops in their hands. They just can't afford to lose the war. To maintain the funding for a war, it is a huge expense for many noble lords. Once they make a wrong bet, lose the war, and the huge profits from the war fail to bring them any benefits, then they can only live in this life, huddled in family territory. The nobles saw Commander Cerdak's outstanding completion of the 3 wars, and many young nobles suddenly had some ideas in their hearts. Taking their weapons, equipment, horses, and a group of guards around them, they left their homes and rushed to the forest camp.
Throughout Handanar County, many nobles who wanted to make achievements on the battlefield ran out this time to try their luck at the forest farm camp. In fact, Cerdak has a plan to recruit new troops. But the combat power of these miscellaneous troops is really indescribable. And the army cobbled together by the nobles is even more difficult to manage. And the spoils distribution system is such that these nobles have to take the lion's share. But there is also a convenience. That is, the troops brought by these nobles will be responsible for their own material supplies, which means that they prepare their own weapons and equipment and carry their own dry food. Only during the battle, they accept the dispatch from Cerdak. Once they think there is a possibility of failure, they can evacuate from the battlefield at any time. To describe it in one sentence, it is outrageous. Cerdak spent the whole day receiving these nobles, many of whom were not even as good as Viscount Bartholomew Allenby. They walked into the forest camp with great pride, looking like a general reviewing the army. They raised their arrogant chins and pointed at the garrison here, and then began to think about their various expectations for the next battle. At this moment, every noble seemed to be imagining himself as a general, judging the future trend of this war. Cerdak had to admit that he actually didn't have so many ideas. There was only one thing he was doing now, which was to stop the evil ghost warriors on Mayun Ridge to the north of Mount Gander and try to prevent them from entering Great Meadow, which in turn threatens the city of Handanar.
Mayun Ridge is a plateau surrounded by mountains. It was once the gathering area of the Jayada people, the indigenous people of the Warsaw Plain. The evil spirits opened an evil door on Mayun Ridge and built on it. The purpose of occupying the fortress was to contain the Bena army in the northern part of Handanar County and prevent the Bena army from advancing northward. They established a foothold on Mayun Ridge, completely killed all the Jadarosmukers, and occupied Mayun. The evil spirits in Mayun Ridge have caused irreversible damage to the ecology of Mayun Ridge.
In the command post, a noble lord pointed to the map on the wall and introduced Mayun Ridge to Cerdak. To be honest, he spoke very well. There was a lot of knowledge that Cerdak didn't understand. And there were even grudges between some aboriginal tribes. Cerdak stood in front of the map and looked at Mayun Ridge seriously. After sending away the noble lord who understood this period of history, Cerdak sat in front of the map and remained silent for a long time. Andrew was a little confused as to why Cerdak endured the torture of this group of people all day long. Some people could entertain them, but most nobles were willing to visit Cerdak because they wanted to get some benefits from here. Every noble's eyes are fixed on the black magic crystal that can be exchanged for merit. As long as you take these black magic crystals to Handanar City, you can get a promotion in the title. In order to encourage the noble lords to participate in the plain war, His Majesty Charles promised that as long as the nobles obtained a certain number of black magic crystals, they could be promoted to titles. For those with titles below first-class Earl, the number of black magic crystals has almost become a constant value. However, if you want to be promoted to a Marquis, in addition to the black magic crystal, you must also have a vast territory and reputation that matches your identity. Being promoted to a marquis is not an easy task. Therefore, for Serdek, his noble title has reached a bottleneck. The West Root army obtained so many black magic crystals that they could smash out several first-class earls in a row. Such rich black magic crystals naturally attracted a large number of nobles from Handanar city. Everyone came to the forest camp with their subordinates. To put it bluntly, they hoped to gain the appreciation of Commander Serdek. Many talented people didn't even think about what Serdek needed. Anyway, they just handed over the letter of visit. And after meeting, they began to explain their thoughts, opinions, etc.
Boss, I really don't understand what you can get by spending a day entertaining them here.
Andrew sat in the corner, sharpening the whetstone on a nearly broken butcher's axe. Sparks were flying, and there was a strong murderous aura in his eyes. The recent battles have made this mad warrior's aura stronger, and his soul more solid. Every time Soldak saw Andrew, the phantom of the ferocious face behind him could appear in his mind. Film. Serdek sighed and said to Andrew,
"There will always be some people who come here just to fight. I have always believed in this. So I want to give everyone a chance and at the same time look forward to their arrival. Nowadays, many things like to be linked to interests. When people do many things, they lack some faith in their hearts. Since this place already belongs to the fertile land of our Bena people, there must be someone willing to protect it. This is the group of people I am waiting for."
After saying this, Soldak sat down on a wicker chair. The room was a little dark, and a guard had already walked in, lighting up the 2 magic wall lamps on the wall, and brought a plate of dinner to Soldak, including fried meat, white bread, 2 plums, and a bunch of grapes. The food looks quite abundant. Andrew glanced at it and planned to ask the guard to go to the canteen to bring back another one.
"It is said that many armies will hire some mercenary groups to participate in the war before preparing to go to war. Should we consider this?"
Serdek rubbed his forehead. Andrew asked this actually because a large number of troops have gathered in this forest camp, now that the Western Root army has suffered such serious battle losses. If Serdek can make good use of these adventure groups, mercenary groups, and the private armies of noble lords, it can allow the West Root army to rest and recuperate well in the future.
"That's why there are so many mercenary groups outside. They are willing to wait here because they think I will hire them?"
Soldak immediately figured out something. Andrew nodded and said,
"That's pretty much it."
The wooden door of the command post was pushed open from the outside, and Samira walked in from the outside. The wooden door didn't even have time to close, and she threw herself into Soldak's arms. The half-elf beauty buried her head in Serdek's arms, her crystal clear pointed ears stained with a touch of red. Her body exuded the fragrance of narcissus. Her body was light, and when she was held in Soldak's arms, there was a kind of drunkenness in her eyes. After Samira's petal-like lips were blocked by Soldak, Andrew felt that he could no longer stay in the command post. He quickly grabbed the axe and slipped out along the wall, while helping Soldak close the command post. Wooden door. Lips parted for a long time.
"Why are you here? What's new at the Moyling garrison camp?"
Soldak held Samira's slim waist and asked in a low voice.
"There has been no movement among the evil spirits on Moyun Ridge for the time being. I came here this time to deal with the daily affairs of the forest camp. Someone submitted hundreds of applications to the garrison camp,"
Samira said casually. Serdek nodded. Later, Samira said that an aboriginal caravan came from the Moyonling Pass.
"But there are aborigines from the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge who came to the garrison camp."
Serdek did not expect that these aborigines from the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge would come to the south so quickly. Apparently Serdek sent a friendly signal, and these aborigines wanted to quickly increase their strength. Perhaps it was the weapons and equipment that Serdek had given them in support some time ago, which gave them some sweetness.
"Who did they come into contact with after they got here?"
Serdek asked.
"Businessmen. They brought some warcraft materials."
In short, the natives from the aboriginal tribe came with warcraft materials, and they also met the merchants in the free market here. Serdek couldn't tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. In this way, supplies from the Empire will continue to flow into the aboriginal tribes in the northern mountains.
"It seems that they are preparing to trade with us. Since they are willing to take this step, it is not in vain for me to make a trip to the north of Moyun Ridge,"
Soldak said. After these aborigines become dependent on the materials from the Empire, some materials may be controlled. At that time, they will need to exchange some resources. Then the two talked about the affairs at the forest farm camp. Since Selena sent Samira here, she must have a way to deal with it.
"What are you going to do with the nobles who submitted the applications?"
Serdek asked Samira. The half-elf beauty tied up her shoulder-length hair. then pushed open the window on one side of the command post. And the noisy sounds from the camp immediately came in.
I plan to serve as a reserve in the forest camp in Camp City. Only those who meet the combat conditions will be sent to the Moyling battlefield. Those who do not meet the combat conditions will have to receive training in the forest camp,
Samira said. Serdek nodded. New. Samira is here. Someone with enough weight to handle the affairs here. Serdek only stayed at the forest camp for 1 day. And then, he quickly headed to the military camp in Moyun Ridge, with the giant soldier ants and the constructed knights. The forest road that was originally full of weeds has now been cleared again. There were originally many old tree roots on both sides of this forest road. But now they are covered by a large number of shrubs and vines. The trees on both sides of the forest road have grown back, completely covering the entire forest road. This forest road now looks more like a forest tunnel. Giant soldier ants prefer to walk under the shade of this tree. Along the way, you can see many caravans and carriages carrying large amounts of supplies rushing to the foot of Moyling Mountain. One truck after another is lined up closely, and the carriages are covered with tarpaulins. Probably because there are fewer evil spirits wandering around in the forest. And those little forest beasts are popping up out of nowhere. Many carriages were pulling cereals, and the fragrance of these cereals attracted many small animals to wander near the forest road. They were not even afraid of people. This forest is slowly returning to its former vitality. Compared to those evil spirits, human invaders are undoubtedly relatively mild. When the businessmen looked at the knights of the Western Route Army, the admiration in their eyes was very clear. They had long known about the victory of the Western Route Army. When the knights were resting among the forest roads, some merchants would have the courage to run up and ask for the trophies in their hands from the knights. Fist swords, evil devil horns, fangs and black devil hides. There is nothing they don't want to buy, as long as it's cheap enough or profitable enough for them. In fact, Serdek is not against this type of transaction. But this kind of transaction needs to reflect fairness. To be fair to the soldiers, we must also be fair to the merchants. Since these warriors followed Serdek all the way to the Warsaw Plain, Serdek felt that he had an obligation to let them obtain some wealth. Basically, these wealth can only be obtained from evil spirits. So Serdek will not give up this part of the benefits to businessmen under any circumstances. Businessmen all know that the soldiers of the West Route Army have a lot of good goods in their hands. But the soldiers of the West Route Army have strict military discipline and rarely sell their trophies to others in private. This time, many businessmen had the opportunity to contact these warriors on the forest road, only to find that they really knew nothing about the prices of these trophies on the market. However, when some people successfully traded, most of them gave high prices at the purchase price. At first, many merchants couldn't understand why these warriors, including the constructed knights, charged such high prices. Only later did they discover that they actually had a price list for the trophies. This price list was made public in almost every team, and everyone was selling the trophies according to the price on the price list. Along the way, many people sold their loot. By the time they arrived at the Moyling garrison camp, almost half of the soldiers had sold out the trophies they had brought with them. Serdek finally saw how many adventure groups had gathered on the frontline battlefield here. The temporary tent set up on the entire hillside had spread into the mountains. Many adventure groups were coming in and out, surrounding a large free market. It looked naturally very lively. Even Gulaitam, who was following him, looked a little dazed. He looked at the tents scattered all over the mountains and murmured to himself,
"Why did so many people gather here all of a sudden?"
Chapter 1465 Generosity. The garrison camp in Moyling. Serdek's triumphant return immediately plunged the entire camp into a state of excitement. Giant ghost-patterned soldier ants carried nearly 1,000 construct knights into the camp, and everyone discovered that the construct knights had lost their horses, and only 1,000 of the 1,500 ant cavalry returned safely this time. Selena came out of the camp with Gary Decker, and Mika and Signa even prepared 2 bouquets of flowers for Soldek. As the head of the medical team, Nika is very busy even during the truce period. The number of wounded soldiers in the army has dropped sharply, but injured members of the adventure group are continuously sent to the military camp every day. Serdek bent down to pick up Signa and held her in the air. All the soldiers in the military camp knew that Signa was the real little princess in the camp. Now that Soldek had just returned to the camp, he carried Signa on the horse and accepted the cheers of the soldiers around him. Serdek let Signa sit on his shoulders, then jumped off the horse, took Selena's hand and strode into the military camp. The soldiers in the military camp along the way naturally lined the streets to welcome him. The whole camp was buzzing with cheers. The demon hunters in the adventure group seemed to have become accustomed to this life of hunting evil spirits.
every time they return to the camp. They will rest in the tent for a while, and use this time to get rid of all the magic materials that need to be processed. Then they will take the required supplies, and enter the foot of Moyonling Mountain again. In the dense forest, most demon hunters will not go deep into Moyun Ridge. They usually try their luck on the edge of Moyun Ridge, as there are fewer and fewer evil ghost warriors outside Moyonling Mountain Pass. The adventure group's demon hunter activity area is gradually extending northward. They rarely go deep into Moyun Ridge, but they expand northward along the edge of Moyun Ridge. Due to the lack of food resources for the evil ghost warriors in Moyun Ridge, many evil ghosts will sneak out to look for food. The mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge is also a good hunting ground for evil ghosts. But the demon hunters of the adventure group are very dangerous. Once many evil spirits slip out, they can never come back. Every day, a large number of evil ghost warriors and demon hunters from the adventure group compete in a battle of wits and courage in the mountains. Many witchers have turned hunting into an industry. They brought back the corpse of the evil warrior from the mountains and cut it into pieces in the dense forest, including the head, devil's skin, and sharp horns. Different merchants specialize in purchasing different parts of evil ghost materials. At the edge of the camp, you can see long queues from a distance. A tribe of aborigines came out of the dense forests of the mountains. They came from the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge. 2 months ago, Surdak personally went to the castle in the northern mountains and brought them a large amount of weapons and equipment, and exchanged a large amount of magic herbs and warcraft materials from these indigenous people. This time, a team of nearly 1,000 aboriginal warriors, led by an aboriginal elder, walked along the mountains on the edge of Moyun Ridge for a full month and a half before arriving at the military camp here. As soon as they emerged from the dense forest, they saw military camps on the hillside, as well as large tent areas and free markets. The elders of the aboriginal tribe brought a group of young warriors to the garrison camp. They were barefoot, wearing primitive leather armor, with fine braids on their heads, and healthy wheat-colored skin. Each of the resident soldiers' eyes were bright, and they looked very young. Their eyes are full of novelty and vigilance. The young aboriginal warriors saw many novel things on the edge of the market. Weapons and armors for sale at random on the stalls. And they even saw clear wine flowing from oak barrels. The aborigines have a very sensitive sense of smell. Especially for the taste of alcohol is even more irresistible. When they passed through the free market, they had no money in their hands, and didn't know what to use for transactions. Some bold merchants often approached with their own goods, and there was no verbal communication between the two parties. The merchants pointed at the goods in their hands, and then pointed at the jewelry on the indigenous warriors. Some young aboriginals simply threw away the jewelry, collected, and just bartered directly. For this group of young aboriginal warriors, in addition to fine wine, the most attractive thing to attract their attention is the exquisite food in the market. Those foods exuding a rich aroma of oil almost occupied the hands of many aboriginal warriors. In addition, the colorful printed and dyed clothes on the market are also very novel to these aboriginal warriors, and they are very curious about these clothes. There were also some aboriginal warriors who ran to the tent of the fortune-telling girls. Looking at their plump chests and white thighs, they could no longer take a step forward. Some indigenous warriors even handed the food in their hands to the fortune-telling girls. Of course, the divination girls looked down upon the food that had been chewed a few times. They pointed at the ornaments hanging on the aboriginal warriors, and gave bold looks to these young and strong aboriginal warriors. In this free market, everything can be traded with money. These divination girls will not stop doing business with the aboriginal warriors because of their rustic clothes. It is precisely these young aborigines, who carry a strong jungle wildness and exude a strong hormonal atmosphere, that make these divination girls excited. Incessantly, no one looks down on this kind of thing. The tattered leather armor worn by the aborigines may also be a sign of simplicity to these fortune-telling girls. Surdak saw this somewhat skinny aboriginal elder at the gate of the military camp. He was holding a black wooden cane inlaid with several magnificent crystal stones. His eyes had a strange look, and he could tell at a glance. You can tell he is a leader from the crowd, surrounded by a group of aboriginal warriors. The aboriginal elder bowed slightly to Surdak. Surdak saw some golden rings on his legs, which seemed to be very important. He was not wearing shoes, and there were several magic patterns of life imprinted on his body. The leather of those magic patterns was incompatible with his skin color. At first glance it feels a bit nondescript. There is an indescribable aura about this elder, a bit like a person favored by God, and that aura makes him a bit dangerous. The visitor was not Elder Ambrobi. Surdak had seen him several times at the walled city, and invited him into the military camp with a smile. I'm asking for your forgiveness, Lord Surdak, for taking the liberty of visiting.
Elder Bila touched his shoulder with one hand and lowered his head towards Surdak. Surdak stretched out his hands as an invitation to come in and said,
Welcome. If you can bring the young people from the tribe to us, it means that the friendship between us has taken another step forward.
Entering the military camp that looked like a walled city, Elder Beula and the followers around him were immediately shocked by the militarized management inside the military camp. All camps here are arranged extremely neatly. All passages are drawn straight, and each military camp is in a grid shape. The military camp is divided into several playgrounds. These playgrounds usually have very strict time planning. The time for each army to train on the playground is strictly stipulated. When Surdak led Elder Bila through the playground, the 17th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment happened to be practicing formations on the playground. A group of heavy armored infantry soldiers holding tower shields formed a square formation, and each time they stepped forward neatly, the ground of the playground will tremble. The heavy armored infantry warriors were wearing shiny heavy armor, and the spear warriors behind them even stood up with bright Paglio spears. The murderous intent was intense for a moment, making the aboriginal warriors passing by the edge of the playground look a little nervous. Apparently this group of well-trained heavy infantry warriors left a deep impression on these indigenous warriors. Further inside, there is a knight training ground, but almost all the magic-patterned horses that constructed the knights were damaged on the battlefield. There are only a few knights practicing charging on the track in the knight training ground. They held 5-meter-long knight spears in their hands and heavy helmets on their heads. They sat on their horses and pointed the knight spears at the wooden man at the end of the runway. The sound of the horses' hooves was rapid and tinny. The knight turned into a white light in the second half and rushed forward. The knight's spear stabbed the wooden man's head steadily. This hand alone made the young aboriginal warriors breathe nervously, and the impact the cavalry brought to them was quite huge. After all, the Green Empire has always been famous for its cavalry. And among the cavalry, the Empire is famous throughout Roland for its constructed knights. Seeing the cavalry in the military camp, these young indigenous warriors lost the arrogance they had before. Further inside is the archer training ground. It is a wall built with stones on 3 sides. There is a row of circular targets hung on the wall. Each target has a red center. The target is about 100 meters away from the shooting line. About 50 meters. A row of infantry soldiers holding 5-shot standard crossbows happen to be conducting shooting training here. Speaking of which, repeating crossbows are very easy to acquire. Unlike alloyed bows, which require long-term practice, you also need to master the correct operating skills and just shoot forward with your companions. Archery may be one of the few things that young Aboriginal warriors can master. But when these young Aboriginals saw the 5-shot standard military crossbow, they immediately lost any sense of superiority. A group of shield warriors walked past the group of people with neat steps. Elder Bila stayed in place for a moment, watching these shield warriors go away, and then walked into the command post with Soldak. Obviously this elder was shocked by the group of soldiers in the military camp, especially the heavy armors worn by these shield warriors. When passing by everyone, the rustling sound coming from the armors can make people feel a strong sense of excitement. Murderous look.
I've long heard that your West Root army is an extremely powerful army. I'm lucky enough to see it this time. It's really eye-opening.
Elder Bila speaks Imperial language very fluently. Surdak smiled and said nothing. Entering the command post, there was a set of sofas in the rest area next to the conference table. Surdak asked Elder Bila to come over here. The guard brought the prepared black tea and placed it on the coffee table. A dozen indigenous soldiers gathered around the sand table in the command post and couldn't stop looking at it. Apparently they recognized that the sand table depicted the entire Moyun Ridge, and began to study with great interest where their group came from. Some valleys and cliffs seen along the way are described in detail on the sand table. Every time they find some reference objects on the sand table, these indigenous warriors will let out a low cry of excitement. Elder Bila deliberately did not look at the group of indigenous warriors. He sat down on the sofa, looked at Soldak with a cup of fragrant black tea and asked,
Lord Surdak, there are so many wars here. Do your troops have to complete the prescribed training every day?
It seemed that the Elder Bila was attracted by the training program in the military camp. Surdak felt a little funny in his heart, but he replied seriously,
Of course. Proper training can enhance their teamwork.
Elder Bila pondered for a moment before explaining his purpose to Soldak.
Lord Soldak, in addition to bringing greetings from Elder Ambrobi this time, I actually want to further cooperate with your West Root Lord army. Recently, the young warriors of our tribe have been fighting against the evil spirits of Moyun Ridge in the northern mountains. Although we already have sharp weapons and strong armors, our young warriors will still appear many times when fighting the evil spirits.
Heavy casualties. Elder Ambrose believes that your Lord army must have some experience in the use of weapons and armor. So he sent me to lead a group of young people to learn some corresponding fighting methods from you. Now I realize that we really came to the right place this time. Seeing your training methods, I also take the liberty to ask you to provide some training to our Aboriginal warriors.
Elder Bila looked at Suldak with a pleading expression. Surdak did not expect that these Aboriginal people would come to ask him to train the young warriors of their tribe. When Elder Bila said these words, Surdak even felt a little ridiculous. How is it possible? Our own army is too busy. But after he calmed down for a while, he realized that this was really a good thing.
You mean to allow your tribal Aboriginal warriors to participate in training in the military camp?
Surdak did not refuse,
but asked again.
That's right.
Elder Bila begged bravely. Surdak thought for a while. Elder Bila thought that Surdak would refuse after hesitating for a moment. But he did not expect that Surdak would readily agree at this time.
Okay. However, if we only train a few hundred people, it is estimated that the training effect will not be achieved in a short period of time. Therefore, since it is decided that the warriors in the tribe will be trained in the military camp, we can send more young warriors here.
Surdak looked at Elder Bila and said,
Our West Route Army can provide free food and accommodation. If you have excellent results during the training, you will be rewarded with some weapons, armor and equipment when you leave.
Elder Bila looked at Lord Surdak with wide eyes, and his heart was filled with emotion. This Lord Surdak is so generous. Chapter 1466. A team of evil spirits. A river of stars flows in the night sky. The wind carries the fragrance from the lilac trees halfway up Mayun Mountain. At this time of year, a faint purple appears in the mountains and fields. The color is very light, but it has a fresh fragrance at night. The wooden houses in the military camp are not built according to the trees. These wooden houses are not large. There are 6 bunk beds inside, and each room can accommodate 12 infantry soldiers. There are windows in the north and south of the wooden house. Open the wooden windows and let the wind blow into the house, which can take away the strong resin fragrance. The bed board was a little hard, and there was no hay or animal skins on it. Elder Bila lay on it and couldn't sleep. Perhaps he drank too much black tea in the evening. Following the gap in the window, Elder Beulah sat by the window. When he raised his head, he could see the beautiful night. The Aborigines in the northern mountains have undergone many changes recently. The tribal warriors with weapons and armors have fought many battles with the evil ghost army in the dense forest. Although the evil ghost warriors still occupy the initiative on the battlefield at certain times, at least the tribes the warriors can also fight off some evil spirits. Moreover, the evil ghost's hunting route extending northward was blocked by tribal warriors. The evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge now had fewer ways to obtain food. Elder Bila brought the young warriors from the tribe to the south of Mayun Ridge this time. In fact, in order to establish some contact with the Imperial Army, Elder Bila brought a lot of warcraft materials from his hometown. He knew that the Imperial people really liked these warcraft materials. When he came to the military camp and saw the soldiers training in the military camp, Elder Bila had some new ideas. He suddenly thought that if he wanted to strengthen the tribal warriors, it would be best if the young people in the tribe could also receive such training. Elder Bila thought that this matter would be of great benefit to the Aboriginal tribes. And he also obtained the consent of Lord Surdak. Lord Surdak is really a good person, and he made the request so readily. Agreed. So tonight, he couldn't wait to write a long letter to Elder Ambrobi. The letter must clearly describe what he saw and heard in the garrison camp. The most important thing was to tell Lord Surdak's attitude towards the tribe. Write it down. Then, he will be responsible for signing the contract. Thinking of this, Elder Bila spread a piece of animal skin on the table, diluted the red rock powder with water, dipped his fingers in some red dye, and then recorded lines of text on the animal skin. He wanted to write a lot, so he needed to organize his language carefully. I believe it won't be long before an Aboriginal army joins the Western Route Army. The night is like a gentle black veil, covering the mountains in front of you. The military camp has become quiet, and even Nika rarely has time to sit in the courtyard of the command post, sitting with Zigna and playing with a little raccoon that she caught from nowhere. Zigna and Nika squatted in front of the iron cage and stuffed a few grass leaves through the gaps in the iron cage. The little bear huddled in the corner of the iron cage and shivered with fear. The wooden house of the command post formed an inner courtyard in the military camp. Several women from the medical team squatted in front of the wooden basin to wash clothes. Merchant Malcolm bought them from the slave traders and gave them to Soldak when he was in Doden town. At first, they were just a group of maids, and later they followed Nika and lived a relaxing life in the temple of the twin goddess. Now, relying on his knowledge of herbal medicine, he has become a member of the Western Route Army medical team. The women reboiled some bloody bandages in a large pot, and now soaked them in a wooden basin filled with cold water, wringing out the water and hanging them on a drying rope in the inner courtyard. There are also some women's underwear hanging on these drying lines, which look full of life. Stepping out of the bathtub and wrapping herself in a dry towel, Selena stood barefoot in front of the bronze mirror in the bathroom. Selena never thought that one day she would have this experience. Her body was like a transparent container. Most of the time, she could control this body, but sometimes she would feel another powerful soul sharing her body with her. Injecting that soul into the body is a more powerful power. The power of darkness. She folded her hands on her chest, closed her eyes, and waited for night to fall. Cerdak felt that since Selena gained the power of darkness, her personality would sometimes become colder. In fact, sometimes he misses the small house in Wall Village even more. Although the house leaks in the winter, Cerdak can feel the warmth of the small house. The bed was covered with soft animal skins, and the smooth back had a soft luster in the moonlight. Outside the window, there were several maids from the medical team singing a tribal song a cappella. Selena lay beside Soldak, raised her smooth arms, and her golden curls were spread out on the bed. She closed her eyes and savored the last lingering aftertaste. She reached for the pomegranate juice placed beside the bed and drank it in one gulp, then moved her body closer to Serdak's arms. She put her head on Soldak's chest and could clearly hear the beating of her heart. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that Selena's eyes were as clear as lake water, Cerdak rubbed his fingers on the dark magic lines on Selena's shoulders for a while, and whispered to Selena, "The goddess has been coming so frequently lately. She probably hopes to make the indigenous people here believe in the dark night." Selena squinted her eyes and said lazily, with Soldak's soft lips covered. Selena felt another strong dizziness. She turned over and put her hands around Soldak's neck. The low roars of evil spirits kept coming from the mountains in the distance. General Zabalez led a group of ghost warriors to this mountain range and found that many trees here had been cut down, and there was a smell of human activity everywhere. They came here chasing an indigenous warrior from the northern mountains, but they never expected that they would cross the entire Moyun Ridge. The evil ghost warriors spent a lot of energy, and when they got here, they discovered that a group of evil ghosts had actually walked directly from the north of Moyun Ridge to the south. There were faint footsteps in the distance, the rustle of leather boots on dead leaves. An adventure group entered the mountains at the foot of Moyonling Mountain at dawn. The swordsman at the front happened to be Captain Hayes. They came out of Moyonling this time. Almost every adventure group, all members have gained something, taking advantage of the first ray of sunshine in the morning. We slid down the cliff of the mountain, hiding the bottom rope into the vines. This is the only way for them to climb over the mountain wall and enter Moyun Ridge. Although the rock wall here seems to be steep, when you climb, you will find that you can always find some borrowing points on the cliff. As long as you climb a few hundred meters along the rock wall, there is a trail that can lead to the depths of Moyun Ridge. The last member of the adventure group also jumped off the cliff and landed steadily on the ground filled with leaves. Captain Hayes just breathed out lightly. He and Captain Gunther made eye contact, then waved to the members of the adventure group in front, and the team walked towards the direction of the Western Route Army garrison camp.
When we return to the camp this time, we can rest for 3 days, after we have processed all the materials. Before the evil spirits have reacted, we can get in and do it again.
Captain Hayes leaned next to Captain Gunther and said he communicated in a low voice. Captain Gunther also seemed very excited and whispered to Captain Hayes,
"It's our first time working together as a team, and we have gained so much, which is indeed beyond my expectation."
Just as the two leaders of the adventure group were talking in low voices, the ranger in front suddenly jumped onto a big tree and raised his hand to signal to the group behind him. Captain Hayes immediately stopped and looked at the ranger in front. Kofi, a member of the adventure group, reported back from the front that traces of evil ghost warriors were found on the slope in front. At least 2 of them. Encountering evil ghost warriors in the dense forest is normal for the adventure group. The reason why Captain Hayes hesitates is precisely because it is not too far from the garrison camp. It is said that this area has been trampled by the adventure group. After countless attempts, traces of evil ghost warriors can still be found. Captain Hayes did not attribute it to luck at first. Rather than luck, he was more worried about the trap set by the evil spirits. What's more, their adventure group has just emerged from Moyun Ridge. The adventure group has already made good gains. So Captain Hayes does not need to take the team members on the adventure without ascertaining the specific situation. Captain Hayes was not prepared to attack rashly. After waving to Coffee, who was waiting in front, Coffee immediately slipped down from the tree and immediately retreated back the way he came.
What's going on ahead?
Captain Hayes asked Coffee. Kofi immediately reported the truth.
I found traces of 2 ghost warriors in the bushes. I suspect that there is at least 1 ghost team hidden on the hillside in front. Bypass that evil ghost team. Be careful. I'm worried that this group of evil ghosts wants to launch a counterattack against the camp. Let's go back from the south,
Captain Hayes said cautiously.
Why don't you rush over and kill them?
Captain Gunther asked with some confusion.
It's too dangerous. We can't take risks at this time. But we can tell other adventure groups about the evil spirits here.
Captain Hayes walked towards the south slope without looking back and said as he walked. The other members of the adventure group followed closely. After they were far away from the hillside, a clear and pleasant copper whistle sounded from the mountains. This is to notify other adventure groups that there are traces of evil ghost warriors nearby. This slope is not far from the garrison camp in Moyenling, and the sound of the copper whistle is faintly transmitted to the tent area here. Many members of the adventure group got out of their tents and looked in the direction of the sound. There was even a mercenary group that responded quickly and searched the area along the hillside. General Zabalez did not expect that the humans here were so alert. It exposed the 2 evil ghost warriors on their own initiative. But the human team that appeared on the opposite hillside did not follow the evil ghost's traces. After they discovered the evil ghost warrior, they unexpectedly chose to take a detour. This left General Zabalaz a little confused, and it was impossible to catch up at this time. The group of ghost warriors he led had not eaten for several days. Watching the prey quietly disappear, a group of ghost warriors could not help but feel a little disappointed.
General, should we pursue him or not?
An evil ghost Shuchi asked General Zabalez for instructions. General Zabalez pointed in the direction of the garrison camp and told the evil ghost Shuchi,
Let's go over there. There should be a lot of humans gathered there. Yes.
Evil ghost Shuchi immediately led the evil ghost team towards the direction of the garrison camp. However, this group of evil ghost warriors never expected that it was the Hayes Adventure Group who gave up the opportunity to hunt and pass the news to the tent area of the garrison camp, so that they met more than a dozen adventure groups and mercenary groups head-on. An adventure group had just left the tent area and climbed over the northern hillside. The team member at the front saw a team of evil spirits appearing on the opposite slope. This team of evil spirits didn't seem to realize that their whereabouts had been exposed to the eyes of an adventure group, and their location happened to be only separated by a mountain ridge from the garrison camp. They seemed to be extremely unfamiliar with the terrain nearby. More than one adventure group saw the evil ghost team. After everyone saw the prey, they quickly moved towards the evil ghost team. Just when they were about to take action, they suddenly discovered that there was an evil general following behind the team. Suddenly, these adventure groups did not dare to get closer. This place is on the edge of the tent area. There are at least hundreds of adventure groups living in the tent area of the camp. Someone blew the brass whistle again, and more adventure groups ran out of the tent area. Everyone hid on the mountainside, secretly observing the evil ghost team on the other side of the hillside. The sight of a ghost general causes most adventure groups to become extra cautious. After all, not every adventure group has a second-level expert. And even if there are strong people at the second level, not every strong person at the second level has the strength to defeat the evil general. Dozens of adventure groups began to observe from a distance. Although these adventure groups did not communicate, they did not dare to approach rashly. They just waited for the evil ghost team on the opposite side to approach rashly. Some familiar adventure groups have already started communicating privately. 2 adventure groups even approached from the side, apparently wanting to cut off the evil ghost team's retreat toward the Moyenling mountain pass. Although other adventure groups did not act rashly, members of the adventure groups continued to appear on the hillside here, and a hunting operation against the evil ghost General Zabalaz was quietly launched. The group of evil ghost warriors, who came all the way from the northern mountains, were not aware of the danger here. They smelled the scent of humans and saw human warriors on the hillside. But these evil ghosts did not stop. General Zabalaz was still a little surprised. Why didn't the human soldiers on the opposite hillside want to escape? Did he think that he couldn't find their traces if they were hiding in the bushes? Chapter 1467 Cooperation. The dazzling sunlight shines through the leaves of the dense forest, leaving dazzling spots on the forest clearing. An evil ghost warrior pushed aside the weeds and emerged from behind the slope. There were some messy dead leaves hanging on the bone spurs all over his body. As a scout of the evil ghost team,
It was extremely cautious when groping forward. At this time, there were already many adventure groups squatting on the opposite hillside, and the evil ghost warriors could clearly smell the flesh and blood of the adventure group members. While chasing the aboriginal warriors, this group of evil spirits had almost no food to fill their stomachs. At this time, they could smell the smell of flesh and blood emanating from human beings and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was trying hard to restrain itself, not wanting to be the first to rush out. The hillside ahead is dangerous, and the evil ghost scouts can feel it. But there was agitation in his body, and the hand holding the war blade was also trembling violently. Walking a little further, it already saw the figure in the bushes on the opposite hillside, and the evil ghost scout immediately wanted to retreat. And at this moment, it saw a big net falling from the tree. This big net covered a large area and had blocked all its escape routes. It could only jump up and try to rely on the war blade in its hand. Split the net. In the past, it had only come into contact with aboriginal warriors in the northern mountains. This time it saw the demon hunters of the adventure group. This large net has never been seen before. It has seen many nets woven from tree vines, but this is the first time it has seen one made of steel wire. The war blade in his hand just drew a spark in the big net, and the big net tightly wrapped his body. It tried to break away from the big net, but despite the endless brute force of its body, it could not hold the big net 10 years old. The wire mesh just wrapped his body tighter and tighter. A series of steel wires had been cut into the gaps in its bone armor. His hands and feet had been restrained, and he could not swing the war blade in his hand. It let out a dangerous roar, and the members of the adventure group emerged from the bushes, their eyes gleaming, and they held spears in their hands. A spear had already pierced its ribs from the left side of its back. It wanted to turn around and give the demon hunter of the adventure group a knife. But just when it reluctantly turned around, the net on its body blocked it. The legs were tightly entangled, and it almost fell. Another spear was inserted into its shoulder. At this time, the evil ghost scout realized that he was surrounded by human demon hunters. It sends a dangerous signal to the back. The evil ghost General Zabalas saw with his own eyes that his evil ghost scouts were covered by a net. Originally, he wanted to rush forward and rescue the evil ghost warriors. After all, this evil ghost team followed him all the way. But then a dozen human warriors suddenly jumped out of the forest. Especially the big net was a bit confusing to Zabalas. It seemed to be very tough, and the evil ghost warrior could not break free from the net. Just when it hesitated for a moment, the evil ghost warrior in front sent a dangerous signal. The evil ghost General Zabalas didn't think much about it. He stood up from the bushes, immediately called to the evil ghost warriors following him, and retreated quickly. The evil general has sensed that many human warriors are surrounding him in the woods opposite. Seeing that the evil ghost team on the opposite side was very alert. Even if there was an evil ghost general in the team, they did not rush forward rashly. The adventure group here rushed forward quickly, and they were unwilling to let this evil ghost team go. They all touched the hillside behind the garrison camp. The camp next to the tent area was full of adventure group members. Seeing that the evil ghost General Zabalas wanted to evacuate, a dozen adventure groups immediately emerged from the bushes on the hillside and chased the evil ghost team. This team of evil spirits went too far, and almost all the adventure groups treated them like meat. An adventure group of more than 20 people quickly crossed the hillside and chased after the evil ghost team. They ran very fast, and there were also very good archers in the team. Several arrows passed through the dense trees and stuck into the back of the evil ghost warrior, who fell behind. Although the evil ghost warrior was covered with a layer of bone armor, the sharp arrows still penetrated the bone armor, causing it to feel pain. The evil ghost warrior let out an angry roar. It stopped. Two sharp-fisted swords came out of its hands, turned around and rushed towards the adventurous group that was catching up from behind. The evil ghost General Zabalas failed to call the evil ghost warrior back and saw it surrounded by a group of human warriors. The leading human warrior wore a thick armor and held up a large round shield in his hand. The evil ghost warrior's fist and sword slashed on the large shield, only to draw a string of fire. Then the long sword in the human warrior's hand, he held his fist and sword. And the evil ghost warrior wanted to jump up and thrust forward. But several human warriors suddenly appeared on both sides of his body. These human warriors blocked its attack with the weapons in their hands. Someone inserted a long sword into its ribs. The evil ghost warrior was unable to resist, and its body ignited with a layer of black flames under the severe pain. But before it could burn its life and explode with powerful fighting power, an arrow shot out from the bushes and nailed him on the forehead. Bang sound. A hole was shot through his forehead bone by an arrow, and the evil ghost warrior felt dizzy. Its body swayed slightly,
and the adventure group members on the left and right cut off its arms with long swords, and even inserted several weapons into his chest. In the blink of an eye, 2 evil ghost warriors were hunted by members of the human adventure group. At this time, the evil ghost General Zabalez realized the true strength of this adventurous group, and he quickly called on the members of the evil ghost team to retreat quickly. However, there were already human warriors on the left and right sides of the forest. Zabalez held the war blade in his hand and rushed ahead. But just when he was about to climb over the mountains in front, Zabalez felt that there seemed to be danger hidden in the forest. Breath. It quickly rushed to the left. In the dense forest on its left side, several members of the adventure group were vaguely surrounding it. The evil general exerted all his strength and stepped on the stone slabs of the hillside with his feet. The moment the stone slabs under his feet exploded, Zabalez rushed towards the dense forest on the left like a cannonball. The war blade in his hand carried a white sword and knocked back a swordsman from the adventure group several steps. Several cracks appeared on the sword in the swordsman's hand. His body was collided by Zabalez. His back hit a big tree hard. Almost all the bones in his body were shattered by the impact, and he collapsed beside the big tree, with sticky blood pouring out of his mouth. Zabalez didn't even have time to add another one. It was very fast, and knocked back the swordsman at the front. A big foot wrapped in bone armor stepped on the shield of a warrior. The iron-covered iris shield was immediately crushed by its foot, and its big foot full of bone spurs immediately stepped on the warrior's right arm, and the right arm wrapped in heavy armor was instantly broken. The sword in Zabalez's hand was swiping at the swordsman on the side. The swordsman had a very good balance. When he saw the demon general's sword sweeping across him, he didn't dare to parry. He quickly jumped forward to avoid it. With Zabalez's knife, the war blade slashed at the waist-thick tree trunk, and the entire tree was broken in half. The evil spirit general's combat power exploded, and no one in this group of adventurers could stop it. Zabalez killed 4 members of the adventure group in one go and fled westward from the hillside on the left. But the few evil ghost warriors following it did not have such good luck. A group of adventure group members rushed up, and several archers inserted arrows into their legs. Suddenly, the speed of these evil ghost warriors slowed down. Big cut. Large nets fell from above their heads, covering these evil ghost warriors one after another. The adventure group is very experienced in hunting ordinary evil ghost warriors. Once these evil ghost warriors are alone and forced to stop, they will be surrounded and killed by the members of the adventure group. Only General Zabalez broke out of the encirclement with his personal bravery and fled towards the west of the hillside. When Andrew received the news, he was still in the military camp receiving 1,200 Guboy war horses from Earl Bradley. It's just that these war horses must be implanted with life magic patterns. Otherwise, they will not be able to become mounts for the Construct Knights. Earl Bradley chased to the garrison camp of the Western Route Army, this time, because he wanted to join the Western Route Army. However, Andrew felt that Earl Bradley's guards had average combat effectiveness and did not agree. Earl Bradley wanted to see Suldek again. A guard reported to Andrew that an evil ghost general appeared outside the camp and escaped to the west after injuring more than a dozen members of the adventure group. Andrew immediately put down his work of inspecting the war horse and strode out of the camp with an axe on his back. There were already Construct Knights on the side to help him pull out the war horse. He also called out the 2-headed ogre Gulaitum and the wolf knight Tego from the tent. Gulaitum was still eating breakfast next to the tent, and did not want to chase down the evil general with Andrew. The wolf knight tiger took the lead in chasing after him on Bonita. With his strong sense of smell, Bonita quickly locked the direction of General Zabalez's escape. At this time, there were still several mages from the reconnaissance group chasing behind them in the sky. Obviously, everyone was determined to capture this evil general who had rashly approached the military camp. There are not many outstanding evil ghost generals in the evil ghost army, and they will not easily run out to take risks. These evil generals pose the greatest threat to the soldiers of the Western Route Army on the battlefield. Generally speaking, it is difficult to have such a solo attack. Chance to kill. Now I heard that an adventure group discovered an evil general. Neither the magician, nor Andrew, nor Tego wanted to let this evil general go. In the military camp, a group of ant cavalry followed Andrew and rushed out of the military camp. When these ant cavalry ran in the mountains, they ran much faster than the Construct Knights. The ant cavalry could ignore any complex terrain in the mountains. Soon, under the guidance of the magicians, they stopped in the mountains ahead. General Zabalez. This place was originally a battlefield that turned into scorched earth, and it was not too far from the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. There were just a few magicians riding harpoons in the air, almost everyone holding a magic book in their arms. Fireballs condensed from the magic book and exploded almost in a row behind the evil general. Although this powerful fireball technique could not hurt General Evil, the countless explosions behind him slowed down General Zabalez. It even wanted to throw the war blade in its hand into the air and shoot down those stinky fly-like magicians from midair. When Bonita was running in the woods, her silver mane made her look like a ghost. She was carrying Tego and flashed through the dense forest. Wolf Knight Tego rushed to the front and stopped General Zabalez on the battlefield in the valley. Tego, who exuded the power of the orc ancestors, was not afraid of General Zabalez's sword at all. The two fought together on the battlefield, although the Wolf Knight was at a disadvantage. With the cooperation of Bonita, General Zabalez was retained. Then Guidam and Andrew arrived almost at the same time, followed by a group of ant cavalry and dozens of adventure groups. Everyone rushed to surround the evil general at the same time. Although General Zabalez was very brave, he could not able to return to Nanlu Mountain Pass alive. In the end, Andrew almost traded injuries for injuries, leaving General Zabalez on the battlefield forever. Just when Andrew split General Zabalez in half with an axe, the members of the adventure group and the ant riders on the battlefield all cheered. A group of evil ghost warriors even rushed out of the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. Unfortunately, they rushed out a little too late, and ultimately failed to save General Zabalez. When they saw General Zabalez being beheaded, they did not look back. The land retreated to the mountain pass. The group of aboriginal soldiers who stayed in the military camp almost saw the battle to chase the evil general with their own eyes. This evil ghost general followed the aboriginal soldiers all the way. Elder Bila knew that there was a small team of evil ghosts chasing behind him, but there was nothing he could do to deal with them. Unexpectedly, this small team of evil ghosts actually ran to the West Route Army. Here at the military camp, he was easily killed by the strong men in the military camp. For a time, confidence in Serdak's Western Route Army was greatly increased. Elder Bila did not even wait for Elder Ambrobi's reply before signing a cooperation agreement with Suldak between the Aboriginal people and the Western Route Army. Next, Elder Bila will be busy returning to the Aboriginal city in the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge to organize a group of Aboriginal warriors who came to study with the West Route Army. The group of Aboriginal warriors brought by Elder Bila were also successfully incorporated into the Western Route Army. This time he only took 2 followers and walked north along the foot of Moyinling Mountain, preparing to return to Moyinling. Northern Mountains. Serdak originally wanted to give Elder Buchila 3 Gubalai horses, but Elder Buchila refused. A new batch of military supplies from the logistics department of the military department finally arrived at the garrison camp from Handanar City. This time, in addition to some crossbows, repaired armor, and military rations, the military department also brought Serdak a batch rewards. The rewards from the battle between the Western Route Army and the Naroda demon on the banks of the Buruan River were finally delivered to the camp. Chapter 1468 Reward. Battles with the Moyinling evil spirits took place every day in the garrison camp. Groups of stained infantry soldiers lined up to return from outside the military camp. The officers first sent the injured soldiers to the medical room of the military camp. There are 17 bathrooms in the military camp. The first thing the infantry soldiers do when returning to the camp from the outside is almost always to take off their heavy full coverage armor, enter the bathroom to take a hot shower, and then put on dry clothes, linen clothes, ran to the dining hall to eat. There is an unwritten rule in the military camp. Usually soldiers returning from outside have priority to eat. Serdak purchased a large number of cattle and sheep from the lords of Handanar County, which not only provided food for 20,000 ghost-striped soldier ants, but also improved the food for the soldiers of the Western Route Army. During the stalemate between the two sides at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain, some small groups of ghost warriors continued to enter the Gander Mountain, hoping to explore the situation in the area south of the Gander Mountain. However, due to the presence of the magician reconnaissance team, due to the blockade of the ant riders, no evil team has been able to cross the Gundar Mountains so far. With a large number of adventure groups pouring into the southern foothills of Mayun Ridge, it has become even more difficult for the evil ghosts to break out of Mayun Ridge. Although the evil ghost hunting group wanted to hunt down some human warriors to supplement their food rations, they never had a good way. Viscount Dunbar, the quartermaster sent by the military, brought more than 80 four-wheeled carriages and followed the caravan to the military camp here in Moyinling. He is a young nobleman from Bena City. He has lived in Handanar City for more than 4 years. He is very familiar with the situation here. Previously, the logistics personnel he led only needed to deliver military supplies to the forest farm and camp. You can return to Handanar City. Now this logistics transport team needs to follow the forest road all the way to the foot of Moiling Mountain. A few months ago, these evil ghost warriors were still roaming around in this mountain forest. The logistics transport team was very afraid of those evil ghost hunting teams. They were cautious along the way. If it hadn't happened that there were a few caravans and mercenary groups rushing towards them. Come over. I'm afraid the logistics transport team will be delayed at the forest farm camp for a few days. Viscount Dunbar led a group of four-wheeled carriages into the military camp. He saw that a city-like military camp had been built at the foot of the southern foothills of Mayun Ridge in just a few months. Looking at the mountains, he saw a large number of adventure groups gathered here in a tent that reached the edge of the border. In particular, there are various caravans that have transformed a hillside into a free market. Even the tents of the fortune-telling girls, who mainly sell meat, are arranged in rows to understand the prosperity here. The convoy slowly arrived at the gate of the military camp. The officials of the logistics office had put away the arrogance on their faces. Viscount Dunbar personally stepped down from the magic caravan, holding a cane in his hand, and stopped in front of the gate of the camp. He raised his head with a smile and asked the guard at the door,
"Is Commander Surdak here?"
The guard saw a large number of carriages and supplies following Viscount Dunbar. They didn't know that the logistics department was sending military supplies. For these gentlemen in the logistics department, the guards are quite considerate.
"Yes, I will inform you immediately,"
the guard said to Viscount Dunbar diligently. Someone immediately sent a message to the military camp, and several guards pushed open the wooden gate and allowed the carriages to drive into the military camp. Pushing open the wooden door, Viscount Dunbar finally saw the scene inside the camp. The neatly arranged legion tents and the straight and orderly roads immediately made Viscount Dunbar take a breath. When Suldak saw Viscount Dunbar, he had already arrived outside the gate of the command post under the guidance of the gate guard. Viscount Dunbar was followed by 4 attendants. The convoy stopped on the camp grassland. There was only a spacious open space there. Many infantry soldiers were curiously surrounding these supply vehicles. However, no one unloaded the goods from the carriage until the order was issued. Viscount Dunbar had seen Suldak before, so when he saw Suldak again this time, he immediately stood up straight and saluted Suldak.
"Hello, Commander Surdak."
There was a smile in his eyes, and his posture was extremely low. At Selena's reminder, Suldak said low to Viscount Dunbar.
"Good afternoon, Viscount Dunbar. Is the journey going well?" "Everything is fine,"
Viscount Dunbar said respectfully. Facing the commander who had won 3 consecutive battles, Viscount Dunbar put away the superiority of the logistics department officials and immediately took out a pamphlet from his arms and said to Suldak,
"This is the time list of supplies shipped."
Surdak nodded, and Selena, who was wearing a black robe beside her, took the list of supplies. Viscount Dunbar then whispered,
"There is also a badge of reward specially given to you by Duke Newman. This is in recognition of the heroic and outstanding performance of your Western Route Army in the Battle of the Buin River." "Oh, what are the rewards?"
Surdak asked curiously. As he spoke, he invited Viscount Dunbar to enter the command post. Viscount Dunbar explained to Suldak,
"Originally, you were supposed to select these rewards and hand in our city in person. But the Duke was worried that the journey was too far and might affect the war situation here. So he selected 5 epic-level items from the Duke's private treasure showroom. Weapons and equipment. Let us deliver them to you."
Suldak moved slightly. He didn't expect Duke Newman to be so generous this time. Viscount Dunbar did not take out these rewards in public outside, but followed Suldak into the hall of the command post. Then, a magician came up behind Viscount Dunbar. The middle-aged magician with a thin face and gloomy eyes wordlessly pulled out a large magic seal wrapped in gold decoration from his magic belt bag. Box. Suldak sat on the only chair on the high platform of the hall, looking at Viscount Dunbar calmly. Viscount Dunbar asked the magician to place the magic sealing box in front of Suldak's feet. Then he took out a key from his arms and opened the lid of the treasure box. The rewards in the demon sealing box also hit the box. He bent down and took out a long and narrow wooden box from the box. After opening the wooden box, he took out a sword with a scabbard. This is a giant war sword with a blade that is a little longer than the heavy sword. The handle of this heavy sword will be slightly longer so that both hands can hold the hilt tightly at the same time. The blade of this sword is 1 finger wider than Surdak's light iron, and the sword is inlaid with complex adamantine magic patterns, which is very exquisite. The sharp edge exudes a faint chill. Although Suldak holds this giant war sword in his own hand, he can clearly feel the sharpness of this weapon.
"The name of this sword is the Sword of Kerwin. It is a very famous epic weapon. I believe you." Commander. Must have heard of its name.
Viscount Dunbar introduced to Suldek. Suldek looked confused. In fact, he didn't know much about epic weapons. He doesn't know many noble lords. And no one is willing to talk to him about this topic. Occasionally, only the Malacom merchants will talk about this matter. But in the past year, Suldek, I only briefly met the merchant Malacom twice. He took the sword of Kerwin and felt his wrist sink suddenly. With Suldek's amazing arm strength, if he wanted to hold the sword with one hand, he actually needed to inject a trace of the power of the holy light. Fortunately, he has the
power of the earth
constantly injected into his body. Otherwise, he may not be able to hold this giant sword of war. Before Suldek could try to wave it twice, Viscount Dunbar took out a shield from the magic box that was larger than Gerda's shield. This shield was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The light blue shield was actually made of rare materials. Made of thorium metal. The shield has patterns of dragon claws and lightning on its surface. Just listen to Viscount Dunbar introduce with pride.
This shield is called the Emissary of Zakharim. It has always been the exclusive shield of the leader of the Royal Knights of the Empire. As far as I know, this shield should be the best shield in the Duke's private collection. Now the Duke believes that only you are qualified to take up this shield.
Suldek took the shield and felt that elemental power surrounded his body. And some power was transmitted from the shield very clearly. Even Eisenhardt's magic pattern structure did not give him such a strong power bonus. Seeing Suldek calmly holding a golden shield, Viscount Dunbar felt that it was really not easy for the commander to be so calm when seeing such a good epic shield. 2 consecutive epic weapons failed to make Suldek reveal any surprises. And Viscount Dunbar had no expectations for the 3rd epic weapon. Because although this meat-cutting axe is also very good, it is an epic weapon of similar quality to the Sword of Quinn.
The Butcher's Eye. This is also a very famous axe. Because some Krypton gold is added to the blade. The blade is extremely tough. It is said that the blade will never wear out.
Before Viscount Dunbar finished introducing this epic weapon, Suldek took over the Butcher's Eye. He almost felt calluses on his ears regarding the name of this axe. The axe in Andrew's hand is an imitation of the Butcher's Eye. Andrew cherishes that axe very much, and occasionally looks forward to owning a real butcher's axe in the future. Unexpectedly, among the rewards brought by Viscount Dunbar this time, there was actually a butcher's eye. Suldek swung the butcher's axe twice. The axe was extremely heavy. He excitedly said to the attendant,
"Go and call Andrew here and tell him that I have prepared a good thing for him."
The attendant immediately turned around and walked outside the command post. Viscount Dunbar didn't expect that Suldek would be so excited when he saw the butcher's eye. And then, he took out a battle armor made of countless armor pieces from the magic sealing box. These armor pieces actually had it was engraved with all kinds of magic patterns. So densely packed that it even looked dizzy. The armor pieces of this armor may be mixed with fine gold. And almost every armor piece has a dark gold sheen. It is actually a separate magic pattern structure. Although it does not come in a set. This magic pattern structure is one piece from top to bottom. And it also has sleeves woven from armor pieces. Just by the dark gold luster on the armor. This armor is not low-key at all. Viscount Dunbar introduced to Suldek.
This armor has the name Shaftstein cloth. It is said to be a very strong heavy armor. The Duke often wore it when he was young. But this armor is heavy. The armor is not suitable for swordsmen to wear. And it has been gathering dust in the showroom since then. The Duke took it out this time because it is very suitable for you to use.
Later, Viscount Dunbar took out a pair of silver combat boots from the box. This pair of combat boots had some red patterns on the edges and looked shiny silver.
These boots are called War Travelers. These 5 rewards are not ordinary. They are all from Duke Newman's private collection. They are all epic weapons and armors. I believe that you, Commander, will soon discover how precious they are.
Viscount Dunbar introduced for a while before stopping. Suldek did not expect that Duke Newman would be so generous. He still remembered that when he bought the Sky Strike bow from the businessman Malacom, it cost him more than 1,000 magic crystals. And the Santos shotgun in Gary Decker's hand is also ridiculously expensive. Now Duke Newman actually took out 5 pieces of epic weapons and equipment in one breath. It is estimated that these rewards are worth at least nearly 10,000 magic crystals. Obviously, it was the support of the West Root Army that saved the city of Handanar, which had no defense force, from the evil Ghost Vanguard Army. The most important thing for the Bena Army was to be able to save the city. This city not only stores a large amount of military supplies, but also has a population of millions. There must be no room for error in Duke Newman's plan.
Your Majesty, the Duke knows that the military supplies of the West Root Army are very tight. Your army has always raised its own supplies. The logistics department of the military department coordinates the supplies of the entire army. Not only are there reinforcements from the east and west routes, but also nearly 36. The 100,000 strong Bena Legion is also responsible for supplying all supplies. So the Soldier Ant Legion has not been able to supply supplies. Please forgive me, Commander Serdek.
Viscount Dunbar spoke very politely, not only bowing his head to apologize, but also keeping his posture very low. In particular, he took out the 5 epic weapons and equipment of Duke Newman, which made Suldek unable to complain too much. Suldek remained silent and did not speak. Viscount Dunbar continued.
However, this time, the military department has been coordinating these supplies as much as possible. Within half a month, the supplies for the ghost-striped soldier ants will definitely be delivered as scheduled.
Suldek nodded slightly, looked at Viscount Dunbar and asked,
Then will there be reinforcements arriving in the Warsaw Plain from the Bena province next?
Viscount Dunbar just shook his head slightly without any explanation. Serdek touched his forehead and said,
My soldier ant army is almost disabled. Can the military department find a way to transport a group of soldier ant troops from the Belan Plain?
Viscount Dunbar did not hesitate and answered directly.
As long as you have troops, the military department can still find a way to transport them for you. However, the temporary teleportation array has been dismantled long ago. Now, if you want to transport your army of soldier ants, you need to use a magic airship to transport them. The time cycle is about 3 months.
Chapter 1469 Battle Situation.
That's not a problem,
Suldek said to Viscount Dunbar. While the two were talking, Andrew heard Suldek's call and strode in from outside. Suldek glanced at Andrew, handed out the butcher's eye in his hand, and said to him,
Don't you always want a real butcher's battle axe?
Andrew looked at the ice-blue luster of the tomahawk in Suldek's hand with some astonishment, and was at a loss for a moment.
Is this for me?
Andrew's eyes were full of disbelief.
Of course. Do you think I can use this axe?
Serdek asked back. Andrew happily took the butcher's eye, and the magic patterns on the battle axe gradually lit up, and a stream of power was injected into Andrew's body. He then praised in surprise.
It's a really good axe.
With a touch of pride on his face, Viscount Dunbar said,
This is an epic butcher's eye, not an ordinary magic weapon.
Andrew didn't say anything, and walked out excitedly holding the axe. Serdek glanced at the shafters to him. Originally, this armor was going to be worn by Andrew, but at this time Viscount Dunbar took a step forward and said to Serdek,
Suldek, Commander, I think you should try on the Sheftiston cloth armor. Maybe you will have different ideas about it. You mean this epic armor is great?
Serdek asked. I didn't expect Viscount Dunbar to have such a suggestion at this time. Viscount Dunbar nodded and continued.
Every piece of epic equipment is great.
Serdek smiled. Selena helped Suldek take off Eisenhardt's suit, and then put on the Shafstein cloth armor, which was a long-scale armor woven with armor pieces. It is very suitable to wear on Serdek's body. It belongs to the category of mail armor, and is only slightly lighter than heavy armor. Serdek picked up the gold-decorated shield in his right hand, and held a sword of Kerwin in his left hand. The aura exuding from his whole body suddenly became different. When Selena helped him take off his combat boots and put on the War Traveler, Serdek discovered that the power of the magic patterns on these epic-level equipment was constantly feeding back to him, increasing his strength by a large margin. They were originally very heavy weapons and equipment, but after wearing them and all the magic patterns lighting up, they didn't feel so heavy anymore.
I can write a letter to the Darkworm Valley in the Belan Plain. As long as I send the letter there, someone will naturally arrange an army of soldier ants. At that time, I will also ask the military logistics department to transport the army of soldier ants here. Come.
Suldek wore this epic set of equipment, sat on a chair in the hall, and said to Viscount Dunbar. At this time someone moved a chair for Viscount Dunbar. Serdek wrote a short handwritten letter in the hall. It was only Serdek's handwritten letter. It was estimated that the Darkworm Valley would not easily mobilize the army of soldier ants. So Serdek called out. He recruited 10 druids, and asked them to return to the Belan Plain with the letter. 30 young druids came out of the White Forest Plain with 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ants. Now there are less than 20,000 soldier ants left, and there is no need for all 30 druids to control them here. Army of soldier ants. This time, 10 druids were sent back to Belan. Serdek hoped that they could bring out another 50,000 soldier ants. Only then did Viscount Dunbar discover that Commander Serdek not only owned a powerful heavy armored infantry legion, but also secretly had such a powerful monster legion. Viscount Dunbar still knew something about these soldier ants. in the battle on the banks of the Bruin River. The powerful army of soldier ants was very dazzling in the battle. The recruits in Handanar City described the Western Root Army as a holy war army. There was a lot about those soldiers. Description of ants. After promising to bring 10 young druids back to Handanar City before leaving, Viscount Dunbar stood up and left Serdak's command post. He also wanted to go to the material warehouse to check the goods shipped this time. Various military supplies. Selena is the logistics manager of the Western Root Army, so she naturally has to follow Viscount Dunbar to deal with the military supplies. After Viscount Dunbar left, Aphrodite walked out of the void gate and smiled at Soldak and said,
I'm just telling you. As a plain lord, how can the equipment on his body be so shabby, so that he can look like a plain lord?
Soldak put the sword of Kerwin by his leg. He was a little reluctant to part with the Eisenhard, and he was still hesitant in his heart.
If you can't decide, you can compete with Andrew. It will be clear at a glance which one is better.
Aphrodite once again gave Serdak a piece of advice. Serdak then said,
Of course, I know that these epic pieces of equipment will improve my strength even more. Let's go to Helensa City to take a look. Didn't we agree on the custom-made armor for the war horse these days? If A can reach Hylan Sama, the constructed knights cannot remain without war horses.
Aphrodite asked,
Are you planning to strengthen a batch of magic-marked war horses this time? What else can be done? We can't transport the green-scaled horses from the racecourse on the Cyruman Plateau in the Ganbu Plain,
Serdak said with a sigh. Earl Bradley sent over 1,200 ancient Bolai horses, which meant that Serdak had to implant the endurance and resilience life magic pattern into these horses. Fortunately, the recent fighting at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain is not so tense. After delivering the military supplies, Viscount Dunbar did not accept Soldak's arrangement and lived in the military camp of the Western Root Army. He directly led a group of later quartermasters out of the military camp and found an open space next to the free market outside the military camp. He surrounded all the trucks to form a temporary camp and set up a temporary camp in the open space surrounded by carriages. Some tents were set up on the ground. Then the quartermaster of the logistics department of the military department began to wander around the free market here with a group of followers. Of course, he wasn't just hanging around either. For a quartermaster of the logistics department, Viscount Dunbar is also very keen on the materials on the market. The free market here is very large, and almost all the goods on the market are available. As long as they can be seen in Handanar City, almost all supplies can be bought with money here. Moreover, there are actually unidentified black magic crystals and black pattern magic skins on the free market here. Although these are not available everywhere in the market, there are still some channels for purchasing them. No wonder there are some noble lords here, but they don't seem to live in the Western Root Army camp in Soldak, which makes Viscount Dunbar a little confused. The noble lords who came here naturally wanted to join the Western Root Army and get a share of the battlefield. As the commander of the Western Root Army, Soldak certainly had no reason to reject these lords, because these noble lords joined with their troops. Even if they served as cannon fodder, it would be an enhancement to the strength of the Western Root Army. But what Viscount Dunbar sees now is a group of idle noble lords wandering in the market, purchasing unidentified black magic crystals from some adventure groups. While wandering around the market, Viscount Dunbar also got a lot of information about the war situation here. Almost all of this information came from the mouths of some members of the adventure group. Viscount Dunbar felt that the credibility of this information was quite high. The West Root Army was stationed at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. In the first few months, it fought with the Evil Ghost Legion in the valley in front almost every day. However, within a few months, the Evil Ghost Legion failed to gain any advantage, and was instead defeated by the West Root Army. The Road Army used gunpowder to kill and maim many Evil Ghost soldiers. So the Evil Ghost Army retreated to the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. Serdak's West Root Army had no intention of attacking Mayun Ridge. They just wanted to block the Evil Ghost Army inside Mayun Ridge. The Evil Ghost Army gathered tens of thousands of troops at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. But the adventure group of demon hunters here also gathered nearly 10,000 people. The current situation is that those who frequently fight against evil spirits in the dense forest are members of a group of adventure groups and mercenary groups. And there are also many second-level experts from the adventure groups gathered here. They are willing to hunt here, evil ghosts, mainly for the following reasons. There are good hunting grounds here. There is a medical team in the military camp of the West Root Army. This medical team is currently fully open to adventure groups and mercenary groups. As long as the adventure group has evil ghost heads in their hands, they can sometimes receive personal treatment from Commander Serdak. The market here has formed a healthy material trading chain. And these adventure groups can complete all transactions without leaving this camp. That's why this place has become more prosperous than the forest farm and camp in just half a year. Now, evil spirits are being killed every day. But the garrison of the West Route Army is no longer the main force in hunting evil ghost warriors. As the secret of the adventure group entering Moyonling Mountain for hunting was revealed, more and more adventure groups quietly entered Moyonling Mountain. Although a large number of evil ghost warriors were hunted and killed, many adventure groups became Moyonling Mountains. Food rations for the evil warriors in Yunling Mountain. The war is going on every day, and rare crystals such as unidentified black magic crystals are beginning to appear on the market. It also attracted a group of noble lords to come to this market to scan for goods. This Count Dunbar did not expect that the battle situation here would be so stable, without any fortresses or strongholds. The Western Route Army was stuck like a nail at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. No evil ghost could cross Gandair Mountains. It has to be said that the strategy formulated by Commander Surdak is very targeted at these evil spirits in Moyun Ridge. Before implanting the life magic patterns on these ancient Bo-Lai war horses, Soldak still met with Count Bradley. Soldak knew that Count Bradley wanted to join the Western Route Army, and he also had a powerful escort army in his hands. The so-called combat power was just compared with other local lords. These noble lords, their lord's army, had almost never been on the battlefield, and had not been tempered by war. Now let them directly face the Moyonling Evil Ghost Army, and they will die as cannon fodder. Surdak's Western Route Army currently does not need cannon fodder, because he has an army of soldier ants. Even if these soldier ants die in battle, they will not let Surdak pay the pension. They will also leave a magic crystal and a piece of hard armor for Surdak. Even if they die, they can create more value. This is much better than those lord armies without any combat power. Therefore, no matter how much these local noble lords advocated in front of Surdak, Surdak was unwilling to accept these troops. However, among these noble lords, Earl Bradley is still a little different. First of all, he has had two very pleasant transactions with the ranch and the Western Route Army. Secondly, the evil spirits wandering in the big meadow attacked Boo. The manner of Earl Bradley. Earl Bradley wants revenge. But based on these 2 points alone, it was impossible for Soldak to let him join the Western Route Army.
In this way,
Soldak sat in the reception room of the command post and said to the frustrated Count Bradley,
Count Bradley, your escort can receive a term of training at the military camp of the Western Route Army. After 1 month of training, I will ask senior instructors in the army to help you train this group of soldiers. However, I can't let your escort army join the West Route Army. I suggest that you form a defense army to look for the remaining evil spirits on the Big Meadow. They are active on the Big Meadow and not only threaten the passing merchants team, and also hunt the livestock in the pasture.
Soldak had a lot of chats with Earl Bradley, and not only agreed to help him train his army, but also suggested that he form a defense force for the Great Meadow. Earl Bradley was a little reluctant at first, but after some persuasion from Soldak, he reluctantly agreed to Soldak's suggestion. He also needs to contact other local lords to jointly form this defense force, which is mainly responsible for dealing with the evil ghost warriors scattered in the Big Meadow. The medical team on the West Route Army's side will also be open to the defense force for free. After receiving a series of support from Commander Soldak, Count Bradley happily left the Western Route Army camp. The merit exchange list of the West Route Army has spread around the Moyonling Garrison camp, and many adventure groups are also trying to redeem some rewards on the merit list. In particular, some high-quality magic weapons are highly sought after by the demon hunters of the adventure group. They almost always buy the merits of the soldiers in the military camp at a premium, or simply give the evil ghost materials they hunted directly to the heavy armored infantry soldiers. Let them redeem their achievements, and then redeem the magic weapons from the merit list. On the merit list, several sets of magic pattern structures still occupy the top 10 positions on the list. Everyone is struggling for this. Not only the soldiers in the West Route Army, but many adventure groups are also eyeing these sets of magic pattern structures. During this time, the temporary camp here almost formed a lively town. According to the news from Handanar City, the Bena army has occupied more than half of the land in Cornburg County. The Bena army has driven the evil ghost army there to the southwest corner of Cornburg County. Next, the Bena army will face the evil ghost army in the mountains over there, and capture the 3 mineral veins there. The record of the Bena Legion was very dazzling, and many people said that Duke Newman made a right bet on this bet. Next, as long as the Bena army captures Cornburg in one fell swoop, Duke Newman will make a lot of money from this battle. Not only will he gain a large amount of territory, but also several rich minerals, which will make up for the mineral deposits in the Bena province. Serious shortage of resources. Moreover, the entire territory of Cornbird County will be reshuffled, and this land will belong to Lord Bena. Chapter 1470 The Growing West Route Army. Walking on the streets of Helensa City, I saw the busy shops on both sides of the streets. Under the careful management of Lady Mariana, the city of Helensa slowly took on a new look. The main commodity here has always been gold and silver acorns. Many merchants come to Helensa City, and almost always purchase these acorns from nobles in the autumn. It is difficult to see other businesses in the city of Helensa. But now the city is very different, and the size of the workshop area has obviously increased a lot. Even at noon, Serdek could still see some citizens rushing to the workshop. Their steps were hurried, as if they were afraid of being late. On the street, you could often see a group of guard camp knights riding tall horses passing through the middle of the road. Almost all of these guard camp knights have unfamiliar faces. Nowadays, Wall Village has developed into a prosperous town, and its population has exceeded 5,000 people. The free market in front of Wall Village is the largest market at the southern foot of Paglos Mountain. The merchants here mainly deal in various supplies prepared for adventure groups entering Paglos Mountain for hunting. At present, Wall Village mainly operates a porcelain cement factory and a black powder factory. 1/3 of the sulfur from the sulfur mines in Pudu Mountain is consumed by the black powder factory in Wall Village. And almost all the saltpeter and charcoal for the black powder factory are purchased from outside. Almost all of the charcoal is purchased from the residents of Oak Ridge. Saltpeter was procured from the Owen family in Constantinople. Now almost all the explosive barrels prepared by the black powder factory are supplied to Serdek's Western Route Army. The current maximum water storage capacity of the 5th level reservoir in the village can irrigate nearly 1,000 acres of fertile farmland. The artificial canal dug by the kobolds in front of Wall Village has been developed into large tracts of fertile farmland. And even the River Bend wetland has been transformed into a wheat field. After several years of development, Wall Village has become the most affluent village in the northern suburbs of Helensa City. However, the people of Wall Village also have their pride. Because it is located in a remote outskirts of the city, it takes a whole day to get to the city of Helensa. So it is rare to see people from the Wall Village in the city of Helensa. Although there are many acquaintances of Serdek in Helensa City, the chance of meeting them on the street is very small. Not to mention that he is wearing a cloak with a hood covering his face. Serdek and Aphrodite walked into a trading house side by side. The owner of this trading company transported a large number of armor made from the hard skin of ghost-patterned red ants from Bena City, and provided it to Aphrodite. Recently, the latest batch of armors arrived in the city of Helensa. Aphrodite came to the trading house to pick up the goods, and brought Serdek over. The texture of these dark red hard armors is very hard, and the armor is completely shaped according to the body shape of the war horse. It can completely wrap the war horse from beginning to end, especially the armor on the horse's head, which is made to fit the war horse very well. The shape of the head will not affect the horse's field of vision. The armored bodies were arranged neatly like war horses. This is not the first time that Aphrodite has traded here. When the boss of the trading house saw Aphrodite walking in, he immediately invited her and Serdek into the rest area. The waiter brought in several pieces of armor and asked Aphrodite to inspect them here. A maid brought a plate of exquisite pastries, which she carefully placed on the coffee table in front of Serdek and Aphrodite. When he raised his head, he said politely to the two of them, "Yes, please use it slowly." But at the moment she raised her head, she looked at Serdek with wide eyes. She covered her mouth with her hand and suppressed the surprised sound from her mouth. Serdek also immediately noticed the strange look on the maid's face. He looked at the young maid curiously and asked with a smile, "Do you know me? Are you the knight Serdek?" The maid asked Serdek. At this time, Serdek saw the appearance of the young maid clearly, and the name never came to mind. His memory suddenly emerged of the two female neighbors at Helensa Knight Academy, Lena and Nedra. They were also female students at the Knight Academy and lived next door to Serdek. I didn't expect to see Nedra here. She was wearing a maid's costume. Her long brown hair had been tied up, and she had a wedding ring on her hand. "Are you Nedra? I didn't expect to see you here." Serdek immediately called out her name. Serdek was also very happy to see his old friend here. But as the commander of the West Route Army, he should be on the frontline battlefield of Moyinling in the Warsaw Plain at the moment, not in the city of Helensa. So seeing him, it also made him a little embarrassed when he met an acquaintance. "I heard from Lena that you have become a noble lord. It seems to be true." Nedra glanced at the noble badge on Serdek's chest and whispered. Serdek smiled and nodded to her. took out a personal seal from his pocket, and wrote a line of text with a quill on a blank scroll of parchment. This scroll is for Ms. Nedra. If Ms. Nedra needs anything, please try your best to coordinate. Then he wrote his name on the back of the parchment scroll, and then stamped it with his personal seal. Cerdak rolled up the scroll, tied it with a cloth strip, and stuffed it into Nedra. He said to her with a surprised look, "I don't live in Helensa City. I'm sending this scroll to you. If you encounter any difficulties in life in the future, you can send this scroll to the Helensa City Hall. If it's not the kind of problem that cannot be solved, someone will definitely help you." Ah! Nedra took the scroll at a loss. By this time, Cerdak had already stood up. Aphrodite took Soldak's arm, glanced at Nedra, and nodded slightly to her. Then Aphrodite said to the boss of the trading company, "This batch of goods can be sent to the warehouse, and then the commission will be settled in person." After saying that, the two people hurriedly left the trading house. It wasn't until Cerdak and Aphrodite disappeared on the busy street that the owner of the trading company standing at the door of the trading company turned his head with envy, looked at Nedra who was in a daze, and asked with a kind face, "Nedra, do you know those two guests?" "Ah, I only know Knight Cerdak. When I was studying at the Knight Academy, he happened to be studying at the academy at that time." Nedra answered truthfully. The owner of the trading company's eyes fell on the parchment scroll, and after looking at it for a long time, he did not say anything about buying the scroll for a lot of money. In the end, reason defeat agreed, and he just nodded towards Nedra. He said to Nedra very kindly, "You can learn something from me in the future. I really can't wander around the city of Helensa in the future. Maybe I will meet some acquaintances. As the commander of the West Route Army, I can't appear in the city of Helensa at this time. If the news reaches the ears of Duke Newman, will inevitably be investigated by the military." Cerdak walked on the street and said to Aphrodite with some annoyance. Aphrodite smiled and said, "It's not that you clamored to come here to see people wearing armor. And you also said you wanted to inspect the business. No more talking. I'm going back to the garrison camp." Cerdak quickly got into a magic caravan, and Aphrodite followed him into the carriage. Cerdak turned to Aphrodite and said, "You usually help me look after a little bit of Wall Village. I originally wanted to visit Wall Village, but let's forget it this time," Cerdak said, as a gate to the void opened in front of him. As he walked in, he didn't forget to wave to Aphrodite. Cerdak really has some free time during this period. The initiative in the battle situation at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain is completely in the hands of the West Route Army. Even if they don't suppress the evil ghost army in Yamaguchi, those hungry evil ghost warriors will not dare to run out easily. The dense forest here is full of demon hunters from some adventure groups. Many of the adventure groups' teams are led by some second-level experts. As long as the evil ghost warriors dare to show up in the mountains, they will almost always be targeted by some demon hunters. What Cerdak needs to do every day is almost to transform those ancient Bolai horses into magic-patterned war horses. Some rumors in the army are that the mysterious alchemist next to Cerdak has made a magical strengthening scroll that can strengthen the ancient Bolai horse into a powerful military horse. This is also true. These magic-patterned war horses have once again become the mounts of the construct knights. Their endurance during long-distance attacks is obviously stronger than that of scale horses. Cerdak also discovered one thing recently. That is, although frequent battles will consume the more than 20,000 remaining soldier ants of the Western Route Army, it will also cause some ghost-striped soldier ants to evolve into giant soldier ants. When the ghost-marked soldier ants evolved into giant soldier ants, the value of these giant soldier ants increased almost by leaps and bounds. The greatest value was that the limbs of the giant soldier ants could peel off some magic patterns of life. Therefore, during this period, the West Route Army and the Evil Ghost Legion were fighting on the battlefield. And there were still a large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants serving as cannon fodder at the front of the military formation. Almost all of the remaining 20,000 soldier ants died on the mountain pass battlefield of Mayun Ridge in the next 3 months. Although the loss of so many soldier ants made Cerdak a little distressed, nearly 2,000 soldier ants were born. The giant soldier ants, together with the more than 1,000 giant soldier ants left after the Battle of the Buruan River, gave Cerdak a sudden possession of nearly 3,000 giant soldier ants. And these giant soldier ants are constantly signing devil contracts with heavy armored infantry warriors, becoming new ant cavalry. As Viscount Dunbar said, it took the military nearly 4 months to transport 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants from the Belan plain of Bina province. These 50,000 ghost-striped soldier ants were driven like a herd by the druids to the garrison camp at the foot of Moyonling Mountain, almost in the same month. The tribes in the northern mountains of Moyinling also organized 30,000 Aboriginal warriors to come to the camp of the West Route Army. These 30,000 young Aboriginal warriors will learn how to fight against the evil ghost army in the garrison camp. The West Route Army currently has 50,000 ant soldiers and 30,000 Aboriginal warriors in addition to 100,000 heavy armored infantry. Adding some archer groups, construct knights, magician reconnaissance groups, ant cavalry, giant soldier ants, etc. The current total strength of the West Route Army has expanded to almost 200,000. The walled city at the foot of Moyinling Mountain is also constantly expanding. When these soldier ants are not participating in the war, they are also excellent means of transportation. They drag back a large amount of useful wood from the depths of the dense forest. Serdek used a large amount of wood to build a huge city on the hillside. The walled city has the most complete walls and arrow towers. The 57 arrow towers are equipped with crossbows. And there are also some catapults in the city. This walled city, which can accommodate nearly 200,000 troops, is undoubtedly a very huge wooden city. In order to maintain the daily expenses of the Western Route Army, Soldek had to fight a fierce battle with the evil spirits stationed at Moyinling Pass every few days. The military headquarters of Handanar City has sent nearly 300 crossbows to support the Western Route Army, and they have all arrived at the battlefield. The magic crossbows ordered by Suldacto merchant Malacom in the imperial capital have also passed through the sea. The channels on the Helensa city side were all transported to the West Route Army. These giant crossbows with sharp and penetrating magical properties can be said to be the biggest nemesis of the evil ghost warriors, as the ant cavalry dragged 200 bed crossbows to occupy the battlefield high ground. The ghost-striped soldier ants were no longer cannon fodder on the battlefield. They would guard in front of the bed crossbows. As the bed crossbows slowly advanced on the battlefield, a kind of a new way of fighting appeared on the battlefield of the West Route Army. The Moyinling Pass was originally a sparse forest, but the continuous fighting over the past few months has turned the hillside bare. The Aboriginal warriors wore heavy full-cover armor and held Paglio spears mixed with the heavy armored infantry regiment. The heavy armored infantry regiment and the soldier ant army slowly advanced to the Moyinling Pass surrounded by 200 crossbows. On the battlefield, this time Serdek mobilized nearly 70,000 troops, almost completely surrounding the Moyinling Pass. The catapult regiment began to throw a large number of flints and gunpowder barrels at the Moyinling Mountain Pass, which almost turned the Moyinling Mountain Pass into a piece of scorched earth. The evil ghost warriors were repeatedly retreated by the gunpowder barrels. After a week of fierce bombardment, nearly 2,000 of ghost-patterned soldier ants and 50,000 heavy armored infantry finally occupied the Moyinling Pass. The evil ghost army guarding the mountain pass was forced to retreat into the valley on the mountainside of Moyinling. The adventure group and mercenary group also helped a lot this time. This group of demon hunters almost completely restrained the evil ghost team scattered among the mountains. The West Route Army's active attack made the evil ghost army guarding the Moyinling Pass finally realize the crisis. The evil ghost legion then launched a fierce counterattack. However, after the Western Route Army occupied the Moyinling Mountain Pass, Soldek placed 200 bed crossbows at the mountain pass, allowing nearly 10,000 evil ghost soldiers to rush towards the mountain pass. Bo Ping shot harvested the lives of a large number of evil ghost warriors. The soldier ants and the heavy armored infantry regiment blocked the evil spirits on the battlefield like a high wall. They watched as a large number of evil ghosts rushed out of the dense forest and were shot with crossbows. The evil ghost legion finally recognized the fact, abandoned the Moyinling Pass, and retreated to the valley halfway up the mountain. Chapter 1471, Mending Naomi. Duke Newman led Bina's army to finally occupy the entire county of Kornberg in August. Several other counties in the Warsaw Plain have also been recovered bit by bit under the cavalry of the Cavalry Alliance Army. The evil ghost army in the entire Kempado River Basin has retreated to Ortons County and Mainitz County. With the help of the rolling hills of these two counties, the Legion finally blocked the heavy cavalry regiment and the constructed knights of the Green Empire Cavalry Alliance. Handanar County belongs to the base camp of the Bina Army. The commander of the Eastern Route Army, Marquis Edmund Arnold, is stationed at the Naroda Fortress, blocking the evil ghost army there in the valley. Lord Soldak's West Route Army's fighting situation was much better than that of the East Route Army. When the West Route Army first entered the Warsaw Plain, it had only 110,000 heavy armored infantry regiments and 50,000 ghost-patterned soldier ant regiments. However, after 10 months of fighting, the current strength of the West Route Army has grown to nearly 200,000 troops, even though there are 60,000 soldier ants among them. These soldier ants are precisely the main combat strength of the West Route Army. Every time he attacks the evil ghost legion's camp, Serdek will place the soldier ant army in the front row of the military formation. They belong to the West Root Army's death squad. As the first batch of soldier ants were all killed, nearly 7,000 soldier ants among this batch were promoted into giant soldier ants. These 7,000 giant soldier ants have become the strongest combat force of the Western Root Army after the constructed knights. Now the West Root Army is also joined by local Aboriginal warriors. The physical fitness of these Aboriginal warriors is extremely outstanding. At first, they only relied on the blessings of the gods after the tribal wizards started the sacrificial ceremony to resist the evil ghost warriors, loot and kill. But now they have begun to fully cooperate with Serdek's Western Root Army. This group of Aboriginal warriors put on the strongest full coverage armor and held sharp magic weapons in their hands. When fighting the evil ghost warrior, his strength suddenly improved a lot. In fact, Serdek didn't think about attacking Mayun Ridge at this time. He just wanted to try using the ant cavalry to drag the bed crossbow. After occupying a high ground, he used the bed crossbow to deter the evil spirits at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. Warrior. But unexpectedly, these ant cavalry actually dragged all these crossbows to the front position of the battlefield, and then pushed a group of catapults to the high hills of this position. The ghost-striped soldier ants and the heavy armored infantry regiment guarded this hill. The catapults brought over had a very long range. They were placed on the high hill here. The flint thrown out could just cover the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. The most indispensable thing in the West Root Army was powder barrels and flints. The soldiers of these heavy armored infantry regiments also thought that when the regiment attacked Samp Town in the middle of the Saruman Plateau, Serdek used catapults day and night, throwing flints continuously. Samp Town was finally captured by force. So this time, the soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment also threw flints and gunpowder barrels towards the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain day and night. Even under repeated bombings, these evil ghost warriors were unable to break through the military formation of the Western Root Army. They could not even withstand the fire from 200 crossbows behind the military formation. After Serdek's Western Root Army entered August, the war situation here finally made some progress. The heavy armored infantry regiment planted the flag of the Western Root Army on the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. The flag of the Western Root Army fluttered in the wind, and a tsunami-like sound erupted throughout the garrison camp. Occupying the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain is of extremely important significance to the Western Root Army. This is the gateway to the southern part of Mayun Mountains. With Serdek in control of this mountain range, he can advance to attack and retreat to defend. Now the sword of the West Root Army is pointed directly at the valley halfway up the mountainside of Moyinling. All the infantry soldiers of the 4th Battalion of the 57th Heavy Armor Infantry Regiment are buried on a cliff there. Serdek stood at the highest point of the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. There was only a cut-off tree stump left here, and the rest was covered with scorched earth. On this rugged high hill, almost all the corpses of evil ghost warriors were everywhere. A group of soldiers from the Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment were cleaning the battlefield. They cut off the heads of evil ghost warriors and hung them on their waists. The remaining corpses of the evil ghost warriors will then be processed. After being skinned, they will be sent to the habitat of the soldier ant army as the daily rations for the ghost-striped soldier ants. Serdek saw a heavy armored infantry soldier squatting in front of the corpse of a ghost warrior, using a sharp skinning knife to completely peel off the bone armor from the ghost warrior. But his skinning the technique was so unfamiliar that it took him half a day to peel off the ghost warrior's breastplate. The infantry soldier squatted there sweating profusely, his face a little ugly, and the dagger in his hand cut into the bone armor, making an ear-piercing sound. There is an unpleasant smell of blood everywhere on the battlefield. Nika was on the battlefield ahead. She was leading a group of members of the medical team to treat injured heavy armored infantry soldiers on the battlefield. Serdek then walked over, stood in front of the heavy armored infantry soldier, and explained to the infantry soldier very patiently, "Hey, your dagger is really good, but your skinning skills need to be improved. Instead of cutting inward like this, you have to look for the fascia that connects the hard armor and flesh of the evil ghost warrior. Look, that's it." Serdek reached out and took the infantry soldier's dagger in his hand. He opened a gap in the bone armor with one hand. The sharp dagger inserted into the gap and immediately cut off the connecting fascia. The bone armor, the gap between the flesh and blood, immediately became much larger, and Serdek was able to completely insert the dagger. As the dagger cut through the fascia bit by bit, the entire piece of bone armor was peeled off very smoothly, revealing a thin layer of black demon skin inside. The heavy armored infantry soldier was almost dumbfounded. He even didn't believe that it was cut with his own dagger. Then he lowered his head with a dazed expression and whispered to Serdek.
Thank you, Commander, for your teaching. Serdek stopped with a smile, handed him the dagger again, and then said to him,
Skinning requires a little patience. Once you are proficient, these things will become easier.
The heavy armored infantry continued along the gap made by Serdek. The most difficult part of peeling off the evil devil's skin is the beginning. Now the heavy armored infantry warrior can peel off the remaining black devil's skin. Serdek called Andrew and pointed to the valley halfway up the mountain in the distance, and warned Andrew,
Be sure to restrain your knights and don't let them enter casually. That valley. I know. Boss, I've told you this many times,
Andrew said impatiently. A group of Construct Knights happened to pass by. Andrew quickly called out to the captain of the Construct Knight team, then gave Soldak an apologetic look, and then ran over and gave instructions to the Construct Knight team captain. A few words. This is the mountain pass of Moyinling. It is a hill with steep rocks on both sides. A group of ghost-patterned soldier ants, under the command of the druid, pulled a batch of logs onto the battlefield. The heavily armored warriors here began to stand on the battlefield with these logs more than 10 meters high, forming a wooden wall, completely sealing the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge. There are 2 wooden fences erected inside and outside this wooden fence. The 2 wooden fences are nearly 5 meters apart. Countless ghost-striped soldier ants returned to their old business and began to dig out the soil in soft areas, and then transported the clay into 2 wooden fences. This time, Soldak wanted to go to the mountain pass of Moyun Ridge. A wall made of earth and wood was erected. In the future, all catapults would be pushed onto the wall. In this way, the throwing range of the catapult will be further increased.
Boss, I feel that this is the best time to attack the valley ahead. As long as you give me a group of ghost-striped soldier ants and a heavy armored infantry regiment, I will have the confidence to completely conquer the valley halfway up the mountain.
Capture it!
Wolf Knight Tego strode over and shouted to Serdek. Apparently, this attack on the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge made these people a little angry. They wanted to continue to capture the canyon halfway up the mountainside of Moyun Ridge. Serdek shook his head and said to Wolf Knight Tiger,
Wait a little longer this time. I want to act steadily and completely stabilize the situation on the mountain pass. After building this wall, we will discuss the attack on the front.
Valley thing. Wolf Knight Tego didn't understand why Serdek didn't pursue the victory at this time. Serdek pointed to the valley halfway up the mountain and explained to Wolf Knight Tego.
The terrain of that valley is great. If we attack there, the crossbows and catapults here will hardly pose a threat, and the magicians will bombard us.
It is also very risky for the regiment to forcefully rush into the mountain pass.
Wolf Knight Tego thought seriously about what Serdek had just said, and did not mention it again. The adventure groups following the West Route Army saw that Soldak was in control of the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountains. Immediately, a large group of adventure groups passed through the mountain pass and entered the densely forested mountains of Moyun Mountains. A large number of adventure groups rushed into the mountains and forests of Moyinling. They hunted a large number of evil ghost warriors from the mountains and forests. This time the West Route Army attacked the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge, which was a killing feast, and many adventure groups made money along the way. Samira has been stationed at the forest camp, and Naomi has also stayed here. However, almost half of the expanded garrison camp here is empty. The main force of the West Route Army is almost all at the foot of Moyinling Mountain. There are only less than 30,000 heavy armored infantry regiment soldiers here. There are also some aboriginal warriors who need special archery training from Samira. The forest farm camp that was originally very lively has now almost become a material transit point for the Western Route Army here. As for the West Route Army's recent attack on the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountains, the businessmen here felt that Commander Soldak was a little too hasty. Most of the businessmen knew about the attack on Moyun Mountains organized by the Bena Army 5 years ago. Everyone felt that Serdek might make the same mistake again, and some rumors even spread into the military camp. Samira was paying attention to the battle situation in Moyinling every day. When the news came that the West Route Army had successfully captured the Nanlu Mountain Pass, Samira stayed awake almost all night. It was precisely because she was awake that she discovered the secrets in the empty nest left behind by the ghostly patterned soldier ants behind the military camp. The necromancer Naomi has been living in the burrows left by the soldier ants during this period. Living in the burrows has almost become Naomi's living habit. After the ghost-striped soldier ants left the forest camp, it almost became a forbidden area. Not only was this forest fenced, but it was also filled with holes. It was classified as a military-controlled area by the Western Route Army, and no one dared to come here anymore. This way. Therefore, this place is usually relatively deserted. Naomi, who likes quietness, transformed this place into her own residence. Samira didn't pay much attention to it at first, but now Samira discovered that Naomi was busy every day, and very busy. Not only was she busy, but she also had a group of helpers who were also busy. However, they were almost always active during the day and at night, which was exactly the opposite of Samira's schedule. That night, Samira was disturbed by the victory news from the battlefield in front of Mayun Ridge. So she couldn't sleep. So she ran into the gloomy woods here at night. Samira walked into this ghostly forest and found a skeleton warrior running quickly through the forest holding the body of an evil ghost warrior. This skeleton warrior moves very nimbly, and the blue will-o-wisps burning in its eyes are very bright. Seeing such a skeleton passing through the woods at night really startled Samira. However, this half-elf archer almost regarded the forest as her home, and she knew that the skeleton must be the skeleton warrior beside Naomi. So Samira followed the skeleton warrior and quickly chased into the woods. The skeleton warrior runs very fast, and it can perfectly identify its route in the dark. When it got into a hole, Samira reluctantly followed it. The hole looked very deep, and there were even some low growls inside. There was a strong smell of rotting corpses in the cave. Samira covered her mouth and nose with a scarf and groped inside the cave. As a second-level powerhouse, Samira has the ability to see at night, so she can easily walk into this cave. But when they got inside, they found that there was actually a large hall in the cave, with several faint blue will-o-wisps lit around it. Naomi was in front of the stone platform in the center of the hall, and there was a huge suture monster lying on the stone platform. There are rune chains tied to the stitch monster's body, allowing it to lie firmly on it. Naomi was placing the corpse of the ghost warrior that the skeleton warrior had brought over next to the stitch monster, and used a special corpse thread to sew the corpse to the stitch monster's body. Then, Naomi began to recite a spell. Some of the magic patterns on the body of the evil ghost warrior that had been sewn together lit up one after another, and an abomination stood up staggeringly in front of Samira. Chapter 1472 The War of Hatreds. In the cave filled with faint blue flames, a fat body kept struggling on the stone slab. It doesn't seem to have a head. Its body is made up of countless corpses stitched together. Around the sutures, green juice full of stench is constantly overflowing. The abomination stood up unsteadily from the slate bed, crushing the slate with its heavy body, and a magic pattern array lit up on its chest. It roared unwillingly at Naomi. But Naomi was not afraid. She looked like a gentle mother looking at her child, staring unblinkingly at the fat-hating body. The arm of abomination was sewn together from the arms of countless evil ghost warriors. Its entire body was 4 meters tall and looked like a ball of flesh, with traces of sewing all over its body. The magic runes on his arms lit up, which were light green magic patterns. These magic symbols were woven into chains, surrounding the abominable body. The abomination's legs were covered in fat and very short, making its body look extremely clumsy. Samira didn't see its head. Maybe it didn't have a head at all. The soul fire of hatred was burning in the chest, although the suture seemed very dense. Some green rot still seeped out from the seams. Naomi was very focused, holding needle and thread in her hand, and constantly sewing up the body of the abomination, repairing the limbs of the ghost warrior to the body of the abomination. Her body is thin and a little stiff, and it seems a bit difficult to drag a ghost warrior's leg with her hands. Next to her, there are 2 skeletons with soul fires in their eye sockets helping. They are very smart, and don't even need Naomi. Give the order, and you will know how to cooperate with Naomi. At this time, one of the skeleton warriors suddenly stopped. It looked motionless at Samira's hiding place, which was the darkest place in the cave. Naomi also stopped and looked calmly in the direction where the skeleton warrior was looking. There was no fluctuation in her eyes. Like a zombie, Samira knew that she had been seen by the skeleton warrior, so she slowly walked out of the shadows. Naomi ignored Samira and didn't even ask her, "Why are you here?" Just turned around silently and sewed the last few stitches. When Samira approached Naomi, the movements of the 2 skeletons were obviously slower. The soul fire in their eyes exploded with sparks. But Naomi waved her hands casually, and the 2 skeleton warriors fell silent. "Come down." The abomination on the stone slab seemed a little anxious because of the smell of fresh meat. It kept twisting its fat body, but its skin was covered with chain magic patterns, and it couldn't get out of the stone slab no matter how hard it struggled. Then,
The runes on Abomination's body lit up one by one, and green juice continued to emerge from the sutures on his body due to excessive struggle. It was full of hostility towards Samira, and its hands kept scratching in the direction of Samira. Naomi sighed and could only stand up, picked up the magic engraving pen, and continued to apply magic runes on Abomination's body. Chain runes were drawn on Abomination's body one after another, and then it was firmly controlled on the stone slab. After doing this, Naomi stopped. She raised a hand, and a blue flame lit up in her hand. As she raised the flame above her head, the flame floated towards the ceiling of the cave. In an instant, several candles on the chandelier on the ceiling of the cave were lit by Naomi's ghost flame, and the cave suddenly became brighter. Samira stood in front of Abomination and looked at this big guy. This cave is actually not very big, but the smell inside is very unpleasant, and the rancid smell fills the cave. Samira's eyes left the Abomination, and she discovered that there were actually holes dug out on the walls around the cave, and in each hole stood a patched body of the Abomination. Naomi inserted the bone needle in her hand into a reel, then walked to Samira's side and followed her gaze to a hole in the cave wall. Inside was a bird that looked bigger than the one on the stone platform. The Abomination was slightly smaller, but its body was also filled with rune chains. In addition, there is no breath of soul fire on it, so it looks like a ball of dead flesh piled there. There is no breath either. There are at least 20 pieces of dead meat like this in this cave. When Naomi moved her eyes, she was obviously very stiff. She looked a little proud, as if someone had seen her masterpiece, and said in a dry voice, "I want them to become thoughtful, but no matter what I do, they still act instinctively, so I can only extinguish the fire of their souls and let their rotten flesh pile up here. This is just the second one I've sown. Although the 12 abominations still do not possess primary intelligence, at least they have anger and irritable emotions." Samira rolled her eyes and said to Naomi, "I can't give you any help on this subject. If you have time, you can go see the leader. His friend Count Fornac should know these things very well. I obtained the production process of Abomination from those black magicians, and these stitching techniques were actually instructed by Lord Fornac." Naomi's voice was a bit like scratching glass with a sharp instrument, making a sharp and harsh sound. Apparently her physical transformation was becoming more and more serious. Several more skeleton warriors walked out of the shadows. These skeleton warriors dragged the struggling Abomination into a hole in the wall of the cave. Naomi walked over helplessly, stretched out her hands to suck out the soul fire from Abomination. Coming over, the Abomination suddenly turned into a pile of rotten meat without any breath in the pit. "You lack some spiritual soul fire," Samira said. She could see that it was these soul fires that gave Abominations new life. But the Abominations with soul fires were actually just low-level undead creatures without any thoughts. They didn't even know to obey Naomi. Naomi also said helplessly, "Yes, I lack the spiritual soul fire. The soul of the evil ghost after death cannot be used, and I cannot use the infantry soldier. So the problem is stuck here." Samira asked, "Actually, you can try the souls of those ghostly patterned soldier ants. During their lifetime, they obeyed the Ant Queen and the Druids. After signing a magic contract, they can also obey the Ant Cavalry. Maybe their souls will still obey you after death." Naomi's eyes lit up when she heard Samira say this. There were too many people at the military camp at the foot of Moinling Mountain. Naomi didn't want to cause trouble to Soldek, so she had been hiding in the abandoned soldier ant cave at the forest camp. There are usually no ghost-patterned soldier ants here. Almost all the soldier ants are in the garrison camp on the Mayun Ridge side. But just a few days ago, the second batch of soldier ant army just arrived from Epsom City. Although a large number of ghost-striped soldier ants have gone to the military camp in Mayun Ridge, there are also some injured ghost-striped soldier ants on the way. "Stay at a tree farm campground," Samira said to Naomi. "Recently, a large number of ghost-striped soldier ants passed through the forest camp, and there happened to be some injured ghost-striped soldier ants left here. Without the druid here, will those ghost-marked soldier ants cause any trouble?" Naomi felt that she could help Samira get rid of all the injured ghost-marked soldier ants. Samira covered her mouth and nose with a scarf and said to Naomi, "There is a druid staying here to take care of these ghost-marked soldier ants. I asked him to send the most seriously injured ghost-marked soldier ants to you. You can give it a try." Naomi didn't expect that when Samira came here, she would give her a good idea. Although I feel it is a bit inappropriate to kill a ghost-marked soldier ant for no reason. However, she then thought about whether she could succeed in patching up the Abomination after being locked in the hole for so long. Using the soul of a ghostly patterned soldier ant was still worth a try. Naomi hesitated for a long time, and finally nodded. Samira, who had seen the death of large numbers of ghost-patterned soldier ants on the battlefield, did not have the same psychological burden as Naomi. Seeing Naomi nodding in agreement, Samira immediately returned to the forest camp to find the druid and asked him to send over the most seriously injured ghost-marked soldier ant. These dozens of ghost-striped soldier ants have been living in the forest camp recently, and now Samira suddenly thought that they could actually be allowed to recuperate in the hole here. Samira is currently the top military officer in the forest camp, and her orders are executed immediately. Soon, a seriously injured ghost-marked soldier ant was sent to Naomi by the druid. The druid who believed in the son of nature didn't want to smell the death aura on Naomi at all, so he just stood far away, handed the ghost-marked soldier ants to Naomi, and hurried away. The second batch of soldier ant army came all the way from the Belan Plain to the Warsaw Plain. During the long journey, some soldier ants were inevitably injured along the way. These ghost-striped soldier ants really couldn't keep up with the army of soldier ants, and the druids were reluctant to kill them directly to obtain the magic core. They finally walked to the forest farm camp, leaving only one druid to take care of these dozens of injured ants. Ghost-patterned soldier ants. An injured ghost-striped soldier ant died on Naomi's experimental table. Facts have proved that Samira's advice is very reliable. After the soul fire was injected into the abomination's body, Naomi found that the abomination became much better behaved. So next, more well-behaved abominations were created from Naomi's hands. A week later, Samira received a transfer order from someone sent by Serdek. Wolf Knight Tiger replaced Samira at the forest camp, and Samira was immediately going to the garrison camp at Moyinling to train the crossbow operators here. When Samira rushed to Moyun Ridge, there were 24-wheeled carriages accompanying her. The stench from these four-wheeled trucks made people feel dizzy, even with the antidote prepared by Naomi. It could not completely eliminate the impact of these rotting corpse poisons on the coachman, even if there are spices to cover up the smell. And these abominations are wrapped in thick tarpaulins. The smell cannot be concealed. For this reason, Samira had to pay double the freight before the carriage driver of the transportation team gritted his teeth and pulled the goods to the garrison camp on the Moyun Ridge side. These 22 abominations were transported to the military camp in Moyinling, and Soldek arranged for them to be stored in a special camp for ghost-patterned soldier ants. Serdek was speechless for a moment when he saw these expressions of hatred. Unexpectedly, Naomi, who had lived in the forest camp for nearly half a year, would actually bring out so many big guys without saying a word. One abomination is almost as big as 10 evil ghosts hugging each other tightly. Everyone has come. So Serdek decided to send them to the front line of the battlefield as soon as possible. Not only did Serdek want to test the combat power of these abominations, but another idea was to let the evil ghost warriors consume these abominations as soon as possible. How could there be undead warriors in the West Route army? A wooden wall has been erected at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain. This wall completely blocks the mountain pass. The mountain forest to the north of the pass has been cleared in large areas. The dense forest on the hillside has been cut down, and if the evil ghost warriors want to rush up again, they will be directly exposed to the range of the bed crossbow. Now 200 bed crossbows have been placed on the wooden wall. Samira returned to the military camp here this time to train these bed crossbow operators. Soldek has no plans to attack the valley halfway up the mountain for the time being, but the evil ghost army in Moyun Ridge is eager to recapture the southern pass, mainly because this is the gate to Moyinling. Recently, a large number of adventure groups have poured into Moyun Ridge, turning the evil ghost army upside down and suffering unspeakably. In the past, evil ghosts appeared as hunters, but now they have become the evil spirits in the eyes of the adventure group's demon hunters. Prey. This change in status is the most unacceptable to the evil spirits. The densely packed evil ghost warriors finally took the initiative to launch an attack at the Moyinling Pass in the early morning. Large groups of evil ghost warriors were scattered on the hillside. At the moment before dawn, they quickly rushed towards the wooden wall of the southern pass. Samira stood on the wooden wall and personally directed the crossbow operators on the wall to fire crossbows. This time she saw nearly 10,000 evil ghost warriors rushing up the hillside. Samira did not give any warning to the Serdek province. Xian's plan was to directly move out the dual attribute giant crossbow arrows. The bed crossbow fired a volley, and the evil ghost warriors on the hillside fell in pieces. The catapults behind the city wall also began to throw countless explosive barrels, and suddenly countless explosive barrels were detonated on the north slope. The gate in the center of the city wall slowly opened. In the past, the first ones to rush out must have been the ghost-patterned soldier ants. But what surprised the evil ghosts this time was that a row of rotten meat balls came out of the gate, holding in their hands 22 Hatred rushes into the camp of evil spirits. No matter how the returning warriors slashed, these abominations knew no pain at all, and a large amount of putrid juice spilled out. The haters fight back. The ghost-patterned soldier ants followed behind, spitting out acidic liquid as well. The battlefield is a sea of green, and evil spirits are melting in the rot. This is indeed what Cerdak did not expect. Their bone armor could not protect themselves from the rot, and their body tissues could not withstand the corrosion of the rot. Chapter 1473 The Eve of the Battle of the Valley. On the battlefield at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains, the Western Root Army built a 1,000-meter-long wooden wall on the mountain ridge. 200 crossbows were arranged on the wooden wall, and they fired a row of arrows at the evil ghost warriors on the north slope. Arranged giant crossbow arrows. Many evil ghost warriors were pierced by these 3-meter-long giant crossbow arrows and fell on the battlefield full of poisonous swamps. The 22 abominations that were the first to rush out of the wooden wall gate were now surrounded and killed by hundreds of evil ghost warriors, and chopped into piles of rotten flesh. Every time an abomination falls, its body as fat as a ball will spray a large amount of corpse liquid into the sky. This highly corrosive corpse liquid will contaminate the evil ghost's body, although it will not corrode the bone armor on the evil ghost's body. But if it flows into the gaps in the bone armor, it will corrupt the flesh and blood in the evil ghost's bone armor. Just like concentrated sulfuric acid, the bodies of countless evil ghost warriors were contaminated with corpse liquid, and a large amount of light green smoke evaporated. Then their bodies became weaker and weaker, wailing and rolling all over the ground, and finally died on the battlefield full of corpse liquid. Such scenes can be seen everywhere on the battlefield on the northern slope of the mountain pass. The evil ghost warriors who wanted to rush forward from behind were frightened by the abomination spraying green juice in front of them, and they were too frightened to rush forward. On the contrary, the ghost-patterned soldier ants didn't care about the corpse fluid at all. They supported their bodies with their long legs and ran around on the battlefield full of corpse fluid, strangling the evil ghost warriors, who were still struggling to death, with their fangs. 22 abominations died on the northern slope, which was not very spacious, forming a sea of green. Giant crossbow arrows shot down the few remaining ghost warriors on the battlefield, and soon the battlefield was cleared of ghost warriors. The heavy armored infantry soldiers did not rush into the corpse liquid with the soldier ants. Soldak was worried that the corpse liquid was highly corrosive, and the heavy armored infantry soldiers would be corroded like evil ghosts if they rushed in. Naomi stood on the wooden wall, and with each abomination that fell, the light in her eyes dimmed, as all 22 abominations fell on the battlefield, spraying out a large amount of corpse fluid. Naomi finally closed her eyes, turned around, and no longer looked at the battlefield. Samira stood next to Naomi, noticed something strange about Naomi, and asked with concern, "Naomi, are you okay?" Naomi waved her hand, pointed to her head, and said with a wry smile, "I have some spiritual connection with the abominations on the battlefield. Every time an abomination falls, it is like a needle being stuck here. These big guys are much more powerful than the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants." Samira sighed from the side, as the druids on the city wall blew their horns. The ghost-patterned soldier ants running around on the battlefield quickly left the battlefield and retreated under the wooden wall. Countless ghost warriors fell into the corpse liquid, and their melted flesh and blood turned into clouds of green smoke that lingered. The steaming smoke formed a cloud of plague on the battlefield. The heavy armored infantry soldiers not only did not enter the battlefield at this time, but even retreated from outside the wooden wall. Only Samira led a group of crossbowmen to control the bed crossbow, using giant crossbow arrows to kill the remaining evil ghost warriors on the battlefield one by one. The ghost warriors had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield, leaving a pile of corpses of the ghost warriors on the northern slope, waiting for a ray of southerly wind to blow away the clouds of plague that filled the battlefield. A group of ant cavalry finally walked out of the wooden wall. They rushed to the battlefield and immediately chopped off the heads of the dead evil ghost warriors. In this battle, the Western Root Army only sacrificed 22 abominations and dozens of ghost-striped soldier ants, but nearly 1,000 evil ghost warriors remained on this battlefield. Samira looked at the battlefield filled with plague clouds in front of her, and couldn't help but said to Naomi, "I heard that an army of the undead appeared on the Pipe Plateau. The leader of this army was a Lich King from the undead world. I don't know if there is such a terrifying abomination in their army." Apparently the half-elf archers had seen the power of abomination, and were a little worried that the group of tribal orcs on the plateau could not stop the undead army. As for the battle situation on the Pipe Plateau, Samira still listened to the occasional words from the wolf knight Tego. At this time, Cerdak took Andrew, Tego and Gulaitum to climb the wooden wall. The group came to Naomi. Serdek glanced at the battlefield outside, and then asked her,
"Are these made from the corpses of evil spirits?"
Naomi's face was still expressionless, so stiff that she couldn't even grin.
She agreed,
which was a sign of respect for the commander of the West Root Army. I thought that Serdek didn't like it, so he climbed up the wooden wall to question me. Unexpectedly, the next moment, I heard Serdek ask,
"Can we do more?"
Naomi's eyes brightened. She followed the Western Root Army to the Warsaw Plain and had not made any contribution for so long. For Naomi, coming to the Warsaw Plain this time was more like a casual trip. Serdek did not make any demands on her. Although such a life was relaxing and enjoyable, this was not what Naomi wanted most. She also wanted to show her value. Because of this, Naomi hid in a cave and spent nearly half a year sewing 22 abominations. Serdek was more interested in these abominations, which lifted Naomi's spirits.
"Abel,"
she replied without thinking. Serdek smiled at Naomi, then waved his hand with great force and said,
"Then organize a hate-death squad and let these evil ghosts taste the cloud of plague." "Good,"
Naomi agreed without hesitation.
"If you need anything, you can go to me directly, or you can go to Selena. If you need the body of the evil ghost, go to Samira and Andrew."
Serdek made arrangements. This time, 1,400 unidentified black magic crystals were harvested. For Serdek, the only loss was hundreds of giant magic crossbow arrows. Although these crossbow arrows are also valuable, they are not worth mentioning to these unidentified black magic crystals. The soldiers of the Western Root Army stationed on the wooden wall were ready for battle. But before they rushed into the battlefield, an offensive organized by the Evil Ghost Legion was easily defeated. As for the 24 big fleshy balls on the battlefield, no one had yet realized where they came from. They all died on the battlefield. Especially when hatred fell on the battlefield before dying. A large amount of corpse liquid came out of his body and flowed everywhere on the battlefield. However, the evil ghost warriors kept pouring into the corpse fluid, making the infantry soldiers watching the battle on the wooden wall even more afraid to step into the corpse fluid, waiting for a group of ant cavalry to drag back the corpses of these evil spirits with long iron hooks. The Western Root Army soldiers on the wooden wall cheered this time, with the official notice from Serdek. Naomi occupied a hole dug by the soldier ants in the gathering area of the ghost-patterned soldier ant army, and officially sowed abominations here. Naomi hardly slept, relying on her understanding of abomination to piece together the parts of each evil ghost warrior with sewing thread. Many soldiers of the Western Root Army knew that a very amazing undead warlock came to the military camp. He could summon a powerful undead creature and almost beat the evil ghost warriors to the point where they could not even lift their heads on the battlefield. And this time the battle on the north slope was a complete beating to the evil ghost army. The evil ghosts didn't pay much attention at first, but when a large amount of corpse liquid appeared on the battlefield, one hand of the evil ghost general, who led the team, melted into the corpse liquid. The evil ghost general decisively asked his evil ghost warriors to retreat to the halfway point, in the valley on the mountainside. After a failed raid, the evil ghost legion finally became honest. Almost all the evil ghost armies retreated to the valley, and few teams of evil ghost warriors were active on the slopes outside the valley. The demon hunters of the adventure group had no choice but to expand their hunting grounds to the vicinity of the valley. Through the latest statistics on the number of adventure group members, Serdek discovered that there are currently at least a dozen second-level experts hidden in these adventure groups. These second-level experts led adventure groups into the mountains and brought back a large amount of materials from the evil warriors. They even sold unidentified black magic crystals to local noble lords on the free market who were willing to pay high prices for them. Serdek has never interfered with the free transactions in the market here. It seems to be the most normal thing for groups of nobles to come here to buy unidentified black magic crystals. There are still many small lords who bring their own armies and try to join the Western Root Army. Serdek recommended all these noble lords to Earl Bradley. At present, Earl Bradley has successfully organized a guard army of 3,000 people. This guard army is active on the Big Meadow, chased down the evil ghost warriors wandering around in the Big Meadow. At this time, Duke Newman had led Bena's army to capture the entire Cornbird County. News of the victory of the Bena army reached the ears of the Western Root Army soldiers in Moyinling, and the Moyinling garrison camp that had been peaceful for several months became ready for action again. The battle report from the Bena Corps was sent to the command post, where Serdek was reading a letter home from Hathaway and Beatrice. Dear Serdek, seeing words is like seeing people. Every day we spend in Rit City starts with missing you. The summer here is much cooler than that in Bena City. While we are writing, We are taking Wint to ride to you under the shade of the trees in the hanging garden. The stone arch bridge here is almost as high as our castle. It surrounds the entire city of Rooter like a cradle. The Ganbu Plain has returned to its former prosperity. In addition to merchants and adventure groups, there are also a large number of travelers entering the Ganbu Plain through Ruit City. Today, Deruit City is not only the most important trading port in the Ganbu Plain, but also the most famous tourist city in the Bena province. It can be said that almost all of your original ideas have been realized. I heard that you fought a victorious battle in the Warsaw Plain. I know that this is only the first victory of the Western Route Army, and there will be many more to come. So, my dear husband, please be sure to protect me in the following battles. Own. Miss you Hathaway Luther. Beatrice Goffaro. This letter has been on the road for at least 2 months, and communication on the Warsaw Plain is still not very convenient. But Cerdak could not send the letters out of the city of Helensa. He could only see these letters full of love and happiness through this long wait. Unexpectedly, the Ganbu Plain travel agency established by Thea, Hathaway, and Beatrice achieved great success, and Ruit City has become more prosperous than Helensa City. It is no wonder that Ruit City is the only exit from the Ganbu Plain. Cerdak folded the letter again, put it into the magic pocket, and then walked from the study into the hall of the command post. The terrain of the mountainous area at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain has been completely created on the sand table in the middle of the hall of the command post. At this time, small red flags were still planted on the garrison camp at the Nanlu Mountain Pass, and in the valley halfway up the mountain. The distribution of the Evil Ghost Legion's military strength was also very clearly displayed. After several months of investigation, the Magician investigation team finally explored all the details of this mountainous area very clearly. There are also some woodcut shapes of construct knights, ant cavalry, and ghost pattern soldier ants on the sand table. They represent various armies in the Western Route Army. At this moment, these woodcut models have been placed on the hillside, and now everyone is following Andrew's idea, using the constructed knights as the main attack group to launch an attack on the Evil Ghost Army halfway up the mountainside of Mayun Ridge. The ant cavalry and ghost pattern soldier ants climb from the steep cliffs on both sides into the valley, forming a three-sided pincer attack with the construct knights rushing up from the front. The Magician reconnaissance group will conduct another bombing mission. Andrew explained this in great detail. The Evil Ghost Army, commanded by Gary Decker, was responsible for intercepting Andrew's constructed knights and resisting the ghost pattern soldier ants rushing down from the cliff. Judging from this deduction, if Andrew's constructed knights want to win a complete victory, Cerdak must sacrifice at least 20,000 ghost pattern soldier ants to capture the valley on the Mayun Ridge side.
The casualties are too great, and we can't even use giant soldier ants to cooperate with the Legion of Abomination to advance from the front.
Cerdak shook his head and said,
Otherwise, let the heavy armored infantry regiment follow the soldier ant army, and the more than 50 abominations can be used as a surprise force to block the exit of the valley, which is here.
Andrew pointed at the entrance of the valley and said, he still hopes that the constructed knights can exert strong combat power in this battle. Cerdak was worried that the construct knights would suffer too many casualties, so he firmly shook his head and said,
It's better for the construct knights to stay on the flanks. How is the training of the aboriginal warrior at the forest camp?
Then he turned to Gary Decker and asked. Gary Decker immediately stood up and said to Cerdak,
That's it. Okay. Then we will mobilize them this time. We will make a few more plans this time. God knows what the Evil Ghost Army is hiding in that valley.
Cerdak clapped his hands and ordered to Gary Decker.
Yes.
Gary Decker replied cheerfully. Chapter 1470 For the eve of the Battle of the Valley 2. Cerdak stood on a high place and looked at the valley halfway up the mountain. From the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain, he could see the evil ghost guards wandering around the edge of the valley. This time is the largest battle since the Western Route Army entered the Warsaw Plain. Cerdak will invest nearly 200,000 troops in this valley battle, and the Bena army in the hands of Duke Newman only has 400,000 troops. Currently the Bena army has captured Cornbird County. Duke Newman can say that this battle has almost recouped the 7 years of investment in one fell swoop. War is like this. The victor will not only enjoy flowers and applause, but also fine wine and delicious food. Although the cake has not yet been divided, Cerdak knows that there will definitely be a piece of this cake that belongs to him. But now, what was lingering in his mind was that every time he saw the cemetery where countless comrades were buried, it was right on the cliff of the valley in front of him. Almost all the soldiers of the 57th Heavy Armored Infantry Regiment were buried here, and Cerdak knew that he was finally qualified to go up and see them. Handanar County seems to have no worries now. So he has been quietly preparing for this battle in the past few months. Almost all the black magic crystals and black pattern magic skins seized from the battlefield in Warsaw, including the warcraft materials and magic herbs obtained from the indigenous people, were replaced by Soldak into armaments and a large number of magic weapons. The heavy armored infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army were almost armed to the teeth. Even the giant soldier ants were covered with a layer of hard armor. Malcolm purchased hundreds of boxes of magic crossbow arrows from the magic workshop in the imperial capital. This was also the last time the evil ghost army counterattacked the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. Samira actually commanded the crossbow operator to shoot from the beginning to the end. What came out were all dual attribute magic crossbows. Serdek walked back to the wall at the southern pass and climbed up to an arrow tower sitting high here. He stood next to a crossbow, looking towards the wooden wall. 200 bed crossbows that were originally installed on the base of the wooden wall are now being dismantled by a group of infantry soldiers and lifted down from the city wall using an earthen crane made of 3 masts. These bed crossbows will also be incorporated into the offensive sequence of the Western Route Army. In addition, the 47 bed crossbows on the arrow tower of the military camp will also be removed one after another. At this moment, 100 catapults are lined up on the south side of the wooden wall. A group of mechanics are conducting final inspections on these catapults. Whether it is the wheel axle or the catapult thrower, almost all the places that need to be greased have been greased. A layer of butter. Samira led a group of bed crossbow operators to communicate with the soldiers of the Ant Cavalry Regiment. When attacking the valley, these Ant Cavalry will pull the bed crossbows and quickly occupy the front entrance of the valley, while the catapult regiment will be pushed up the left side of the valley, on the ridge on the side. As long as you occupy the high ground on the left side of the valley and push the catapult up there, the flints projected by the catapult will cover the entire valley. This time, Serdek prepared 300 bed crossbows and 200 catapults in order to attack the Moyonling Valley. The catapults are currently ready, and only 300 bed crossbows need half a day to disassemble and debug. Ant Cavalry is also responsible for the transportation of these catapults and crossbow ammunition and arrows. Serdek has currently accumulated nearly 2,500 Ant Cavalry, and he has organized these Ant Cavalry into 5 Ant Cavalry regiments. In addition, Naomi also prepared a death squad consisting of 60 abominations for Serdek. This is almost Naomi's effort in the past 3 months. Of course, Naomi's ability to sew so many abominations is inseparable from Serdek's full support, at least from the materials such as corpses and sutures. Serdek did not let Naomi prepare them by herself. All you need to do is sew the corpses of the evil warriors together, and then imbue them with soul fire. There are nearly 70,000 ghost-striped soldier ants living in the dense forest next to the military camp. Recently, the food rations required by these ghost-striped soldier ants have almost overwhelmed the logistics department of the Bena military headquarters. These big guys are really good at eating. But for rations, the logistics department needs to spend a lot of money every month. That is to say, the Bena army occupied Cornbird County and quickly restored blood to the military headquarters, allowing the logistics department to continuously supply sufficient food to the various lord armies. These ghost-patterned soldier ants live in burrows dug in the dense forest. Soldak organized these soldier ants into 40 ghost-patterned soldier ant regiments based on the current number of druids in the Western Route Army. Among them are 5 are still giant soldier ants. Naomi's hateful death squad is hidden in this dense forest. This is the only restricted area of the Western Route Army, because there are a large number of ghost-patterned soldier ants. No one dares to come here at ordinary times. There are currently nearly 100,000 heavy armored infantry soldiers stationed in Machengzhai, at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. These infantrymen form 65 heavy armored infantry regiments. 31 of these 65 heavy armored infantry regiments currently belong to the Soviet Union. The rest of the direct troops of Lord Erdek's army are the miscellaneous troops joined by other lords. However, after more than half a year of adjustment and training, these miscellaneous troops have also adapted to the battlefield here. In addition, the Aboriginal tribes in the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge sent nearly 30,000 Aboriginal warriors, and these Aboriginal warriors were organized into 20 Aboriginal regiments by Serdek. In addition, Serdek also has 2 groups of constructed knights. This is almost the entire property of the West Route Army, and regiments gathered at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. On the eve of the war, these armies consumed a lot of supplies every day. All the soldiers left a letter to their families. This letter would only be sent to the logistics department of the West Route Army together with the pension after their death was confirmed. Jean and all the belongings of the soldiers were sent home. The atmosphere in the military camp has been quite heavy these days. It feels like all the soldiers are talking less. And there are even large-scale exchanges of achievements. This time, the main rewards that the soldiers exchanged were almost all gold coins and magic crystals. Fortunately, Cerdak had made preparations beforehand, so that the logistics department was not in the embarrassing situation of not being able to exchange gold coins. Probably seeing the frequent mobilization of troops by the West Route Army and feeling the tense atmosphere in the army. The surrounding adventure groups and mercenary groups also returned to the camp one after another, and no longer ran out easily. The medical team of the West Route Army also began to reduce external treatment work, and extremely rare treatment potions frequently appeared on the merit exchange list. These treatment potions can only be redeemed once by each soldier. Of course, it was impossible for Cerdak to collect 100,000 bottles of healing potions at a time. The healing potions he poured out one after another were only more than 1,000 bottles. Almost all of them appeared on the exchange merit list, and were snatched away instantly. Of course, people with such strength are almost all members of the Constructed Knights. By the time this news reached the ears of the adventure group members outside, these healing potions had long been redeemed. In the current magic market, healing potions are still an extremely scarce commodity. So after hearing the news that nearly 1,000 bottles of healing potions suddenly appeared on the West Route Army's merit exchange list, the members of this group of adventure groups still lamented that they could not have done it earlier. Sun got the news. The magic pattern constructs that have appeared one after another on the merit exchange list have all been redeemed in the past few days. Unexpectedly, in addition to second-level powerhouses like Andrew and Samira, there are actually people in the military camp who have accumulated 10 merit points. 10,000. Seeing that one set after another of magic pattern structures were being exchanged, someone actually tried to exchange for the enhanced magic pattern that was ranked behind the magic pattern constructs. Cerdak did not write that these rewards were life magic patterns, but directly explained the actual functions of these magic patterns in the remarks column of the exchange list. In the eyes of the soldiers of the West Route Army, this was also part of the magic pattern construction. Seed is just engraved on oneself. Many first-level warriors believe that before they break through to the second level, their bodies cannot condense the power of elements, so they cannot use this magic pattern construct. So no one has ever redeemed it. As the war approaches, a group of Construct Knights wonder why no one cares about the most cost-effective life-enhancing magic pattern on the merit list. Almost all of the 2 Construct Knights of Cerdak have enhanced magic patterns, so they no longer need to implant magic patterns before the second turn. However, although the Construct Knights do not need it themselves, the news was revealed to the Ant Cavalry, and it was suggested that before they obtain the magic pattern structure, if they have enough merit points, they might as well exchange it for enhanced magic patterns. So during this time, Cerdak was busy almost all day and night. I heard that the West Route Army was brewing a war, so the adventure group all withdrew from Mayun Ridge in the past few days, finally allowing Mayun Ridge to usher in the tranquility on the eve of a war. In the dense forest, on the hills, and on the cliffs, there are no longer scenes of fights between demon hunters and evil spirits. The evil spirits in the valley opposite seem to be aware of it, and they kept increasing their patrol teams. Klaus Ladner is a heavy armored infantry soldier and squad leader of the 32nd Regiment of the Western Route Army. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the tent, counting the gold coins he had just exchanged. He stacked 10 gold coins together, and there were 3 piles in front of him. He was originally a member of the rebel army in the Gambo Plain. When Cerdak entered the Gambo Plain to organize an army to resist Lord MacDonald, he joined Cerdak's Lord Army. In the past 2 years, he has been a member of the Heavy Army. The Armored Infantry Regiment has been following Cerdak in battles, and every time he gets a merit, he will exchange the merit into gold coins and mail them to his family in the Ganbu Plain. He bought a house in Makuso City and brought his mother and 3 younger brothers and sisters to settle in Makuso City. They still had little ability to make money, and almost all of their daily living expenses depended on Klaus Ladner. Klaus Ladner was sitting on a wooden pier, putting gold coins into his money bag, and said to Ebenezer, the best mate in the team,
I have almost saved up my money. When Warsaw arrives, when the above war is over, I will return to Makuso, and maybe I can use the money to start a small business and get a wife.
Ebenezer responded with a smile.
It's no problem even if you marry 3. You don't know how many women in Makuso now have lost their families because of the war. And those women are waiting for us to go back and marry them. My sister wrote me a letter saying that Makuso City is now filled with businesses almost everywhere. It is very easy to find a job in the city, as long as you are not lazy.
Klaus Ladner said with a smile.
I really wish I could go back soon. By the way, what are you going to do when you go back? Marry a wife, have a child, and then continue to return to the infantry regiment until I can't run anymore. You also know that I can do nothing except fight.
Ebenezer waved his hand casually.
I joined the rebel army just because I hoped to have a piece of land of my own so that my family could live a good life. I didn't expect that I would only achieve this by joining the Lord's army. It's really ironic.
Klaus Ladner sighed.
This time to attack the Evil Ghost Legion's base. I heard that the Bena Legion tried it once 5 years ago. That battle failed, and many people were buried on this Moyun Ridge. Hopefully this time it will be smoother. We are Lord Serdak's army. Did we drive away the H.L. demons on the Gonbu plain?
Klaus Ladner asked loudly and somewhat excitedly.
It's us.
Someone around them shouted loudly.
Did we capture the Three Rivers Plain and the Dark Worm Valley? It's us.
The answer came louder.
Did we kill the evil warriors in the Yanwam Canyon? Of course. It's us too.
Many soldiers shouted loudly. The morale of this heavy armored infantry regiment skyrocketed instantly. For a while, a song unique to the Gonbu Plain came from the military camp. Many people are looking forward to the Battle of the Valley. However, probably only a few officers such as Suldak knew how important this valley halfway up Moyun Ridge was to the Evil Ghost Legion. In recent times, after the Magician Reconnaissance Team has continuously entered the mist-shrouded Moyun Ridge for reconnaissance, the terrain of the southern foothills of Moyun Ridge has been almost completely understood. Speaking of which, although the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge is the only entrance to Moyun Ridge in the southern area, it is not the most important to the Evil Ghost Legion. The valley halfway up the mountain is a must-defend place for the Evil Ghost Army, because as long as they occupy the valley halfway up the Moyunling Mountains, they will completely open the door to the Moyunling Highlands. If the West Route Army wants to enter the Moyunling Highlands, the Evil Ghost Army will be almost unable to stop them. Therefore, the valley less than 2 kilometers long halfway up the mountainside of Moyunling is the southern gate of Moyunling. After nightfall, the Ant Cavalry Regiment would pull their crossbows and catapults into the woodland on the north slope. Therefore, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Ant Cavalrymen had their last dinner before the war and began to prepare for the war. Andrew seemed a little excited and tried to persuade the Wolf Knight Tego, the top officer of these Ant Cavalry regiments, to temporarily switch positions with him. Andrew is the grand leader of the 2 Constructed Knights. But this time, the Constructed Knights were not the first group to attack the valley, according to the order of attacking from the front. The first ones to rush up are destined to be Naomi's Hateful Death Squads, followed by the Giant Soldier Ant Group and the Heavy Armored Infantry Group. The mission of the Aboriginal Battle Group and the Construct Knights is to guard the enemy on both sides of the valley, prevent the Evil Ghost Warriors from destroying the positions of crossbows and catapults. However, Andrew's proposal was rejected by Tego as expected. Wolf Knight Tego regarded the battlefield as a place of glory. It was absolutely impossible to switch places with Andrew in this matter. Andrew had no choice but to run to the Arrow Tower to discuss with Suldak. From a distance, I saw Serdak standing alone on the Arrow Tower, with a serious expression, looking at the mountainside valley of Moyun Ridge. Samira, Selena, Nika, Gary Decker and others were all waiting under the Arrow Tower. But no one went up at this time. Andrew hesitated and stopped. Chapter 1475 Battle of the Valley 1. After the sunset and the red clouds in the sky disappeared, only a gray sky with a little color at the edge was left. Naomi stood in the forest, with magical lights shining under her feet. These lights formed a complicated hexagonal array at Naomi's feet. As Naomi sang softly, the glow of the magic circle turned into white ghosts. These ghosts carrying this magic light talisman got into the caves of the dense forest. 4-meter-high abominations woke up from the holes in the ground. They had no heads and their bodies were like huge meatballs. 2 elephant legs supported their bulky bodies. They exuded a strong stench and walked out of the dense forest with difficulty. I don't know how many small trees were knocked down on the road. Some tree vines wrapped around the abomination's body would be immediately corroded by the corpse juices on them, and they would quickly wither and rot. Under Naomi's command, 60 abominations headed towards the valley halfway up the southern foot of Moyun Ridge. Black shackles lit up on every abomination, and they were burdened with countless chains, allowing them to only move forward according to Naomi's orders. Every abomination is flashing with soul fire. If you observe carefully, you can even see their struggle from their body movements. However, the seal Naomi has placed on these abominations is too strong, and they have no chance to break free. Heavy footsteps passed through the dense forest, walked out of the wall, and headed towards the valley halfway up the mountainside of Mayun Ridge. At the same time, in this dense forest, 7,000 giant ghost-patterned soldier ants walked out of the dense forest behind the abomination and under the command of 4 druids. Several druids followed the giant soldier ants, making them line up in 4 long lines and pass through the gate of the wall. Not far away, you can still see the ant cavalry pulling crossbows and catapults, splitting into 2 directions on the northern slope of the mountain pass. Selena stood on the head of a giant soldier ant. She covered her eyes with a piece of cloth, wore a Kalinian-style magic robe, and hid in the ant colony. The western route army came out of the wall, divided into 3 routes on the north slope, and pressed towards the valley halfway up the mountain. The evil ghost army in the valley quickly responded. The mountain pass in the south of the valley was almost full of ghost warriors holding spears. 2 ghost generals kept shouting in front, seeming to encourage these ghosts. The first ones to come out of the wall were the ant cavalry. They pulled 300 crossbows and 200 catapults. They split into 2 groups after walking out of the north slope. 60 abominations and 7,000 giant soldier ants caught up from behind, and the abominations headed towards the valley along the mountain road in the middle. Wolf Knight Tego led a group of ant cavalry through the slope and then walked into a dense forest. Behind them, a group of ant cavalry pulled 200 crossbows and 200 carts of 3-meter-long giant crossbow arrows. Wolf Knight Tego. The secondary target is the cliff on the east side of the valley. Tego led 2,000 ant cavalry and was responsible for escorting 300 bed crossbows into the east side of the valley. However, the dense forest here was very difficult to walk, even if there were ghost-striped soldier ants in front of them, who used their tusks to clear away the weeds and shrubs. Behind them, the accompanying bed crossbow is still moving very slowly. Tiger was worried that he would not be able to reach the cliff of the valley within the specified time, so he kept sending more ant cavalry to clear the way ahead. As night fell, there was silence in the dark forest, not even the sound of insects. At this moment, Tego could clearly smell the smell of evil spirits. He rode Bonita at the front. His eyes above instantly turned blood red, and he raised his right hand decisively to stop the crossbow regiment following behind. Tiger raised his head and glanced at the night sky, then made a gesture behind him, and an ant cavalry passed over Tiger and headed towards the dense forest in front of him. Tego followed the team, staring ahead with a pair of sharp eyes. His glaive was tied to his hand and had no scabbard. Bonita kept whimpering, signaling to Tego the danger ahead. The ant cavalry were all on alert, and all the soldier ants spread their fangs in a fighting posture. Just as they entered the forest in front, a squadron of evil ghosts suddenly rushed down the hillside. It was a bit dark in the dense forest, and those evil ghost warriors were hiding in the darkness. They rushed out and strangled the ant cavalry. The ant riders have almost no fighting ability. However, under them were not war horses, but ghost-patterned soldier ants. These soldier ants immediately opened their fangs and bit down on the evil ghost warriors without hesitation. The ant riders all hold a spear in one hand and a knight's light shield in the other hand. Since soldier ants can run across all terrains, especially over cliffs, no steep cliff can stop them. The ant riders used leather straps to tie themselves to the soldier ants to prevent them from accidentally falling from behind the soldier ants when climbing the mountain. During the battle, the soldier ants were the first to attack, and then the ant cavalry would hold up the knight's light shield and thrust out the Paglio's spear in their hands. This group of evil ghost warriors rushing down the hillside are very brave. Each of them has the combat power of a construct knight. First they avoid the fangs of the soldier ants, and they don't even block the spears thrust by the ant cavalry. He directly swept the ant cavalry in half with a sword in his hand. As soon as the ant cavalry and this group of evil ghost warriors fought, the evil ghost warriors killed nearly 100 ant cavalry. The unconstrained ghost-patterned soldier ants and the evil spirits strangled together, forming a melee in the dense forest. The Wolf Knight Tego rushed out immediately, but was entangled by an evil general. After all, Tego's strength was slightly inferior to that of the evil general. He was forced to retreat steadily by this fierce evil general. If it weren't for he had rich combat experience before. But now, he was probably injured by the evil general's continuous heavy blows. The ant cavalry from behind rushed up continuously. They had stabilized the battle situation before, but they were unable to let the crossbow regiment move forward one step further. When the magician of the reconnaissance group, who followed the bed crossbow group in the night sky, saw the scene, they immediately sent out a magic signal in the night sky. The yellow signal bomb was particularly bright in the night sky, and Andrew, who was waiting at the rear, ready to lead the constructed knights to support various armies, immediately saw the signal flare.
It's Lord Wolf Knight Tago's Ant Cavalry group. A construct knight looking into the distance reported to Andrew. After hearing this, Andrew immediately summoned all the construct knights. And then shouted excitedly, "Knights, it's our turn. Let's move forward." A group of construct knights with night vision ability are riding horses in the mountains and forests. In fact, Andrew's constructed knights are not far from Tago's Ant Cavalry regiment. Because Andrew knows that Tago's team of Ant Cavalry is somewhat weak. If he simply sends the crossbow up the cliff, there may be no problem. But once he encounters an evil spirit corps, these Ant Cavalry fighting against the evil ghost warriors head-on are not as good as the combination of soldier ants and heavy armored infantry warriors who have not signed any contract. The main reason is that the heavy armored infantry soldiers are willing to use soldier ants as cannon fodder, but the Ant Cavalry are reluctant to do so. Within a few minutes, the constructed knights caught up with the bed crossbow group and got in from behind. A group of construct knights relied on the ability of insight to charge forward in the dark dense forest. White lights lit up. Countless magic patterns lit up on the bodies of the construct knights who rushed up. They quickly pierced through those, and the chest of the evil warrior tangled with soldier ants. Andrew also found the blood-stained Wolf Knight Tago in the chaotic military formation, and helped him block the sword from the evil general. As arcs and flames flashed and ignited on the butcher's eye, the evil general was also numbed by the arc on the axe blade. A berserker's face appeared behind Andrew, and he struck down one axe after another. The arcs of electricity made the evil general's body tingle frequently. After taking a breath, Tago jumped down from Bonita. His body mutated. His muscles swelled, and he became much taller. His face turned into a werewolf's, and his body also grew some hard hair. His hands and feet touched the ground almost at the same time, and he roared, rushed towards the evil general. An afterimage passed by, and Tago used the war blade in his hand to cut 2 deep and bone-deep wounds on the evil ghost general's thigh. The demon general's body was ignited with black flames, but Andrew ignored the black flames that could melt all metals, and continued to suppress the demon general's offensive with his butcher's eye. As soon as Wolf Knight Tago succeeds, he attacks frequently, causing wounds after wounds on the demon general's body. The other construct knights cooperated with the Ant Cavalry and frequently chopped down evil ghost warriors in the dense forest to the ground. The soldier ants under the Ant Cavalry are extremely ferocious. As long as the evil ghosts are bitten by the soldier ants, they will basically be unable to escape. The battle situation here miraculously turned around after the construct knights joined. At this time, the evil ghost corps and the Ant Cavalry were already strangled together. At this time, there was no possibility of withdrawing from this battlefield. On the other side of this dense forest, the mountain road here leads to the high hills on the opposite side of the valley. An aboriginal warrior popped his head out of the bushes and looked into the dark forest ahead. Although they could not see the evil ghost warrior hidden in the darkness, they could smell the evil ghost's scent. In the dense forest dozens of meters away from him, a team of evil spirits was patrolling around. This small team blocked the only way for the catapults to pass. The aboriginal regiment responsible for escorting these catapults into the high hill position was bound to have to fight these evil ghost warriors. In the eyes of these indigenous warriors, these evil ghost warriors are a group of man-eating invaders. When they were in the northern mountainous area of Mayun Ridge, they came into contact with those ferocious evil ghost hunting teams. This time, these aboriginal soldiers came to the West Route Army to learn the military formations and tactical command of the West Route Army. As aboriginal soldiers, their physical fitness and personal abilities far exceeded those of Serdek. Heavy infantry regiment. They are the real jungle hunters. An arrow flying from the darkness was nailed on the forehead of the evil ghost warrior walking in the front. The evil ghost warrior shook his head vigorously, reached out, and pulled out the arrow stuck in his head. And a stream of purple blood flowed out. Gurgling out, the evil ghost warrior became extremely angry, chasing in the direction of the arrow, and let out a low roar. Unexpectedly, there was a rain of arrows in front of them, and the evil ghost warriors in this evil team were hit by arrows one after another. The evil ghost warrior issued a warning signal and rushed towards him in the face of the rain of arrows. A group of aboriginal warriors jumped down from the trees and surrounded the evil ghost team. This group of aboriginal warriors rushed towards the evil ghost warriors. They were wearing fine armor and holding magic weapons in their hands. With their own strength, they were able to block the war blade in the evil ghost's hand. A wizard behind him chanted a magic spell, and the bodies of these indigenous warriors became as hard as rocks. The evil ghost warriors held off the aboriginal warriors and hacked them, and then found that the mountains and plains were full of aboriginal warriors surrounding them, and the hundreds of evil ghosts
who came for reinforcements from behind, were also heavily surrounded. 30,000 Aboriginal warriors crowded this high hill, and quickly occupied the slope on the opposite side of the valley. A hateful figure has already appeared at the entrance of the valley. So the evil ghost warriors in the valley have no time to care about the fighting situation here. Under the protection of the Aboriginal Corps, this group of ant cavalry successfully transported 200 catapults to the high hill. At the request of the catapult regiment, the Aboriginal warriors cut down a large forest on the hillside of this high hill, which was like opening a skylight on the hill. 200 catapults were neatly arranged in this window. As the catapults were fixed in place with iron drills, the nooses on the catapults were also bent a little bit under the push of the operators. The auxiliary soldiers behind them, who were responsible for carrying the flint, quickly pulled the catapults in place. The flint in the carriage was placed on the catapult. Ignite, projectile, a ray of fire cut through the night sky and landed not far from the mountain pass on the opposite side. The catapult operator here immediately adjusted the tension spring on the catapult arm and launched it again. It landed accurately on the mountain pass. The catapult operators here immediately began to adjust the tension springs on other catapults to the same number according to this data. The 200 four-wheel trucks that followed were almost filled with flints wrapped with hemp rope and soaked in kerosene. All these flints will be tilted into the opposite valley tonight. A group of abominations walked clumsily on the mountain path leading to the valley in the dark, with corpse liquid constantly leaking from their bodies. They were like poisonous balls that were about to explode at any time. The evil ghost warriors on the opposite side did not dare to step forward to fight. The abominations took a step forward, and the evil ghost warriors in the distance took a few steps back towards the entrance of the valley. Seeing that these evil ghost warriors did not dare to step forward to fight, 2 evil ghost generals rushed out from Yamaguchi. They blocked the evil ghost's retreat and asked all the evil ghost warriors to rush towards the abomination. Surdak, Gulaitam, Gary Decker and Samira followed the giant soldier ants. When they saw 2 evil ghost generals coming out and trying to stop these abominations heading towards the entrance of the valley, he immediately rode his horse and rushed to the front. At this time, wisps of black mist had spread in the camp of giant soldier ants. The fog of war emerged, shrouding 7,000 giant soldier ants. The abominations kept walking along this mountain road. 2 evil ghost generals led a group of evil ghost warriors to fight against the abominations. The evil ghost general rushed at the front, and the 2 of them had split the 2 abominations in half with their swift speed. The corpse liquid splashed out by the 2 abominations made the evil ghost warriors following them flinch. Just as the 2 evil generals were trying to kill the abominations one by one, 2 arrows filled with wind elements flew from the night sky. Chapter 1476 Battle of the Valley 2. At the same time, the rolling fog instantly involved the remaining abominations and the 2 ghost generals. The ghost generals who lost their senses suddenly lost their sense of direction in the fog. Fortunately, they knew that the way they came from was behind them. The evil general did not dare to go deep into the fog and quickly retreated. At this moment, an arrow wrapped in the wind element appeared silently behind the evil general on the left. The evil general was unable to notice it in the mist, until the moment the arrow tip penetrated the skeletal armor. The evil general jumped forward quickly, but the armor-piercing arrow had already penetrated deeply into the evil ghost general's back, breaking the armor on his back. A breath of wind element poured into the body of the evil general. The evil general did not even dare to pull out the arrow with his backhand. He once again charged up and jumped forward, barely escaping out of the turbulent fog of war. The evil general on the right was luckier. When he jumped forward, the arrow fired from behind just passed between his legs. The raging fog of war swallowed up the mountain road in front of the valley, and the abomination strode forward in the fog of war. The evil ghost warriors did not dare to stop him anymore. They just pushed them to the entrance of the valley. These evil ghost warriors pulled out bone spears one after another from their bodies, and threw them at the foggy area. Pieces of spears rained down and pierced Abomination's body, only to spurt out more corpse liquid. These abominations didn't know what pain was, and even though their bodies were covered with bone spears, they were still marching forward. On the contrary, under the orders of the druid, the giant soldier ants behind surrounded Selena and retreated. Even as Selena was covered with a round black light shield, the druids did not dare to let the giant soldier ants carry her. Selena rushed into the rain of spears. The heavy armored infantry soldiers following the giant soldier ants quickly held up their shields and climbed onto the giant soldier ant where Selena was, trying to protect Selena. It's just that Selena exudes an extremely dark divine radiance, making it impossible for all heavy armored infantry soldiers to get close to her at this moment. The giant soldier ants in the front row were pierced by the falling bone spears, and they let out an angry and anxious roar. However, the important parts of these giant soldier ants are also covered with a layer of hard armor. So even the evil bone spear cannot easily penetrate the important parts of their bodies. As the druid whistle sounded again, the giant soldier ants continued along the mountain path. Climb upward. The evil general retreated hastily to the entrance of the valley, and saw a group of abominations staggering up the mountainside in the thick rolling fog. Every time the evil ghost pulls out a bone spear from the body, it will endure a burst of pain, and they will also make a tearing sound. The sound of tearing at the entrance of the valley was almost continuous, but the bone spears that fell into the fog of war were like stones sinking into the sea, without any response. Beautiful arcs were drawn in the night sky, and fireballs lit up the night sky. 200 catapults threw flints, and the trajectory across the night sky was extremely gorgeous, with each flint carrying a long tail. The burning flames made a fierce sound. The evil ghost warriors were still throwing bone spears. The two evil ghost generals glanced at the night sky warily, and retreated to the valley without hesitation. Then he called a group of evil ghost warriors to retreat. But there were still nearly 1,000 evil ghosts crowded in the valley, which made the entrance of the valley extremely crowded. The evil ghost warriors still couldn't figure out what was going on. But they saw the flints that drew beautiful parabolas in the night sky actually fell towards their heads. The evil ghost warriors howled in fear, and wanted to run away. But thousands of evil ghosts were all crowded together at the entrance of the valley. Only by stepping on the heads of other evil ghosts could they run back to the valley. Otherwise, they would just stick and flow inside step by step. Low roars resounded among the evil ghosts, and the evil ghost camp was in chaos. The flints thrown by 200 catapults fell down, completely covering the entrance of the valley. The evil ghost warriors were knocked upside down by the flints, although the burning flints could not explode. The stone balls were wrapped with hemp rope soaked in kerosene. Once it burns, it won't go out at all. Flints fell from the night sky with long tails. It was obviously thrown from the high hill on the opposite side. But there was a fog of war blocking the mountain road. And there was even a group of abominations rushing towards the entrance of the valley. The evil spirits couldn't rush over and destroy the catapult, so they could only be hit by flint and unable to lift their heads. A large number of evil spirits retreated from the mouth of the valley into the valley. The abominations took advantage of a meteor shower formed by flint covering the mouth of the valley, and finally rushed up slowly. There was chaos at the mouth of the valley. Those flints hit the bodies of the abominations, exploding a large amount of light green corpse fluid. As long as the bodies and legs of the abominations were still there, and the fire of their souls had not been extinguished, they would rush forward without hesitation. There was no feeling of pain or any emotion. Just like self-exploding bombs, the evil ghost warriors did not dare to let the abominations rush into the valley, so they could only block the abominations at the entrance of the valley with all their lives. They vigorously waved the war blades in their hands, and chopped off the abominations filled with corpse fluid one by one. A large amount of corpse fluid was sprayed out from the bodies of the abominations, turning the mouth of the valley into a light green swamp. Countless evil ghosts melted in the corpse fluid. First, their legs were dissolved in the corpse fluid, and then only half of their bodies were left. The ghosts crawled in the corpse liquid and roared miserably. The two evil ghost generals guarding the entrance of the valley were burning with black fire, constantly turning the surrounding corpse liquid into poisonous gas. They held war blades and split a dozen abominations in half. The fallen abominations without exception sprayed green corpse liquid around, and the corpse liquid slowly flowed into the valley along the slope of the valley. One after another, the abominations fell down one after another, and the ground was filled with stinking corpse liquid. Surdak, who was following the giant soldier ants, couldn't believe it. He thought that 2,000 to 3,000 giant soldier ants would be needed to conquer the entrance of the valley. But it was just thrown out by dozens of abominations, and 200 catapults fell in the rain of fire. No evil ghost warrior dared to be in the corpse liquid at the mouth of the valley anymore, and they all retreated back to the valley. As the signal flare of the magician of the reconnaissance team lit up in the air again, the catapult on the high hill received an order to adjust the range farther and blast the flint into the valley. At this time, the giant soldier ants were still moving slowly towards the mouth of the valley. Selena stood on top of a giant soldier ant, and a thick fog of war rolled within an area of 800 meters, shrouding all the giant soldier ants. Andrew's right shoulder was left with a bone-deep wound by the evil ghost general, and the price the evil general paid for this was death. Tego used the war blade in his hand to cut off the head of the evil ghost. The two stepped on the corpse of the evil ghost at the same time and rushed into the battlefield in the dense forest. Bonita knocked down an evil ghost and bit it with a bloody mouth. The evil ghost's throat
Even if bone spurs appeared on the evil ghost warrior's body, Bonita still did not avoid it. It used its sharp teeth to tear out the evil ghost warrior's throat. Behind Bonita, a construct knight crawled out from under the fallen horse. Although the construct knight's face was covered with blood and even one of his legs was broken. At this time, he relied on his last bit of strength. With fighting intent, he used his shield to stop another evil ghost that was attacking Bonita from the side. The ant cavalry who rushed up from behind drove the Paglio's spear into the ghost warrior's chest. The battle in the dense forest intensified, and countless ant cavalry and construct knights participated in this bitter battle. Andrew just drank a bottle of healing potion and felt that the wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding. A construct knight used a hemostatic bandage to help him wrap up his shoulder. Then he jumped out with an axe and killed an evil creature. Ghost Warrior. The combat power of the Ghost Warriors in the Moenling Valley is almost the same as that of the Construct Knights. If they fight alone, the Ant Knights are no match for these Ghost Warriors. However, General Evil was killed by Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego. These two second-level warriors entered the battlefield, and both of them became violent when they saw blood, especially at night. Tego can use werewolf blood to transform into a beast. Tego killed several evil ghost warriors in succession until he penetrated the evil ghost camp, then turned back and killed them again. He and Andrew had countless wounds on their bodies, and no fewer than dozens of ghost warriors died in their hands. After the Construct Knights followed Andrew to kill the group of evil spirits, the Ant Cavalry Regiment finally occupied the top of the cliff on the east side of the Moenling Valley. There is a fierce battle at the south end of the valley. If the evil spirits want to reinforce the battlefield here, they can only climb up the cliff. The bed crossbow operators began to fix a bed crossbow on the cliff on the east side. More than 2,000 Ant Cavalry and 1,000 Construct Knights quickly rested on the cliff. The four-wheel truck loaded with crossbows was also dragged to the cliff, and the heavy armored infantry regiment followed and began to set up defenses on the hillside. Seeing a green magic flare rising into the sky on the east side of the valley, Serdak's heart suddenly dropped. At this time, the catapult group had extended the flint into the valley. However, the range of these catapults was limited. The flint could only reach the mouth of the valley and then deeper inside. Since the catapult was located on a high hill, there was a downward slope in front of it, pushing forward 180 meters. The range cannot be extended. If Flint wants to cover the valley, it can only drag the catapult to the mouth of the valley. As the giant soldier ants occupied the entrance to the valley, the catapults on the high hills behind also stopped throwing flints, and the ant cavalry following the catapults began to drag these catapults towards the entrance of the valley. The entrance to the valley was covered with rolling fog of war. Selena stood in the center of the fog, surrounded by a magical vortex formed by black clouds. Giant soldier ants were arranged neatly, and one group after another rushed into the valley. Tens of thousands of ghost warriors gathered in the valley. Seeing a large amount of black mist surging at the entrance of the valley, groups of ghost warriors subconsciously wanted to retreat. However, several ghost generals stood behind the military formation, and the ghost warriors could only bravely form a military formation. As the low horn sounded, the dense group of evil ghost warriors gritted their teeth and rushed towards the mouth of the valley again. The giant soldier ants were hiding in the fog, watching the evil ghost warriors rushing out like a wave. The druids could no longer control the emotions of these soldier ants. A group of giant soldier ants poked their heads out of the fog and quickly fought with the evil ghosts. They strangled together. Seeing that the abomination-spewing corpse liquid no longer continued to pour out of the mist on the opposite side, the evil generals, who were holding the line behind, immediately rushed into the battlefield. The fog of war moved forward little by little, and countless evil ghost warriors rushed into the fog and made no sound. Even so, large groups of evil spirits still poured into the mist one after another. After entering the fog, the various senses of the evil ghost warriors are limited to a range of 1 meter around the body. The surroundings are filled with black fog, making it difficult to see and hear. Only when a pair of fangs stretch out from the opposite side, the evil ghosts will react passively. There were so many evil ghosts pouring into the fog of war at one time. The evil ghosts were almost crowded together, so they could also see their companions around them. But being in the mist, the senses were almost completely blocked. The giant soldier ants, whose strength was not weaker than that of the evil ghost warriors, had the upper hand. Their pairs of sharp fangs cut off countless evil ghost warriors. Serdak, Gulitem, Samira, and Gary Decker were almost all mixed in the giant soldier ant colony. At this time, the half-elf archer Samira's battlefield harvesting ability was fully demonstrated. The sky strike bow in her hand burst out with bolts of lightning from time to time, and each bolt of lightning was almost freeing giant soldier ants. The evil ghosts on the opposite side are not so lucky. The lightning falling from the sky will directly electrify them to black. This time, Serdek put on a full set of epic equipment. Holding the sword of Kerwin in his hand felt like nothing. But holding the Zakar messenger in the other hand, it felt too safe. The power of the earth, it was continuously injected into the whole body from the feet, making Serdak's whole body full of strength. He protects Selena. The two-headed ogre is actually a warlike creature. At this time, he had already squeezed to the front of the battlefield. An evil general rushed into the fog and crashed everywhere. He had already chopped down 2 giant soldier ants. Gulidum rushed forward and stopped the evil general because there was with the help of the fog of war. Gulidum became elusive in the fog, and the big stick in his hand soon severely injured the evil general. Just when the evil general wanted to withdraw from the fog of war, an arrow hit him between his eyebrows, and the tip of the arrow penetrated his skull. The evil general held his head and howled in pain. He was hit on the head by the big stick swung by Gulidum from the darkness, and fell to the ground immediately. 2 giant soldier ants crawled out from behind, and their huge fangs bit the evil ghost general's waist, directly pulling the evil ghost general's body into 2 pieces. As the fog of war moved forward, giant soldier ants also rushed into the valley to start a melee. At this time, fireballs fell one after another from high altitude. But before the fireballs hit the ground, they exploded in midair, like brilliant fireworks. With the light generated by these fireballs, the crossbow operators on the cliff finally saw clearly the distribution of the situation on the battlefield. They quickly adjusted the tilting frame of the bed crossbows, and pointed the bed crossbows at the evil ghost camp in the valley. Giant crossbow arrows were shot out neatly one after another. There was even a buzzing sound coming from the cliff, and countless giant crossbow arrows fell down, immediately shooting through the body of the evil ghost warrior. These giant crossbows continued to harvest the lives of the evil ghost warriors, making the valley even more chaotic. The evil ghost warriors, who originally still had some will to fight, were finally defeated by the triple blow of meteors, fog of war, and magic crossbows. A large number of evil ghost warriors collapsed towards the Moyonling Highlands in the north of the valley. Chapter 1477 The Unbearable Past. The 300-bed crossbows on the cliff have almost become a nightmare for the evil ghost army. Serdek purchased 50,000 dual attribute magic crossbow arrows from the imperial capital this time. For this battle in the valley, he used 4-wheel trucks to transport 200 arrows. The giant crossbow arrows of the car and the bed crossbow are all giant crossbow arrows with dual magic properties of sharpness and penetration that are tilted towards the bottom of the cliff. Fireballs kept exploding into fireworks in the night sky, except for places shrouded in the fog of war. Everywhere in the valley was as bright as day. Crossbow arrows poured down from the cliff, and the evil ghost warriors in the valley were crowded together. The crossbowmen did not need to aim at all, as long as the auxiliary soldiers carrying the crossbow arrows could run faster. The operator would twist the winch with all his strength, and the crossbowman with the crossbow string of the bed crossbow was pulled out. The crossbows shimmering with magical light constantly pinned the evil spirits in the valley. The giant soldier ants moved forward. Although the fangs of the soldier ants could cut off the evil ghost warriors, they were too clumsy after all. Even in the fog of war, it acts as a human shield. The heavy armored infantry regiment behind them followed up, thrust out the spears in their hands, and the evil ghost warriors trapped in the fog fell one by one. The battle in the valley was very fierce. The evil ghost army organized an effective counterattack at the beginning. However, as the fog of war continued to erode, the last bit of fighting will of the evil ghost warriors collapsed, and the entire evil ghosts in the valley halfway up the mountain collapsed. In the great rout, countless evil ghost warriors rushed towards the north exit of the valley, causing a large number of evil ghosts to crowd the north entrance of the valley. There may even be a stampede of more than 1,000 people. As long as you fall down among the demons and are trampled by other demons, don't expect to stand up. The West Route Army's catapult arrived belatedly, and just when the evil ghost army was almost evacuating the valley, it was re-erected at the entrance to the southern end of the valley. Several evil generals wanted to organize a group of evil warriors to launch a counterattack at the entrance of the northern valley. However, as meteors and fire rained across the night sky, giant crossbow arrows continued to fall from the cliffs, and the fog of war was not there yet. Arriving at the entrance of the northern valley, nearly half of the evil ghost warriors guarding here had been killed or injured. The fog of war at night is like a huge harvester, constantly devouring those evil ghost warriors. It only took the Western Route Army one night to successfully occupy the valley halfway up the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. Soldek asked the giant soldier ants and the heavy armored infantry regiment to guard the northern exit of the valley.
And at the same time, he spent the whole night at the northern exit. Build a wooden wall and transport the bed crossbow on the cliff to the north exit. This is the gate to Moyun Ridge. Surdak plans to first build a wooden wall with giant trees, and then build a stone wall at least 40 meters high with rocks outside the wooden wall to resist Moyun Ridge. Those devils in the highlands. This time, the West Route Army was able to capture the valley halfway up the mountainside in the south of Moyun Ridge. In addition to being surprised, the West Route Army relied entirely on the fog of war from the goddess of the night. Once the top brass of the evil ghost legion on the highlands of Moyun Ridge react, they will surely retake the valley halfway up the mountain. The location here is too important. The Western Route Army's occupation here means that the army can freely enter the Moyunling Highlands. This will pose a huge threat to the evil ghost army on the highlands. Therefore, the evil ghosts will not let Sir Duck build the pass. That's why Surdak just ended the battle, and while the heavy armored infantry soldiers were still cleaning the battlefield, the infantry regiment soldiers behind came to the north exit of the valley, and began to cut down trees and build wooden walls. Finally, at dawn, a ray of clone descended by the goddess of night also floated away from Selena's body. Selena collapsed on top of the giant soldier ant in a state of exhaustion. Fortunately, Surdak had been staying by Selena's side at this time. Knowing that her mental power was greatly consumed, he poured a bottle of mental power potion into her. Then he took her down and asked Nika to carry Selena to the back with members of the medical team. What she needs most now is to get enough rest. Nika ran around in the valley for a long time, only to find that there were very few injured soldiers on the battlefield in the valley, and the corpses of evil ghost warriors were everywhere. Some giant ghost pattern soldier ants also died on the battlefield. The soldiers of the heavy armored infantry regiment were quickly cleaning the battlefield. At this time, Surdak was also busy removing the complete body from the dead giant soldier ants, the limbs of the magic pattern of life. The place where the battle was more fierce was the dense forest on the slope on the back of the cliff on the east side. There were many injured construct knights and ant cavalry over there. The battle there was fierce, and it seemed that many people in the ant cavalry group died. It was the first time for the aboriginal warriors to participate in such a large-scale battle, but they had been responsible for protecting the catapults all night. It happened that there were not many evil spirits stationed on the high hill here, and the aboriginal warriors had almost no casualties. The two tribal elders even believed that they had received extra care from Surdak. After the war, they were still complaining to Surdak that their indigenous warriors should be assigned some arduous tasks. These young indigenous warriors needed more of tempering. Surdak didn't explain anything. He just nodded with a smile and agreed. Definitely next time. This battle in the valley was a great victory. The Western Route Army's harvest almost made back all of Surdak's large-scale purchase of military supplies. However, due to the relatively large amount of supplies Surdak purchased, this victory only allowed Surdak to balance his income and expenditure. Next, Surdak also wanted to build a pass in the north of the valley to block the counterattack of the evil ghost army in the Moyunling Highlands. Building a strong pass also requires a huge investment. Now the entire Moyunling Plateau has been completely open to the Western Route Army. The defeated evil ghost army is scattered all over the mountains and plains. However, the Western Route Army did not take this opportunity to send out the constructed knights to pursue the victory. The adventure group, who had been waiting at the foot of the mountain for a whole night, learned the news of the victory. A large number of adventure groups ran over from the military camp. Dozens of adventure group leaders petitioned Surdak, hoping to enter the Moyunling Highland through the valley and continue to pursue the defeated evil ghost warriors. Of course, Surdak will not stop them from doing this. But the entire valley is currently under the control of the Western Route Army. Except for the Western Route Army soldiers, it is impossible for others to enter. It will take at least half a day to clean the battlefield here. And there are still a large number of crossbows and catapults that need to be transported to the north exit. In order to effectively manage these adventure groups from running around on the battlefield or even stealing things, Surdak specially opened a passage for these adventure groups, and asked the West Road Gene Logistics Department to set up a toll station at the entrance to the south end of the valley. Any adventure group that wants to enter Moyun Ridge must pay a construction fee here. This money is collected based on the number of people. To enter Moyunling, each person needs to pay 1 gold coin. The high fee made all the adventure groups stunned, and everyone even secretly cursed Surdak as a vampire bat in their hearts. But at this time, the evil ghost army just experienced an unprecedented rout. As long as they could run to the Moyunling Highlands, they would basically search for injured evil ghosts everywhere. This kind of opportunity may not come across a few times in a lifetime. Those capable and wealthy adventure groups heard the news and paid the fee without hesitation. After obtaining the pass, they passed through the valley halfway up the mountain as soon as possible. After chasing them out of the north exit of the valley, they saw a large number of fleeing evil ghost warriors scattered on the slopes on both sides of the mountain roads ahead. After a day of cleaning the battlefield here, the heads of all the evil ghost warriors have been put into the warehouse, and the achievements of each warrior have been recorded, as hundreds of crossbows on the cliff were dragged to the north exit. The constructed knights had a morning of rest, and all the knights became high-spirited. Andrew rode his horse to the north exit of the valley, and saw Gary Decker and Samira here. One of them was responsible for the construction of the wall, and the other was responsible for the temporary placement of the bed crossbow. The most basic needs were needed in a short time. Of fortifications. At least we can't let the evil ghost warriors destroy these precious bed crossbows as soon as they rush up. The bed crossbow is a powerful weapon to resist the evil ghost's attack. It is now placed at the north exit, and combined with the giant soldier ants and heavy armored infantry soldiers, it can resist the evil ghost's counterattack in the next period of time. Samira is surveying the terrain here. Andrew hurried over and asked Samira, "Where's the boss?" The half-elf archer's expression was a little dull, and there was no joy of victory in her eyes. She said to Andrew very calmly, "I didn't say where I went. I should be able to show up in a while." Andrew jumped off the horse, handed the reins in his hand to the soldier next to him, and then asked Samira, "Has the command post made a plan for the pursuit?" At this time, Gary Decker, who was explaining the matter to an officer, turned around and replied with a smile, "On hold for now. No more chasing?" Andrew touched his forehead with one hand and closed his eyes, as if he couldn't understand. Gary Decker nodded and said "Currently, the Magician Reconnaissance Team has begun to enter the Moyonling Highlands to explore the terrain here and the number and distribution of the evil ghost army." Andrew was a little angry, and he couldn't hide the fighting spirit in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to argue with Soldak. Gary Decker immediately came over, put one hand on Andrew's shoulder, and whispered to him, "I advise you to be honest for the time being. The boss has been in a bad mood recently. He always thinks about things alone with a straight face." "Really?" Andrew hesitated, thought for a while, and then asked with a confused face, "What does he usually look like?" Gary Decker glanced at Samira with a half-smile, and then said, "I am very busy every day. When I am done, I will stay with Selena and Aphrodite. Oh, and now I have to add Samira. Hey, I didn't say anything." Samira protested coldly to Gary Decker. Gary Decker said without hesitation, "Well, it's not a bad thing." The 3 Legion commanders gathered together and chatted in low voices. The surrounding officers did not dare to come near at all and stood around quietly watching. Serdek sat next to the cliff of a mountain ridge in the west of the valley. He could not find any traces of the past here. In his mind, he remembered the day when the kerosene was dumped and the 2-wheeled cart filled with corpses was set alight. Now he just wanted to find the remaining ashes, even a little bit of bones. But the rock walls here are already covered with knee-high fine thatch, as well as some thorn vines, wildflowers, moss, etc. He felt that the ashes had been integrated into the grass and trees. There was almost nothing special about the several hundred meters of cliff here. There was a slight deviation in the location in his memory, and he gained nothing for the whole afternoon. Selena stood quietly aside, without any questions or any relief. The golden sunset set a golden edge on her body, and she just silently followed the man walking back and forth on the grass. On the grass not far away, Signa was riding a pony and playing happily. Nika is not here. She will be very busy every time after a war, and today is no exception. Originally, Serdek should have been in the treatment tent at this time, but this time he felt a little confused, so he simply took Selena out for a walk. He found the battlefield in his memory, but he didn't expect that the fire burned it so thoroughly that not even half of the bones could be found. In the grass, he finally saw a gleam of metal. He pushed aside the grass and saw several rusty armor pieces hidden in the soil. He took out a shovel from his magic belt and dug deeper, and saw again there was a sword blade that was so rusty that it was almost invisible. The spearhead that was left after the wooden handle had rotted was covered in patina, and there were even 2-wheel frames that were almost rotten and had not been completely burned out. Several of the corpses were incomplete. Serdek felt that this was the right place. He lifted up the turf here with a shovel and began digging. Selena was also silently helping. When she saw some bones, she bent down and picked them out. She could see that Soldak was in a bad mood at the moment, and his eyes were full of nostalgia for the past, thinking that someone he cared about must be buried here. He took out a picnic cloth that he had brought but not used, and placed all the bones on it, including the scrap metal. Facing those human bones, Selena wasn't too afraid, and even used her hands to clean the soil from the bones. He didn't stop until Cerdak dug a big hole here and couldn't find anything else of value. There was no coffin prepared, and it had already rotted to such an extent that many of the bones were even taken away by small animals and became incomplete. Cerdak rewrapped everything with Selena's tablecloth, then put it into the big hole he dug, covered it with soil, and even piled up a round mound. And a rock was also pressed on top of the mound. After building such a tomb, Cerdak actually took out a tombstone that had been prepared long ago from his magic pocket, and even had many people's names engraved on it. Sidney, Bearded Kegel, Augustus, Craigie, Billy, Little Duck. After setting up the stone monument, Cerdak sat down in front of the stone monument, his eyes slightly moist. At this time, Zigna also calmed down, led the pony to Suldak's side, took the initiative to hold his big hand, and took the initiative to kneel there. Selena also sat down on her knees. Cerdak put his arms around Selena's soft shoulders and sat in front of the tombstone for a long time. Then he took the mother and daughter to the cliff not far away. Looking down from here, it was bottomless. The cliff was covered with dense trees. His voice was a little sad.
That's when I jumped from here. I grabbed some branches while falling, and finally landed on the branches below. And then I escaped from here. I first escaped to the forest farm camp and found that it was also in ruins. So I immediately got into the big meadow. There I met Hathaway, the injured Beatrice, and Darcy Christie. But when Darcy Christie and her sisters left alone, I took Hathaway and Bee with me. Triss and the John we met in Epsom City ran south together, and we ran all the way to Handanar City. I got the pass to the portal there. When my military service expired, I saved some money and left this plane.
Chapter 1478 Choice. As the news that the Western Route Army opened the gate of Mayun Ridge spread to Handanar City, the people who were still immersed in the joy of regaining Cornburg County were excited again. People here don't need to care about Cornburg. After all, it's a provincial matter. But no one cares about Mayun Ridge, which is the northern gate of Handanar County. The evil ghost on the Moyinling Highlands has always been like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Duke Newman tried many ways, but unfortunately, he couldn't pull out the fishbone. Now the West Route Army has pushed open the south gate of Moyinling. The noble lords in Handanar City began to have some new ideas at this time. They were more eager than ever to send their lord's army to the battlefield in Mayun Ridge. Of course, the commander cannot be any of them. What they most hoped for was that Cerdak could fully mobilize their lord's army. The olive branch was handed over, but there was no response from the West Route Army. The noble lords in the city are not fools. Of course they know that this is the army in their hands that the commander, Count Cerdak, looks down upon. But seeing such a big piece of cake sitting there, without running over and cutting off a piece and putting it on their own plate, the lords always felt a little empty in their hearts. The table was filled with exquisite tableware. The champagne had been opened, and the guests had all sat down. But the chef failed to bring the main dish. Not only did he not bring it, he instead gave the delicious and exquisite main dish to the restaurant. Bombs outside? Yes, the nobles in Handanar City feel this way now. It's a shame not to be able to eat it. Now seeing delicious food falling into the hands of beggars and homeless people on the roadside is simply a humiliation. The first people to make money in Moyinling are really the adventure groups who dare to break into Moyinling. After the Western Route Army invaded the valley, they stood still. In addition to setting up defenses, one of the things Cerdak invested the most in was building a city wall at the north exit of the valley. First a wooden wall, and then a stone wall built with rocks. The actual width of the northern exit of the valley is only more than 200 meters. It is a standard funnel shape, with steep cliffs on both sides. It is closely connected with the mountains at the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. These steep mountains are covered with a large amount of vegetation, and there are almost no evil ghosts. There is a way to get out of Mayun Ridge from outside the valley. This valley halfway up the mountain is more like the only gourd mouth at the southern end of Moyinling Highlands. To the evil ghost army on Moyinling, this place is 100 times more important than the mountain pass at the southern foot of Moyinling. However, such a strategically important place was easily captured by the West Route Army in one night. Cerdak knew that the next step would be a swift counterattack by the evil ghost legion. He did not even think of letting the heavy armored infantry regiment enter the Mayun Ridge Highlands, lest the evil ghosts launch a massive counterattack and the infantry regiment would not be able to retreat fast enough. Were surrounded and killed one by the evil ghost legions who counterattacked. The wooden wall took only 3 days to build. A large amount of earth and stone was filled in between the 2 rows of closely arranged log fences. The wooden wall was 10 meters high and 3 meters wide. The wall was connected to the mountains on both sides. The main reason is that the Western Root Army has enough infantry. When they pick up the sword and shield, they are heavy armored infantry. When they put down the sword and shield, they are extremely high-quality labor. As long as someone takes the lead and allocates tasks clearly, things will certainly get done very quickly. Although there were some twists and turns during the construction of the stone city wall, the main reason was the insufficient supply of volcanic ash cement in Serdek, which caused the entire project to be stalled for nearly 2 days. There is a special cement factory in Vol Village, and Serdek asked Aphrodite to go back to Vol Village specifically for this matter. With pozzolanic cement, there is no longer any difficulty in building this city wall. Even the stones on the periphery of the city wall are put into iron cages and then stacked together. Inside the iron cages are almost a layer of stones and a layer of cement. Each iron cage is 2 meters square and looks like an ordinary animal cage. The construction of the inside of the city wall was more casual, as long as the gap between the 2 rows of iron cages was filled with stones. The stones do not need to be polished and can be of any shape. They use pozzolanic cement to fill the gaps between the stones. This stone wall actually only took half a month. With the cooperation of 130,000 infantry soldiers, it was quickly built. This was the first time for everyone, including the soldiers of the West Root Army, the demon hunters from the adventure map, and the merchants from the business group, to see such an efficient project. There were more people than stones on the entire construction site, and everyone was lining up carrying stones. The team moves forward, and there are fixed routes for exiting and entering. By the time the evil ghost army on the highlands of Moyun Ridge reacted, Serdek had already set up 300 crossbows on the 40-meter-high stone wall. The wooden wall behind the stone wall was not abandoned. Almost all the catapults of the Western Root Army were pushed against the wooden wall. From here, flints were thrown out through the 40-meter-high stone wall. The flints were just enough to fly out. The latest merit list of the West Root Army is posted directly on the city wall this time. Just after a big battle, the soldiers had accumulated a lot of merits. But at this time, not many were willing to redeem their merits, because everyone once again focused their attention on the top 10 rewards on the merit list. As we all know, the biggest hidden danger in northern Handanar County is the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge. It is said that this group of evil spirits opened a gate of evil spirits in the highlands of Moyunling. In the past few years, the Bena Legion once wanted to capture Moyun Ridge and destroy the evil ghost gate. Unfortunately, the expeditionary legions were defeated one after another, and Duke Newman has never been able to do so. This time the Bena army regained Kornberg. Duke Newman originally only hoped that the West Root Army could defend the Gandal Mountains and prevent the evil ghost army on the Moyun Ridge in the north from taking advantage of the situation. But he did not think about the West Root Army. Not only did he successfully complete the garrison mission, he also helped the East Root Army intercept an advancing evil ghost army. Not only that, the Western Root Army actually took advantage of the situation and opened the gate to the south of Moyun Ridge after the Bena army captured Kornberg County. Looking at the map of Handanar County, Duke Newman couldn't get out of his thoughts for a long time. During the 8 years he spent in the Warsaw Plain, he was familiar with every battlefield here. Thinking of the letters Luther wrote to himself before, I originally thought that the words of praise for Soldak above were just a kind of boast. Who would have thought that he was telling the truth? Behind Duke Newman stood several staff officers from the war room. At this time, they had woken up from the shock, and someone immediately said, "It seems that the epic equipment given to Count Serdek last time was really not in vain. This Count Soldak really brought us unexpected surprises." Someone else simply came forward and pointed at the map on the wall and suggested, "Your Majesty, since we have captured the entire territory of Kornberg, I think it would be better to return to the northern part of Handanar County and capture the entire territory of Kornberg. Fight down Yunling." The several staff officers behind also nodded and echoed, "At that time, we will open the passage to the north of the Warsaw Plain. Currently, only 2 of the 7 counties in the Warsaw Plain are still under the control of the evil spirits. However, our Bena Legion is basically a swordsman group. In any case, we are not as fast as the Knights of the Cavalry Alliance. Let's hurry up now. In the past, we wouldn't have taken advantage of the best resources, so we might as well go back and conquer Moyun Ridge." Some staff members also held negative opinions, and everyone argued endlessly in the room. It is impossible for the Bena Legion to return to Handanar County immediately. Kornberg County still needs our legion to garrison.
Only when those Lord armies arrive can we move to the next place.
Duke Newman was upset by the noise from this group of people. They had no ability in strategic deployment. But when preparing for a war, they were able to fill in the gaps and come up with some good ideas. At least when they captured Cornbird County, they performed somewhat brilliantly. So Duke Newman just listened quietly and did not speak. At this time, the guard outside the door came in and reported to Duke Newman.
Your Excellency, the envoy from the Knights Alliance is here.
The hall suddenly became quiet. Duke Newman came out in front of everyone and ordered the guards.
Invite them in.
Then he said to the surrounding staff officers.
Next step. We need to clean up all the evil ghost legions in the Camperdo River Basin. This strategy was discussed by me and several other dukes before. So there will be no change in the plan.
He turned to the herald beside him and said,
Let the logistics department prepare military supplies. And I'll go see the people from the Knights Alliance. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke.
Now that Cornbird County is in his hands, Duke Newman knows that he made the right bet this time. And the wasted years in the Warsaw Plain were finally not in vain. There are no more than 10 such rich plains in the entire Green Empire. The Busman family once relied on the rich products of the Warsaw Plain to become the top 3 lords in the Green Empire. But Ryan Boothman made enemies all over the empire. In just a few decades, the Boothman family's ranking among the nobles dropped from the top 3 to outside the 10th place. Now that Ryan is dead, the Busman family has almost given up on the Warsaw Plain. And the road left for the Busman family is getting narrower and narrower. I really don't know how the young Duke Quentin Bousman will reverse this predicament. But these are not what Duke Newman needs to consider. What he needs to focus on now is how to divide the big pie of the Warsaw Plain. The counties of Handenar and Cornbird alone cover an area as large as 2 Bena provinces. The mineral resources of Cornbird County, it is extremely rich in resources. Handenar County has large areas of pasture and woodland, and is surrounded by large mountains. According to the suggestions of his staff, as long as the Bena army can hold these 2 counties, it can now send its troops northward, take advantage of the Western Route Army to open the gate of Limoyan Ridge, advance into Mayun Ridge, and add that land to Bena, the territory of the province of Nanchang. However, this will greatly reduce the interests that the Western Route Army and Count Soldak will gain. Even to put it in a bad way, the West Route Army opened the gate of Limo Yangling, and the Bena army went to pick fruits. This was the biggest reason why Duke Newman rejected the proposal of his staff. Of course, this does not rule out the factor of Marquis Luther. After all, the Luther army has been stationed in the Bena province. The rebellion within the province has always been led by Marquis Luther. Count Soldak, that stage is all for you. You can't let me down. Duke Newman thought in his heart. The Western Route Army has moved its garrison camp to the valley halfway up the mountainside of Mayun Ridge. Soldak waited here for nearly half a month, and did not see any letter from Duke Newman. The evil ghost army that was driven out of the valley by Cerdak has reunited in the past half-month. Now they are hiding in a mountain call outside the north exit of the valley. The magician investigation team has clearly detected their location. There are almost 30,000 evil ghost warriors gathered together. Of course, so far, the ration problem has been severely restricting the size of the evil ghost army. The Moiling Highlands were originally relatively barren, and now the evil spirits are eager to dig out the grass roots here and stuff them into their stomachs. The evil ghost hunting group has not been able to obtain food supplies from the Gander Mountains in the past few months. And the mountains in the northern part of Mayun Ridge are dotted with indigenous tribes. In the past, the evil spirits could drive the group of aboriginal warriors back to their stronghold, and then hunt wantonly in the mountains. But now there is almost no prey in the northern mountains, unless the indigenous people are caught and eaten. But this is not realistic at the moment. It is not that easy for the evil ghost hunting group to cross the northern mountains and hunt in the wild mountains further north. Therefore, the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge has been starving recently. Soldak estimated that not many evil ghost warriors have entered Mayun Ridge through the evil ghost gate in recent months. The reason is that the logistic supply of the evil ghost army is insufficient. In fact, what Soldak is most concerned about is Duke Newman's attitude. After all, so many noble lords are eyeing the big cake in Soldak's hand.
The Bena Legion has not responded at all, and the noble lords in Handenar City have been unable to intervene.
Andrew explained to Wolf Knight Tego in a low voice, and then added,
It seems that Duke Newman is not bad.
Gary Decker sat opposite Andrew, holding a quill pen and writing and drawing on a piece of parchment. She stopped the pen in her hand and blurted out,
Maybe Duke Newman has taken into account the thoughts of Marquis Luther. No matter what, it seems that Duke Newman is planning to hand over the Moiling Highlands to us.
Andrew said with high spirits.
Boss, as long as you let me.
Serdek quickly waved his hand to signal Andrew not to continue drawing his pie. He hoped that more adventure groups would gather here and chip away at the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge. It is better to use the strength of those adventure groups to weaken the evil ghost army on the opposite side little by little than the useless Lord army in this city. Not only are there no disputes over territorial ownership, but the demon hunters in the adventure group will not go around filling the bellies of those evil spirits.
Continue to increase the benefits for adventure groups and attract more adventure groups to come and help us.
Soldak pinched the corners of his sore eyes and said a little tiredly. Chapter 1479 The Secret on the Merit List. According to incomplete statistics, in the summer of 2592 in the Green Empire, at least 2,000 adventure groups gathered in Moyun Ridge in the northern part of Handanar County in the White Forest Plain. Almost all of the demon hunters in these adventure groups passed through the mountainside valley, enter the Moyunling Highlands to hunt evil spirits. The Moyunling Highlands are 600 kilometers long from south to north, and only 400 kilometers wide from east to west. The total area is nearly a quarter of the size of Handanar County. The Evil Ghost Legion is stationed on a high platform on the west side of the highland. The Magician Reconnaissance Team discovered the largest gathering of evil ghost warriors here, and it is backed by the mountains to the west of Moyun Ridge. Serdek used more than 2 months to build a 60-meter-high wall at the north exit of the named Dak Valley, completely blocking the evil spirits on the high ground of Moyunling. There are 300 bed crossbows densely packed on this city wall, and the distance between each bed crossbow is even less than 1 meter. During this period, the Evil Ghost Legion only tried to attack the city wall once, but before they could get within the range of the bed crossbow, they were knocked back by the flint thrown by the catapult. Samira even complained about this, believing that the catapult group should not throw flints too early. It was they who threw a large number of flints that scared away the evil ghosts. The reason why adventure groups gather in large numbers in Moyun Ridge is mainly related to Duke Newman's restriction on adventure groups entering Cornbird County. In addition, the Naroda Fortress, where the Eastern Route Army is located, is currently closed. The adventure group that originally often went to the Samasto River Basin to hunt evil spirits has now found no trace of evil spirits there. Some time ago, many evil ghost warriors appeared on the Great Meadow. These evil spirits soon became the hunting targets of the adventure group. However, the Great Meadow was too large. If they wanted to track down the ghosts, at least every hunting team would need 2 horses with good endurance. The escort formed by Earl Bradley appeared on the Great Meadow, and the residents of the small town living on the Great Meadow were more willing to believe in this lord's army. The sporadic adventure group demon hunters could not find any clues about the evil ghost warriors. They heard that many adventure groups were hunting evil spirits in Moyun Ridge, so a large number of adventure groups gathered in the camp at the foot of Moyun Ridge Mountain. Almost all adventure groups who came from behind started to try after seeing other adventure groups making huge gains. It's just that the adventure group has mixed opinions on Serdak's charging of construction fees on a per-person basis. Some adventure groups are supportive, and some simply knocked down the report letter directly to the Handanar City Military Headquarters. The military has remained silent on this matter, and has not given any feedback. In fact, there is no possibility of any feedback, because the valley at the southern entrance of Moyun Ridge has been changed to Dark Valley. It is obvious that this place has officially become the territory of Earl Serdek. It is the right enjoyed by every lord of the Green Empire to set up checkpoints in their own territory to collect tolls. There is the largest trading market at the foot of the southern foothills of Moyun Ridge. Many noble lords want to send people here to purchase black magic crystals. Merchants regard black devil skin, evil devil horns, and fangs as specialties here. There is an endless stream of caravans coming here every day, carrying a large amount of supplies, and then bringing the evil ghost materials that are highly sought after by the Empire back to the Roland continent. Serdek even regrets that he should have collected an additional income tax. However, considering that this might make more adventure groups dissatisfied, I gave up the idea after thinking about it for a few days. Now in the Moyunling Highlands, the most harmful thing to the evil ghost army is the demon hunters and the adventure group. They are composed of small groups. These adventure groups are very flexible. They will run away immediately when they see a large group of evil ghosts. Only when they see some small groups of evil ghosts will they set traps. Some on their retreat routes, some are on the path in front of the evil spirits, and some are placed at specific locations. And then members of the adventure group run out to act as bait to lure the evil ghost warriors over. After Serdek occupied this valley, these adventure groups probably hunted nearly 10,000 evil ghost warriors in just 2 months. Although there are still a large number of evil ghost warriors everywhere in the Moyun Ridge Highlands, These evil ghost warriors have become a lot smarter. And they are also learning the skills to fight against the demon hunters of the adventure group. Countless ghost warriors and adventure group demon hunters are fighting each other on this 240,000 square kilometers of land. As for the merit list posted continuously on the city wall by the West Root Army, 30 sets of magic pattern structures were redeemed in just 2 months. Almost all of the 30 sets of magic pattern structures were redeemed in the past 2 weeks. And the frequency of exchanges has been increasing recently. It's just that these adventure groups don't know yet that these elementary magic pattern structures are almost all standard magic pattern structures purchased by Suldacto merchant Malcolm in the imperial capital. And Malcolm is the boss of this workshop. Customer. The purchase price of each set of magic pattern structure is only 80 magic crystals, compared with the magic pattern construction in the auction house, which often costs 150 magic crystals for a set. Although the effect of this standard magic pattern construction is a little worse. In fact, the magic effect is not much different. And the price-performance ratio is extremely good. Hi! This kind of primary power-type magic pattern structure is very common in the magic market. And no one has any special pursuit of it. If you want something better, then buy common ones like Demonic Serpent's Fang, Earth Shield, and Dire Bear's Power. Of course, these basic and top-level magic pattern structures are priceless in the magic market. And you can't even buy them. Although I know that privately some adventure groups are piecing together those black magic crystals in order to exchange for a set of magic pattern structures on the merit list of the West Root Army. In this regard, Serdek can only appeal to everyone to redeem their rewards rationally. Of course, if the magic pattern structure on the merit list is the source of motivation that attracts countless adventure groups to actively hunt evil spirits, then the other reward on the merit list is the reward deliberately placed by Serdek. The value of the enhanced magic pattern is only slightly lower than that of the magic pattern structure. Many people don't know what this thing is. Of course, in the face of such a reward that often requires tens of thousands of merit points to redeem one piece, naturally no one would redeem one just to satisfy curiosity. Therefore, 3 batches of the magic pattern structures worth 100,000 merit points on the merit list were exchanged. But no one cared about the enhanced magic patterns that could be exchanged for 50,000 merit points. Many people are still privately asking what this thing is. And some well-informed people are talking about these strengthening magic patterns. It is said that the horses of the Western Root Army's constructed knights have been strengthened with these magic patterns. Now many people understand. Which means that this kind of enhanced magic pattern is only worth the price of a green scale horse at most. But it is difficult to buy all kinds of scale horses in the ordinary market. Such scale horses are in the Green Empire. Basically, they are monopolized by the Knight Alliance. If you want to buy them, you have to use the resources in your hands to exchange them. The price of a green-scaled horse on the black market is almost 15 magic crystals. If it is a better quality black-scaled horse, the price will be doubled. So the real price of such an enhanced magic pattern is at most 30 magic crystals. So almost no one is willing to exchange it with merit. Captain Hayes is the first one among this group of people who is willing to take advantage of the situation. The reason is that when the Western Root Army won the Battle of Yanchong Gorge, his adventure group hunted evil spirits here and waited until the Western Root Army won. The army established a foothold at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains. And this adventure group began to sneak into Mayun Mountains to hunt evil spirits. Finally, the West Root Army captured the valley halfway up the mountain. Captain Hayes led his adventure group to the first rush into the Moyonling Highlands. At that time, the evil spirits were dispersed by the Western Root Army and fled in a route across the mountains and plains of Moyonling Highlands. When the first batch of demon hunters from the adventure group rushed in, they basically picked out the evil spirits, who were left alone and injured. After killing them, they only cut off their heads and continued to pursue them. Captain Hayes' this adventure group is composed of first-time warriors, but they have rich experience in hunting evil ghosts, and they have been able to kill them all along the way. Captain Hayes had just used the accumulated black magic crystals to exchange for a set of magic patterns on the merit list of the West Root Army. This time he rushed into the Moyonling Highlands to chase the evil spirits, and their adventure group gained the most. There is a large area next to the Dark Valley Garrison Camp, which is a place specially reserved for adventure groups to set up camp. These adventure groups all paid construction fees, so when they returned from hunting in the Moyonling Highlands, they also had certain privileges and could live in the valley.
This time, I want to exchange it for an enhanced magic pattern. I think this thing is not that simple,
Captain Hayes said to other members of the adventure group in the tent.
Captain, you have the final say. We have gained so much this time because of your accurate judgments.
The members of the adventure group below responded immediately. Many people think this way. And of course, there are some different voices.
I think we can wait a little longer. In another month, we can redeem the second set of magic patterns. If the West Root Army stays here long enough.
I think when we return to the Imperial capital, we can, even if everyone has a set of magic patterns.
A senior member said steadily. Coffee immediately echoed.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to come out once and then go home to retire?
Someone laughed and said,
Kofi, you are only 20 years old. How can you have such thoughts as an elderly person?
There was laughter all around.
Ha ha.
Captain Hayes also laughed for a moment before continuing.
I want to know what the use of those strengthening magic patterns is. My intuition tells me that Commander Soldak put it on the merit exchange list. So it must belong to the soldiers' welfare.
Since the group leader said so, no one was questioning anything. Captain Hayes' prestige in the adventure group was high enough. So he easily defeated those doubting voices.
Then let's change it. We killed the evil spirits so smoothly this time. We won't feel too distressed if we take out this black magic crystal flower.
Captain Hayes found the businessman Pied. The first few exchanges were through the hands of Pied. Although the agency fee of this businessman Pied was not cheap. His ability was still good. Deeply trusted by many adventure groups. Captain Hayes is one of them. He came to the stall of Merchant Pied and said Lo.
Petey. Long time no see.
Businessman Pied stopped and looked to see that it was Captain Hayes. Then handed the guest in front of him to an assistant on the side. He pulled Captain Hayes behind the stall and asked strangely.
You just asked me to redeem you for a set of magic patterns 2 weeks ago. What do you want to exchange for this time?
Captain Hayes came prepared this time. So he said directly,
a strengthening magic pattern.
Merchant Pied naturally knew the merit points of the rewards on the merit list very well. Hearing that Captain Hayes was going to give out 50,000 merit points in one go this time, he also took a breath of air and said,
Hey, your adventure group's recent gains are simply more than other adventure groups' gains in a year. Are you blessed by the goddess of luck?
Captain Hayes knew that Merchant Petter did not believe in the goddess of luck. He heard from people around him that he had been in contact with a new god recently, which was said to be the goddess of the night.
Maybe it's the goddess of luck. Maybe it's the goddess of the night. Who knows? But it's definitely not the goddess of liberty.
Hayes laughed at himself. As we all know, the Grim Empire was abandoned by Lady Liberty. Merchant Pied obviously didn't want to talk more about this matter. Since the business came to his door, Merchant Pied happily walked out with Captain Hayes and said as he walked,
Okay, come with me.
While walking, he suddenly stopped and added,
Are you sure you want to redeem that thing? I can tell you, no one has ever redeemed it before you.
He turned around and stared at Captain Hayes and said seriously,
It's still too late to regret now. Once the deal is reached later, there will be no regrets.
Hearing what Merchant Pied said, Captain Hayes showed a trace of hesitation on his face. Captain Hayes followed Merchant Petter to the logistics warehouse of the West Root Army. The warehouse in the Duck Valley is now very crudely repaired, but there are many guards around it. Merchant Petter took Captain Hayes to find a familiar soldier in the military camp. Kofi and another member of the adventure group waited obediently outside the logistics warehouse. They didn't even dare to look around for fear of being regarded as thieves by the guards here. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind Kofi. Clear and childish.
It's you. Why are you here?
Kofi turned his head suddenly and saw Signa in a princess dress. She was sitting on the wooden fence at the entrance of the warehouse, looking at him with a smile. Kofi immediately remembered that it was the little girl he had met in the medical team and had met once at the market.
Miss Black Angel. Good afternoon. I am here with our leader to redeem the prizes on the merit list.
Kofi greeted humorously and also explained the reason why he came here. Signa's eyes lit up and she asked curiously,
Which one do you like? Although I can't help you with any deductions, I can help you with some ideas. Well, our leader wants to exchange for an enhanced magic pattern.
Kofi felt that this was not a secret, so he said honestly. Signa was a little surprised.
Born and strengthened magic patterns. Oh, these are unified power attributes. Not bad. At least better than the price-performance ratio of magic pattern construction.
Hearing Signa say this, Kofi was a little unbelievable.
Real?
Signa puffed up her chest and said confidently.
Of course. But you have to discuss who is the beneficiary. If you exchange this thing, you can't take it away. It needs to be strengthened directly at the military camp. So troublesome?
Kofi didn't expect to have so many other things to say. Signa seemed to take it for granted and said casually.
Of course. These rewards are only for soldiers in the military camp. If everyone lives in the military camp, they won't find it too troublesome. I know. Thank you. I will tell our leader.
Kofi clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude to Zigna. Then hesitated and asked hesitantly,
Is it really worth the money?
Sure. Zigna was a little impatient, turned around and jumped into the material warehouse. Chapter 1480 Strengthening the Demon Pattern. Merchant Petter and Captain Hayes followed a construct knight and returned to the door of the logistics warehouse. The construct knight walked back and said to Captain Hayes,
If you insist on redeeming an enhanced magic pattern, there are actually 2 things you need to do in advance. The first is to determine who wants this enhanced magic pattern. It can be a warrior or a war horse. Of course, if you decide which warrior it will be, you will have to sign a confidential magic contract.
As he spoke, he stopped at the door of the warehouse, turned around and solemnly reminded Captain Hayes,
This magic pattern will not be taken out of the military camp in the form of a scroll.
The construct knight did not rush to knock on the warehouse door, but waited in front of the door. He probably felt that Captain Hayes might need to think about it. To be honest, as members of the construct knights in the West Route Army, the construct knights are almost never short of money. If it weren't for the high-level notice to provide these adventure groups with as much convenience as possible, this construct knight might not even bother with the ped merchant. How much money can be made by earning the benefits of such a middleman? Some people are very troublesome and feel that they have to pay for it themselves. The magic crystal is God.
Captain Hayes, has the candidate for the enhancement been decided?
Merchant Petter saw Captain Hayes' surprised expression and knew that he might not understand the situation. He was worried that he would offend the construct knight, so he hurriedly asked in a low voice. Captain Hayes said with some embarrassment,
Well, let me think about it first. I didn't expect that the strengthening magic pattern needs to be used directly. I thought it was just a magic scroll.
Captain Hayes hesitated. After all, these black magic crystals belongs to the entire adventure group. If it were a scroll, you could buy it back and gather everyone together to vote to determine the ownership. This was actually no different from his. Now that the military camp requires someone to receive magic pattern enhancement, Captain Hayes cannot make a decision directly here, even if he just makes a show. He must let all members of the adventure group vote together.
Have you not decided yet? You can come back after you think about it.
Seeing Captain Hayes' hesitation, the construct knight knew that he might regret it. But it didn't matter. So he said casually. Coffee, who was standing aside, quietly walked up to Captain Hayes and whispered,
Captain, a friend told me that this strengthening magic pattern seems to be very useful.
Captain Hayes was actually a little hesitant. He wanted to refuse, and then return to the adventure group to vote first, and then come over to exchange. But he was worried that repeating this would offend the businessman Pied and the construct knight, making it difficult for him to redeem the rewards on the merit list in the future. After hearing Kofi say that this enhanced magic pattern must be worth the money, he made a determined decision.
Okay, I'll try this strengthening magic pattern first. If the effect is good, I will strengthen it for all members of the adventure group.
Kofi looked at Captain Hayes and asked with some confusion,
Captain, do you think we will no longer exchange magic patterns for structures in the future? I want to make a specific comparison between the magic pattern construction and the enhanced magic pattern. If the effect is not good, then I will buy this enhanced magic pattern with my own money. If the effect is not bad, then go to this aspect. Think about it. After all, the magic pattern structure can be purchased elsewhere. But the enhanced magic pattern should only be available here in the West Route Army.
Captain Hayes said in a low voice. Then he said to Merchant Ped,
We can decide now. I am the one who will receive the enhancement. Then follow me and give me the magic crystal.
The construct knight said very simply. Surdak was sitting in front of a table. On the table was a long sword with a blade that looked like transparent crystal. This is a space blade. It is said that the blade of this long sword is polished with space crystals. His light iron was damaged when fighting with this space blade. This space blade was seized from an evil general during the Battle of the Buruan River. But when it was obtained, the sword was already full of cracks. Soldak wanted to find someone to repair it. But unfortunately, the senior alchemists at the military headquarters did not have this ability. He could only wait for the opportunity to repair it in the future. At that time, I thought this sword was very good. Now that it is placed on the table, I just feel that there is some space distortion around the blade. Now that I have the sword of Kerwin in my hand, there is no need to rush to repair it. Samira lay on the camp bed nearby and took a nap covered with a blanket. Her shoulders exposed outside the blanket were fair and round. She would occasionally make out with Serdek here. This was a rare time for her to relax. She would take a nap afterwards. Meeting. Selena and Aphrodite would almost never come here. There was a series of footsteps outside the door. The crisp sound of combat boots on the stone slabs. The sergeant who came to see him at this time must have some official business. And Cerdak didn't want him to disturb Samira's nap. He put down the space blade in his hand, stood up, straightened his collar, and walked out of the study quickly. After closing the door to the study room, he saw an adjutant walking over. He saluted Soldak, and then reported in a serious manner.
Sir, there is an adventure group leader outside who wants to exchange for an enhanced magic pattern.
Hearing that an adventure group actually chose to exchange for the magic pattern of life, Soldak was still a little surprised. Except for the constructed knights, few people in the military camp knew the function of strengthening magic patterns. In fact, Cerdak also wanted to promote this kind of life magic pattern in the cavalry regiment. But unfortunately, he was busy with other things, so he delayed this matter. Now an adventure group leader actually chose this reward.
Ask him to wait in the medical tent. I'll be here right away,
Cerdak said. The adjutant saluted quickly, then turned around and walked out quickly. His steps were much lighter when he went out. Cerdak turned around and walked back to the study. He came to the half-elf beauty, held her small face like a melon seed, and kissed her fair forehead. Samira opened her light-colored eyes on the camp bed. She had just woken up and was still a little sleepy. Cerdak whispered in her ear,
"You're going to take a nap. I need to go out for a while."
Samira used her white lotus-like arms to prop up her body, jumped off the bed quickly, put the leather armor on the hanger on her body, and said,
"I also want to go on a patrol on the city wall. The evil spirits outside have been a little uneasy recently."
She stood in front of the mirror, arranging her hair, and asked Soldak casually,
"When are you going to take down this high ground?" "Wait a minute."
Cerdak tied the magic belt bag on his body and said,
"They have the evil ghost gate. Those evil ghosts can't be killed all. They can only attack them in one go and destroy the evil ghost gate."
He paused and continued,
"I need more soldiers to capture Moyun Ridge this time."
Samira was a little curious.
"Are you going to let other Lord armies join in?"
Soldak shook his head.
"Of course not. Even if they join, what's the use? Then you want to wait for the return of the Bena Legion?" "No. I'm going to let more Aboriginal soldiers join the Western Route Army. Counting the days. It's almost time for them to arrive." "Who are you waiting for?" "Elder Ambrose. Before setting off on the expedition, I am going to discuss terms with these Aborigines." After saying that, Cerdak and Samira walked out of the room in the command post side by side. The medical team still uses the usual off-white tints, which are particularly eye-catching in the camp. Nika has also been very busy recently. Some wounded people were brought in after the Battle of the Valley. After Soldak completed the initial treatment, Nika will be responsible for a series of subsequent matters. Although the wounded this time are not many, there were no minor casualties. In the fog of war, the heavy armored infantry soldiers suffered a lot from the rebellious attacks of many evil spirits before they died. Also, in the battle on the rocky slopes on the east side, many cavalrymen were seriously injured, and almost all of them were carried into the medical tent. Nika was wearing a long white dress. She couldn't understand why Cerdak asked all members of the medical team to wear white skirts and a white headscarf on their heads. This was Soldak's mandatory order. In the medical team, almost all the wounded who were carried off the battlefield were covered in blood. This kind of white dress is stained with blood, and it is very troublesome to clean it. After setting up Cerdak's special treatment room, Nika asked Captain Hayes to wait inside while he hurriedly checked on the conditions of the other wounded. Captain Hayes did not expect that the person who strengthened him with magic patterns would be Lord Soldak, the supreme commander of the Western Route Army. He even dared not sit on the chair. In addition to a bed, there is only a space covered by a curtain in this treatment room, which looks very much like an area for changing clothes. Maybe there's a rest area inside, Captain Hayes thought. Although members of the adventure group had been to the medical team of the West Route Army before, this was his first time here. At this time, a female medical officer opened the door of the treatment tent, and a man wearing this armor walked in from the outside. Captain Hayes had met Cerdak, even though he was far away. Now that he saw Cerdak himself, he immediately stood up straight and saluted Cerdak. Cerdak looked at the stubble-faced middle-aged man in front of him. He was wearing several pieces of magic pattern equipment, but they probably didn't belong to the suits. However, he was full of the aura of evil spirits. He should be a man who often interacted with evil spirits. A veteran demon hunter who deals with ghosts.
"Are you Captain Hayes?"
Soldak looked at the information in his hand and asked.
Yes, sir. I am Alan Hayes.
Cerdak nodded, walked to the medical bed, and took out a magic pattern of power from his magic belt bag. He unfolded the scroll on the bed. But what surprised Captain Hayes was that he did not see any magic patterns on this dark red scroll. Cerdak introduced him.
This is a magic pattern. I will help you implant it into your body later. It will occupy a piece of your skin and require a little weight carrying capacity. Is there any problem? No, sir.
Captain Hayes replied concisely.
Did you sign the confidentiality magic contract?
Cerdak then asked.
Yes, my lord. This is a magic pattern of strength and resilience. You can choose a place on your limbs, chest and back, and I will help you plant it.
Cerdak glanced at Captain Hayes, and then continued.
Just now after acquiring this power, it may take some time to adapt, but there is no need to worry too much.
Captain Hayes blinked, but still couldn't notice any changes in the leather. Soldak ignored his expression and said without raising his head.
In fact, its only function is to strengthen your own upper limit of power, which is of great benefit to you. It can even speed you up to touch the door.
Captain Hayes did not listen carefully to what Soldak said. He lay on the treatment bed, as instructed by the female medical officer. He was a little nervous, and his eyes involuntarily glanced at the white skin in the V-neck of the female medical officer.
Where do you plan to colonize the magic pattern?
Soldak asked again. Without thinking, Captain Hayes patted his right arm, and then asked,
Sir, is the right arm okay here? Of course.
According to Captain Hayes' wishes, Soldak planned to implant this magic pattern into his right arm. He even used a pen to draw a general area on Captain Hayes' right arm before walking into the curtain. Later, Cerdak skillfully started the sacrificial ceremony. And after blessing Captain Hayes with the blessed body, he implanted this magic skin into Captain Hayes step by step. The whole process was a bit long, and Captain Hayes even slept for a short while during the skin grafting process. When he woke up, he only felt some burning pain in his shoulder. But this pain was simply a trivial feeling for Captain Hayes. When he sat up from the treatment bed, Captain Hayes even felt a little regretful and couldn't figure out why he fell asleep all of a sudden. Captain Hayes felt that he must have lost a lot of blood. Otherwise, he would not be so top-heavy. His arm must have had a large piece of skin peeled off. Otherwise, how could such a large strengthening magic pattern be attached? But after he sat up from the treatment bed, he saw that except for some dark red lines of magic patterns on his right shoulder, the original skin is still there. He twisted his arm in confusion, and suddenly noticed something was different. He found that the power he possessed had actually increased significantly. In addition, his body actually became tougher. He slapped his arms and thighs, and clearly felt that his body had become stronger. For a warrior like him, who has been wandering around the bottleneck of the first rank for several years, this strengthening magic pattern is simply a key to be promoted to a second-rank strongman. He even has a faint idea of promoting to a second-rank strongman. A gut feeling. There was no need for any further explanation from Cerdak. Captain Hayes knew clearly that this was much more precious than the magic pattern structure. He finally figured it out.
You need to keep this matter secret, and don't underestimate the power of the magic contract.
Before leaving, Soldak once again reminded Captain Hayes. Captain Hayes was a little hesitant, but still mustered up the courage to ask.
I will keep it a secret. Sir, can I continue to redeem the enhanced magic pattern? I want to redeem it for other members of the adventure group. Of course, if you save enough black magic crystals,
Soldak said. Hearing Soldak's words, Captain Hayes said excitedly,
I understand. Sir!
Then, he hurriedly left the medical tent. Chapter 1481 Highland Strategy. Captain Hayes walked out of the military camp of the Western Route Army, and the uncontrollable joy gradually appeared on his face. He subconsciously touched his right arm, feeling that it was like a source of power that was continuously providing strength to his body. Captain Hayes felt refreshed all over, and even walked much more briskly. He even had the urge to kill a cow with one punch. Kofi endured the whole journey and finally asked after leaving the garrison camp.
How do you feel?
Commander.
I can't describe the specific situation to you. I signed a magic contract in the military camp, but I can be sure that it is very strong and suitable for all of us,
Captain Hayes said excitedly.
So next, we need to go deeper into the Moyling Highlands, hunt more evil ghosts, and strive to have everyone in the group with one hand. Is this enhanced magic pattern really that good?
Kofi was even more curious.
Just wait. It won't take long before we can redeem the second one.
Captain Hayes strode ahead, thinking about how to redeem as many strengthening scrolls as possible. Marquis Edmund Arnold was sitting in the headquarters office of Naroda Fortress, holding a notice in his hand and looking gloomy. As the commander of the Eastern Route Army, he knew that his recent decisions had failed to achieve the desired results. Even one of his orders to march into the Naroda Canyon almost made him a sinner in Handanar City. It was just that at that time, more than 40,000 evil ghost warriors broke through the defense line of Naroda Fortress, and the infantry soldiers of the Eastern Route Army had no time to take care of themselves. During this period, the Eastern Route Army was stationed at Naroda Fort. That battle made Marquis Arnold very embarrassed. Fortunately, the Construct Knights' losses were not too great, so they could persevere in pursuit of the more than 40,000 evil ghost warriors who entered Handanar County. However, this group of constructed knights had difficulty organizing an effective line of defense while pursuing the vanguard of this group of evil spirits. Even the wolf tactics will not be effective against the evil ghost army. The evil ghosts rushed all the way along the Buruan River. If it weren't for the numerous tributaries of the Buruan River, they might have reached Handanar City long ago. Marquis Arnold never expected that the West Route Army could come all the way out to intercept the evil ghost army. He even didn't expect that in the Battle of Bayan River, the West Route Army could defeat these evil ghosts from the front. Now the news that the Western Route Army opened the gate of Moyling has reached Naroda Fortress again. This news is a bit embarrassing for Marquis Arnold. Recently, news of the victory of the West Route Army has come one after another, causing the infantry soldiers of the East Route Army to talk privately. Some people have begun to compare the strength, types of arms and generals of the two armies. In fact, Marquis Arnold had nearly 10,000 constructed knights in his hands, although the number of heavy armored infantry seemed a little less. The actual combat power was obviously stronger than that of the Eastern Route Army. In addition, the Eastern Route Army is stationed in Naroda Fortress, which is a stronghold built like a castle. The fortress has an indestructible wall that blocks the evil ghost army in the Naroda Canyon. The evil ghosts have not been able to break through this wall in the past few years. 40,000 evil ghost warriors rushed into the territory of Handanar County. It is estimated that this incident will be a stain on Marquis Arnold for the rest of his life. The Marquis Arnold sat by the stove and sighed softly. I feel like I may be getting old and am unable to do many things. He and Luther are friends and rivals. When they were young, the two entered the Bena Swordsman Academy at the same time, and they have been competing with each other since then. Marquis Luther has outstanding swordsmanship, but he is not bad either. After Luther snatched Marion, he stayed in Bena City. Marquis Luther was unwilling to lead the Luther Legion to fight in the plain, so his reputation was not well known. However, the advantage of staying in Bena City was that he became a close friend with Duke Newman. However, Marquis Arnold has been working hard outside with his family's Lord Army. He has been developing territory in the plain for so many years, and is a famous lord in the Bena province. It can be said that at least 1/3 of the Arnold family's territory was developed by Marquis Arnold. Duke Newman led the Bena army into the Warsaw Plain and asked Luther to take charge of the military affairs of the Bena province. In fact, Marquis Arnold was more or less unconvinced. It's just that in the past few years, the Luther Legion has achieved impressive results in various battles in the Bena province. In just a few years, Marquis Luther became as famous as Marquis Arnold. In these things, Marquis Luther seems to have one. But there is only one thing that he cannot compare with Marquis Arnold. That is, Marquis Luther has only one daughter, and is the only heir to the Luther family. However, Marquis Arnold had 21 sons. Marquis Arnold married 19 wives, almost all of whom gave birth to sons. Therefore, when it comes to heirs, Marquis Arnold can be most proud and proud. Occasionally when I saw Marquis Luther at the military headquarters, I would tease Marquis Luther about these things. But this time, his Lord Army was transferred back to Bena City by a recruitment order from the military. When the two of them were drinking together in private, Marquis Luther was still talking to him about training successors, saying that as you get older, it's time to give young people some resources and opportunities. If you always protect them under your wings, they will never grow up. Marquis Arnold has actually been training and testing his sons over the years. Unfortunately, none of these sons is like him. No one can lead an army and be independent in a certain plain. Marquis Luther did not become the commander of the Eastern Route Army, but actually let a young earl become the commander of the Western Route Army. Marquis Arnold even thought that he regarded this reinforcement as a child's play. At that time, many lords in Bena City also thought so. So they secretly handed over the constructed knights to Marquis Arnold. In fact, it's not that Marquis Arnold doesn't want to allocate some construct knights to the Western Route Army. It's just that these construct knights entered the Warsaw Plain with the intention of winning the war. Naturally, no one wanted to join the Western Route Army. But in recent times, the Western Route Army's series of beautiful achievements have almost silenced all the nobles in the Bena province. Marquis Arnold heard that there were numerous noble lords in Handanar who wanted to join the Western Route Army. They were all preparing to join with their lords' private armies. But unfortunately, they were all rejected by Serdek. Now Marquis Arnold knew that Suldak turned out to be Luther's son-in-law. His daughter Hathaway married this young earl. When I heard that Duke Newman did not have the Bena army to return to Handanar County, I knew that the Duke wanted to leave this piece of cake to the Western Route Army. Luther, whether you come to Warsaw this time or not, Newman will give you a piece of cake, Marquis Arnold thought in his heart. He was a little unconvinced. And at the same time, he was a little envious of the friendship between Marquis Luther and Duke Newman. He felt that Suldak's ability to achieve such great results in the Gandor Mountains must be inseparable from the support of Duke Newman. Even if there is no support from the Bena Legion, there is support from other aspects. With only the 100,000 infantry soldiers of the Western Route Army, Marquis Arnold did not think that Serdek could capture the entire Moyinling Highlands. Leaving his lord's army trapped in the Naroda fortress, Marquis Arnold squinted his eyes, with a sharp edge showing in the slits of his eyes. After entering Menard's County, Bernard's army began to compete with the cavalry regiment of the Knight Alliance for the territory of this county. Bernard's army entered Menard's County from the southern border and then went southward, occupying a large area of hills and mountains. Swordsman Bena finally fought some beautiful battles this year, making the entire Green Empire recognize Swordsman Bena again. In fact, having been trapped in the Warsaw Plain for the past few years, Duke Newman has long been tired of this kind of war. He planned to take the Bena Legion back to the Bena province once he drove the Evil Ghost army back to the Abyss in Maynooth County. As for the large area of fertile land occupied here, some important mining resources will belong to the Newman family, and other land resources will be auctioned to other Bena lords. He is not prepared to stay and run this place. How to develop this place in the future, and how to defend their homeland is a headache for the Bena lords who purchased the territory. There are still countless Evil Ghost legions on the plain of Warsaw, but Duke Newman believes that the cavalry of the Knight Alliance and the army of Lord Bena are fully capable of stopping these evil ghosts from 7 counties. He knew that there was a door to evil spirits on Moyun Ridge. He also knew that Suldak had built a wall in the south of Moyun Ridge. Duke Newman felt that Suldak was very prudent, and it was necessary to build this wall. He even studied Moyun Ridge for most of the day. Looking at the map of the area, I found that this seemed to really block the evil ghost army in the highlands of Moyinling. I think this tug of war may last for several years. In short, as long as the evil ghost army on Moyun Ridge does not threaten Handanar County, then he can do whatever he wants. This time, the Bena army will not intervene, and all profits will be distributed by the West Route army. A follower next to Marquis Luther asked him, "Your Majesty, where are we going to fight next?" With a hint of pride in his eyes and confidence on his face, Marquis Luther answered casually, "After capturing this place, we will wait for the news of the victory of the Cavalry Alliance and try to return to the Bena province before winter comes. It is too cold to take the magic airship in winter." In the reception room of the West Route Army Command Post, Elder Amberby brought more than 20 elders to sit across from the long table. The table is filled with pastries, fruits and tea. Suldak led a group of officers from the Western Route Army and sat across from Elder Ambroby. The atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. These elders were almost all the supreme leaders of each tribe. Their status in the tribe was originally much greater than that of the tribal chiefs. This time, the elders were invited to the military camp of the Western Route Army. It was mainly because of Elder Amberby's guarantee that they would have further cooperation with the Western Route Army. However, when Serdek revealed his plan, the elders still felt a little incredible. "Capture this Moyling Highland and build a home for our aboriginal tribe? Commander Serdek, are you kidding me?" Elder Ambroby also found it a bit incredible and couldn't understand what Serdek was doing. What benefits can be gained here? "But I'm afraid this place is still nominally the territory of the Green Empire. I will submit an application to the Empire in accordance with the 334 Territory Allocation Law to turn this land into my territory. The actual landowners are still you, and I will also work with you. You sign a magical contract of ownership of the territory. Once the evil spirits are driven away, your tribe can move here. The evil spirits have killed almost all the monsters here, and this place has become a fertile land. As long as you guard the north and south gates, you can live in peace of mind. Whether you are engaged in agriculture or animal husbandry, this land they're all pretty good.
What I need is all the minerals in the Moyonling Highlands. In addition, I may continue to explore the wild land to the north. This will be a springboard for my Lord Army. The city built here in the future will have close trade relations with Handanar City. There may also be a city built here. From the airport terminal, with the magic airship, transportation will become more convenient.
Cerdak didn't read the words for these elders. Some elders were actually very resistant to contact with the Green Empire people. When they heard what Cerdak said, they frowned tightly. Elder Amberby was very open-minded. Although he also had many worries, he did not say anything about them. He asked Soldak,
If I don't agree, will you also capture this place? Of course. I will form an alliance with other Benelords, and then use the Western Route Army as the main force to capture this place,
Cerdak said without hesitation. Elder Amberby looked at the other elders on the left and right sides, spread his hands and said,
Then what reason do we have to refuse? The living conditions here are much better than those in the mountains to the north of Moyun Ridge. Then I wish our cooperation goes smoothly.
Soldak took the initiative to raise his hand and exchanged a high five with Elder Amberby. At this time, Elder Amberby began to ask in detail,
Can we talk now? How are we going to cooperate? I also need at least 100,000 indigenous warriors to participate in the war.
Cerdak stated his request immediately. Elder Ambrose said decisively without even frowning,
I can recruit 150,000 soldiers, but we don't have sophisticated armaments, and it's impossible to defeat those evil spirits.
Cerdak also expressed his sincerity again.
I will take care of the armaments. After the war, all the armaments of the indigenous people will be sent to you.
He paused, looked at the other great elders with sharp eyes, and continued,
But I still need the great witches to join the battle. Only the great witches in the tribe can improve the combat power of all Aboriginal warriors. Of course that's no problem. But what we lack are sacrifices,
Elder Amberby said. Hearing these words, Soldak, Andrew, Samira and others looked at each other, and then said confidently,
Elder Ambrose, you may not know that in these few battles with our Western Route Army, how many demon heads have been accumulated?
Chapter 1482 Army. Standing on the nearly 65-meter-high Arrow Tower, Elder Amberby could see the endless hills to the north. Although this is a valley halfway up the southern foothills of Moyonling, it is also the southern gate of Moyonling. Further north is a series of overlapping peaks, and the mountain roads leading to the highlands of Moyonling are as dense as a spider web. As long as you leave the Dake Valley and enter the Moyonling Highlands, there are at least hundreds of passages. Although such a tall and majestic city wall was built at the north exit of the valley, and the city wall was even raised twice to ward off evil spirits, traces of purple blood could still be seen on some of the ground at the foot of the city wall. When Elder Amberby saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a scene of bloody fighting in his heart. He didn't know how many evil ghost warriors died here to create the scene before him. Elder Domini, who was standing aside, looked at Elder Amberby with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. He was full of worries about this cooperation between the tribe and the West Route Army. However, the opposing voices are still a minority among the elders. So this time Elder Domini wanted to persuade Elder Amberby to stay away from these cunning Green Empire people.
Are they trustworthy?
Elder Domini's face was full of melancholy, and his face was a little loose and full of wrinkles. If someone thinks of him as a terminally ill old man, that would be a big mistake for a great wizard like him. He has long since broken free from the shackles of his lifespan. Elder Ambrose turned his head and looked at Elder Domini, and said firmly,
Even if it's just for those 100,000 sets of heavy armors and weapons, it's worth a gamble for us. Moreover, this is our best chance to restore the glory of the Egrod clan in these years. For so long, we have been waiting for prophecies, but unfortunately those prophecies have never appeared, and our inheritance is also being lost bit by bit, and our tribe has even been forgotten by the entire world. Over the years, I have repeatedly thought about how to make the Egrod clan rise. Now I have finally figured it out. Instead of waiting year after year, instead of waiting for the hero who can lead us out of this predicament, we try to find a way out on our own. Our tribal warriors are so brave, and our tribe has a large population. If we want the tribe to develop and grow, we have to get out of here. So what else can we not dare to break into?
There was a hint of fanaticism in Elder Amberby's eyes. Elder Domini also knows that this is probably the sentiment of most elders, especially when it comes to fighting against these evil spirits. In the past few years, the evil spirits in Moyun Ridge have infinitely compressed their livelihoods, driven many tribes out of Moyun Ridge, and even occupied the northern mountains of Moyun Ridge. If it weren't for the Imperial Army's constant restraint in the south, I'm afraid the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge would have captured their city a few years ago. It is only in the past 6 months that the living conditions of the tribesmen have improved.
Then we will recruit another 100,000 soldiers and send them here?
Elder Domini said with a frown. With so many tribal warriors traveling long distances, the supplies that need to be prepared are a huge expense. They have to recruit warriors and prepare rations for the long journey. This can even bring down some small tribes. Elder Amberby waved his hand and said,
No, we will leave 100,000 tribal warriors in the north.
Elder Domini's drooped eyelids suddenly raised, revealing a pair of amber eyes, and asked doubtfully,
Stay in the north? Will Lord Surdak allow us to do this? Of course he will,
Elder Ambrose said with narrowed eyes. Elder Amberby felt that everything in the military camp was very good. From the tents to the carriages. From the big iron pots in the dining hall to the shower heads on the bathroom wall. After fighting for a day, the soldiers returned to the military camp and had a sip of hot soup. If they had enough energy, they could also take a hot bath. This kind of marching life was much more enjoyable than the tribal soldiers. As for those marching rations, they were even rarer items. Each small package was a standard one-day ration. The wheat cakes, dried meat, and camellia inside were almost all rare delicacies. At this moment, Elder Amberby was sitting in Suldak's command post, with a marching ration in front of him. He first ate a piece of crispy wheat cake, then gave up the intention of tasting the jerky, and picked up a glass of it. The oil tea brewed with hot water was slurped like porridge. This kind of oil tea is fried wheat flour mixed with some butter and salt. When the soldiers in the military camp smell this smell, their appetite will be reduced by half immediately. But in Elder Amberby's opinion, this kind of marching ration is really good stuff. Surdak was still a little hesitant about the request put forward by Elder Ambrose. Every mountain pass was easy to defend and difficult to attack. If he wanted to seize the northern pass of Mayun Ridge from the evil ghost army, Surdak, I don't know how many lives of aboriginal warriors need to be filled in before this can be defeated, he said hesitantly.
If we fight up from the north, many people may die,
Elder Ambrose said.
If the equipment and weapons can be delivered to the tribe as scheduled, I am confident that I can capture the north pass of Mayun Ridge in 2 months.
Surdak walked to the front of the sand table, picked up a wooden block and placed it across a mountain pass in the sand table. In this way, the entire Mayun Ridge will be completely sealed.
That's fine. If we can also block the north exit, then we can teach this evil ghost army a lesson behind closed doors,
Surdak said. He felt that such a flanking attack from the north and the south might put more pressure on the evil spirits than from one direction.
Not only will the weapons and equipment be delivered as scheduled, but by then, the West Route Army and Cavalry Regiment and the constructed knights will also come to the north pass of Mayun Ridge to assist in the battle. We can encircle the evil ghost legion in the north pass in the mountains and attack from both front and rear. Capture Beishan Pass in one fell swoop.
Surdak thought of the war and said,
When the time comes, I will bring the craftsmen from the West Route Army over and help you build a city wall at Beishan Pass. In this way, the evil spirits on Mayun Ridge will be completely unable to escape.
Hearing Soldak agree so readily, Elder Amberby felt a little untrue, and he asked doubtfully,
What benefits can you get from helping us like this?
Surdak used his finger to draw a circle on the entire Mayun Ridge area on the sand table and said,
This territory belongs to me nominally, and the minerals here will also belong to me. I will also open a trade route here, which will bring me huge profits in the future. In addition, my eyes are not here, but further north, the wild land, where the magical beasts and herbs are the Empire's scarcest commodities. In the future, my lord's army may set foot on that land.
Elder Ambrose put down the tea bowl in his hand and asked with some worry,
Can my people really live here forever? Unless the Green Empire no longer exists. The decrees on the noble lords have been overturned, and this place no longer belongs to me. Otherwise you can continue to live here,
Surdak replied. Seeing that Elder Amberby still had doubts, Soldak decided to draw a pie for him.
We have occupied many plains, but basically we have built beautiful homes together with the natives of the plains. Very few lords' armies will fight against hostile tribes for years. This will not do us any good,
and will also involve a lot of energy. Unless there is hatred, it is too big, or there is a huge conflict between the interests of both parties.
Surdak finally said,
The world is so big, there is no need to fight to the death for a piece of land.
Hearing what Surdak said, Elder Ambrose felt relieved. Afterwards, he discussed with Surdak the matters that required close cooperation between the two parties in the future, and finalized all the details. Elder Ambrobi finally signed a new agreement with Surdak on behalf of the Agrod clan. The magical contract against the evil ghost army comes out. With such a magic contract alone, Surdak was able to expand the total strength of the West Root army to 300,000. Moreover, the combat power of the Aboriginal warriors is far beyond that of the heavy armored infantry warriors. Their physical fitness is excellent. Each Aboriginal warrior will participate in the sacrificial ceremony of the tribal wizards before the war, plus the heavy armor with sophisticated weapons. The combat power will be greatly improved. After Elder Amberby left, Soldak stood in front of the sand table for a long time. During this period, countless adventure groups entered the Moyonling Highlands. Not only did they bring back evil ghost heads and black magic crystals from the Moyonling Highlands, they also brought back raw ores picked up in some places. Surdak discovered that many places on the Moyonling Highlands were actually rich in mineral resources. There are not enough civilians in Surdak's territory, and probably no one would be willing to move their family here. So even if he captures this place and applies for it to be his own territory, after driving away these evil ghosts, this place just became a no-man's land. Then, there will be a large number of business groups and adventure groups sneaking in to mine illegally. Unless Surdak can build his own mine early. If this place is given to this group of Agrod clan tried to settle, then it would be natural for them to help take care of the mines on the highlands. When Surdak's mining team comes to the Moyonling Highlands in the future, they can also hire local tribesmen as miners. It is actually not a big deal to give up the land here to the indigenous people of the Agrod clan. In fact, this is what Surdak thinks. Elder Ambrobi led a group of elders to leave the Duck Valley in the south of Moyun Ridge. They left with the magic contract they signed with the West Root Army. When they returned to the tribe, they needed to gather 100,000 tribe warriors as soon as possible, while Surdak needed to gather 100,000 sets of equipment within 2 months. And also it needs to be sent to the tribe, in addition to a full set of heavy armor, heavy swords, spears, and alloy bows. Surdak also planned to equip these tribal warriors with skinning knives and water bottles. In addition, Soldak promised Elder Ambrobi to give him 100,000 boxes of marching rations. Even though these are just small items, when the number reaches 100,000 copies, it will cost a lot of money. In fact, this is not because he has money but no place to spend it. The main reason is to allow these Aboriginal warriors to have sufficient physical strength to participate in the battle. He needed the merchant Malcolm to go to Constantinople to buy a complete set of weapons and equipment. So he wrote a letter to the merchant Malcolm, and then mailed the letter out of the city of Helensa. Reaching the Belan Plain at least it will be 20 days later. It is estimated that there will not be much time left for Malcolm to purchase. All weapons and equipment still need to be transported to Aquamarine City. Elder Amberby and his party came quietly, and then left quietly. In the eyes of others, the war situation in Moyonling has been making little progress. There are more than 100,000 troops hoarded in this valley, and countless rations are consumed every day. But the commander of the West Root Army has never released the troops. The busiest people in the West Root Army every day are the magicians with reconnaissance missions. The magicians built a sand table of the entire Moyun Ridge area in the command post. This is the 7th time during this period that they have rectified the details. They even clearly explore all the evil ghost army stations in the west. Occasionally, the constructed knights will go out to perform tasks. But these constructed knights will not enter the depths of the Moyonling Highlands. Almost all the people hunting in the highlands of Moyonling are demon hunters from the adventure group, making the mountains and fields full of them. They meet evil spirits in the highland wilderness. And both the demon hunters and evil ghost hunters from the adventure group in the game between two parties. The one who is smart and cautious will always win the final victory. Ghost hunters are also very vigilant guys, and their attacks are extremely ruthless. Many times, life and death are just a matter of thoughts. Some people cry and some laugh. The world is full of competition. Many demon hunters, because of their uncontrollable greed, have sent themselves into the hands of evil spirits little by little, becoming a meal in their hands. There are also many demon hunters who have made fortunes hunting the evil spirits in the highlands of Moyun Ridge. Just when the Western Root Army had just conquered the Dake Valley, the adventure groups at that time were almost picking up money all over the mountains and plains. Now is the beginning of the hunting game. Both sides are hunters and prey. It depends on who is more ruthless. Spicy. Losers leave sadly, while successful people will have more followers. Many adventure groups have grown because of this, and the Hayes Adventure Group is one of the successful ones. A large number of adventure groups gathered here, and naturally many businessmen would follow.
The military buildings in this valley are far more impressive than the garrison camp at the foot of the mountain. The merchants are certainly not stupid. It clearly has the original appearance of a military fortress. So the first tavern in the valley opened quietly. Later, someone applied to build exquisite wooden houses in the valley. The wood was planed into square pillars, and then stacked one on top of the other. Some wooden houses even had pointed attics. However, to build a house, you need to apply for a foundation from the Western Route Army. A large number of people gathered here every day. The first hotel in Duck Valley was also built at this time, which was a 3-story wooden building. Trading houses also sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain, and wooden houses were built one after another in the valley. Just on the street opposite the military camp, there is a bustling commercial street. There are even more than a dozen restaurants on the street. You can almost find the flavors of Handanar City and the flavors of Bennis City, where you can even eat soldier ant meat and evil ghost meat. These people will eat almost anything. Chapter 1483. Split the troops into 2 groups. Serdek only built a city wall at the northern exit of the Dak Valley. Except for the infantry soldiers, who were stationed in the forest camp and the foot of the mountain. Almost all the troops of the Western Route Army were stationed in the valley. Not only are the arrow towers on the city wall constantly monitoring the movements of the evil ghost army, there are also many sentry posts on the cliffs on both sides of the valley. If the evil ghost army wants to reach the cliffs on both sides of the valley from the Moyinling Highlands, it must climb the steep peaks in the southern part of Moyinling. This road must pass through 2 cliffs. Serdek's Ant cavalry is guarding the cliff. The ability of those evil ghost warriors to climb the rock wall is far inferior to these ant cavalry with 6 legs and a pair of fangs. The Dake Valley was managed by the Western Route Army and was impregnable. So the valley almost became a shelter for adventure groups and business groups. There was not much land in the valley, and the places where buildings could be built were very limited. There were nearly 10 people crowded here, with tens of thousands of heavily armored infantry soldiers. The military camp of the West Route Army already occupies 1/3 of the valley. The remaining land became the object of competition for businessmen and adventure groups. Serdek did not expect that the problem that broke out in the Dak Valley was the increase in real estate value. In just 3 days, the land here increased from 30 silver coins per square meter to 3 gold coins per square meter. Land transactions in the Green Empire are freehold property rights. But even so, in a border fortress where wars are frequent, buying a homestead can easily cost several hundred gold coins, which is a bit unacceptable to most adventure groups. Only those businessmen who purchase black magic skins and sell war preparation materials will buy land and build warehouses. I heard that the owner who first built the hotel increased the value of his hotel 7 times in just 3 days due to the increase in land value. However, as long as you give up living in the valley and choose to build a tent on the southern slope of the valley, you don't need to spend money. Many adventure groups were forced to move their tents out of the valley and onto the slopes on the south side of the valley. The Hayes Adventure Group was the first group of people to buy land. Now the Adventure Group has built a 2-story wooden house with an attic in the valley. This wooden house is regarded as the residence of the Hayes Adventure Group in the Duck Valley. Inside the wooden house there are a total of 12 bedrooms, all of which are standard 4-person rooms and can accommodate 48 people. Now Captain Hayes is sitting on the platform outside the wooden house, discussing the next demon hunting area with a group of Adventure Group members. Nowadays, the evil ghost warriors are not as easy to hunt as they were 2 months ago. The evil ghosts are already familiar with the hunting methods of the demon hunters. They often even use their bodies as bait to trap and kill the demon hunters of the adventure groups. In the eyes of the evil ghost warriors, humans, and there is not much difference from other monsters. A group of adventure group members were sitting or standing on the platform, and they could see the noisy streets, with 4-wheel trucks filled with supplies constantly coming in and out. There are hundreds of thousands of people gathered in this valley. Currently, all living supplies need to be transported from Handanar City, so a large amount of supplies arrive in the valley every day.
Nearly all the evil ghosts that have appeared in the highlands recently are hunters. They are more ferocious and cunning than ordinary evil ghost warriors. Currently, many adventure groups have disappeared in the highlands of Mayun Ridge.
A person in charge of investigation in the adventure group ranger said worriedly.
Even if we gather our manpower together, the ghost squad will retreat quickly if they find us. When they come back, there will be a squadron of over 100 ghosts.
The person who said this was the shield warrior McCracken, who was also the captain of a team in the Hayes Adventure Group. Another swordsman named Bowen also echoed.
In the past, various trapping methods could be used, but now those methods have been exhausted, and those evil ghost warriors will not be easily fooled.
faced with the complaints from the squad leaders. Captain Hayes also frowned. The hunting environment of all adventure groups in the highlands of Moyinling is almost the same now. And it is not their adventure group that feels pressured. This is because the ghost warriors have become smarter, which makes hunting more and more difficult. Kofi sat next to Hayes and said to the other captains,
"We should go further north. I heard that few adventure groups go deep into the highlands. The evil spirits there are stupider."
Captain Hayes coughed and then said to everyone,
"I heard that the West Route Army had a major operation recently. Currently, the constructed knights and a large number of ant cavalry have returned to the base to stand by."
After hearing what Captain Hayes said, the members of the adventure group focused their attention on Captain Hayes. Swordsman Bowen immediately said,
"Should we go along? Anyway, all of us have horses, so we should be able to keep up."
Shield Warrior McCracken was not willing to ride a long distance on horseback. So he frowned and said,
"The stronghold here has just been built. Following the cavalry of the Western Route Army to explore to the north means that we must abandon this newly built place.
House.
The armor on his body was so heavy that an extra horse was required to carry the accompanying items. Heavy sword and tower shield. However, his doubts did not dissuade others from wanting to accompany him.
Kofi said, "This is just like storing an asset here. Before the Western Route Army is defeated, I think the housing prices here will probably not fall. Maybe when we come back, we can sell this stronghold to provide we bring in an extra income."
Miss Jenica, who was responsible for purchasing daily necessities, timidly asked Captain Hayes,
"Captain, do we need to prepare daily necessities for the long journey? Well, let's go shopping on the street later."
Hayes thought for a moment and then said,
"Follow the Western Route Army's constructed knights and pick up some injured ghost warriors from the edge of the battlefield. It's far better than us everywhere. Hunting is much easier."
After hearing the leader's decision, the other members of the adventure group no longer questioned anything. The recent decisions made by Hayes have allowed the adventure group to gain a lot of profits. And it has also nearly doubled the size of the adventure group that originally only had 16 people. Therefore, the decision made by Captain Hayes is still very weighty. At this time, Kofi thought of what the little princess said to him when he saw Zigna in the morning. So he said,
"I heard that the treatment team of the West Route Army will also go out with the army this time."
In the past few months, the medical team of the Western Route Army has attracted a large number of adventure groups to the northern theater of Handanar County. The medical team has always been hiding in the rear to carry out treatment work, and rarely goes out with the constructed knights.
"It seems that Lord Soldak must have planned a big operation this time,"
Captain Hayes said in a deep voice, as if he smelled the smell of blood before a battle. Cerdak didn't know that while he was still holding a pre-war mobilization meeting in the command post, the expedition plan of the Construct Knights and Ant Cavalry Regiment had already reached the ears of some adventure groups. In fact, those who can obtain this expedition plan are almost all the brokers who are close to the Construct Knights. Their other identity is businessmen, and they usually rely on bringing members of the adventure group to exchange merit list rewards with the Construct Knights in exchange for some commissions. Therefore, they are also the most well-informed. Many Construct Knights knew that they were about to go on an expedition in the next 2 days, so they revealed the news. The entire Duck Valley Adventure Group has become actively active in the past few days, and the trading volume of dry food and wild daily necessities in the market has gradually increased. In accordance with the previous agreement with Elder Ambrobi, Soldak needed to send 100,000 sets of heavy armor and weapons to the northern mountains of Mayun Ridge. At the same time, he also planned to flank the Aboriginal warriors from the north and south to conquer the evil. The Ghost Army's garrison at the northern pass of Moyinling blocked the north gate of Moyinling. So Cerdak decided to lead the giant soldier ant army, the Ant Cavalry Regiment, and the Construct Knights together this time. This time, he did not bring the heavy armored infantry regiment and the indigenous regiments in the valley, because these regiments ran too slowly. If you want to cross the entire Moyinling Highlands, you might be targeted by a large group of evil ghost warriors. When the time comes, you can't get rid of him, and can't get rid of him. And he can't be beaten again and again. That is the worst thing. In order to provide the greatest help to the indigenous warriors during this expedition, Cerdak decided to bring Selena and Nika's medical team with him this time. In addition, Andrew, Tiger, and Gulaitam will also go out with the army. Samira will stay in the valley and be stationed on the city wall as the Grand Commander of the Crossbow Regiment and the Archer Regiment. Gary Decker and Naomi will also stay. Gary Decker will manage the remaining troops of the Western Route Army, but Naomi simply does not want to travel far. This kind of long-distance expedition is not suitable for her with rigid limbs. For the undead warlock, it is definitely a very painful thing. An army composed of 7,000 giant soldier ants, 2,000 ant cavalry, and 1,000 construct knights. Just 3 weeks after Elder Ambrose left the Duck Valley, they set out from the Duck Valley and walked along the outside of the valley. Go north on Mountain Road number 21. According to the information obtained by the Magician Investigation Team, this mountain road is the one least visited by evil spirits. This is the first time that Cerdak has walked out of the Dake Valley and entered the Moyonling Highlands. In fact, this mountainous area is not considered the Moyonling Highlands. These overlapping and narrow hills are spread across the huge slopes of the southern foot of Moyonling. Canyons of different lengths are formed. Only after passing through these hills can the army truly reach the Moyonling Highlands. Along the way, Soldak's legion had been moving up in the canyons with many branch roads. Although the slope was not too steep, it was very tiring. Fortunately, Cerdak's army is almost entirely composed of soldier ants. These guys never seem to know what fatigue is. As for the magic pattern war horses equipped by the constructed knights, they can share their physical strength with the constructed knights. So there is no need to worry about physical consumption. After walking out of the Dak Valley, Soldak discovered that the vegetation on Moyun Ridge suddenly decreased a lot. The army was passing through a valley. The mountains on both sides were almost all the tops of which were covered with bare black rocks. There is almost no vegetation on the rocks. Perhaps due to thousands of years of weathering. The rocks have peeled off badly. Countless gravel have accumulated in the middle of the mountain. Only under the mountains can some moss and grass grow. Not to mention trees. Even bushes. Rarely seen. When the constructed knights passed through the valley, just because of the vibration of the horses' hooves, the gravel on the mountain continued to slide down, making bursts of sound similar to rolling thunder. There are forked roads everywhere in these mountains. Of course, not every canyon can allow the army to go up. When walking in some canyons, you will find that the front is a matter of life and death. This kind of mountain covered with gravel is extremely difficult to climb. Even the ant cavalry that can climb over the cliff cannot do it. One of them might be buried by the gravel. However, Cerdak has a magician reconnaissance team, so he could almost perfectly avoid various difficult areas in choosing roads. Cerdak saw another fork in the road ahead, and the magician Basil was waiting on the roadside. Apparently reporting the situation, he hurriedly rode over. After the magician Basil saluted Soldak, he took the initiative to tell the reason. Lord Commander, we found the remnant army of the Valley Ghost Legion in the valley on the left in front. There are probably more than 6,000 ghosts. There should be general ghosts among them. The valley is a mountain valley with a steep slope. There is a lot of gravel accumulated in the middle of the mountain. And if we go up the canyon on the right, we can avoid these evil spirits. Soldak ordered Andrew without even thinking. Let the constructed knights block the entrance of the valley. Only by clearing out these evil ghosts can we walk out of here with peace of mind. Yes. After Andrew received the order, he immediately went to summon the constructed knights. A convoy walked for 3 weeks along the edge of the woodland at the foot of the east side of Moyun Ridge. In front of it was the edge of the area where the Aborigines moved southward. If you don't go much further, you can probably see the warriors in the tribe waiting here to receive them. Elder Amberby breathed a sigh of relief as he sat in the carriage. During the secret meeting with the Western Route Army, Elder Ambroby decided to recruit 100,000 Aboriginal warriors in accordance with the signed magical contract. In fact, he originally wanted to recruit 200,000 people, and Lord Cerdak would provide armaments. These armaments could be retained directly after the war. Elder Ambroby had no reason not to recruit more Aboriginal warriors. However, Lord Cerdak was only willing to raise 100,000 sets of armaments. He knew that these armaments were not cheap in the Green Empire. But he was a little confused as to whether the magic crystals Lord Soldak would harvest after fighting this battle could cover this expensive expense. Elder Amberby couldn't figure out what Lord Cerdak's purpose was in sparing no effort to help the tribe out of trouble. He didn't believe Cerdak's rhetoric. But now a magic contract was placed in front of him. In front of me. I finally have some confidence. It seems it's time to take back Moyun Ridge, Elder Amberby thought, when he saw the 60-meter-high city wall in the Dak Valley, which was built in 2 months. He felt unspeakable envy in his heart. That is a real city wall. Lord Soldak promised to help him build a city wall on the north side of Moyonling Highlands. With this city wall, they had nothing to worry about. Think of this. The haze accumulated in my heart over the years has been swept away. And even looking at the sky will make me feel exceptionally clear. Chapter 1484 Traveling through Moyun Ridge.
There is a group of evil ghost warriors hidden in the innermost part of this valley. There is only one exit at the south end of the valley. Going north to the end is a dead land surrounded by peaks. This mountain col is filled with countless rocks that have rolled down from the peak. Large and small piles of rocks are piled up together. It is impossible for a war horse to walk in such a rocky beach. A group of evil ghosts are hiding in this rocky beach. There are various corpses left in the rocks, including human skeletons, ghost-marked red ants, and some small animals in the mountains. These are all eaten by the evil ghosts. Fallen remains. Thousands of evil ghosts are hiding here. The evil ghosts do not have any stored rations. They can only hunt the demon hunters of the adventure group who occasionally break into the valley. There are also some evil ghosts turning over rocks in the mountains. There are also lives under these rocks. There are some poisonous insects, such as lizards and scorpions. Unfortunately, there is too little meat on them. An adult evil warrior wants to fill his stomach with scorpions, and he doesn't know how many scorpions he would eat in a day. The evil spirits hide in this mountain col, and their daily routine is to endure hunger. If they are really hungry, they will peel off the moss clinging to the shade of the boulders, or the weeds at the foot of the mountain. The evil ghost warriors prayed that their injuries would recover, and then they could regroup and take back the Nanlu Valley. But after hiding here for a month, the evil spirits discovered a terrible fact. They were hiding in the mountain col, and their strength was declining sharply every day. They have recently tried to sneak out of the mountain col, but the valley outside is full of human demon hunters. And of course, they cannot rush out in large numbers. The mountain road outside the valley is an excellent hunting ground for those construct knights. They can only linger in the rocky beach, hoping that the evil ghost army station in Moyinling Highland will send an army over. But after waiting for so long, no evil ghost army came at all. The two evil generals hiding here did not dare to run back to their base in Moyinling. They knew what would happen to them after losing the southern valley, and they might survive for 2 more days hiding here. The evil spirits discovered the human legion outside the valley. This may be their only chance to escape. The two evil ghost generals gathered thousands of evil ghost warriors in the valley together. But they did not rush out. They just waited in the rocky beach, preparing for the final desperate fight. It's just that the morale of these evil ghosts is low. Many evil ghost warriors are so hungry that they are dizzy. Now they can smell some flesh and blood, and they can feel a little energetic, seeing the large swarms of giant ghost pattern soldier ants pouring in from outside the valley. These evil ghost warriors fell into despair. They had already experienced the fighting power of these giant soldier ants in the valley. Now seeing the red ants pouring in, some evil ghost warriors whose will to fight had collapsed rushed out of the rocky beach and headed towards the ghost pattern soldiers. The ants launched a suicidal charge. In fact, Serdek had long wanted to get rid of these evil ghosts. These evil ghost warriors who fled here from the valley have been entrenched here for a long time. They have surrounded and killed many adventure groups in this area. This place has almost become a forbidden area for the demon hunters of the adventure group. The reason why Serdek has not touched these evil spirits is also very simple. The mountain col is full of rocks. Whether it is ghost pattern soldier ants or constructing knights, running it's easy to hurt your legs if you fight here. Serdek even thought that these evil ghost warriors would run out on their own if they couldn't find food. But after waiting for more than 2 months, they still failed to come out. They are like nails stuck in the mountains at the southern foot of Mayun Mountains. Although a city wall has been built in the dark valley, which can completely resist this group of evil spirits, Serdek is still worried that with the departure of the ant cavalry and the construct knights, no one can restrain these evil ghosts. Once they come out of the mountain col, they may influence the adventure group to enter the Moyinling Highlands for hunting. So he decided to eliminate this hidden danger hidden in the valley before leaving the southern foot of Mayun Mountain. Mayun Ridge is like a tall barrier across the north of the Gandal Mountains. The high mountains here block the warm wind blowing from the south. Only at the mountain pass at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge is there such a huge gap. The monsoon wind blowing from south to north almost always blows up to the Moyinling Highland through here. The valleys here are usually very windy, and all the valleys run north-south. According to Elder Ambrose, there used to be a glacier here in ancient times. It was the continuous downward movement of the glacier that broke open the mountain at the southern foot of Mayun Ridge. Gaps. These thousands of valleys are also traces left by the movement of glaciers. But now, the Moyinling Highlands is just the base of the huge glacier. Serdek followed the giant soldier ants into the valley, and saw some scattered evil warriors emerging from the rock formation and rushing towards the giant soldier ants. Countless giant soldier ants were arranged together, like a high wall made of copper. These weak evil ghost warriors rushed forward and could not stop the progress of the giant soldier ants. While the giant soldier ants clamped down on the ghost warrior,
The ant cavalry hiding behind the giant soldier ants pierced the ghost warrior's body with Paglio's spears. The evil general hiding in the rocky beach saw that there were signs of collapse here before the war started. So he quickly stepped forward, with the evil ghost general leading the charge in front. The evil ghost warrior's fighting enthusiasm suddenly increased a lot, and bone spears were thrown out from the evil ghost camp, under the alert roars of the squad leaders. The ant troopers quickly raised their shields above their heads. Suddenly, a hail of spears fell from the sky, and then hit the shield of the ant cavalry, making a ping-ping-pong-pong sound. But the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants rushed forward without caring. Not only did they have thick hard armor, but the outside of the hard armor was also covered with armor sheets. The bone spears thrown by the evil ghost warriors were unable to attack the giant ones at all. Soldier ants caused no damage. Seeing two evil generals rushing out of the evil ghost army's camp, Serdek, Andrew, Wolf Knight Tego, and Gulidum also rushed to the front. It is said that the strength of the second-level strongman is somewhat worse than that of the evil general. Unfortunately, the situation of these two evil generals is different. Both of them were defeated once, when they saw the two-headed ogre rushing out with a big stick. First of all, the momentum is a little weaker. On the battlefield, Serdek was entangled with an evil general on the opposite side, and giant evil soldier ants were already swarming behind him. The evil ghost general's body was burning with black flames, but he was not as brave as the evil ghost general, who was on the cliff of the Samasto River. The war blade in his hand could not break through the golden shield in Serdek's hand. Sir, with the blessing of the power of runes, the sword of Kerwin in Dark's hand carries a holy thunder with every strike of the sword. This kind of magic ball with the attribute of holy light falls on the evil ghost general, and will instantly kill him. A large black fire on its body went out. The evil general was forced back by Serdek. The war blade in its hand struck Serdek's shield, and the shield actually emitted a dazzling silver light. The evil ghost general became very irritated after several unsuccessful attempts, seeing a large number of evil warriors around him fall in front of the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. The body of the evil general ignited even more intense black fire. His body also suddenly swelled, at least a circle larger than usual, and bone spurs appeared in various joints all over his body. Serdek stabbed his ribs with a sword, but he did not dodge, allowing Serdek to attack him. The sword of Kerwin pierced his body, and the wound was burned by the holy light, and countless black fires were purified. But at this time, the evil general held the sword tightly with one hand to prevent Serdek from drawing the sword. At the same time, his tall body pressed towards Serdek, and the war blade in his other hand stabbed Serdek's nape. Serdek immediately waved the golden shield in his hand to block the evil ghost warrior's stab. The phantom of the archangel immediately appeared behind him, almost doing the same action, stabbing the phantom archangel's sword into the chest of the evil general. But the phantom's transformed archangel's sword touched the evil spirit general. At the moment when the ghost general's chest was touched, the archangel's sword suddenly burst out into a ball of dazzling holy light. The archangel's sword, which was originally just a shadow, suddenly became extremely solid. The moment the archangel's sword pierced the evil ghost general's body, countless holy lights exploded from the evil ghost general's body, passing through every part of his body. The joints spread outward. The dazzling holy light seemed to be able to melt everything. Even the body of the evil general was melting rapidly. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the evil general's body seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only the dark and tough layer of the evil general. Skeleton armor. But these skeletal armors lost their original support and instantly scattered on the ground. Even the war blade over there fell on the skeletal armor and made a clanging sound, as the shadow of the angel behind him quickly dissipated. The archangel's sword also dispersed into countless rich holy lights, forming a pillar of light around Serdek. Serdek also didn't expect that he would actually take a small step forward on this battlefield. The power of holy light brought by his own breakthrough could actually make the power he summoned become so solid. It even seemed like there's also a bit of an angel coming, grabbing the evil ghost general's head and raising it above his head. Serdek shouted, "Kill them all!" Of course, the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants could not respond to Serdek's call, but they killed the evil ghost general so easily, which greatly boosted the morale of the ant cavalry following them. Countless ant cavalry followed the giant soldier ants and rushed into the rocks. In the pile, the evil ghost warriors here are much weaker than the evil ghosts in other places, and they do not have such a strong will to fight. The giant soldier ants rushed into the rocky beach and completely lost their fighting spirit when they saw the evil ghost general in the military formation. After being beheaded, the battlefield immediately began to collapse. physical hunger and exhaustion, as well as the fear of the giant soldier ants in their hearts, left these evil ghost warriors with no power to fight back. At this point in the battle, the situation began to become one-sided. Gulaitum, Andrew, and Tego also cooperated to kill another evil general. As both evil generals were beheaded, the evil warriors completely collapsed. Serdek rushed to the front with a golden shield, surrounded by dazzling holy light among the giant soldier ants. Logically speaking, the real strength of the evil general is probably close to that of a rank 3 powerhouse. But the power of holy light possessed by Serdek just restrained the black fire, and a large amount of holy light erupted at the moment of promotion, making the power extremely concentrated. In fact, it was as if an angel had descended to kill the evil general so easily. These evil ghost warriors wanted to escape up the surrounding steep hillsides, but the hillside was almost covered with some weathered debris. These debris piled up very thickly on the hillside. Even if there was usually some noise, it will slide down to the foot of the mountain. Now these evil ghost warriors are stepping on it, and almost both of their calves are sinking into the gravel. You can't even climb up a few steps before large pieces of gravel will slide down and be sent to the foot of the mountain. Some ghost warriors cannot maintain their balance, and may even fall down and become entangled in the rubble with nowhere to rely on. After they roll down, the ant cavalry waiting at the foot of the mountain will stab them before they get up. Die. The battle lasted until dark, and the giant soldier ants enjoyed a feast of evil spirits after the battle. The ant riders held torches and swept the battlefield before retreating to the mouth of the valley. After pitching a tent and resting all night, Serdek led the army to continue walking north after dawn in the morning. This time, Serdek was preparing to make a long-distance attack to the northern mountain pass of the Moyinling Highlands. So in order to prevent the evil ghost legion from becoming alert, the legion's movement speed must be fast enough. This time we entered the Moyinling Highlands with almost no stop. With the magicians of the reconnaissance team leading the way, they could almost perfectly avoid all the evil ghost legions operating in the highlands. Although he would encounter some small-scale evil ghost legions when he was marching in a hurry, Serdek did not pay attention to the fat meat that was brought to his lips, and moved straight to the north with great determination. There are also some high ridges and hills on the Moyinling Highlands, but there are large areas of flat land between the high ridges. There are almost no trees here. The land is covered with weeds and moss, and there are large areas everywhere you can see of wilderness. The terrain here has ripple-like undulations that look like fish scale patterns in a wind-swept desert. Following Basil's guidance in the sky, Serdek led the legion through the valleys between the hills, trying to avoid exposing their whereabouts as much as possible. Serdek's army is extremely mobile. The Moyinling Highlands are only more than 600 kilometers from south to north. Even if they go around some places, it only takes 10 days to reach the north of the Moyinling Highlands. Since he had not yet established contact with the Agra tribe, Serdek asked his army to hide in the foothills of the northern part of Mayun Ridge, and he rode the magic harpoon of the magician Basil, endured the cold wind that cut like a knife from high altitude, and directly passed through the endless mountains in the north of Mayun Ridge, and entered the mountains to the north of Mayun Ridge. There is even snow on the top of the northern peak of Mayun Ridge. When you reach the middle of the peak, you can see some green grass. When you fly to the foot of Mayun Ridge, a large sea of green forest appears in Suldak's field of vision. Looking down from a high altitude, the rivers look like soft blue streamers among the dense forests. An army of aborigines is in this dense forest, like countless marching ants, forming a long line and gathering towards the foot of Moyinling Mountain. Chapter 1485 Meeting. Climbing over the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge is actually quite difficult for the magician Basil. This is mainly because the magician Basil is not familiar with the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. He does not know which valley can be used to cross the numerous peaks. The peaks here are very steep and towering. Almost every peak is above the clouds. The peaks are its all white snow. The biting cold wind almost covered Basil's face with a layer of white frost. Although Basil had already predicted that it would be very cold when climbing over the northern mountains, Basil even prepared a thick fur coat, leather gloves, and even a pair of eye masks. But the cold wind at the top of the peak still almost killed Basil. I was frozen to ice. After flying among the peaks for a full 6 hours, the two of them even found a snow cave on an unknown peak, lit a fire to keep warm for more than an hour, and ate some food to ward off the cold before returning again. Hit the road. Very few magicians would fly people, especially on such a long journey across the mountains. Magicians were not horsemen in carriages, and they rarely accepted this kind of passenger service. In the Green Empire, wealthy nobles can go to the central cities of some provinces through the teleportation hall. If they want to go anywhere else,
There are magic airships lining up in all directions to serve the nobles. People like Surdak who try to compress time as much as possible have not heard of it. At least in Bina province. Magicians are a group of proud guys with their nostrils raised to the sky. In fact, Basil also wanted to be proud in front of Surdak. But after he was first attracted by a strengthening magic pattern, he never straightened his waist again. Magicians also have their own pursuits. Basil's thoughts were very simple. He only hoped that this expedition with the Western Route Army could be exchanged for a precious strengthening magic pattern. After passing through the thick clouds, he saw the green sea in front of him, and felt the warm monsoon melting the white frost on his arms. Basil even felt that the blood in his body began to flow smoothly. The warm breeze blew across his face, and the air carried a faint aroma of resin, earth, and moss. Basil felt like he was alive again. This is a large forest at the foot of the mountains at the northern foot of Mayan Ridge. Looking down from the sky, you can see several meandering rivers distributed in the forest. Basil had been drained of the last trace of magic power in the magic pool by the magic handle. He felt that the control panel on the magic handle was a little unstable. So Basil rode the magic handle and landed on the grass beside the river. Here the trees are shady, and several large trees are connected together. The aerial roots exposed to the air lift several large trees very high. After the magic pot fell down, Basil put away the magic pot, took out a magic crystal, and sat silently to restore the mana in the magic pool. Surdak jumped down from the magic pot handle, stepped on the exposed roots under the giant tree, and began to look at the situation in the surrounding forest. There were still subtle footsteps coming from the woodland across the river. The footsteps were very dense. They should be the Aboriginal warriors, who were gathering in one direction. Surdak originally thought about walking over and asking about Elder Ambrobi. Where? But it occurred to me that Basil might need to rest for a few hours. If you want to be more comfortable in the forest, it is best to set up a simple marching tent. At least getting into the tent can avoid mosquito bites, especially near the river. Many flying insects will fly over if they smell the smell of blood. It is very simple to set up the marching tent of the Western Route Army. You only need to fasten a few ropes to erect a tent made of rainproof tarpaulin. This kind of tent can protect you from wind, rain and mosquitoes, but it is not very warm. If you want to stay warmer, just get into your sleeping bag when you go to bed at night. The water in the river is very clear, and there are some small fish on the bank surrounding the roots of trees stretching into the river, as if eating the algae above. However, there were not too many fish here. After setting up the tent, Surdak sat by the river for a while. He was waiting for Basil to wake up and let him recover his mana in the tent. And he had been sitting on the magic pot handle for a long time, and all the bones in his body had begun to harden. Now he took this opportunity to naturally walk around. There was a winding river in front of him, but Surdak did not walk along the river. Instead, he easily jumped to the other side of the river and observed the group of indigenous warriors who lined up in the forest and moved forward silently. These indigenous warriors walked through the forest. There are both men and women in the team, but men and women are basically separated. These Aboriginal warriors are all young people with good physiques. Almost all of these young people wore light animal skin armor and were running barefoot. The luggage they carried was not too big. Some young people only carried forest bows and some hardwood arrows. Along the way, you can also see some Aboriginal warriors wearing full armor. Almost all of these people are equipped with a full set of armor and weapons. Surdak knew that this should be the batch of weapons and equipment that each tribe purchased from him. Due to the limited quantity, these weapons and equipment were basically allocated to the most powerful group of warriors in the tribe. Now these Aboriginal warriors are responsible for guarding the team. And they are very responsible. Surdak originally wanted to walk over and ask these Aboriginal warriors to find out where Elder Ambrobi was. If he was not in the walled city, wouldn't it be unnecessary for him to rush over now? Watching these young Aboriginal warriors running in the forest, they were still talking and laughing. A black-horned elk came out of the depths of the jungle, and there was an Aboriginal female warrior holding a spear sitting on its back. This made Surdak couldn't help but stop. The face of the Aboriginal female warrior was painted with a layer of colorful paint, and there were 3 red, blue, and black feathers on her head. Her eyes were very bright, showing a wildness from the jungle, and her light wheat-colored skin showed through. It had a youthful color, as if it had been smeared with some animal grease. She has a well-proportioned and tight figure. She wears a half-length leather breastplate, exposing her abdominal muscles and 2 clear mermaid lines. Her lower body skirt is slit on both sides. A pair of slender and round thighs are exposed, and her calves are wrapped with belt leggings and a pair of leather shoes. She was carrying several spears with bright black blades, and the spear shafts seemed to be made of rare ironwood. She was riding a majestic black-horned elk, and was mixed among a group of aboriginal female warriors. Her tall figure looked extremely outstanding. Serdek didn't expect that there were cavalry among the Agrod tribe and clan, and they were also a group of female warriors carrying spears. I was fascinated for a while, probably feeling the eyes of Serdek looking at her in the jungle. The female warrior turned her head to look over at Serdek. When she saw Serdek's look, her eyes showed a little bit of hostility. Just as he was about to chase after him on a black-horned elk, a series of low horn sounds came from the distant woods. At this moment, almost all the aboriginal warriors looked surprised, and those wearing full heavy armor quickly ran towards the direction where the horn sounded. This group of female warriors riding black-horned elk quickly rushed towards the dense forest with the speed of the black-horned elk. Serdek didn't know what was happening over there, so he jumped to the crown of a tall tree by the river. However, the trees in the forest were relatively dense, and he couldn't see too far through the dense forest. However, the low roars of evil spirits could be heard in the distance at the same time. It was obvious that this group of aboriginal warriors encountered evil spirits in front. Serdek wanted to know how many evil spirits were ahead, so he also ran in the direction of the trumpet sound. This group of young aboriginal warriors originally wanted to run to help, but were ordered by the captains to stay where they were. Almost all of the people running towards the place where the horn sounded were heavily armored aboriginal warriors scattered in the forest. At this time, no one cared about why there was an imperial man in the forest. Serdek hasn't run like this for a long time. When he usually travels, he either rides a horse or takes a car. In the jungle, stepping on the soft moss and crossing some rotten crossbars lying on the ground, he felt the power of the earth pouring into his body from the soles of his feet, continuously providing him with physical strength. The effect of the magic pattern of life was really great. Obvious. With little effort, Serdek arrived at the place where the horns kept sounding. Hundreds of aboriginal warriors wearing heavy armor have gathered here. And of course, there are more ordinary aboriginal warriors. The female cavalry of black-horned elk are extremely conspicuous in the crowd, and there are already many aborigines opposite them. Soldiers and evil spirits fight together. Almost all of these aboriginal warriors did not have sophisticated weapons and equipment, and they could only retreat in the face of the attacks of the evil spirits. Some young aboriginal warriors fell under the sword of the evil ghost warriors. These evil warriors almost stepped on the corpses of the aboriginal warriors and rushed forward, holding some bloody severed hands in their hands as they ran. The legs are constantly stuffed into the mouth, looking like a group of hungry ghosts who have been starving for thousands of years. The fresh flesh and blood made these evil ghosts burst out with a stronger desire to fight. They ran forward almost as fast as they could, chasing the prey in front of them, until the group of aboriginal warriors covered in black armor formed a line and let the fleeing aboriginal warriors pass. Then someone filled the alloy bow in his hand and fired sharp arrows one after another. Go out and nail the evil ghost warrior accurately, unless they are shot directly into the eye socket or heart. It is difficult for these arrows to cause substantial damage to these evil spirits. At most, they will make them roar in pain and then rush forward in anger. Serdek discovered that a certain part of the bodies of these aboriginal warriors would have a group of magic patterns lighting up. It seemed that they also had colonial clothing similar to the magic patterns of life. These evil spirits collided with the aboriginal warriors, and the knight's long sword collided with the black blade, causing a string of sparks to burst out. This squadron of evil ghosts rushed out of the valley. They originally wanted to hunt some aboriginal people to fill their stomachs, and preferably also hunt some food to take back. Unexpectedly, they followed this line and found that there were more here, of aboriginal people. These evil spirits rushed over like crazy. The young aboriginal warriors rushed to fight, but naturally they could not defeat these evil spirits. Aboriginal warriors continued to be killed until the aboriginal horn sounded, and a group of aboriginal warriors wearing heavy armor rushed out to stop these evil spirits. The two sides were strangled together, and neither side wanted to retreat. These aboriginal warriors actually blocked these evil spirits. The female cavalrymen riding black-horned elk behind them threw spears towards the battlefield from dozens of meters away. The spears in their hands were very sharp, and the battlefield there are many evil spirits with spears piercing their bodies. As some aboriginal warriors came from afar, the balance of victory tilted toward the aboriginal warriors. An evil ghost general that was nearly 4 meters tall stood up from the group of evil ghosts. It took a few steps forward and rushed to the front. The long-handled sword burning with black fire in its hand swept forward, and there was the aboriginal warriors wearing full armor were cut in half at once, and their bodies were quickly ignited after being contaminated with black fire. like a vicious demon crawling out of HL. The evil general suddenly opened a gap in the defense line established by the Aboriginal warriors. A group of evil ghost warriors following it rushed in through the gap, and were about to overwhelm the defense line. Aboriginal warriors kept catching up from behind and rushing into this battlefield like a meat grinder. The female warrior with 3 feathers on her head suddenly leaned over and patted the black-horned elk beneath her. The bull elk suddenly jumped forward. The female warrior stood out from the group of cavalry and pulled out a long weapon in her hand. The spear comes. At this time, her entire right arm was emitting magic runes, and her mouth seemed to be speaking a string of indigenous languages. The ironwood spear in her hand suddenly burst into flames. When the spear was thrown, it was like throwing a tongue of fire. The flaming spear was inserted into the back of the evil general with great precision, and instantly exploded into a ball of flames. A huge crack occurred in the bone armor on the back of the evil general. The middle part, where the spear struck, even exposed the purple-red muscle fascia inside. The evil general let out an angry roar, and immediately slapped away the Aboriginal warriors in front of him. He took a big step and knocked away the other 2 Aboriginal warriors, who were blocking him from rushing forward. He desperately headed towards the female warrior. The end chased him. The female warrior did not hesitate at all, and patted the black-horned elk's neck gently. The elk seemed to understand, and its body suddenly tilted to the left, and then immediately turned around and fled away into the distance. Naturally, the evil general refused to give up the female warrior easily. It could span 7 or 8 meters in one step, and its running speed was obviously much faster than that of a black-horned elk. It's just that this is a dense jungle. It is tall and covered with all kinds of sharp-boned spurs. The branches, leaves and vines in the forest have become the biggest obstacle to its running. However, the elk can twist and turn in the forest. The evil general ran out of the battlefield and realized that something was wrong. He should not be too far away from the battlefield at this time. But as soon as it slowed down, the black-horned elk emerged from behind a big tree, and the flaming spear in the female warrior's hand flew towards it again. The demon general raised the long-handled war blade in his hand, and split the spear into 2 pieces with great precision. However, the moment the spear broke into 2 pieces, it exploded again, and the explosion of flames almost engulfed the demon general. The evil general who rushed out of the bursting flames was blinded by anger. He gave up the battlefield behind him, and rushed towards the female warrior with all his strength. Chapter 1486, A Battle in the Forest. Delia was riding Woo-Woo through the jungle, when she saw the imperial man coming out of the woods in front of her. She didn't expect that he would follow him ghostly. I really don't know how to live or die. She knows better than anyone how terrifying the ghost general behind her is. In the past few battles, many tribal warriors around her died because of these guys. Delia also doesn't want the battlefield to be destroyed by the ghost general on his own this time. Only after a complete breakdown did he risk drawing it out. If it weren't for the vines in the dense forest that blocked the evil ghost general's footsteps, Delia felt that she might have died under the evil ghost general's sword. Now she just wants to run as far as she can. As long as she lures it away, the warriors from the tribe will come from all directions, preferably 2 wizards, and the battle will be won. When she led the evil general away, she actually thought that she might die in battle. Many warriors in the tribe died in this way. She was not the first, and she certainly would not be the last. Delia scolded Surdak, and her beautiful big eyes instantly glared at Surdak like a female leopard, with 2 tiger teeth even showing at the corners of her mouth. She wanted to act fierce, and it would be best to scare Surdak away. At this time, the evil general had broken through the densest vines, and his body was covered with torn tree vines. But he strode out like a ferocious god. The human warrior actually stood there blankly, then took out a ridiculous shield, and naively tapped the edge of the shield 3 times with a heavy sword. The dull metal collision sound quickly exposed his position, attracted the evil general's attention. The evil general seemed to have seen something extraordinary, and his eyes were immediately attracted. It seemed to have lost the idea of chasing Delia. Delia patted her partner underneath her. She had raised Woo-Woo since she was a child. Delia only needed a few simple movements for this black-horned elk to know what its owner was going to do. The black-horned elk let out a low cry and immediately ran towards the evil ghost general. Its body was very nimble, and it carried Delia through several jumps and turns in the forest before approaching the evil ghost general. In Delia's hand holding a spear with a black handle more than 3 meters long. Red runes appeared on her arm at this moment, and the entire spear burned with flames. This time she didn't throw the spear out. She was riding on the back of the black-horned elk, almost becoming one with the black-horned elk. The spear in her hand was like a fire snake, carrying the spirit of no regrets. The earthly aura stabbed the evil spirit general in the chest. The spear is as fast as lightning, and the spear tip spits out from the flames like a snake letter. The spear, the warrior, and the elk almost form a whole. This was the first time for Serdek to see such a fierce attack. He even had a feeling that if the evil general didn't dodge and block, the female warrior would definitely dig out a huge bloody hole in the evil general's chest. The evil general also sensed the danger. He cut the long-handled sword in his hand towards the front leg of the black-horned elk, and jumped to the right with his whole body, trying to avoid Delia's sharp blow. But Delia was riding on a black-horned elk, and the spear in her hand seemed to have been thrust out halfway. But when the evil general avoided it, it suddenly retracted in her hand. Like a poisonous snake that chooses to devour anyone, it suddenly shrank its head and stabbed Delia's spear diagonally down her left ribs. It was like the evil general deliberately hitting his head on the flaming spear tip. Although the demon general's body lost his balance, he used both hands to change the sweep of the war blade. He pressed down the end of the long handle with his right hand, raised the war blade high, and stabbed it steadily on the edge of the spear. At the same time as the collision, a burst of flame exploded on the tip of the spear, and the evil spirit general almost lost the female warrior's figure in his sight. But the war blade in his hand also sent out a sharp air blade, even leaving a deep cut on the ancient tree behind the female warrior. The explosion of flames forced the evil general back 2 steps. But when the explosion flames dissipated, the evil general saw that the female warrior riding on the black-horned elk had been seriously injured. The air blade flying out of the war blade had cut her leather breastplate from her left shoulder to her chest. It hit the right rib. It was obvious that this tight-fitting leather armor sewn from the skin of an unknown monster did not block the air blade. The leather armor cracked, and even the linen belt wrapped around the chest was completely cut off. A 2-foot wound gushed out with bright red blood, and the female warrior was almost knocked off the elk by this sharp air blade. Even half of the antlers of the black-horned elk were chopped off by the demon general's war blade. However, the spear with the exploding flame seemed to have also injured the evil ghost general. After the evil ghost general took 2 steps back, he also looked down at the cracked exoskeleton on his chest with a surprised expression, and then prepared to take a step forward, using the war blade to chop the female warrior to death together with the black-horned elk. Delia felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her body leaned back under the influence of inertia. The woods in her eyes became a little blurry, and countless colors seemed to fly out of her sight. A large mouthful of blood gushed out from her throat, and she coughed it out vigorously, not even daring to breathe under the severe pain. Seeing the evil general with black fire coming out of his body rushing towards him again, she was unable to escape at this moment, and could only close her eyes and wait for the last moment of death. In fact, she was still a little resentful at this time. If an imperial man hadn't appeared in the forest, she wouldn't have had to turn around and attack the evil general. Running in this dense forest full of vines, she still had a chance to survive. It's too late to say anything now. My blurred eyes still want to take a look at this forest. Strong dizziness suddenly came up, and Delia's eyes suddenly went dark. Serdek was also a little stunned. He had already raised the evil ghost shield. The evil general saw the shield covered in the evil ghost's face, and immediately rushed towards him desperately. He even struck the edge of the shield with his sword in excitement, and the muffled sound made him quickly inspire the battle. It's just that Serdek didn't expect that the female warrior riding the elk would turn around and fight back with all her might at this time. The evil general turned sideways and slashed with a sharp knife, which made Serdek, who was watching the battle break out in cold sweat. When the air blade appeared on the war blade, Serdek thought that even his evil ghost shield might not be able to block it. Live. Seeing the female warrior being knocked off her horse by the evil spirit general, Serdek rushed forward decisively. After all, he was a second-level expert, and the strong pressure he brought to the evil general caused him to give up on inflicting a blow on the fainting female warrior, and turned to look at Serdek with a solemn expression. The shadow of the archangel appeared behind the running Serdek, and a pair of wings made of light and sound also appeared behind him. The sword of Kerwin in his hand exuded dazzling holy light. The light group made Serdek the heavy sword in Dark's hand looked like a ball of light. Serdek raised the light ball and smashed it down, but the evil general blocked it with his war blade. That kind of keen reaction to the battle easily blocked Serdek's most powerful blow. Just when the evil general was about to kick Serdek away, a black figure suddenly appeared behind Serdek. Aphrodite suddenly flew up from behind the dazzling light, probably because her eyes were pierced by the holy light. The evil general didn't even notice that Aphrodite was hiding behind Serdek. At the same time as Aphrodite appeared, a huge eyeball appeared above Aphrodite's head, shooting a charming light towards the evil general without any obstruction. The evil ghost general only felt that the holy light had restrained part of his power, and the charming light caused his brain to freeze instantly, and his spiritual consciousness was blank. The long-handled war blade fell from the evil ghost general's hand. Get out. Serdek decisively cut off the evil spirit general's head with a heavy sword and pierced his heart. After taking care of the evil general, Serdek carried the evil general's head and walked quickly to the female warrior, who was unconscious in a pool of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, her face was pale, and even her lips were bloodless. The black-horned elk was not injured at all, but the horn on its head was broken. It stared at Serdek with some hostility, kept making sounds, and gently pressed Delia's body with its wet lips, trying to wake her up. Serdek set up the sacrificial altar without thinking, and just waited for the double-faced devil to appear before sacrificing the head of the evil general in his hand. The blessings he received in exchange were the hegemonic body and the blessed body. Immediately stopped the bleeding from the female warrior's wound. The wound happened to pass between two big white rabbits, and was as deep as the bone. The clavicle of the left shoulder was severed, but the heart was not injured. 2 ribs were also severed, and a peripheral lung lobe was injured. Then he squatted down, took out the sutures from the medical bag he carried with him, cleaned the wounds a little, and then sewed up the wounds from her belly to her shoulders. Serdek had sutured countless wounds on the battlefield. He always carries 20 suture needles with sutures in his medical bag. This time he sewed more carefully. At least the wound looked neat, and the continuous spreading of the holy light technique could effectively awaken the severed nerves, blood vessels and muscle fibers in the wound, stimulating their rapid healing. If she hadn't appeared, she might have had the chance to run away. Serdek sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he finally snatched her back from the hands of death. Her body was covered with blood, and the wound was rebandaged with a hemostatic bandage. After her breathing completely stabilized, Serdek turned and left. There was already a female cavalry chasing her in the distance, and Serdek felt that since he had completed all the treatment work, it was better to avoid them at this time. A steady stream of tribal warriors wearing armor appeared in the jungle, and even 2 wizards rode over on black-horned elk. The situation on the battlefield slowly stabilized. Without the evil general in charge, the evil warriors once again fell into a bitter battle. They were quickly annihilated by a large number of aboriginal warriors. In this battle, the tribal aborigines showed a rare tough stance and swallowed up the evil ghost hunting group from the front of the battlefield. When Delia, who fell into a coma, was carried back by a group of female warriors, the battle here was about to end. The 2 wizards from the tribe had already begun to treat the injured aboriginal warriors. When they saw the unconscious Delia, they were both startled and quickly examined Delia's injuries carefully. Seeing the blessing of God on her body, he asked the female warriors with some surprise,
"Who treated Delia? Are there any other witches coming?"
The female warrior hurriedly described. When they rushed to Delia's side, not only was the battle over, but Delia's treatment was also over. They saw no trace of anyone at the scene. There were also female warriors who carried back the corpse of the evil ghost general. Although most of the injuries on the evil ghost general were caused by Delia, it died from having its head chopped off, and the incisions on its neck were neat. It's smooth, and you can tell it's a sharp blade at a glance. Delia obviously does not have such a sharp weapon. It seems that only she knows who saved Delia. Fortunately, he was only slightly injured and could recover. The 2 wizards secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Serdek returned to the place where the magician Basil rested. Basil had recovered his exhausted mana and was sitting on the roots of the tree outside the tent, drinking hot black tea and waiting quietly for Serdek return.
"Have you found out where Elder Ambrobi is currently?"
Basil asked carefully. Seeing that Serdek was a little embarrassed, Serdek was startled for a moment. And then he remembered that this matter was the key point, and he originally wanted to find someone to stabilize this matter.
"Not yet. I'm going to ask someone right now." Just in front, a group of evil ghost warriors and aboriginal warriors were fighting. "I ran over and took a look,"
he said to Basil. Only then did Basil realize that Serdek was watching the fun. When Serdek stood up again, Basil asked tentatively,
"How about we continue flying north? Let's go north first. When we meet the aboriginal people on the road, I will go up and ask."
Then Serdek said,
"We have been sitting on the magic for so long. Let's walk a while."
Basil asked curiously,
"Commander, what is the battle between the aborigines and the evil spirits ahead?"
As he said this, he did not forget to give Serdek a cup of tea. Serdek's mind unknowingly pictured the female warrior's sharp shot, which was almost more violent than the charge of the knights holding the knight's spear.
After these aboriginal warriors put on armor, their strength must have improved a lot, and this time they have a numerical advantage. So they probably won,
Serdek said casually. But he was thinking again. It would be great if the skill of that shot could be handed over to the construct knights under his command. At least it will be easier for the constructed knights to fight against ordinary evil ghost warriors. Soldak took a sip of tea and turned his head to look at the battlefield in the distance. Chapter 1487. A conscientious businessman. A team of indigenous people transporting food waded through the grass in the forest and strode towards the walled city 200 miles away. Most of these natives who transported food were men who were past their prime and could not directly join the legion to participate in the war. So they were organized by the tribe chiefs to send the cassava flour and dried moss accumulated in the walled city to the south. The aboriginal tribes live in the mountains and rarely raise horses. This transportation team only has one carriage. Other men carried the food on their bodies and walked to the front line. This time, after they delivered the food to the designated location, they hurried towards the inside of the walled city. The road they took was not a big road. The easy roads were where groups of tribal warriors gathered southward, and these indigenous people transporting food. On the way back, the man could only go to places where the weeds were not so dense. The leader of the team is an old hunter who has great experience in jungle hunting. He is at the front of the team, exploring to avoid those prickly thorn bushes. Some people were chatting quietly in the team, and they met some berry trees along the way. They would also stop and everyone would step on some sour berries. These berries were also a rare food for them. They cooked them with the moss and ferns, which was a bit if it tastes sour. It will be easier to swallow. Originally, the forest land in this mountainous area was so rich, with mushrooms, wild fruits, small forest animals, and sometimes some bird eggs from the birds' nests in the canopy. Although there are often monsters around, there are also warriors in the tribe who hunt those monsters. Food has never been a problem for these aborigines of the Agrod tribe. Hunting and gathering can completely fill their stomachs. This was also the main reason why they moved down from Mayun Mountains and lived in the forest. There were abundant products. But when the evil spirits come, they not only eat humans, but also other wild beasts in the mountains. If you are very hungry, you can even eat weeds, moss, and tree bark. Not only has the mountains become extremely dangerous, but the sources of food have also become less. And life in the tribe has become much more difficult than before. The warriors in every city are rising up to resist these evil ghosts. But the evil ghosts are covered with a layer of black bone armor, and they can easily pull out a bone spur from their bodies to fight. Even the tribal warriors, who are covered in monster leather, can't. It's hard to beat them. With powerful force and large numbers, the evil spirits have become the real hunters of this jungle. If the tribal warriors want to win, they must offer sacrifices to the demons on the altar to pray for their blessings. It can be said that those sacrifices almost all come from the monsters in the mountains. And there are rarely any stocks of sacrifices in the tribe. Now those monsters have almost been slaughtered by the evil spirits. If you want to obtain sacrifices, you have to go to the wilderness further north, or kill more evil ghosts. The warriors in the tribe can only lurk in the woods and attack the evil spirits, who are more than 3 meters tall and run more recklessly than wild boars. Many times, ordinary aborigines have to hide in the walled city. They usually rely on digging plant roots around the walled city to feed themselves. The best thing to dig is cassava, but this food is unpalatable. If you eat too much, your whole mouth will be numb. His lips were so swollen that drool continued to flow down the corners of his mouth. In the past year or so, it has become very difficult for the indigenous people to eat meat. Now, the elders of the tribe finally stood up and united everyone, preparing to jointly fight against the evil spirits in Moyun Ridge. Everyone's fighting spirit was rekindled in their hearts. The Agrid clan will never run away from war. Everyone is working hard and preparing to fight those evil spirits. The supplies on the cart were already empty, but the carriage was very crudely made. The old horse had a little difficulty pulling it up, and the wooden wheels ran over the grass, leaving 2 deep ruts. There is not much food stored in the walled city. For this expedition to Moyunling, everyone transported almost all the edible things to the front. Women and children now have to collect edible things around the walled city every day. Although life is very difficult, at least everyone is resisting. And this kind of life adds something called hope to everyone's hearts. This grain transport team headed north, planning to spend 2 days returning to the walled city. This journey is not very short. We have to walk from morning to night every day, and our sleeping time is compressed to only a few hours. As these natives were walking forward, They saw two imperial men standing in front of bushes not far away. There were light red lantern fruits hanging on these bushes, but it seemed that they had no intention of picking them. There are very few imperial people in this jungle. The imperial people basically will not cross Moyun Ridge. However, the natives can still tell at a glance that these two are imperial people. Each of them is wearing a very exquisite metal armor. He looked like a young warrior. The other one was wearing a gorgeous robe, better than the clothes worn by the great shamans in the tribe. He also held a wooden stick inlaid with gems in his hand. There was no hostility in the eyes of these two imperial men. Although these natives were on guard, there was nothing to be afraid of. There were so many of them. And they also know that almost none of the imperial people wearing robes know how to fight. The natives originally didn't want to have any communication with these two people, but the location where they stood was simply too good. They had never encountered a bush with so many ripe berries along the way. They really didn't want to give up this bush. So the captain led everyone up. The two imperial men looked tired. The soldier actually spoke the indigenous language and said when he came up, "We want to meet Elder Ambrose. According to our agreement, I brought some weapons, equipment, and food this time." The captain of the grain transport team was a little confused. He looked around and couldn't figure out where they had hidden the transport team. However, they quickly accepted the two Imperials and felt that they would not lie about this. This is how Surdak and Basil got into a grain transport team. They originally wanted to fly further north, but Basil's magic harpoon actually had a small problem. The magic pattern array on the floating device needed to be repaired. Although he brought the repair magic materials with him, it needed to be ground into magic ink, which took a while. The two of them were discussing how to go north in front of a bush, when they saw a grain transport team walking through the woods. Surdak immediately went up to communicate. The captain was very friendly, seeing that they were imperial people from Handanar County in the south. He also invited them to ride in the only carriage of the grain transport team. During the break, the natives also took out some food and distributed it to Surdak and Basil. The climate here is relatively warm, but there is no harsh sunshine, and there is a cool breeze blowing from the north. Sitting in a place where trees are not densely packed and taking a rest, looking at the green mountains and plains, will make people feel suddenly enlightened. Of course, Surdak was not a stingy person. After accepting the poor-looking food from the indigenous people, he immediately took out a stack of baked wheat cakes from his magic pocket. These were originally intended to be given to them, but now some were offered in exchange, and the natives happily accepted them. How have the natives ever seen wheat cakes? As soon as they took a bite, the rich aroma of wheat immediately made them squint their eyes and chew. This thing is much more delicious than cassava dumplings. The wheat cakes baked in the West Route Army Canteen are almost entirely made according to marching standards. One wheat cake is about 14 inches long, and one wheat cake is a day's ration. According to the way the heavy armored infantrymen of the West Route Army eat, they have to cook a pot of thick soup to eat with these wheat cakes. These natives did not use it at all. They directly piled the newly collected lantern fruits on the wheat cakes, crushed them to pieces with their big hands, and then ate them in big gulps. Everyone ate a whole piece of baked wheat cake, and they still seemed to be unsatisfied. Finally, I did not forget to praise the deliciousness of these foods. This shocked the magician Basil, who was sitting aside and frowning as he ate the wheat cake. There was no butter, no meat pie and tomatoes and cabbage. The wheat cake was simply unpalatable, and he only cut half of it into his palm. It's such a big piece. I nibble on it in small bites, and from time to time, I take a sip of black tea from the kettle. But seeing the satisfied expressions of these natives, Basil even doubted whether they were eating the same food as him. Surdak saw that the natives had eaten up all the wheat cakes in their hands, and then took out another pile and planned to share it with everyone. But what he didn't expect was that these natives didn't accept it happily, although there was some desire in their eyes. No one took the initiative to take it. Even if Surdak handed over the wheat cake, he didn't accept it. Surdak felt a little strange and asked them, "Why don't you take it? Don't you like eating this?" The captain of the grain transport team put his hands on his stomach and said with some embarrassment, "It's not that we don't like it. These are the most delicious things we have ever eaten. But we really can't give you anything in exchange. It doesn't matter. I don't want your things. These wheat cakes are just for you." No matter what Surdak said, the natives in the food transport team refused to accept it, especially when they heard that the food was to support the tribes against the evil spirits on the front line. Everyone shook their heads like a rattle. Gifts are not accepted, but exchange is acceptable. But they were so poor that they couldn't even wear leather clothes. Some even wore grass skirts, barefoot, and had almost nothing except a bundle of straw ropes on their backs. But Surdak later discovered that these indigenous men were covered in tattoos. The tattoos among the indigenous tribes almost always commemorate something. For example, when they hunted for the first time in their lives, they would tattoo the image of the prey on their arms. Every time they hunted a monster, they would also record it on their body. They even went to several places. My wife will also remember it. This doesn't mean they have a bad memory. It's purely custom. These indigenous people have some decorative necklaces around their necks and wrists. These necklaces are made of tough straw ropes threaded through some animal teeth and polished bones. However, they have been on them for too long, and many necklaces have the original colors of the decorations are no longer visible. Surdak saw that in addition to all kinds of strange teeth, a necklace on an indigenous man actually had a piece of turquoise the size of a thumbnail strung on it. The bright green color stopped Soldak's gaze. He pointed at the small stone and said to the native,
"You can exchange this stone with me. This thing is not bad."
The native didn't know whether he understood it or not. Anyway, when he saw Surdak pointing at his necklace, he immediately took off the bone and tooth necklace from his neck and hung it on Surdak's arm. Went up, happily took another piece of wheat cake, and walked back with his head shaking. He did not eat the wheat cake again, but strung up the wheat cake with a straw rope and hung it on his waist. In fact, Surdak just wanted the turquoise gem. It seemed a bit excessive to exchange a gem for a stack of wheat cakes. Surdak even wanted to give him a skinning knife as compensation. Surdak quickly called out to the native, who looked a little unusually excited, and handed him a pile of wheat cakes in his hand. Then he pointed at the necklace and said,
"This one is more valuable and can be exchanged for more."
In fact, he also wanted to put the skinning knife in the magic belt bag. But the box where the skinning knife was stored was not so easy to find. The other natives saw their companion standing there stupidly holding a pile of wheat cakes, and knowing that the necklaces around their necks could be exchanged for wheat cakes, they all took off the necklaces from their necks and hung them on Surdak's arm. These necklaces were filled with the strong body odor of the indigenous people, which made Surdak almost vomit. Surdak was a little dumbfounded. What use could he have for these things? There is no turquoise on other necklaces. However, considering that he rejected them at this time, they might not be willing to accept his gifts, and would just give out some worthless wheat cakes. So Soldak solemnly moved out a wooden box, and put these necklaces into the box one by one. He also asked the native in Aboriginal language,
"Where did you pick up the green rough stone on the necklace?"
The native hesitated for a long time to explain. Surdak couldn't understand the name of the mountain he mentioned. He only knew that he saw the beautiful stone at a place called Imnit, and picked it up. Soldak didn't bother to ask. A piece of turquoise actually doesn't mean anything. However, as the number of necklaces in his hands increased, he discovered that this kind of turquoise could also be seen on other indigenous necklaces. Surdak asked casually, "How many such stones are there in the mountains over there?" The answer is yes. There are many such stones beside a stream, because the color is a bit like the magic crystal obtained from the black-horned elk. Some indigenous people will pick up a few pieces, drill holes, and wear them on necklaces. Later, Surdak also saw some magic crystals with holes in the necklace, and even half an evil spirit with horns. But he was certain that there might be an emerald mine in this mountain. Surdak felt that exchanging wheat cakes for gems was a bit much. So in the end, I found the box containing the skinning knives in the magic waste bag, and then gave each of these natives a skinning knife made of fine steel. For a time, the atmosphere here became more harmonious. Chapter 1488 War Preparation. Surdak followed this group of indigenous people transporting food all the way north. Seeing that Surdak was so generous, the natives even gave a skinning knife as a gift when they exchanged their necklaces for wheat cakes. They wished they could give all the necklaces belonging to their relatives at home to Surdak in order to exchange them for new ones. Get more of this peeling tool. They usually even use some bone knives, and they tear the skin when peeling it off. If a piece of leather is peeled off from a monster, it will become tattered if not careful. Seeing the indigenous people trying the sharpness of the skinning knives with their palms or arms, Soldak also gave them several whetstones, and told them that such skinning knives need to be polished and oiled frequently for maintenance. A group of indigenous people seemed to be participating in a festival celebration, just standing there holding a skinning knife and having fun. In fact, Surdak received only 5 gems from this transaction, and a dozen drilled magic crystals. These magic crystals will only be broken down into magic crystal fragments in the future. However, if the 5 emeralds could be polished by a gem craftsman, they might be worth some money. Of course, the value of these stones is much higher than those of skinning knives. But in the eyes of the natives, these green stones, which can only be used as decorations, are the least valuable things. On the contrary, those sharp animal teeth are the most precious things on their bodies. But compared with the skinning knives and wheat cakes, they took out the bone and tooth necklace without hesitation. The captain of the transport team also told Soldak that if he arrived at the walled city, he could find more natives to make such a deal. Soldak waved his hand and said that after he arrived at the walled city, these things would be handed over to Elder Ambrobi. After getting familiar with these indigenous warriors, everyone had no worries when chatting. Only then did Soldak know that Elder Ambrobi had almost devoted all his clan's efforts to start this war against the evil spirits. Although all the tribes in Agrod have this idea, the indigenous people also know that there is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. Even if the indigenous people sound the horn of resistance, it will only accelerate the demise of the Agrod clan. This time, the elders of each tribe all supported Elder Ambrobi at the meeting, and a large number of young Aboriginal warriors were recruited to the front battlefield. They, the older natives, are transporting food from behind. The wheat cakes that these natives exchanged from Surdak were almost all neatly strung up with straw ropes and hung around their waists. Except for the first wheat cake, which they ate in one go. No one ate the remaining wheat cakes. They would still collect some ferns, moss, mushrooms, berries, etc. along the way, and put them all into earthen pots to cook. Eat when cooked. Surdak didn't ask them why they didn't eat these wheat cakes. But the magician Basil saw these natives eating the vegetable soup boiled in the earthen pot with relish, and he was curious to try it. In fact, he just took a sip of the vegetable soup and almost vomited everything in his stomach. Come out. Except for a little bit of salt. The vegetable soup was simply sour and bitter, with some weird plant flavor. When the natives saw Basil's embarrassed appearance, they all laughed. The indigenous captain looked emotional and said to Soldak,
"After we drive away these evil spirits from Mayun Ridge and the forest returns to its original appearance, life here will not be so miserable. When you come again, I will treat you to a deer." Such teams of indigenous people transporting food can be found everywhere in the jungle, and everyone almost goes their own way. Try not to follow the same route back to the walled city, so you can find more food along the way. Now the Aboriginal soldiers have advanced the battle line to the foot of the northern mountain of Mayun Ridge, and the evil spirits have almost disappeared in this jungle. So there is no danger. When night comes, you can actually see bonfires in the mountains and forests, through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the forest. The little bits of light were mostly small groups of indigenous people, and occasionally there were people standing on the top of the trees and screaming. The other indigenous people have long been accustomed to it, and no one even raises their head to look for the sound. When sleeping at night, Surdak wanted to leave Basil alone in the tent here, and then run to Aphrodite alone. Take a good bath, and then lie down on the soft bed. Have a good sleep in bed. But Basil had been repairing his magic harpoon all night, and Surdak had no chance to sneak away. Originally, when Surdak was still thinking about returning to Helensa city, he went to the magic shop to buy a floating magic circle rune board for Basil. Unexpectedly, Basil spent a whole night on it, and repaired his magic potion. In the early morning, the mountains and fields are filled with light green mist, and the vegetation here is covered with dew. The sun has not yet set on the mountains and fields, and groups of indigenous people have begun to move towards the north. There was a rapid sound of horse hooves, and Surdak turned around unexpectedly and looked in the direction where the sound came from. The indigenous captain ran a few steps forward and jumped onto the branch of a big tree to see what was going on over there. Surdak knew that there were rarely groups of cavalry in the tribes of the natives. Then the screams of those mounts gave Surdak the answer. It was a group of black-horned elk, but the route taken by this herd of black-horned elk happened to pass by Soldak. This allowed Surdak to see the group of female cavalry again. They were walking north around the female warrior with 3 feathers on her head. It seemed that they also wanted to return to the city. The female warrior sat on the back of the black-horned elk. Her face was pale. Her lips were devoid of any color, and she looked very weak. Surrounded by a group of female cavalry, they rushed northward. Surdak did not expect that she did not recuperate on the southern battlefield, but returned to the northern city with injuries. Such running around may seriously affect the healing of the injury. The natives on the side saw the female warrior passing by and saluted her one after another. The female warrior Delia did not look here, and did not notice that Surdak was standing in the crowd. Surdak found that the eyes of these natives looked at the female warriors with reverence. Then he asked the indigenous captain beside him, "Who is that person who just passed by? Why do you all have to salute her?" The indigenous captain looked at Soldak with a strange look on his face and explained to him.
She is the forest princess of the Waya tribe, the goddess in the hearts of all Agrod warriors.
Probably because the explanation of the indigenous captain was not complete.
One of the indigenous people immediately added,
She is our war goddess.
Cerdak took a breath and said,
Is she so famous?
The indigenous captain immediately showed pride, raised his head, and smiled at Soldak and said,
Of course. She has the ability to talk to nature and is the darling of this forest. All the young people admire her very much.
These natives were obviously familiar with Cerdak. And someone continued the topic.
She can tame the black-horned elk in the jungle. Those women were riding black-horned elk just now. It is usually very difficult for us to catch one. She usually helps people in need and doesn't criticize anyone easily. She also took her bodyguard to hunt down evil ghost hunters. She is the strongest warrior of the Waya tribe.
Cerdak smiled and listened to the indigenous people talking about some rumors about the forest princess Delia. He really didn't expect that the woman who almost died had such a legendary identity. The indigenous people are talking about this forest princess Delia. What impressed Cerdak most about her was her bright eyes. The natives said she was very beautiful. But her face was covered with oil paint at that time. And Cerdak could not see her face clearly at all. The group walked north for 2 more days. And Soldak and Basil finally arrived at the walled city, where Elder Ambrobi lived. The indigenous captain took Cerdak and Basil to the largest tree house in the walled city. Under the curious eyes of a group of natives, Soldak saw Elder Ambrobi and other elders. They seemed to be listening to the news from various tribes in the tree house. Many tribal leaders gathered in the hall. On the battlefield, these clan leaders are the commanders who lead the indigenous warriors to fight. Elder Ambrobi did not expect that Cerdak would come so quickly. When he saw Cerdak coming in from outside, he immediately went up and hugged him, then pulled him into the hall and introduced him to the current situation. Distribution of indigenous troops.
Currently, our vanguard troops have arrived at the foot of the northern mountain of Mayun Ridge. There have been frequent small-scale battles in the past few days. You arrived just in time. Many of our young soldiers here have not yet received weapons and equipment. Already rushing to the battlefield in Mayun Ridge.
Cerdak said to Elder Ambrose.
I just happened to rush over there. And I know a little bit about the situation there. I came here this time just to hand over this batch of military supplies. I didn't distribute weapons and armaments on the battlefield ahead because I was worried about affecting your arrangements here.
Elder Ambrobi asked excitedly.
Lord Soldak, how much military supplies have you transported? All,
said Cerdak.
You brought all the weapons and equipment? What about your transport team?
Elder Ambrobi asked, seeing that Basil did not follow. Cerdak said randomly.
With a magician accompanying you, it is actually very convenient to carry a large amount of supplies. There is no need for a logistics transportation team at all.
Chief Logan, who hurriedly came from outside, saw Soldak at a glance, and he was also a little excited. Chief Logan is the commander-in-chief of this indigenous coalition. He is mainly responsible for dispatching and coordinating the order of various tribal armies entering the battlefield, as well as strategic arrangements. The indigenous alliance is actually relatively loose, and the specific command power is in the hands of the respective tribal chiefs. Of course, those who really control each indigenous tribe are the elders of the tribe. Cerdak didn't talk much. He needed a warehouse to fill these supplies, and Chief Logan quickly arranged an empty wooden house for him. Not long after seeing Cerdak walk in, the house was filled with a full set of weapons and equipment of the heavy armored infantry regiment, including full heavy armor, Roman swords, Irish shields, and even water bladders. The only thing that couldn't be equipped by everyone was the alloy bow, which was simply not available in the market in Constantinople. The soldiers in the Green Empire prefer repeating crossbows, but repeating crossbows, bed crossbows, and catapults are all military-controlled materials and cannot be purchased by merchants with money. The tribal chief's eyes widened when they saw boxes of brand-new weapons wrapped in butter paper. Chief Logan did not waste any time. He was still counting the number of weapons and equipment here. The weapons and equipment that had been counted over there were immediately distributed to the Aboriginal warriors gathered here. A large group of young warriors were equipped with full sets in the walled city. Equip yourself and immediately rush to the battlefield. Looking at the young indigenous warriors all covered in black, with heavy swords hanging on their waists and shields on their backs. The clan leaders in the tribe all lamented that the equipment sent by Lord Cerdak was really complete. The most incredible thing for them was that these weapons and equipment were given away for free. The reason is that everyone fights against the evil ghost army on Mayun Ridge together. In fact, this is what every tribe wants to do most. Many tribe leaders still remember that a few months ago, someone came here to exchange weapons and equipment for warcraft materials and herbs. At this time, the tribe leaders couldn't help but think, if they want to exchange for warcraft materials and herbs, it won't work. You know how many herbs you have to dig up to get them back. In just a few days, Cerdak saw with his own eyes the birth of an army of indigenous people inside the walled city. The distribution of equipment is indeed planned, not only related to the number of warriors sent by each tribe, but also related to the performance, supplies, etc. The distribution list is in the hands of Chief Logan. When distributing, the quantities are shouted out publicly. It was only at this time that some tribe leaders regretted that when they counted the number of people participating in the war. It would have been nice to say more. Now they can get more sets of heavy armors and so on. Now it is too late to want everything. What made the tribe leaders even more unexpected was that Cerdak also brought out a large amount of marching rations. In addition to bags of marching rations, there were also whole bags of wheat flour. Cerdak even took the initiative to give them to the indigenous people. How to make baked wheat cakes. Then Cerdak followed Chief Logan and rushed to the southern battlefield of the indigenous coalition forces. The army was approaching. And in addition to groups of heavily armored warriors, there were also a large number of unarmored indigenous warriors behind them. The original plan of Cerdak and Elder Ambrobi was for the indigenous tribes to summon an army of 100,000 to block the northern pass of Mayun Ridge. In fact, there are nearly 200,000 indigenous people gathered here. Currently, only 100,000 indigenous warriors have weapons and equipment. The remaining indigenous warriors are actually waiting for someone to be injured or killed before they are qualified to wear them. Armor, pick up weapons, and continue to fight. Each tribe does not want to give up the weapons and equipment it has received to other tribes. So almost all tribes have actively prepared reserves. Chapter 1489 Bloodline. Soldak came to the battlefield at the foot of the North Mountain of Mayun Ridge with Chief Logan. He was also responsible for distributing the weapons and equipment of the last part of the indigenous warriors. I just didn't expect that the number of indigenous warriors gathered here was far beyond imagination. Nearly double the number Cerdak planned. Moreover, the situation on the battlefield here is relatively chaotic. The biggest problem is this tribal alliance. The various tribal armies cannot act in a unified manner. The orders of the tribal chiefs will always expose some loopholes on the battlefield. And evil spirits have a very keen sense of smell. They are very good at finding weaknesses on the battlefield. So the battle here is not as easy as Cerdak thought. At the foot of the southern foothills of Moyanling Mountains, the West Root Army firmly suppressed the evil Ghost Legion stationed at the mountain pass. But the battlefield at the foothills of the northern foothills of Moyanling Mountains did not. The evil Ghost warriors Cerdak saw were quite ferocious. Perhaps because they were hungry. As long as they encountered an indigenous army, they would chase them out of the mountains at all costs. The evil ghosts did not care about casualties. The evil spirits that rushed out were so cruel that they almost didn't make any sense. The casualties of the indigenous coalition forces have been increasing recently, and enthusiasm for the war is gradually increasing. Every day there would be scuffles at the foot of the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. Most of the time, the indigenous warriors would gather together to annihilate the evil spirits. Of course, there would also be disastrous defeats in which all the indigenous warriors would be killed by the evil spirits. Cerdak did not intervene in the fighting of the indigenous tribes. He only provided weapons, equipment, and military rations in a timely manner. I originally wanted to go back after handing over these supplies. But seeing the terrible situation of the melee here, I didn't know that it would take more indigenous regiments to rush to Beishan Pass. So I wanted to stay a few more days to see the situation clearly, cross the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge, and return to the cavalry regiment to deliver the most fatal blow to the evil ghost army over there. Although the various tribes on the battlefield are stationed together, they are still divided into independent areas based on tribes. 200,000 natives gathered here. It can be said that they almost filled the entire mountain range. The living conditions of the indigenous people are very difficult. They basically have to carry a roll of animal skins on their backs and sleep anywhere under a tree. Each tribe has its own fire pit, and the indigenous people will use the fire pit as the center of their gathering place. There are also some indigenous warriors who simply live in the trees. They are accustomed to this kind of jungle life and don't find it difficult. It just seemed like the camp was in a mess, and the living area was always filled with the smell of shit and urine. Cerdak set up a tent for himself in a secluded place behind the mountains, where few people disturbed him. The magician Basil is not here. He flies around the mountains in the northern foothills every day to explore the distribution of the evil ghost army here. Every day, Soldak woke up to the sound of the attacking horns of the indigenous warriors. The whining sound from the distance made him unable to help but run up to the heights of the mountains to see the battle situation. After several days of observation, Soldak discovered that the fighting of the indigenous tribes was almost disorganized. Just like this, Patriarch Logan is extremely busy every day. Cerdak stood on a high hill, feeling the warmth of the sun on his body. He held a water bottle in his hand and brought it to his mouth to take a sip. His lips were dry, and he ate a few pieces of dried meat in the morning. It feels a bit salty. I thought that if there was nothing special about the battle today, I would secretly go to the Three Bears barbecue restaurant in Helensa City and give myself a good meal. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the observation point, they saw a melee. These evil spirits will basically become extremely unrestrained after seeing the indigenous warriors. He saw an army of evil spirits rushing down a hillside in Moyun Ridge, and knew that there must be indigenous warriors in the valley. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a group of indigenous warriors to appear on the hillside. There was almost no hesitation on both sides, and they became entangled as soon as they met. This is an area controlled by indigenous tribes. Soldiers from other indigenous tribes quickly provided support. As the fifth group of indigenous warriors rushed into the battlefield, the evil ghosts rushing down from Moyun Ridge were beaten back steadily. Evil ghosts were everywhere. Their corpses, however, when more than 3,000 evil ghost warriors rushed down from the side mountains, the indigenous warriors on the battlefield were attacked from both sides, and the battlefield became very chaotic. Cerdak even saw rows of indigenous warriors lying in pools of blood. This battle was originally a friction between a few small forces, but as the supporting armies from both sides quickly entered the field, it gradually developed into a major battle. Moreover, no matter which side is at this time, it is impossible to retreat easily. Whoever retreats first will be bitten to death by the pursuing troops from the opposite side. Nearly 10,000 evil spirits swarmed into this battlefield, killing the entire hillside and bleeding into rivers. The wizards and elders of each tribe did not have time to discuss together before they began to build the altar in a hurry. There were too many casualties among the indigenous warriors, and a large number of indigenous warriors and evil spirits were strangled together, unable to escape. The evil spirits' physical strength and endurance of hunger were much higher than those of the indigenous warriors. So the battle lasted too long. Time will easily wear down the indigenous warriors on the battlefield. This war broke out so quickly that it was somewhat unprepared. Cerdak did not expect that this battle would be so brutal. 10 altars were quickly built in the mountain camp. The altars made of logs looked like square-high platforms with steps on all sides. In fact, when Cerdak came to the Egrod tribe this time, he not only provided armaments and food, but also provided nearly 50,000 evil ghost heads as sacrifices to the wizards. The 10 great witches were dressed in colorful clothes. Those clothes were spliced together with belts and linen dyed in 3 colors, more like a rainproof cloak. When these great witches walk, their thighs and arms are exposed without hindrance. However, the great witches in each tribe are all elderly people, and no one pays attention to them at all. The great witches wore crowns with colorful feathers on their heads, and even wore masks that were half angel and half demon on their faces. Almost every great witch was dressed like this, and they all prayed to the sky on their respective altars. During this process, Cerdak did not see the two-faced, four-armed virtual image of the demon god. It may be that only the great witches could see it, a god on one's own altar. The great witches took out the sacrifices and knelt on the altar to make sacrifices. When everything was ready, they called the indigenous warriors waiting under the stage to come up to the altar. As the sacrifices in the witches' hands turned into ashes little by little in the air, Cerdak saw a 2-colored light beam falling down, covering the indigenous warrior accurately. He felt that his body became stronger, and then he quickly walked down from the altar. Aboriginal warriors lined up in a long line to walk up to the altar. After receiving God's blessing, they waited at the altar for a short while before rushing to the battlefield in groups. When these blessed Aboriginal warriors entered the battlefield, the evil spirits did not notice anything was wrong at first, and did not take the opportunity to retreat to Moyun Ridge. However, as these blessed Aboriginal warriors entered the battlefield, the evil spirits here the situation suddenly stabilized. Cerdak discovered that after receiving the blessing, these Aboriginal warriors were in completely different states from before they were blessed. Moreover, the blessings received by these indigenous warriors are also divided into 2 blessings, dark and light. Cerdak discovered the whisper of death, death withering and life burning that he had previously abandoned. These dark blessing effects blessed the indigenous warriors. They rushed out of the camp and pushed the death and decay almost all the way from the valley bottom to the hillside. Only those aboriginal warriors who have obtained weapons and equipment will receive the bright blessings of the blessing shield and the blessed body. They charged towards the evil ghost army along the hillside. And the results they gained were completely inferior to those of the indigenous warriors of dark blessing. But it can be considered a steady approach. As soon as the indigenous warriors who received the blessings of the great witches entered the scene, the battle here quickly opened up. Death and withering lay on the ground. And the whispers of the indigenous warriors made the evil ghost warriors a little upset. The indigenous warriors, whose bodies were burning with flames, and the indigenous warriors carrying shields rushed up together. During the melee, the evil ghosts took over. Not any cheaper. Countless bone spears and spears flew over the battlefield. Arrows fell like raindrops. From morning to night, until it gets dark, the evil ghost warriors have been forced to evacuate the battlefield here. And there are actually aboriginal warriors standing by the altar. Cleaning the battlefield is a very troublesome task, especially when the battlefield is already covered with blood. The corpses of evil spirits are stacked together, and these will be managed together until enough materials are separated. As for the chopped off evil ghost heads, they were quickly sent to the altar after being chopped off. As long as enough war preparation materials were stored, it would become easier for the indigenous tribes to win the battle. The demon heads were thrown into a cauldron by the indigenous warriors. They left the demon cores in the demon skulls and packed them in a box. Surdak thought that these magic cores would be distributed to various tribes according to their merits after the war. But he did not expect that this time Chief Logan would personally bring the wooden box and deliver it here. Nearly 7,000 indigenous warriors died in this battle, and almost the same number of ghost warriors died. Originally, until noon, the evil ghost legion had complete control over the battlefield. But when the indigenous warriors blessed by the buffs joined the battle, Occupy Darkness completely reversed. Chief Logan placed the box at Suldek's feet and said to Suldek sincerely,
"These black stones should be very valuable to you. They are not enough to pay for weapons and equipment. They can at least offset some military expenses for marching rations. Even if you don't tell us, we know that you have to pay a large sum of money for this war. I'm sure this money was not paid by the big lord of Handanar County. If he was willing to cooperate with us, he would have done so a few years ago. Elder Ambrose told us that you made those requests. Now it seems that you come with sincerity, so we must also express our sincerity."
Chief Logan chattered to Surdek. Suldek did not expect Elder Amberby to see the complicated situation so clearly.
"If you hadn't provided so many precious sacrifices, if we wanted to win this battle, we would have to invest at least 20,000 indigenous warriors on this battlefield. We don't know how many of them would come back alive from the battlefield. Now we can get blessings first, and then go to war to earn back the sacrifices. It's a completely virtuous cycle. Our soldiers can fight the evil spirits head-on, and the victory of this war will be closer and closer to us."
Chief Logan said a lot to Surdek. He may have been stimulated by this victory, and he seemed very excited. Suldek looked at the wooden box full of magic cores piled under his feet, and sighed in his heart. Elder Amberby is really a real person, with so many black magic crystals. What kind of mushy marching rations should the indigenous soldiers eat at this time? Of course, canned luncheon meat and wheat cakes. The indigenous tribes won a brilliant victory, and the evil ghost army in Yamaguchi was forced to retreat. Naturally, the indigenous warriors were following closely behind, approaching the north pass of Mayun Ridge step by step. Now that the war has begun, there is no reason to let the enemy breathe. The patriarchs and wizards in the indigenous tribes also understand this. So at night, the battle on the battlefield here has ended. But the battle group chasing the evil spirits is still fighting. The aboriginal warriors are not heavy armored infantry warriors. With the blessing of their strength, they can almost compete with the construct knights. And they will naturally not fall behind in the face of the evil ghost warriors. So they had the courage to rush into the depths of the mountains and hunt down these evil ghost warriors. In addition, the effects of these blessings are also time sensitive. Almost all indigenous warriors understand that they must strive for the greatest results before the blessing effects disappear. Only then did Surdak know the difference between light blessing and dark blessing. Seeing the performance of the indigenous warriors on the battlefield, Surdak discovered that the dark blessing was actually more aggressive, while the light blessing was more like echoing a knight style. He glanced down at the gold-decorated shield in his hand, thinking of what Elder Ambrose had told him. Nephilim had the blood of angels and demons. Half angel and half demon. Obviously, he made a choice about power during the promotion process. Now he has the power of angels, while the power of demons has been completely abandoned by him. Looking at the dazzling ball of light pouring out of his hand, another thought suddenly came to Suldek's heart. What would have happened if he had chosen the dark blessing? According to Elder Ambrose, the power of the Nephilim's bloodline will weaken over generations, and will only occasionally awaken in some people's bodies. The Egrod tribe will train the awakened people to become wizards, and they will also become elders in the tribe in the future. Cerdak is one of the blessed ones. He does not have a clear bloodline inheritance, but it is possible that he has a hidden bloodline. Chapter 1490 Camp at Yamaguchi. The Aboriginal Alliance army of the Agrig clan finally ushered in a great victory. The number of Evil Ghost Legion soldiers participating in the battle this time exceeded nearly 10,000. Not only did they leave a large number of corpses, but they also provided a large amount of resources for the wizards of the indigenous tribes. Of sacrifices. In Suldak's eyes, the wars of the indigenous tribes required a sufficient supply of sacrifices in order to stabilize the strong fighting power of the indigenous legions. This time Cerdak provided 50,000 sacrifices made of evil ghost heads. The indigenous warriors won the battle and immediately received nearly 10,000 more evil ghost head sacrifices. The number of sacrifices held by the wizards of the indigenous tribes has not actually decreased, but has increased like a snowball. As long as the indigenous warriors win several wars in succession, sacrifices will continue to be delivered to them. Of course, it was the victory of this battle that greatly boosted the morale of the indigenous tribal alliance troops. The camp was full of young natives celebrating their victory in the war, and there were actually soldiers lining up next to the altar waiting for blessings from the great witches. Nearly 10,000 indigenous warriors, who had been blessed, had rushed into the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge overnight, chasing down the evil ghost warriors, who had fled on the battlefield. Both sides of this battle have become red-blooded. The corpses of the evil ghost warriors and indigenous warriors are almost scattered in the forest. Whoever cannot hold on at this time, and withdraws from the battlefield early will provoke the other party's endless pursuit. Obviously at this moment, these evil ghost warriors are experiencing the consequences of defeat. Before this, evil spirits rarely encountered such a thing. On the plain of Warsaw, even the Empire's Construct Knights did not dare to fight with them in the mountains. The Construct Knights needed a wider space to fight, charge, and all the indigenous warriors need is the blessing of the great witches. Looking at the box full of black magic cores at his feet, Cerdak put it into his magic waist bag and walked back to the tent in the camp from the heights. The magician Basil had already packed up the marching tent. At this time, I am giving some cookies to the young natives who are helping. They seem to be filled with red bean filling. Cerdak had seen Basil eat it before, but he seemed to think that the cookie tasted too sweet and didn't like eating it. Now he actually took it out and distributed it to the young natives, who helped him dismantle the marching tent, and even thanked them in the native language that he was not very proficient in.
Is everything packed here?
Soldak came over and asked. Basil quickly put the folded tent into his magic waist bag, then stood in front of Soldak and answered.
It's packed, Commander. When will we set off?
Cerdak nodded and said to Basil,
Let's go now.
As the magic patterns on the floating device of the magic harpoon gradually lit up, Basil put on a goggles for himself this time. He didn't know where he got them. And then put on the thick fur he wore a coat and a fox fur scarf around himself. Even his shoes were wrapped very tightly. I don't know how he got all these attires. He probably froze badly the last time he crossed the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. This time, the cold-proof equipment I wore was almost to the teeth. Cerdak was still wearing the epic armor of Shepterston cloth, and didn't feel much of the cold current above the clouds. After sitting on the magic handle, Basil quickly took Soldak into the air. Soon, the camp in the forest under his feet was in full view. And then the wider mountains were revealed in the field of vision. And then he jumped straight into the sky. The mountainous area at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge in Yushao also began to become complete. The campfire at our feet became only as bright as a match. The higher we flew, the more blurry the scenery of the mountains and fields at our feet became. When the camp became only the size of a matchbox, Cerdak and Basil had already gotten into the foggy clouds. Through this cloud layer, you can see the peaks at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. These snow-capped peaks are particularly dazzling under the refraction of the sun. The cold wind above the clouds became extremely biting. Based on his last flight experience, Basil probably figured out that although there are countless turbulences in the high altitude of Moyonling, he can still find the southward wind at a certain high altitude. Layer belt. As long as he enters the wind zone, his magic harpoon does not need to be fully open to drive the magic circle. He only needs to keep the magic harpoon floating in the air and give a certain thrust, and the magic harpoon will fly south rapidly. This saves Basil not a little bit of magic power. Basil must have been studying these things these days. He took Soldak into the wind belt with ease,
and then flew along the gap between the two snow-covered peaks towards the Moyonling Highlands. This mountain range is not only inaccessible to people, but even evil spirits will not come here. There is only a winding mountain road at the northern foot of Moyun Ridge. You can enter Moyun Ridge without passing through these ice mountains and snow ridges. In order to avoid the eyes of the evil spirits, Basil chose the safest flight route. In fact, Soldak has also thought that when the Western Route Army captures the entire Moyun Ridge in the future, they can build an airport terminal on the Moyun Ridge Highlands and let the magic airship closely connect Handanar City and Moyun Ridge. Then, you can conduct geological exploration in the Moyonling Highlands. If you find valuable mineral veins, you will build one or several mines. The flight route now mastered by Basil may become the route of the magic airship in the future. I don't know how far I flew, but finally passed through the glacier and snowy peaks. And the scenery in front of me was green again. Serdek felt that his hands were almost frozen. The vast wilderness on the Moyonling Highlands could be seen in the distance, and the evil ghost camp at the mountain pass gradually became clearer in his field of vision. Although the evil spirits did not build a fortress wall at the north pass of the Moyonling Highlands, they blocked the camp at the edge of the pass on the highland side. This layout is very different from the southern foot of Moyun Mountain. The camp of the evil ghost army at the southern foot of Moyun Mountain is built in the Dake Valley. It is a valley with exits in both sections, and the evil ghosts here simply the camp is blocked at the mountain pass on the highland side. Serdek and Basil were far enough away that they could clearly see the layout of the entire camp. Probably because the evil ghost legion had suffered repeated setbacks on the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, and had just lost another battle involving tens of thousands of people. There didn't seem to be many evil ghost warriors in the evil ghost legion's camp. Groups of evil ghost hunting groups ready to go are still walking into the mountain path from the mountain pass here, probably to reinforce the battlefield at the foot of the mountain. The deployment of troops from the Moyonling Highlands does not mean that they can be replenished in time. Serdek patted Basil's shoulder in the air and shouted to him in his ear, "Fly over and take a look. As low as possible." Basil nodded, adjusted the helm of the magic harpoon, and dived in the direction of the evil ghost camp. The scenery in front of us is getting clearer and clearer. Sure enough, there is a camp here that can accommodate tens of thousands of evil spirits. There are countless shacks in the camp. It uses stones to build an arc-shaped wall on the north side of the pit, and then make a simple rain shelter with branches and leather. This kind of underground shack can only withstand some of the cold wind blowing from the north, and can also block some of the north wind and rain. It looks extremely simple. This was the first time that Serdek saw the residence of evil spirits. The shacks were densely packed together, like a dense fish scale in the camp. There is no wall around the edge of the evil ghost camp, but there are several very simple observation towers. Those sentry towers were also made of stones, with only a few pieces of wood keeping the stone towers from collapsing. They couldn't even be called buildings. It can be seen that there is no canteen or material storage area in the camp. In the distance, there are some evil ghost warriors squatting on the grass digging moss on the rocks beside the stream to eat. There are some white skeletons that can be seen everywhere in the camp. It is not known how long they have been weathering here. Those bones are almost all incomplete, and most of them have become fragments. Even with such bones, there were some evil spirits in the camp squatting down and stuffing them into their mouths. It seems that after cutting off the hunting spots in the north and south directions, these evil ghosts are not having a good life. Even the evil ghosts in the camp here have been starving. Soldak even felt that if the Western Route Army and the Indigenous Coalition guarded the exits on the north and south sides like this, they might one day starve all the evil spirits on the Moyonling Highlands to death. There don't seem to be that many evil spirits in this camp. Basil, who was sitting in front, also discovered the problem in the camp at this time. "Let's go find the cavalry regiment," Serdek said against the wind, feeling uncomfortable when the cold wind poured into his mouth. Basil got the new order and immediately stayed away from the camp. He did not dare to fly too low. Some evil generals could throw their spears to very high places with their own strength. The magic weapon drew a subtle arc in the air and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing a colorful flag fluttering in the wind on the slope of the temporary camp in the mountain col, Soldak finally saw that there were some caves on the dark side of the slope, and the lowest part of the mountain col was covered with some marching tents. Even the conscript knights stayed in the col today. The conscript knights at the sentry post saluted Serdek as he flew through the air. There seemed to be giant ghost-patterned soldier ants tied up outside a tent in the camp. Andrew was holding the butcher's eye in his hand and seemed to be arguing with a druid about something. This group of druids from the Belan Plain usually have little presence, and they will only come forward when the ghost-patterned soldier ants are used. Serdek quickly asked Basil to control the magic weapon and rush over.
Before they could fly to the front of the tent, they saw Basil carrying Serdek back safely. The two-headed ogre brother sitting alone on the top of the mountain was so excited that he almost burst into tears and shouted Serdek's name loudly, waved vigorously towards him. Serdek was inevitably a little touched by the friendship between the two-headed ogre brothers. He waved to the two-headed ogre. By this time, Basil had already parked the magic harpoon in front of the tent. Serdek jumped off the magic harpoon and stood firmly on the ground. He looked at Andrew, who was holding the butcher's eye, and asked,
"What's going on?"
In his absence, Andrew was the supreme commander of the cavalry regiment. Serdek saw an argument between Andrew and the druid and asked Andrew about the situation. At this time, the expression on Andrew's face was a little awkward and unnatural. Being stared at by Serdek, Andrew could only explain the reason in a complaining tone. The cavalry regiment has been waiting here for nearly 20 days, and the rations they carry are running low. In fact, the rations left by Serdek were only enough to last for 15 days. However, Serdek stayed in the indigenous military camp for a few days this time, which put the cavalry regiment facing a huge food crisis. Andrew was worried that the cavalry regiment would attract the attention of the evil spirits at the northern pass of Moyenling. He usually did not dare to get too close to the northern pass of Moyenling. Even to hunt evil spirits, he had to go 100 miles south. Andrew has been wandering around the middle of the Moyenling Highlands with the constructed knights recently. He relied on the advantage of having a magician reconnaissance team in the air to hunt the evil ghost team in the middle of the Moyenling Highlands unscrupulously. There is no way. After all, there are so many giant soldier ants here that need eat. And they are not picky eaters. They will eat the flesh and bones of evil spirits. Even so, the dry food brought by the cavalry regiment has become tense. The construct knights and ant cavalry cannot eat evil ghost meat. Not even a mouse can be found in the wild on the Moyenling Highlands. Andrew had already thought about it. If there was not enough food to eat, he would kill the ghost-striped soldier ants. Anyway, it was impossible to eat those evil ghosts that were full of stench. He couldn't bear to kill the soldier ants of the ant cavalry who had signed a magical contract. So he asked for giant soldier ants from the druid, ready to kill them for meat. Unexpectedly, when the normally talkative druids heard that they were going to kill giant soldier ants for meat, they immediately jumped out to object. These druids kept telling Andrew about the evolutionary path of a giant ghost-striped soldier ant. It's not easy. If you die on the human dining table, it would be a sacrilege to giant soldier ants. The druid also suggested to Andrew that if he wanted to kill, just kill those ordinary soldier ants. But all the ordinary soldier ants brought here this time were the mounts of the ant cavalry. Andrew was not worried that the ant cavalry would have a problem. He just couldn't beat Aphrodite. If Aphrodite knew that Andrew had eaten her hard work, and if there was a fuss, Serdek might not be able to care about this kind of thing. After all, Aphrodite could lie next to the pillow and talk. So I insisted on having surgery on the giant soldier ant. No one expected that Serdek would be gone for so long this time. But fortunately, Serdek came back just when everyone could no longer hold on. His return meant that he had sufficient supplies. Andrew immediately apologized to the druid and asked him to take the giant soldier ants back to the cave. Andrew walked up to Serdek with a stern expression, ready to receive a scolding from Serdek. Unexpectedly, Serdek turned around, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said to Andrew,
"You did the right thing this time. If something like this happens again next time, if I fail to come back in time, then kill the giant soldier ants and eat them. Protecting the soldiers is more important than anything else."
Just when Andrew was still a little stunned, Serdek added,
"Of course, I will never admit this in front of those druids."
Chapter 1491 Camp at Yamaguchi 2. The two-headed ogre Gulaitum squeezed through the people in front of him, strode to Serdek, laughed loudly, and shouted to Serdek,
"Duck, you're finally back. If you don't come back, we might be eating grass here."
The two-headed ogre patted Serdek's shoulder with its strong arm. Although it was usually a reasonable ogre, it still had trouble concealing its excitement in the face of hunger. Serdek looked at the two-headed ogre, smiled apologetically at him, and said,
"I'm sorry for the delay. I came back a little late. It doesn't matter. In fact, apart from the shortage of food, we don't have any other troubles here."
Gulaitum patted his withered belly and said a little embarrassedly, looking at the two-headed ogre's glowing green eyes. Serdek quickly took out a stack of thick-baked wheat cakes from his magic waste bag. When these were distributed to the Indigenous Alliance troops, Serdek deliberately some were left behind. In fact, he also considered that the material supplies for the cavalry army should be almost exhausted, and these dry rations were reserved for the cavalry army. In addition to these baked wheat cakes, Suldek also purchased a large number of canned luncheon meats from the city of Helensa. These canned luncheon meats were all shipped from the Pie Plateau. It is said that the iron boxes contain cooked the bison meat and each box is full of fat. And it will be very delicious when paired with toasted wheat cakes. The ogre Gulitem picked up 2 baked wheat cakes, sat down and started eating. As the baked wheat cakes brought out by Serdek piled up in a big pile, Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego began to distribute wheat cakes to the surrounding construct knights and ant riders. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the tent. But everyone was still queuing up consciously. And Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego also knew that everyone was hungry. So they handed out the food as quickly as possible and got it. The food warriors need to leave the area immediately, leaving more space for those warriors who have not received food. Serdek took out more than 40 boxes of baked wheat cakes in one breath, and finally settled the dinner for these construct knights and ant riders. The two-headed ogre is accustomed to being cautious in his daily life. Even if one of their brothers sleeps, one of them will be awake. But when they are eating, they are at their most relaxed. Their mouths are full of food. Watching Suldek personally sort out the empty wooden boxes containing baked wheat cakes. At this time, the soldiers in the camp realized that the paladin in front of them could not only activate the halo of enthusiasm on the battlefield and charge at the front with everyone against the evil warriors, but he would also get in after every battle. In the medical tent, patients are treated and saved day and night. The aura of the paladin made him very dazzling. What was even more dazzling was that he had made friends with a red dragon. Every time he was in danger, the red dragon would fly out of the summoning door. Usually few people would notice that he was still continuously providing supplies to the Western Route Army through his own channels. Many times, everyone attributes the materials in the camp to the military logistics department. But now I thought about it carefully and realized that some of them should have a lot to do with Lord Serdek. For example, the prizes on the merit exchange list are all exquisite magic weapons and equipment, and even rare magic pattern structures. Neither the Eastern Route Army nor the Bina Army has such benefits. Apparently Serdek has been secretly supporting this merit exchange list. In addition, the West Route Army's other material types are also richer than those of other armies. When the soldiers were tired of eating the mushy marching rations, he would try his best to make some baked wheat cakes, purchase some lunch meat from the business group, etc. He encouraged the merchant groups accompanying the army to engage in free trade. And now there are many merchant groups in the Dake Valley of Moinling that are prospering because of this. Now as long as everyone has money, they can buy what they need in the market outside the military camp. This also caused the soldiers to neglect the need to carry sufficient living supplies when marching. When everyone was starving, they regretted not carrying more food in their bags when leaving the camp. Serdek also gave the ogre brothers a portion of the dinner prepared by Aphrodite, which was a roasted golden leg of lamb. It's just that time has passed a little long, and the leg of lamb has already become cold. But the two-headed ogre didn't care about this. Gulitem held the roasted leg of lamb and took a few bites to eat the golden tender meat from the leg of lamb. This process only took less than a minute. Then he shamelessly introduced to his good brother Nahor, who looked surprised next to him.
This is definitely a yellow sheep, and the seasoning sprinkled on it reminds me of the city of Helensa.
The ogre Gulitem said firmly. Good brother Nahor could only say with a look of resentment.
Actually, you should leave some for me and let me have a taste.
Gulitem blinked and said nothing for a while. The ogre brothers did not quarrel over the leg of lamb, because Gulitem promised his good brother Nahor to treat him to a whole roasted yellow lamb when he returned to the city of Helensa in the future. After some introduction, Nahor is so greedy that her mouth is watering. I could only keep chewing on baked wheat cakes to fill my extremely empty stomach. He stopped after seeing Serdek packing the wooden boxes containing baked wheat cakes. Some of the two-headed ogre brothers, who were still unsatisfied, obviously wanted to eat 2 more wheat cakes. After the two-headed ogre received the 2 wheat cakes, he happily sat next to Serdek and complained to him about the food here. Life.
To be honest, there is really nothing delicious here in the Warsaw Plain. All the game in the mountains has been eaten by these evil spirits, but they are not delicious. After winning this war, we will return to Beta province,
Serdek said, sitting aside. An ant rider had already set up a large pot, filled it with water, cut several boxes of lunch meat into slices and threw them in, preparing to make a pot of broth. When they eat baked wheat cakes, they all like to take a sip of hot soup. At this time, even Andrew and Wolf Knight Tego were sitting aside, and everyone was chewing on the toasted wheat cakes in their hands. Suldek took out a map and spread it on the gravel-covered ground. Then he turned to Andrew and said,
Currently we are here. This is the only camp at the northern mountain pass of the Evil Ghost Legion. When Basil and I passed by there just now, we found that the camp was almost empty. So I am planning to attack the evil ghost camp at the North Pass tonight.
Andrew hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and asked in surprise.
Why don't we wait for the Indigenous Alliance troops?
Surdak shook his head and said,
No, wait. Their vanguard has entered the mountain road. Now it's time for us to put some pressure on these evil ghosts.
Chapter 1492 Battle of Beishan Pass. Andrew hurriedly ran to summon the Construct Knights. The Construct Knights had just set up the cauldron, and the water in it had not yet boiled. Almost all the Construct Knights were holding a piece of baked wheat cake and gathered around the big iron pot, waiting to drink the broth. This group of Construct Knights probably haven't had enough to eat in the past few days. Some knights have already eaten most of the wheat cakes. This group of Construct Knights was the first group of people to follow Surdak in battles. They had rich combat experience and knew how to adjust and maintain their condition before a battle. In fact, Soldak really wanted to tell Andrew that there was no need to rush to make preparations. The cavalry regiment's attack on the evil ghost camp was destined to be at night. Only by relying on Selena's fog of war at night could they get more casualties with minimal casualties. Big results. Selena was seen sitting in the tent, looking like she was meditating, with an indescribable coldness on her face when her eyes were closed. You can even see a layer of fine hidden lines emerging on her smooth skin. Those lines are black and blue and spread all over the surface of the skin. There are fishnet-like lines on her face, arms and neck, giving people the impression of a porcelain doll about to break into pieces. Surdak was a little worried about Selena's physical condition. After all, the goddess of the night's divine thoughts came frequently and might cause irreversible damage to her body. He sat down against the tent door and looked at Selena with some worry. The woman under the black robe slowly opened her eyes. The hidden marks on her body slowly dissipated unconsciously. Her charming face has not left any traces of time, and there is a slight golden glow in her dark brown eyes. She has very sexy lips, with an upward curve at the corner of her mouth, which seems to be a compliment to the fact that she can see Surdak at the first glance when she opens her eyes. She didn't say any greetings. She just looked at Soldak with gentle eyes, but her eyes were extremely calm.
You are becoming more and more like a devout believer. I am even worried that one day you will abandon me and go to the temple to serve the goddess of the night and never come back,
Surdak said to Selena. He hooked his fingers on Selena's chin and looked at this increasingly beautiful face. A ripple finally appeared in Selena's eyes, and then she smiled and asked softly,
Really?
Soldak held her arm and lifted up the sleeves of the black robe. On Selena's white lotus-like forearms, there were still black markings that had not faded away.
With such frequent visits, I'm worried that your body will be homogenized by the divinity of the goddess of the night.
Surdak expressed his worries. To put it bluntly, Selena's body is like a vase. Originally, the bottle only contained Selena's soul. But every time Selena prayed to the dark goddess to obtain the power of darkness, the night goddess would send a trace of divine will on Selena's body. At this time, Selena can cast the fog of war, a powerful dark spell at night, which can even be said to be a divine spell. But every time the mind bends over Selena, her body will be filled with dark power. These dark powers will change Selena's physique little by little, making her like the night more and hate the day. Soldak felt that Selena had been unwilling to go out to bask in the sun for a long time, and usually stayed in a dimly lit room or tent. Even if he has to go out, he will wrap himself in a black robe and even cover his face with black gauze. Selena blinked her eyes. If her pupils were not pure black, it meant that she was not attached to the goddess of the night. Although what Surdak said was a kind of blasphemy against the goddess of the night, he actually didn't have much respect for this deity who had little status in the kingdom of gods. The power behind him now is the archangel in the Silver City's high-level heavenly angel council. Selena smiled slightly, bent down and walked out of the tent, sat down on Soldak's shoulder, turned to him and asked,
When did you have this illusion? Although she often attaches her spiritual thoughts to me, I am like her coordinate point in this world, just one of the millions of believers. And all that came was a little divine thought. She felt my prayer and would give me a little bit of dark power. In fact, this is also a way for her to understand our world. Originally, Signa's body was more suitable. After she was born, I discovered that her body has a rare dark constitution and is very suitable for absorbing the power of darkness around her. It's just that the goddess has chosen me for the last few times she has come. My body has also been modified to have a very high affinity for darkness. This is nothing. This is the path that every priest in the temple will take. As for whether I will abandon you and hide in the temple alone to serve the goddess, that may be a long time later. Perhaps you no longer need my company in the future. You live in Lit City, and I will probably be in the Belan Plain. We only rarely meet once a year. Wouldn't it be better for me to serve the goddess in the temple?
As she spoke, Selena's eyes fell on her arms, and circles of magic patterns appeared on her arms. Those magic lines are very simple black lines, but Cerdak can feel the power of the rules. Selena's arms and neck are covered with such black lines, but they look more dense than usual.
Are you scared?
Selena asked with a smile. Soldak shook his head and said,
Every second-level strongman has magic lines on his body. You are the envoy of the goddess of the night, and you have some magic lines painted on your body. Isn't it strange?
After he finished speaking, he showed off the life magic mark on his throat, which was a piece of dragon's throat bone that he had colonized in his body. Selena looked at the soldiers who had started eating in the camp. At this time, no one came to disturb the two of them, although the camp was full of people. The 20 meters around this tent seemed like an isolated area, same as individual areas. The two of them sat and chatted at the entrance of the tent without worrying that anyone would hear them. Selena sat there and smiled, and said to Soldak,
Speaking of which, she is worried that the competitor opposite will take away more believers. So she still pays a lot of attention to me.
Cerdak thought about who the competitor was, and it took him a long time to think of it. So he said,
Are you talking about the goddess of dawn? Why do I feel that this goddess has no sense of existence? Or maybe it's just Nika who can feel her power?
Selena glanced at Nika, who was queuing up with a group of medical team maids to receive the broth in the distance. She narrowed her eyes and concealed the look in her pupils and said,
She is like a spring breeze that suddenly changes the people around her. You may not have noticed that the maids in the medical team now know a little bit of light magic.
Cerdak usually didn't pay attention to the maids given to him by Malcolm. He touched his nose and said,
Really? I really haven't noticed this yet.
Selena stopped saying this, but rested her head on Soldak's shoulder, looking at the busy camp with calm eyes.
I've been wondering what can be done to break the fog of war.
Cerdak whispered to Selena. Selena put her head to Soldak's ear and whispered,
Just like it cannot be cast during the day, pure light cannot dispel these fogs, but holy light can.
She obviously didn't want this to be heard by anyone other than Cerdak. After telling this secret, the floodgate in Selena's heart seemed to be pushed open by someone's hand, and her emotions fluctuated a bit.
Speaking of which, the goddess has not been able to spread dark teachings widely in the Green Empire. It is precisely because of the existence of the priests and priests in the Freedom Temple. The followers of the Night Goddess are pagans in their eyes. This idea not only exists in the hearts of every priest of the Temple of Liberty, but has also been deeply rooted in the hearts of every imperialist. Everyone will call all people who believe in other than the Statue of Liberty as heretics. If we go back 10 years, if someone like me appeared on the street, I might be nailed to a cross and burned to death. Even if you are a noble lord, you will not be able to protect me. If it weren't for you,
I might. Soldak pressed Selena's lips with his fingers. Selena pushed his fingers away and whispered,
I also want to thank you for your company.
After saying this, Selena's eyes seemed to become clearer, and then the two of them remained silent. The knights had a dinner and began to make some preparations before the battle. Cerdak, Andrew, Wolf Knight Tiger, Gulaitum, Selena, and some other mid-level officers gathered at the tent and spread a hand-drawn map of the Moyinling Highlands on the table. There are also many traces of alterations visible in the area. The map at this time will inevitably have some deviations when hand-drawn. Only constant modifications can make the map more accurate, and each modification will make the map more valuable. In the past, the Moyinling Highlands area was completely blank for the Bena army in Handanar County. Almost no one knows what kind of scenery there is on this mountain ridge. The early exploration work of the Bena Legion was very rough. This is one of the reasons why Duke Newman twice conquered Moyun Ridge and failed one after another. The map now in Cerdak's hand is the final result of 2 months of hard work by more than a dozen magicians. Even so, when Cerdak passed through the northern foothills of Moyun Mountains, he made some modifications to some of the markings on the map, and even marked a channel with a wind layer. Right at the North Pass, Soldak used a red pen to draw a big red cross on the map. He then drew the structure of the evil ghost camp on the ground. In fact, there was nothing special to note in this area, because the camp did not have any walls at all. Only a few extremely simple watchtowers. The cavalry regiment should rush directly into the camp from the southern slope. And there is nothing that requires special attention. Now Cerdak is just determining the order of attack. The giant soldier ants will rush to the front, followed by the constructed knights, and the ant cavalry regiment at the back of the team. They will rush there where the fighting is fierce. After briefly formulating a battle plan, the sky began to get dark. Night came later in the Moinling Highlands than in the forest camp. But as night fell, the cavalry regiment left this remote valley in a mighty manner. The straight line distance between here and Baishanku is not too far. But the location is relatively secluded, and the mountain road is quite winding. However, in complex terrain, it is like flat ground to the ghost-striped soldier ants. 7,000 giant ghost-striped soldier ants walked at the forefront, and their figures were everywhere on the hillsides and valleys. This was currently the strongest part of the cavalry legion. Serdek actually never thought that one day he would have to rely on these ghostly patterned soldier ants to win the war. Seeing the warning signal coming from the front, Serdek hurried over with Gulitum. Groups of ghost-patterned soldier ants were hiding on the back of the hillside. Only Andrew and the magician Basil were hiding together behind the boulder. There is only a faint light in the night, but strong men like Suldak and Andrew can see very far. Serdek thought that the cavalry regiment had been discovered by the evil ghost army. When he walked over, he discovered that an evil ghost hunting group appeared on the mountain road in front of him. These evil ghost warriors passed by the mountain road below and did not realize that there was a group of evil ghosts hiding behind the hillside. Cavalry regiment. Andrew turned his head and looked at Suldak with questioning eyes. His eyes clearly said fight or not. Serdek shook his head slightly, and then motioned to several people on the hillside to step back. The cavalry regiment waited quietly on this hillside for more than half an hour. After waiting until the evil ghost hunting group had gone far, they all walked out from the back of the hillside and walked quickly through the mountain road. After crossing another mountain ridge, the dark Beishan Pass finally appeared in their field of vision. The stars in the night sky were obscured by dark clouds. The wind here was very strong at night, because there were endless snow-capped mountains not far away. The wind here was very cold and felt biting on the body. You must know that there is no winter in the Warsaw Plain, and the temperature is the same all year round. The vegetation here is just some grass and moss. Walking on the grass carpet to the north, just 1,000 meters away from the Baishanka ghost camp, the ghost warriors on the sentry post finally discovered that there was something wrong with this area. The black fog rolling on the hillside began to roll rapidly towards the camp, and the evil ghost warrior responsible for keeping watch immediately reported to his superiors. Soon a large number of evil ghost warriors poured out of the camp. However, they did not rush forward rashly, but quickly gathered in the open space south of the camp. An evil ghost general walked out of the camp. He waved his hand behind him, and a group of evil ghost warriors immediately followed him. The group of people ran towards the surging fog, seemingly wanting to find out what's going on here. In the fog of war, giant ghost-patterned soldier ants walked forward in a neat line. Selena stood on the back of a giant soldier ant, exuding majestic power of darkness, and countless black mists surrounded her body like a whirlpool. Chapter 1493 Capture. The bunches of dark power in the night sky are like magic whirlpools, constantly spinning and injecting into Selena's body. Her body is like a container, or a magic device. After absorbing the power of darkness into her body, it turns into billowing black mist and spreads out. The black mist that spreads out is like a wave of the sea, and waves continue to flow towards the evil ghost camp. Hidden in the thick fog are rows of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants formed in formations. They spread out. The huge fangs were aimed at the evil spirits rushing towards them outside the mist. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ants were followed by a row of fully armed construct knights. The feet of this group of construct knights were covered with a fanatic halo. The magic patterns on each knight's body all lit up. They had already transformed themselves, adjusted to the peak fighting state. At the end of the legion are the ant cavalry. Their role on the battlefield is to provide rapid support. So they were placed at the end of the army formation by Serdek. The evil ghost warriors whined. And on this battlefield at the north pass of Mayun Ridge, combined with the strong wind blowing from the north pass, it seemed as if the whole valley was humming with it. A large number of evil ghost warriors poured out of the camp, and the evil ghost warriors at the front quickly rushed into the surging fog. What greeted them in the mist was the claws in the darkness. The moment they lost all sense, the scissor-like claws clamped the evil ghost warriors around their waists. Some unprepared ghost warriors were almost directly killed at this moment. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ants cut him off at the waist. There are also some astute evil ghost warriors who nimbly avoided this sudden cut. However, the evil ghosts in the mist were like pushing the door and breaking into a secret room without light. At this moment, they completely lost their sense of space and direction. They just relied on their instinctive subconscious to avoid the blows of the soldier ants. But the construct knights waiting behind would not give them any chance to survive. Although there was no room for them to charge in the fog of war, the knight spears in their hands could easily pierce the hard bone armor of the evil ghost warriors with a full blow. The Construct Knights have long understood the biggest weaknesses of the evil ghost warriors. And they also know that they should fight with them as close as possible in battle. Because as long as they are close to these evil ghosts, some bone spurs will inexplicably grow out of various joints on their bodies. It can stab the knights all over. The knight's spear pierced the evil ghost's body, and then he rushed over from the side and chopped off the evil ghost's head as quickly as possible. Nearly 1,000 evil ghost warriors rushed into the surging fog of war. But not even a cry of killing could be heard, as if they had entered another dimension silently. Even if it was some painful shouts, or the dying struggle, the collision of weapons, or the screams of the defeated, these sounds were not heard at all, and the surging fog seemed to cut off everything. The surging fog continued to approach, and the ghost warriors who rushed forward became hesitant, and they also had some fear in their hearts. The evil ghosts were unwilling to retreat. When they saw the mist approaching, they immediately pulled out their ribs and threw sharp bone spears towards the mist. But even when these bone spears flew into the fog, there was no feedback. The evil ghost warriors standing in front of the fog of war were obviously panicked, and they roared more frequently, seeing the fog of war continuing to approach. Some ghost warriors once again plucked up the courage to rush into the fog. For so long, I haven't seen an evil ghost escape alive from the fog of war. At this time, the evil ghost generals in the evil ghost camp finally noticed the terrifying aspect of this black fog. 2 evil ghost generals walked out from the evil ghost group, stopped the evil ghost warriors in front of the fog, and signaled to all the evil ghost warriors don't get close to this black mist. As the rolling black mist surged towards the evil ghost camp, the evil ghost warriors also got stuck on the edge of the fog and gradually retreated. In the blink of an eye, the fog of war has entered the evil ghost camp. The 2 evil generals had been preventing the evil warriors from rushing into the fog. But when they saw the fog pouring into the military camp without any sign of stopping, they stepped forward and plunged into the surging fog. In fact, the giant ghost pattern soldier ants hiding in the fog at this moment are also becoming impatient. When they saw the evil spirits so close outside the mist, they wished they could take an extra step, get out of the mist, and drag them back into the mist. Several druids behind the military formation tried their best to calm the emotions of the giant ghost pattern soldier ants and control them not to come out of the fog, until 2 evil ghost generals broke into the fog. With their excellent reaction speed and combat intuition, they first took a half step back, slashed the war blades in their hands, and blocked the giant soldier ant's open fangs. Then he turned sideways and hit the knight's spear thrust out of thin air with his elbow, avoiding the full blow of the Construct Knight following behind. The war blade in the demon general's hand even cut off the giant soldier ant's head. However, when the war blade struck down, it was not full of force, and the head of the giant ghost pattern soldier ant was just visible. The deep crack of the knife failed to split the skull of the giant ghost pattern soldier ant in half. The giant soldier ants made a pitiful cry in the fog, in the ears of the evil general. The sound seemed to come from a distant place. It looked horrified, trying to sense what was going on in the fog. 2 giant ghost pattern soldier ants came up from behind and surrounded it. However, due to the fog of war, the evil general could barely see the huge fangs and half of the head of the 2 giant ghost pattern soldier ants. The billowing fog completely hides the body of the giant soldier ant. The black fire burning on the demon general's body can only evaporate the black mist around him. But as the black mist continues to evaporate, more black mist will roll towards the demon general as if it is life. The moment the war blade in its hand split the surging fog, the evil general saw most of the body of the ghost pattern soldier ant. They are unable to sense any information beyond 2 meters away. But the evil generals are, after all, powerful beings close to rank 3. And their control over battles has completely surpassed the most basic 5 senses. The double attack by 2 giant ghost pattern soldier ants did not harm the evil general. The war blade in his hand was raised upwards, and the edge of the blade touched the hard armor of the Fong and cut open a bundle of tendons at the root, preventing the giant soldier ant's Fong from closing smoothly. He raised his foot and stepped on the forehead of this giant ghost striped soldier ant, narrowly avoiding the attack of another ghost striped soldier ant. Its body is like a small fish leaping from the water to the surface. Its hands and legs stretched to both sides as much as possible, and then it firmly steps on the head of the giant soldier ant, pointing the war blade in its hand towards the soldier ant. A sword thrust into the ant's head. A trace of blood emerged from the war blade, and the ghost-marked soldier ant raised its head in pain, but did not make any sound. Unexpectedly, the evil general could easily kill the giant ghost pattern soldier ants in the dark mist. The Construct Knight following behind missed with the first blow, and then stabbed him with the second blow. This time, The evil general just inserted the war blade on the soldier ant's head, and the blade got stuck between the hard armor, facing the construct knight. The second blow was only noticed when it was about to hit the body. At this time, the evil general had no time to dodge. He could only twist his waist slightly to avoid the most important position of his heart. And at the same time, 2 rows of bone spurs suddenly emerged from his ribs. The knight's spear hit a cluster of bone spurs, and Bisenson's bone spurs broke immediately. Then it hit the evil general's bone armor that was burning with black fire. The entire knight's spear became full of cracks. After the tip of the spear pierced the bone armor, the evil ghost general had successfully twisted his body. Although the spear tip penetrated the evil ghost general's chest, it did not hurt his heart. However, he was stabbed by the construct knight. The evil ghost general looked a little ferocious. It suddenly grabbed the barrel of the spear and penetrated it fiercely into his body. With such a hard pull, he pulled the construct knight out of the fog. The two were almost face to face, and then the war blade rested on the construct knight's shoulders. The evil general was about to cut off the construct knight's head, but was stabbed through the abdomen by a second knight's spear from behind. Its body suddenly fell backwards, and the war blade in its hand failed to cut off the construct knight's head, but opened a wound on his collarbone. The construct knight immediately discarded the knight's spear in his hand and retreated in embarrassment. In the fog, the evil general forced the construct knight back, grabbed the knight's spear of the second construct knight, and prepared to repeat the same trick. The construct knight also hurriedly fled into the turbulent fog. The evil general felt the terror of the fog of war and immediately wanted to rush out and retreat to the evil camp. Here, the formation and attack rhythm of the giant ghost pattern soldier ants were disrupted by this evil general, and he injured people one after another. Gulaitum rushed here with a big stick. The evil general killed 3 giant ghost pattern soldier ants in a row. Naturally, he was full of confidence. The 2-headed ogre hiding in the fog of war slashed through the fog with a big stick in his hand. The evil general thought it was the spear of the construct knight. He didn't even dodge, but just used the bone armor on his shoulders to meet it. Go up. A huge collision force spread throughout the body of the evil spirit general, and the evil spirit general's body suddenly leaned forward. What followed was an overwhelming attack by the 2-headed ogre. The evil general could clearly see the 2-headed ogre's path, but for a moment he was unable to resist it and could only dodge left and right. But every time he attacks, Gulaitum will hide in the fog of war. The evil general was unable to defend himself. He could not be beaten again and again, and could not escape. Finally, he was beaten to death by the 2-headed ogre with a big stick in the fog of war. When the evil general fell, the bone armor all over his body was they were all smashed to pieces with big sticks, and the bone spurs on their bodies also broke. This time the 2-headed ogre killed the evil ghost general by himself, finally dispelling the last bit of fear and hatred in his heart. He stepped on the evil ghost general's head with sharp horns and let out a loud war roar in the fog. The other evil general was not so lucky. After it rushed into the fog of war, it was immediately discovered by Cerdak in the military formation. Cerdak approached with his sword and shield. The surrounding construct knights saw Cerdak holding up a golden shield to block the evil ghost general's cleave attack. At this moment, almost 10 knight spears were stabbing from all directions at the same time. Those knight spears were able to seal the evil ghost general all avoidance directions. The evil general's body was instantly covered with knight spears, and his body was completely unable to move. 2 giant ghost pattern soldier ants came over and clamped on the evil ghost general in no particular order. The evil ghost general in the mist reacted a little slowly, and was actually cut into 3 pieces by the ghost pattern soldier ants. Cerdak habitually bent down and chopped off the head of the evil ghost general, then stood there and raised the head high above his head. For a time, the morale of the cavalry regiment greatly increased. A group of construct knights cheered. The fog of war poured into the ghost military camp at Beishan Pass, constantly drawing a group of ghost warriors into it. Almost no evil ghosts who entered the fog of war could escape alive, and the dead evil ghosts all lay under the fog of war. As the fog of war spread to the entire Baishanka camp, the evil ghost army here left almost no survivors except for those who fled. The battle lasted all night. By daybreak, the evil ghost army's Baishanka camp here had completely fallen into the hands of the West Route army. Several evil ghost generals no longer had the courage to give it a try, and hurriedly fled into Mayun with the remaining evil ghost soldiers. In the wilderness of Ridge Highlands, the cavalry regiment did not want to pursue the fleeing ghost warriors, but just stayed at the Beishan Pass. At dawn, when the battlefield was being cleaned, it was calculated that more than 8,000 evil ghost warriors died in this battle. At the same time,
3 evil generals were also killed by Serdek and others. As for the casualties on the West Root Army side, 37 giant ghost-striped soldier ants died. And there were probably more than 300 giant ghost-striped soldier ants injured due to various reasons. The Construct Knights had no fatalities, and only 7 injured. The Ant Cavalry are at the rear of the Legion, and have been responsible for cleaning the battlefield. This great victory of the Western Root Army Cavalry Regiment allowed Serdek to occupy the North Pass. But there was no way to build any fortifications here for the time being, and it was possible to be recaptured by the Evil Ghost Legion at any time. In order to be able to hold on until the Indigenous Alliance troops came from the mountain road to join together, Serdek once again transported a large number of explosive barrels from Helensa city after dawn. All the ghost-striped soldier ants began to dig holes in the camp. Serdek almost buried 2,000 barrels of black powder under the Beishan Pass camp. These gunpowder barrels were connected with mesh-like moisture-proof fuses. After the Evil Ghost Legion reorganized a counterattack force on the Moyinling Highlands, the cavalry regiment also assumed a defensive posture in front of the Beishan Pass camp. However, this time the Evil Ghost Army was clearly determined to capture Beishan Pass. They had gathered at least 30,000 Evil Ghost warriors and 20 Evil Ghost generals on the highlands of Mayun Ridge before the Evil Ghost Army could attack the cavalry regiment at Beishan Pass. Serdek had already withdrawn from the Beishan Pass Evil Ghost camp and retreated to the Beishan Pass mountain road. Chapter 1494 Detonation. Serdek stood on the mountain ridge 2 kilometers away from Beishan Pass. He watched the Evil Ghost camp at Beishan Pass gather more than 30,000 Evil Ghost warriors in just half a day. The Evil Ghosts had almost completely destroyed the entire camp. The campground fills up. They didn't seem to notice the turnstones inside the camp. They just carried the corpses of the Evil Ghost warriors outside the camp, dug a big pit, and buried them on the spot. Serdek deliberately did not deal with the corpses of the Evil Ghost warriors in the camp, and just asked the warriors to collect their heads. After the victory in the battle last night, all the ghost-striped soldier ants were digging holes in the camp at Beishan Pass. The Ant Cavalry and the Construct Knights were also busy setting up gunpowder barrels. Burying explosives seemed to have become a thing for Serda, a compulsory lesson for conquering the Lord's army. As early as in the town of Doden in the Belen Plain, Serdek's cavalry regiment relied on gunpowder barrels to blow up countless ghost-marked red ants. Now looking at a large group of evil warriors standing on the camp, where nearly 2,000 barrels of explosives were buried. Serdek and the 2-headed ogre next to him looked at each other, and the ogre Gulaitum grinned. I can only mourn for these evil ghost warriors from the sidelines. No one expected that just in the northern part of the Mayun Ridge Highlands, the Evil Ghost Legion would gather more than 30,000 evil ghost warriors and 20 evil ghost generals in just half a day. It seems that this is more like a long-planned trap by the Evil Ghost Legion, deliberately making the Evil Ghost camp at Beishan Pass look very empty. As long as the West Root Army attacks the Beishan Pass camp, other Evil Ghost legions near this area will be provided quickly. If Soldak had not taken precautions, the cavalry regiment might be in an embarrassing situation now, because the current location of the cavalry regiment is in the mountain road north of Beishan Pass, which is already a canyon belonging to the mountains at the northern foot of Mayun Ridge. It is no longer the vast grassland on the Mayun Ridge Highlands. The cavalry regiment wants to return in Moyinling Highlands. In addition to conquering the Evil Ghost camp at Beishan Pass again, the second route is to go down this mountain road, and then spend a month from the foot of Moyinling Mountain to the south of Moyinling Mountain. From there we enter Mayun Ridge again. Obviously the second way is completely impossible. There are currently 30,000 ghost warriors gathered in the ghost camp at Beishan Pass, and more than 20 ghost generals are stationed here. Even if the giant ghost pattern soldier ants cooperate with the fog of war, it will be difficult to take any advantage in the night battle. Cheap. The base number of the evil ghost warriors is too large. Once all the evil ghost warriors rush into the fog at the same time, then even if the fog of war can block the perception of the evil ghost warriors, the evil ghosts are almost surrounded by the figures of their companions, and the effect of the fog of war will be completely suppressed. The cavalry regiment retreated to the mountain road north of the evil ghost camp, occupying a high ground. There is still an evil ghost army at the bottom of the hillside, trying to conquer this high ground and drive the cavalry regiment down the mountain, in order to prevent the cavalry from raiding at night. Most of the evil ghost troops were huddled in the camp. Perhaps they thought that as long as they held the camp at Beishan Pass, the cavalry regiment would be helpless. These evil ghost warriors have been hungry for too long on the highlands of Mayun Ridge, and they will always lose control when they see the Imperial Army. The evil ghosts in front of them, desperately charging up the hillside, are the best example. They have the courage to fight with the constructed knights on an open battlefield. The constructed knights occupy the high ground on the battlefield,
and have an excellent charging distance. This is entirely because they are too hungry and can't wait to eat. People eat horses. Andrew rode a magic-patterned war horse and stood in the team of Construct Knights. And the expression on his face became very excited. He is such a war maniac. And the blood flowing in his bones is burning with the passion for fighting. A group of Construct Knights also seemed to be very excited. Finally getting rid of the shadow of the giant soldier ants. This is the real battlefield of the Construct Knights. Always fighting in the shadow of giant soldier ants. Although killing those evil spirits will become easier, it will also wear away their extremely sharp fighting spirit. The current battlefield is a place that can prove the Construct Knights. All the Construct Knights feel that this battle can redefine their reputation. Serdek and the two-headed ogre were not focused on the battlefield here. They were thinking about how to ignite the explosive barrels in the North Mountain Pass camp. Now, no matter who is sent to the edge of the Beishan Pass camp, they will probably be intercepted and killed by the group of evil generals in the camp. So even though the magician Basil took the initiative to ask for help, Serdek still rejected his request without hesitation. Too dangerous. The evil generals can throw a bone spear more than 200 meters into the air, so they have time to hunt down Basil before he flies to a safe height.
Commander, just let me go! For a fire magician, there is nothing more exciting than igniting a grand fireworks show with your own hands. Not to mention this time, I will be performing for these evil ghosts.
Basil shouted to Serdek with some excitement.
Your mission is to provide us with more information about the activities of the Evil Ghost Legion. I have a better choice for igniting the fire.
Serdek decisively rejected Basil's request.
Are there no other evil ghost armies gathering here?
Serdek asked.
Temporarily unavailable.
Although Basil was reluctant, he still put the magic pot away very honestly.
Okay then. Prepare for the summoning ceremony.
Serdek said something to the two-headed ogre next to him. After saying that, he mounted his horse and approached the North Pass camp along the hillside. Gulaitum grinned. He knew what Serdek was going to summon, but he didn't expect that Serdek would summon his old friend at this time. At this time, the evil ghost army below the hillside became ready to move. A large wave of evil ghost warriors lined up in neat rows and climbed up from the bottom of the mountain road. They crouched and rushed upward, exposing the thick bone armor on their shoulders. They were obviously prepared for a volley from the archers. Among this group of evil ghost warriors were two evil ghost generals. They were tall and stood out among the evil ghosts. There are less than 4,000 evil ghost warriors gathered in the canyon road below the hillside. And the number of evil ghosts rushing up the hillside is less than half of this number. When these ghost warriors saw the Construct Knights on the top of the slope, their mouths began to drool. They kept making howling sounds. At first, they slowly approached the top of the slope. After taking a few steps, their pace began to speed up. When they saw that the evil ghost warriors around them had already started running, other evil ghost warriors also started running. They all started running after him. Andrew was riding a war horse, holding up the butcher's eye in his hand, and wearing the Eisenhard magic pattern structure on his body. At the moment when the ghost warrior started running towards the hillside, he shouted,
"All Construct Knights, charge!"
A group of Construct Knights clamped their feet in stirrups and whipped their horses' buttocks with whips. A row of magic-patterned horses rushed down the hillside. The two-headed ogre and the wolf knight Tego were also among the charging knights. This place is not far from the Baishanku demon camp. It is the entrance to the mountain road outside Baishanku. There happens to be a gentle slope here. The Construct Knight charges from the top of the slope downwards. The magic-patterned war horse is growing very fast, and every time its hind hooves a single full-strength kick on the ground can make these war horses jump more than 10 meters. The Construct Knights were holding knight spears, and there was only the whistling wind in their ears. The voices of the evil ghost warriors in front became louder and louder in front of them. Their bodies and horses completely merged into one, and they even had a layer of white mist on them. The magic pattern constructs on each knight's body all lit up, and the knight's spear in his hand was pointed at the evil ghost warrior in the distance. The horse's hooves stepped on the mossy grass, kicking up some broken moss. The ghost warriors couldn't figure out why this group of Construct Knights were not arranged closely together. When the Construct Knights charged downward, all the Construct Knights spread out. However, the evil spirits didn't have time to think about this. Their attention had completely fallen on the group of knights in armor at the top of the slope. The evil ghosts did not notice the charge route of the constructed knights, and completely avoided those small flags. Some small light green flags were planted on the grass. If you didn't look carefully, they were the same color as the moss. The front row of Construct Knights slammed into the evil ghost warriors, and the knight spears in their hands exploded with great impact. A group of evil ghost warriors were pierced by the knight's spear. However, as long as they were not fatally injured. These evil ghost warriors waved their war blades and slashed at the construct knights and magic-patterned horses. They did not block the spears in the hands of the knights at all. They tried their best to withstand the power of the shot, but also tried to cut off the knights from their horses, or simply cut off the front legs of the magic-patterned war horses. It's just that the ghost warriors underestimated the power of the full-speed charge of the constructed knights. This was another dive from high to low. The huge momentum generated by the spears penetrating into the bodies of the ghost warriors turned the knight spears directly into spikes, pinning the ghost warriors to the battlefield. Some spears could not even withstand the huge impact. After piercing the body of the evil ghost warrior, they broke when the spear penetrated the slope, facing the evil ghost's counterattacks wielding their war blades. The constructed knights almost always used unified movements to block with their shields. Then the constructed knights strangled together with this group of evil ghosts. All they needed to do was to rush out of the evil ghost army's camp and launch a second charge towards the battlefield from another direction. But of course, the evil spirits will not give the construct knights a second chance to charge. They will try their best to hold these construct knights back and wait for the evil ghost warriors behind them to come up. The three evil ghost generals who were mixed in the evil ghost group jumped up from the evil ghost group behind them almost at the same time, raised the war blade in their hands high, and jumped towards the construct knight. The battlefield became extremely chaotic, and there was only a group of ant cavalry watching the battle on the top of the slope. Just when the construct knights rushed down to fight with the evil ghosts, giant ghost-patterned soldier ants suddenly emerged from the battlefield on the slope. They had been hiding under the moss on the battlefield before the war started. Every ghost-striped soldier ant is a master of digging holes, and this time, they emerged from the battlefield one by one. Thousands of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants immediately completely submerged the evil ghost warriors. The huge fangs cut hard on the ghost warrior's waist, shook their heads hard, and tore the ghost warrior's body apart with great force. The originally evenly matched battle with the construct knights turned into an ambush of giant soldier ants. Countless evil ghost warriors looked at the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants emerging from the hole in the ground with frightened eyes. The construct knights were also helpless about the combat power of this group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants. However, it was this group of soldier ants that broke out of the ground that perfectly connected the subsequent attacks, allowing these construct knights to successfully get rid of the evil ghost warriors. Entanglement. Andrew commanded the constructed knight to quickly leave the battlefield and prepare to organize a second charge. But at this time, the three evil ghost generals became particularly conspicuous on the battlefield. Even if there were several giant ghost-patterned soldier ants surrounding one evil ghost general, these evil ghost generals still had the power to kill the ghost-patterned soldier ants. They are on the battlefield. Their bodies are burning with black fire. They are waving the swords in their hands, and they are invincible. At this time, Andrew, Gulaitum, and Wolf Knight Tego had to bravely attack. Fortunately, giant ghost-patterned soldier ants entangled the other two evil generals regardless of life and death, giving Andrew and the others a chance to surround them, kill one of the evil generals. Seeing that the battlefield here seemed a little chaotic, Aphrodite stepped out from a void door. The evil ghost warriors on the mountain road were still charging toward the hillside with the evil general, when they saw a giant dragon covered with ruby-colored scales passing through the sky above their heads. The smell of sulfur and heat waves on its body can be deeply felt by even the evil spirits standing on the ground. However, the target of this red dragon was obviously not the battlefield on the hillside here. It flapped its dragon wings violently, and then slid forward several times. Since Serdek summoned the red dragon Isel last time, Isel has tasted the taste of evil spirits. Unlike other monsters and demons, evil spirits possess a trace of the original power in the abyss, which is a delicious tonic for red dragons, who like to eat sulfur and rubies. This time Serdek summoned it, and Israel was very happy, seeing that the hillside was crowded with evil ghosts and ghost-striped soldier ants. Israel wanted to give them a breath of dragon breath, but this rash move was immediately stopped by Serdek. Serdek pointed to the evil ghost camp not far away and shouted to Israel, "Iser, your battlefield is there. I need you to spray a puff of dragon flame into the camp. Remember to fly as high as possible." Son, knowing that he needed to deal with evil spirits in the evil ghost camp at Bashan Pass, Israel looked over there. Good guy. There are almost tens of thousands of densely packed evil ghost warriors in the camp. As a 6th level monster and a dragon, Israel still feels a little numb. But after all, it was because of the dignity of the dragon that Israel let out a high-pitched dragon roar and flapped its dragon wings violently. It adjusted its flying height as much as possible and flew towards the Bashan evil ghost camp. Israel was still thinking in her heart, Soldek, This guy really killed me. Chapter 1495 Dawn. The red dragon Iser spread his dragon wings in the air, and slid forward towards the Baishanku camp. The evil ghost warriors in the camp saw a dragon covered with red scales flying towards them. And they were also frightened by this dragon. Back away. If it weren't for the evil ghost general in the military formation, I'm afraid the evil ghosts in the camp would have chosen to flee in all directions at this time. Yussel's abdomen lit up with dazzling magic patterns, and rays of light penetrated through the gaps between the dragon's scales, and covered the scales on its abdomen. A mouthful of dragon flames continued to accumulate in his abdomen, and the scorching heat formed heat waves that spread around. A low whimpering made the ghost warriors in the military camp quickly wake up. At this time, the evil ghost warriors heard the orders issued by the evil generals. The evil ghost warriors roared and pulled out the bone spears from their ribs one after another. The tearing sound of bones peeling off the body echoed throughout the military camp. One slice. Bone spears were held in the hands one after another. Following the evil ghost general's order, all the bone spears were thrown out by the evil ghosts, forming a rain of spears in the air. At this moment, Israel was frightened by the rain of spears and wanted to raise the flying altitude. However, those bone spears drew beautiful parabolas in the air and fell one after another without touching Israel at all. He flapped his wings several times to increase his flying speed. A dozen special bone spears stood out in the rain of spears. They were originally hidden in the rain of spears, but when the rain of spears fell, these dozen bone spears did not fall, but went straight towards Isa. Air flew over. Those are the bone spears thrown by the evil generals. When the first bone spear was about to hit Isar, a red light shield suddenly appeared around Isar's body, and the bone spear suddenly exploded the moment it touched the light shield. Israel was startled by this bone spear, and then several more bone spears touched the light shield and exploded one after another. The light mask also gradually became dimmed amidst the frequent explosions. In the end, the two bone spears successfully penetrated the red light shield and hit the tough scales on Iser's abdomen. They only made two clanging sounds. The tough dragon scales blocked the evil general's bone spears, and then fell from the air. Israel let out a high-pitched dragon roar again, and the sharp and harsh sound spread throughout the camp. It was the absolute pressure of high-level monsters on low-level monsters, and the evil ghost warriors felt trembling from the bottom of their hearts. Finally flying over the evil ghost camp at Bashan Pass, Israel still remembered what Soldak told him: fly as high as possible. It twisted its neck, opened its huge dragon snout, and sprayed out all the dragon's breath toward the camp. Its unfolded dragon wings slid forward hundreds of meters with its body. The scorching dragon's breath was like scalding hot oil poured on the bodies of the evil ghost warriors. Their bodies quickly burned in the dragon's breath. There was no way to extinguish the flames on their bodies, even if they were rolling on the ground. After Yissel exhaled all the dragon's breath, he suddenly pulled up and flew towards the clouds. A series of explosions chased after it, and the smoke and dust stirred up by the violent explosion enveloped the entire camp behind it. And the wave of thrust brought by the explosion was like an invisible big hand gently lifting Israel up, holding its body and letting it fly to high altitudes easily. Israel even smelled something familiar in the smoke behind him. The violent explosion also covered up all the sounds on the battlefield. In the flying dust, the exploded rubble continued to rush into the sky, and some rubble even hit Iser's scales. The entire evil ghost camp was enveloped by this sudden big explosion. Unable to see the situation inside the evil ghost camp through the thick smoke, Israel could only hover in the air for a while, and then flew towards the battlefield where the cavalry regiment was. The giant ghost pattern soldier ants have gained an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Countless ghost warriors fell on the slopes of the mountain road, and their bodies were almost cut into two pieces. Some ghost warriors were pierced by knight spears, and some fell on the battlefield. Some simply kept struggling like they were when their heads were chopped off, and their bodies were nailed to the battlefield with spears, looking like some weird sculptures. These evil ghost warriors all have the same characteristic. That is, they are all headless corpses. The construct knights have rushed to the mountain road below, and a large number of giant ghost pattern soldier ants have also surrounded them. The cavalry regiment has obviously taken the initiative on the battlefield, surrounding and suppressing the last remaining evil ghost warriors. Israel couldn't figure out the situation of the evil ghost warriors in the camp. Tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors gathered there, and it didn't dare to fly down easily. I saw that there was actually a tall evil general fighting bravely on the battlefield here. The broken limbs of more than 10 giant ghost pattern soldier ants had been piled up around him. The evil general was covered in blood, and the grass under his feet was completely covered with blood, soaked in blood.
The red dragon Iser has been obsessed with the taste of evil spirits for the past few months. It had tasted the sweetness in the battle at Yanshan Canyon a few months ago. And of course, it didn't want to return empty-handed at this time. So it suddenly flapped its dragon wings, swooped down from the high altitude with a fierce gust of wind, and headed straight towards the one that had been killed. The crazy evil general pounced on him. At this moment, almost no ghost pattern soldier ants dared to approach the evil ghost general standing in the mountain road. It held a war blade in its hand and led dozens of evil ghost warriors to rush forward, trying to break out of the giant ghost pattern. The siege of soldier ants and Surdak, Gulaitum, and Andrew are surrounding and killing the second evil ghost general. Israel retracted the dragon wings, and it was like a cannonball smashing down from high altitude. The dive speed increased to the fastest, and a film of airflow even formed above his head. The evil ghost general also felt the crisis. His body seemed to be locked by a terrifying giant beast. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Israel's figure continued to grow larger in the field of vision. The ordinary evil ghosts around him almost lost their last trace of fighting spirit. In surprise, they discarded their weapons and scattered in all directions. It's just that there are giant ghost pattern soldier ants all around. If you leave the evil ghost general's side, you will be entangled and strangled by the giant ghost pattern soldier ants immediately. The evil general knew that no matter where he ran, he could not escape the attack of the giant dragon above him. So he mustered up the courage to raise the war blade in his hand, leaping up with black fire burning on his body, and fought hard to face the red dragon Iser. Drawing out a sword, the black fire was thrown out at the same time as the sword energy, like a whip several meters long, hitting the head of the red dragon Iser. Israel opened his mouth wide and spit out another burst of dragon breath from his throat, immediately extinguishing the black fire, and its body also crashed down, pressing the evil ghost general firmly under it, and creating a huge crater on the mountain road. It bit into the evil ghost general, whose bone armor was shattered inch by inch. And suddenly, with a flick of the head, it tore off its head. He raised his head and swallowed it into his belly. One of the thick dragon claws grabbed the corpse of the evil ghost general again. The other dragon claw grabbed the ordinary evil ghost warrior beside him, who was still struggling to death, and flew into the air again. The violent airflow brought about when the wings flapped, making it impossible for the surrounding evil warriors to get close. They could only watch Iser flying up, and the bone spears they threw hit Iser, and they could only hear the clanging sound. The power Soldak possessed at the moment could only maintain the summoning circle for a quarter of an hour. When Israel flew into the air, he felt the power of space constraints surrounding its body again. A door of summons appearing in front of it, Israel flapped its wings violently twice, and without even having time to say goodbye to Surdak, he suddenly tightened his dragon wings and got back. The moment Israel disappeared from the summoning gate, the powerful pressure on the battlefield that was like Mount Tai disappeared instantly. Even the construct knights, ant cavalry and giant ghost pattern soldier ants of the cavalry regiment breathed a sigh of relief. The red dragon's aura is too powerful. On the battlefield on the mountain road, more than 4,000 evil ghost warriors were ambushed and surrounded by 7,000 giant ghost pattern soldier ants. They had little ability to fight back, especially after 3 evil ghost generals were besieged and killed one after another. These evil ghost warriors completely woke up. The main reason why they disobeyed orders and ran from Beishan Pass camp to the battlefield here was because they were starving. I came here just to find something to eat. Unfortunately, not only did I fail to eat the cavalry regiment of the Western Route Army, but I ended up risking my own life in it. Fleeing evil warriors are scattered all over the hillside. Compared with the tragic situation on the mountain road battlefield, the situation at the Beishan Pass camp 1 kilometer away was even more tragic. Tens of thousands of evil ghost warriors were working together to fight against the swooping red dragon. But no one expected that a breath of dragon breath would not only create a narrow sea of fire more than 100 meters in the camp, but also detonate the gunpowder barrel buried underground. The violent explosion quickly enveloped the entire camp in almost a minute, and the smoke and dust mixed with a large amount of flying gravel formed a sputtering network with no blind spots. Some ghost warriors were directly above the explosive barrels, and were directly blown to pieces by the explosive barrels. But more evil ghost warriors were cut by the debris flying on the ground. Under the countless cuts, spider web-like cracks appeared in the tough bone armor, and their bodies were thrown away with the violent airflow. Huge, the explosive force greatly shocked the body inside the evil ghost's bone armor, and purple blood flowed out along the cracks in the bone armor. The ghost warriors fell in pieces in the ruins of the Baishanku camp. At least half of the ghost warriors were buried under the rubble and soil due to the explosion. Countless ghost warriors were wailing and struggling in the smoke.
At dusk, the light on the battlefield dimmed, and the blue sky also changed to darker colors. Amidst the flying dust, giant ghost-striped soldier ants rearranged themselves in neat formation outside the evil ghost camp at Beishan Pass, and then rushed into the evil ghost camp in batches. With their keen sense of touch, the ghost-patterned soldier ants began to deal with the remaining evil ghosts that were lingering on the battlefield. The ghost warriors, who were badly damaged by the gunpowder barrels, were unable to organize an effective counterattack. Fortunately, none of the ghost generals were killed by such an explosion. Although they looked miserable, at least they did not lose their combat effectiveness. The evil generals braved the dust and gathered the surviving evil warriors in the camp. Before they could completely withdraw from the Beishan Pass camp, the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants had already entered. Although the evil ghost generals could not feel the breath of the red dragon, they did not dare to fight against the giant soldiers in the dust and fog of the Beishan Pass camp. The ants retreated hastily with the remaining evil ghost warriors. It wasn't until they completely withdrew from the Beishan Pass camp that they discovered that nearly half of the evil ghost warriors remained on the battlefield at the Beishan Pass camp. Many evil ghost warriors did not die. Almost all of them were knocked unconscious by the violent shock of the explosion. Some were injured and could not evacuate with the Legion. They almost became the targets of the massacre by the ghost-marked soldier ants. The giant ghost-striped soldier ants cleared out all the living ghost warriors in the Baishanku camp at dusk. They are good at digging holes and have strong tactile perception, so even the ghosts buried in the soil can be easily attacked by them. Dig it out. In fact, before dark, the remaining evil ghost army still had a chance to launch a counterattack against Serdak's cavalry regiment. There are probably less than 20,000 remaining ghost warriors, but almost every ghost warrior has some injuries, to one degree or another. Although the 16 evil generals looked embarrassed, they did not suffer any fatal injuries. If they took advantage of dust to launch a counterattack. To be honest, Serdak might not be able to defend the Beishan Pass evil camp. It's just that they were frightened by the red dragon Iser and were a little confused. But because they still had such strength, they were unwilling to easily retreat from the Beishan Pass to the hinterland of the Moyanling Highlands. Prepare to let this group of ghost warriors take a good rest before launching a new round of attack on Serdak's cavalry regiment. But where can Serdak give this evil ghost army any chance to breathe again? At night, the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants once again hid under the fog of war and launched a general attack on the remaining evil ghost army 2 kilometers south of the Baishanku camp. This time, even if 16 evil ghost generals stood at the front of the military formation and used their own tyrannical strength to stop a group of giant ghost-patterned soldier ants, they still could not change the final battle situation. This group of ghost warriors, who had been beaten without any fighting spirit, saw 16 ghost generals disappearing into the fog of war one after another. No ghost general could stand out from the fog, and this ghost army collapsed completely. A large number of injured ghost warriors fled into the vast wilderness at night. In this case, the vast grassland of Moyanling Highlands is the best battlefield for the Construct Knights. The evil ghost warriors cannot stop the charge of the Construct Knights at all. For a time, they were unable to organize an effective resistance force, so the evil ghost at the back was the most unlucky one. The battle lasted for a whole day and night. At dawn the next day, Serdak's cavalry regiment once again captured the evil ghost camp at the lower North Pass and drove all the remaining evil ghosts dozens of miles away. The morning sun shines into the valley. A group of indigenous warriors finally appeared at the other end of the mountain road. They carefully climbed up the mountain road, hid in a pile of rocks on a high ground, and looked towards the Beishan Pass camp. Chapter 1496, The Second Wall. The indigenous warrior responsible for the reconnaissance was lying behind a pile of rocks high on the mountain, looking towards the North Pass where the sun was a bit dazzling. The snow-capped peaks in the distance reflected dazzling light, but the highlands in the distance were still green, and there were some shriveled berries hanging on the bushes between the mountain passes. It takes about a few days to walk up the mountain road from the foot of Moyanling Mountain to the North Pass of Moyanling Highlands. Looking towards the northern mountains from here, you can also see the dark green sea of trees extending to the edge of the sky. Just looking back at the vast Moyanling Highlands, the desolation between moss, green grass and gravel, everything seemed a little desolate. According to Elder Amberby, this was once the sacred land of the Agrod clan, and every Agrod native has a deep attachment to this land. Several indigenous warriors gathered together. They were worried about being discovered by the evil spirits and hid behind a pile of rubble high on the mountain road. They originally planned to explore how many evil ghost warriors were stationed here, but they did not expect to look at the Baishanku camp in the distance. Saw the flags flying on the camp, which looked very much like the silk flags of the Lord Army. The banners and flags of the evil spirits are almost all made of leather. They are usually hung on crosses and rarely flutter in the wind. The flags of the Lord Army are much more delicate, usually made of silk. Some big lords will add gold and silver threads to the silk used to make the flags, and ask magic tailors to embroider some exquisite magic patterns on them. These magic patterns usually have some effects on improving morale and boosting spirits. Under the dazzling sunlight, the indigenous warriors could clearly see the patterns on the flags flying at Beishan Pass. The indigenous warrior with the best vision reported to the squad leader.
Headhunter, that flag looks a bit like the flag of the Imperial Lord Army.
As the captain of the indigenous reconnaissance team, Thackeray squinted his eyes from behind the boulder and looked towards the North Pass. The dazzling sunlight made his vision white. He could only walk a few steps forward. Hunched over, selected a 4-meter-high stone monument on the pile of rocks, and climbed up along the cracked stone seam. His hands were very strong, and he jumped to the top in a few clicks. On top of the boulder. At this time, the flag became clearer. Thackeray jumped deep in front of the team members and said to several members,
"I'll get closer. You guys stay here and wait for me. If I'm discovered by the evil spirits later, you can decisively retreat to the shady slope of the mountain. I will find a way to lure them to the opposite side of the mountain road, and then find a chance to get rid of them.
Open them. And if you can't wait for me to come back before dark, you will return to the Legion and report the situation here to Chief Logan. Do you understand? Headhunter. I'm a fast runner. Let me do this investigation."
A member of the team volunteered. Thackeray glanced at him, but said nothing. He never liked team members to question his orders. The team member retracted his head and said with a guilty conscience,
"I know. Then be careful.
Scouting on the edge of the North Pass camp is very dangerous. In particular, this valley is filled with a strong smell of blood. There are still some remains of ghost warriors on the hillside, and there are also some broken blades that have not been sorted out in time. The traces left after the battle have left the slopes on both sides of the mountain road devastated. The unknown situation here is even more uncertain. At this time, of course, the most experienced old hunters need to go ahead to explore. This is the long-standing practice of the Agrod natives." Thackeray patted each team member on the arm and said to them,
"Don't worry. We've traveled such a long way, so there's no way something could go wrong here."
After saying that, he walked out of the pile of rocks and had a panoramic view of the slope in front of him.
Thackeray looked at the battlefield ahead with some shock. He had actually seen the corpses of some evil warriors on the edge of the battlefield, but he didn't expect that it was just the tip of the iceberg. This battlefield was much larger than he had guessed, and the corpses of the evil ghost warriors on the battlefield were too numerous to count. Even the hillsides covered with moss and needlegrass were soaked with purple blood. He bent down and picked up a broken blade. If there were indigenous warriors involved in this battle, this black metal broken blade would definitely not be discarded here. If the tribe comes later, this broken blade will most likely be polished into a hatchet. But now on this battlefield, such broken blades can be seen everywhere, and there are some sharp white bone spears stuck in the soil here and there. There are still many messy footprints and broken limbs left on the battlefield. You can imagine how large-scale battles took place here. Thackeray simply didn't know how to express his inner shock. There were many similarities between this battlefield and the place where he had fought at the foot of Moyanling Mountain. He looked towards the North Pass again, and when he saw the flag fluttering in the wind, he felt that it should be the Lord Army from the Green Empire guarding there. Now that he found that this place had been completely occupied by the Lord's army, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the broken limbs and corpses all over the ground, he sighed at how many evil ghost warriors this Lord's army had killed to make the battlefield such a mess. The further Thackeray walked forward, the more traces he saw on the battlefield, and the clearer the surprised expression on his face. He stood up straight from the hillside and waved vigorously towards his companions, who were hiding behind the rocks. The indigenous warriors of this reconnaissance team came out of the rocks one after another, and joined him with some confusion. Thackeray said to his companions,
"Guarding the mountain pass is an Imperial army. It should be the Imperial Lord Army that Chief Logan asked us to pay more attention to. Let's go and have a look."
After saying that, he took the lead and strode towards the Beishan Pass camp. On the 4th day after the reconnaissance team of the Egrod Alliance army left, this indigenous coalition force with nearly 200,000 soldiers finally appeared in the mountain pass of the North Pass of Moyun Ridge. These warriors climbed onto the hill and occupied almost all the space around the mountain path. Their appearance was like a thick blanket covering the slopes on both sides of the mountain road. It seems that the indigenous coalition forces must have eliminated the evil ghost hunting groups at the foot of Moyonling Mountain. So they entered the mountain road at the northern foot of Moyonling Mountain on such a large scale. Chief Logan and several other burly chiefs walked at the front of the team. They were also the chiefs of various indigenous tribes. As for the Great Witches in the indigenous coalition, they rode in black-horned elk carriages and followed the team quietly.
Unexpectedly, as the Great Elder said, the Imperial Legion has occupied the northern pass of Moyun Ridge. No wonder I haven't seen the evil ghosts running down from Moyun Ridge these days. It turns out that the source is blocked by the Imperial Lord Army. Neck. Ha.
Chief Logan said with a laugh. The other clan leader standing next to him actually curled his lips and said with some disdain.
Actually, the danger has not been completely eliminated. We should be more careful. God knows that there are a large group of evil spirits opposite this camp. As long as we can hold Beishan Pass this time, the evil ghost army will no longer be able to run down the mountain unscrupulously.
A clan leader said with emotion. This mountain road does not seem to be very far. But if measured directly with 2 legs, the leading troops of the Indigenous Alliance army walked for a whole morning before finally reaching the Moyonling Highland. At this time, the Baishanka camp had been reduced to ruins after repeated battles in the past few days. The original fish scale structures in the camp have most likely collapsed. After several rounds of battles, they have completely turned into scorched earth. The soil is not only filled with the smell of rotten blood, but also has a faint sour smell. The planting soil seems to contain oil, and is not suitable for any plant growth. Chief Logan brought a group of indigenous leaders to the front of the Beishan Pass camp, and saw that Surdak came out with a group of officers. The armies of both sides merged together, but the camps were clearly separated. In addition to the reserved area of Beishan Pass, the 200,000 indigenous warriors also had a considerable number of indigenous warriors stationed in the mountain road below Beishan Pass. There is no way. There are too many indigenous alliance troops, and there is only such a big place in Beishan Pass. In the empty field on the south side of the Baishanku camp, a large group of giant ghost-pattern soldier ants were gathering the remains of the evil ghost warriors. The evil ghost warriors were tall, and it was obviously not possible to dig a hole and bury them on the battlefield. It's too realistic. But this is the Baishanku camp, and a city wall will be built here in the future. So the corpses of these evil ghost warriors must not be left alone. So Surdak chose the easiest way this time, which was to burn. The giant ghost-pattern soldier ants piled the corpses of all the evil ghost warriors together, then poured them with fire oil, and set them on fire completely. The fire can quickly turn the fat in the body of the ghost warrior into grease. In this way, the fire may not be extinguished until the corpse of the ghost warrior is completely burned. Among the billowing smoke, there was even a pungent and spicy smell. Chief Logan took a deep look at the giant ghost-pattern soldier ants who were doing hard work, wearing thick, full-coverage heavy armor. He strode up to Surdak, and then said kindly,
I didn't expect Lord Surdak to actually fulfill his promise and capture this camp in advance. Didn't Chief Logan come as promised?
Surdak said with a smile, and then explained,
It was just a coincidence that when the cavalry regiment arrived here, they found that the evil ghost army in the camp had already left its nest. It was with this rare opportunity that I was able to take advantage and drive the evil ghost army stationed here to the hinterland of Moyonling Highlands. However, the ghost warriors here have a strong will to fight. Even if they are dispersed, they will quickly organize a counterattack. You came at the right time this time. There has just been a big battle here, and the evil ghost army has just retreated from here. Taking advantage of the current window, we can build a city wall here at Beishan Pass.
Before Chief Logan came here, he had already heard Elder Ambrobi explain this matter. This is an important link in the grand strategy jointly formulated by the natives of Egrod and the Western Road Lords. Chief Logan also understood that as long as city walls were built at the north and south ends of Moyun Ridge, he could completely control the way the evil ghost army went down the mountain. So, even if the next few battles don't go well, as long as you firmly control the exits at both ends, even if you adopt more cruel methods of clearing the field, you can ultimately win the war.
What do we need to do? Our young warriors here can't wait,
Chief Logan asked Surdak.
So the top priority is to build a city wall,
Surdak said loudly. Even though he already knew the answer, Chief Logan was still a little confused after hearing what Surdak said. Where to build this city wall? How to build it? What materials to use? And how long the construction period will take? Chief Logan is not very good at this series of things. His bronze face was lined with wrinkles. The indigenous warriors have already begun to set up tents in the planned area. Here, Surdak brought Chief Logan to an area where a straight white line was drawn. There were two parallel white and gray lines. The span between the two lines was almost 30 meters, extending to both sides. The length of the side extension is unexpectedly 1,500 meters. Soldak took Chief Logan to walk between the two white lines, and then explained,
A 30-meter wide, 60-meter high, and 1,500-meter long line will be built here. As for the city wall, no buildings can be built in the area south of the city wall, and no buildings can be built within 30 meters to the north of the city wall.
After speaking, he bent down, picked up a piece of hard shale from the ground, and said to Chief Logan,
Next, you need to ask your young indigenous warriors to go outside to pick up such rocks, and transport them all to both sides of the city wall. On the other hand,
these stones are the main building materials for building the city wall.
A group of ant cavalry came towards us in the distance. These ant cavalry were driving the ghost-striped soldier ants on their crotches to clear out all the remaining soil on the planned city wall. They only dug less than 1 meter deep and could see the blue rock formation below. Only by clearing away these abandoned remnants can the first step of building the city wall be completed. Next, Cerdak will need to transport some iron cages containing rocks, and then a large amount of volcanic ash cement and other materials. Chief Logan then asked,
Then where will our camp be built?
Soldak did not talk to Chief Logan over the map. Instead, he led Chief Logan directly to the area where the scene was located. He pointed to the land under his feet and said,
Here, although most of the sunlight here will be blocked by the city wall, it is definitely suitable for building a military camp.
As he spoke, Soldak took out an architectural drawing. Chief Logan had heard some descriptions of this city wall before, so now that he saw the architectural drawings, he had some rough outlines of the building in his mind. Immediately afterwards, Soldak wanted to tell Chief Logan about the construction plan of a fortress camp. This is a bit complicated to talk about. It mainly involves the different lifestyles of indigenous warriors and Lord Army warriors. Chapter 1497 City Wall. The soldiers of the Aboriginal Alliance Army had just pitched their tents and had a hot lunch in front of the tents. They could not relax at the Beishan Pass camp when they were called together by Chief Logan and began to collecting stones in the mountains and fields around Beishan Pass. Each indigenous warrior was issued a leather bag. Smaller stones were placed in the bag and larger stones were held on the head. Several indigenous warriors were required to carry larger stones together. However, Cerdak did not ask the indigenous warriors to carry the big rocks, because there were giant ghost-striped soldier ants doing the rough work. So the large boulders were easily moved to the construction site. It only took half a day for the ant riders to dig out the trench used to pour the foundation. The trench needed to be filled with cages filled with stones. Once everything is ready, pozzolanic cement can be poured on top. This time, Cerdak was personally supervising the construction, so all kinds of materials could naturally be supplied in time. Another 200,000 indigenous warriors served as free labor, and giant tortoise-patterned soldier ants were responsible for the transportation of any large stones. Building the foundation of the city wall becomes even simpler. Cerdak asked the giant ghost-patterned soldier ants to move a large amount of stones, and took out nearly tens of thousands of bags of volcanic ash cement. And the craftsmen began to build the Baishanku city wall day and night. The camp suddenly became very lively. There was little need for 200,000 native warriors to line up and take turns throwing rocks onto the construction site. They lined up in a long line of hundreds of people and threw rough stones into the ditch one after another in a solitaire manner. It didn't take long for so much labor to fill this ditch with stones. In particular, these giant ghost-striped soldier ants finally experienced climbing halfway up the mountain, inserting their huge fangs into the stone crevices, and prying off the loose rocks after weathering. Sometimes huge rocks would roll down from the mountainside, and giant ghost-patterned soldier ants would scramble to transport the rocks to the trenches in the foundation of the city wall. This may be the first time Chief Logan has seen such a large-scale project. Standing on the edge of the North Mountain Pass camp, he watched the indigenous people walking in line carrying stones, and personally walked up and patted each of them on the shoulder. Comfort these young indigenous warriors with encouraging eyes.
There will be broth and wheat cakes later. Let's work harder and try to fill this trench before dark.
When the indigenous warriors heard Chief Logan say this, they all readily agreed. These young people are full of energy and are not afraid to use their strength to move rocks. When they heard that there would be broth and wheat cakes for dinner, they were all very motivated. On the other side,
Cerdak was commanding the ant cavalry to dig a huge pit. Bags of volcanic ash cement were poured into the pit. On the other side, clean water was continuously poured into the pit. Dozens of craftsmen held spears, There's this porcelain cement being stirred around. Some people also poured some gravel into the big pit. Every layer of stones on the foundation of the city wall was covered with a layer of volcanic ash cement. Such a foundation will form a solid whole in the future. For Lord Serdek's army, most warriors have experience building embankments with pozzolanic cement. The first was to build a 5-level reservoir in Wall Village. Later, they repaired urban buildings in Makuso City, built a hanging garden in Root City, and built a large dam in the upper reaches of the Three Rivers Plain in the White Forest Plain. Most recently, this time, the city wall was built in the Dake Valley on the south road of Mayun Mountain. It's not that these ant cavalry soldiers have participated in every project, but most of them have experienced one of the civil construction projects. Now when the city wall of Beishan Pass is being built, these soldiers have become great craftsmen, using carts to transport the cement into the ditch. The foundation of the city wall is being worked on in full swing. Chief Logan is still a little confused. Why is he digging a deep ditch and filling it with stones when he is clearly building a high wall? This is because the city wall is not high enough. Do you want to build more than 1 meter underground? Seeing Lord Soldek once again bring out a large amount of supplies, Chief Logan figured out one thing. The great lord of the Green Empire in front of him was able to lead his legion to win frequently, and the essence was piled up with gold coins. The material warehouse in the camp and the arrows were piled into haystacks. Since the indigenous regiment moved into the Baishanku camp, all military rations were supplied directly by the cavalry regiment. In addition, the maintenance oil and grinding oil for armor weapons were changed. Knives and stones can be collected at will. I heard that at the West Route Army camp. Any damaged weapons and equipment can be repaired for free. During dinner, each soldier was also given a green apple. Although it was not too big and the taste was slightly sour, it was a rare delicacy for the indigenous warriors because in the mountains of Handanar County, there was no apple tree to be found at all. Not even one. This group of natives ate apples for the first time in their lives. The indigenous warriors ate with gusto and even swallowed the core. There are nearly 200,000 indigenous warriors stationed in the Baishanku camp, and there is indeed some trouble in terms of material supply. Aphrodite spends almost every day from morning to night in various business houses in Helensa City, coordinating the supply of various supplies. The wheat flour was transported from the south of the Green Empire, and the meat floss bricks and magic giant crossbow arrows were transported from the imperial capital. Therefore, in the past 2 months, there has been an almost endless flow of magic airships at the airport terminal of Helensa City. There is a news circulating in the business circles of Helensa City. Whoever is chosen by the mysterious lady will become rich overnight. In the warehouse of Hull Manor outside the city of Helensa, Aphrodite pointed to the volcanic ash cement piled in the warehouse and said to Serdek, "You ordered all this cement. Move it out immediately. This warehouse must be vacated before tomorrow morning. The powder barrels ordered from Wall Village must be moved to the warehouse tomorrow." Aphrodite was a little annoyed, as her daily chores gradually increased, and she could rarely lie on the attic terrace to bask in the sun on a sunny afternoon. Regarding Aphrodite's instructions, Serdek quickly agreed. "I know. I will move out later. Also, how long will it take for the 4th batch of wheat flour I ordered to be delivered?" The food consumed by these indigenous alliance warriors alone is a huge amount every day. Now to defend the Beishan Pass of Mayun Ridge, all kinds of materials need to be adequately supplied. And judging from the recent movements of the evil spirits, it is obvious that they have not given up their intention to fight for the Beishan Pass camp. The magician Basil has detected the movements of some evil ghost legions. They have begun to gather in the direction of Beishan Pass, but they have not yet formed an encirclement outside the Beishan Pass camp. Of course, Serdek does not intend to give up this strategic location. As long as this place is defended, the evil ghost army will be completely trapped on the high ground. Food resources here are extremely scarce, and it will probably become increasingly difficult for evil spirits to gather on a large scale in the future. Aphrodite frowned, took off the money bag from her waist, and complained to Serdek. "Isn't the logistics department of the Bena military headquarters responsible for food supplies? Why do we have to buy so much food out of our own pockets? I only have more than 900 gold coins left in my hand. What are you going to do with the next payment?" Serdek patted his forehead. The recent expenses have been too great. If it weren't for the support of several victories, it would be difficult for him to form such a coalition of indigenous tribes. He thought for a moment before saying, "I need to take care of the supplies for the Indigenous Alliance army. Otherwise, let's sell a batch of black magic crystals first. Didn't we earn 30,000 black magic crystals from this battle at the North Pass of Mayun Ridge?
And Ambro, I'll bring it to you later on that box Elder By gave me some time ago. I guess these businessmen prefer this unidentified black magic crystal.
Aphrodite reminded him.
Don't forget, at least half of these black magic crystals require merit rewards. I know. As long as we win a few more victories, we will probably be able to make up for this deficit.
Serdek replied confidently. Aphrodite glared at Soldak speechlessly. This time, Serdek spent a lot of money in order to win over the alliance army of the Agrod natives. He gave these indigenous warriors 130,000 sets of full coverage heavy armor alone, as well as sophisticated night-long swords, iris shields, Paglio spears, alloy bows, etc. These weapons and equipment alone cost Serdek nearly 3 million gold coins, converted into unidentified magic crystals. The number is about 200,000. This number happened to be that after Soldak's western route army entered Handanar County, they first encircled and suppressed 6 large evil ghost hunting groups in the Summerstow River, and then encircled and eliminated 6 large evil ghost hunting groups in the Sheep Farm Gorge in the Gandor Mountains. He formed an evil ghost army, and later frequently harvested large amounts of unidentified black magic crystals on the battlefield at Moyanling Mountain Pass and at the Battle of Buruan River. After capturing Dark Canyon, the unidentified black magic crystals obtained by Serdek in the Warsaw Plain just exceeded the 200,000 mark. And these harvests were just enough to pay for these weapons and equipment. The remaining magic crossbows, food and other supplies were not included. However, Serdek sacrificed more than 60,000 Ghost-marked soldier ants one after another. This part of the Ghost-marked soldiers, the soldier ants, also brought him 60,000 ordinary magic crystals. Speaking of which, every war the Western Route Army entered into the Warsaw Plain brought huge profits to Soldek. But the most incredible thing was the battle loss rate of the ghost-patterned soldier ants. Every time a ghost-patterned soldier ant died, the West Route Army will lose a little combat strength. But for Soldek, his pockets are actually a little bigger. However, it was precisely because of the participation of the Agrod indigenous clan in the war that Soldek had the strength to swallow up the Moyanling Highlands. After talking to Aphrodite about the recent material preparations, Serdek walked into the dilapidated warehouse of Hull Manor. This is in the southern suburbs of Helensa City, dozens of kilometers away from Helensa City. It is now the property of tax collector Bird. After encountering the bandits here, this manor has been in a state of neglect. Although a few years ago, Charlie led a group of craftsmen to renovate a villa in the manor. But the warehouses and stables here were still old buildings from decades ago. Soldek needed a warehouse to turn around supplies. So he asked Aphrodite to find Carl Casement for help. And tax collector Bird lent him the manor. However, because there were too many supplies recently, even the warehouses in the manor could not accommodate them. So Aphrodite asked Serdek to move the volcanic ash stored inside as soon as possible. Whether it is loading goods into the magic belt bag or taking them out of the magic belt bag. Magicians need to consume mana, and Serdek consumes the power of holy light to move all the cement from this entire warehouse. It would be necessary to drain the power of the holy light from his body twice. Fortunately, he has many magic pockets in his hand and can transport a lot of volcanic ash cement at one time. Serdek still has a headache about this. Building 2 city walls on the Moyun Ridge in Handanar County, Warsaw Plain, this time allowed the volcanic ash cement factory in Wall Village to make a lot of money. Soldek had already written to the village chief of Bright that the village's cement factory must stockpile a large amount of volcanic ash cement and organize manpower to rush to make such iron cages for loading stones. This time, it was indeed used when building the city wall on Moyun Ridge. The foundations of the Baishanku wall were built very quickly. Almost the next day I saw a foundation poured with volcanic ash cement mortar. The wind here at the mountain pass is very strong and the cement dries quickly. Although I know that if the foundation can be maintained with water for more than half a month, the north wall will be stronger. But now the top priority is to build the city wall, especially since there are traces of ghost warriors outside the Baishanku camp again. This is not a good thing. Serdek did not expect that the evil spirits on the Moyanling Highlands would never give up the Baishan Pass camp. They could assemble their troops much faster than expected. So he planned to build the city wall before the third wave of evil ghost army arrived. Since the evil ghost legion was twice defeated on the battlefield at Baishanku camp, the surrounding evil ghost legions were not in a hurry to surround them. They were waiting for more evil ghost warriors to arrive. The magician Basil even saw some adventure groups in the northern part of the highlands, chasing these evil ghost legions. However, these adventure groups did not go to the far north. So naturally they did not know the situation at Baishan Pass camp. Almost all of these adventure groups are chasing the tail of the evil ghost army. Now a large number of demon hunters have emerged on the Moyonling Highlands. They are all experienced in wild survival. For a time, the evil ghosts on the highlands were overwhelmed. The team had a huge headache. Now a large number of evil ghost armies are heading north. And the adventure groups scattered on the highlands of Moyun Ridge are like a plate of loose sand, attracted by some invisible suction force, and continue to gather towards the north. The ghost warrior also appeared on the ridge in the distance. Serdek raised his eyebrows and said to Andrew next to him,
Basil hasn't come back yet? This time he went to investigate the movements of the evil ghost camp. He will probably be back tomorrow morning,
Andrew said. Serdek pointed with his finger at the ridge where the evil ghost warrior showed up, and told Andrew,
Then send a smarter construct knight to see if there is any evil ghost army hiding in the Snow Peak area. Got it,
boss. After Andrew accepted the order, he answered readily. Chapter 1498 City Wall 2. The ruins of the camp at the northern pass of Moyonling have been completely bulldozed by the indigenous warriors. All the soil contaminated by purple blood has been cleared away. The 1,500-meter-long northern city wall across the camp is visible to the naked eye every day. The speed is increasing, whether day or night. The city wall construction site is always crowded. The giant ghost-patterned soldier ants placed some huge stones outside the city wall. In addition to these huge stones, they were also filled with giant iron cages that were 2 meters long, 1 meter high and 2 meters wide. It is filled with stones, and the gaps between the stones are filled with cement. Each one looks like a complete giant brick. The gaps between each giant brick are also filled with volcanic ash cement, making this wall very strong. During the construction process, the unfinished city wall looked like a huge slope, and all the workers had to carry stones up the gentle slope, seeing more and more evil ghosts gathering in the distance. The construction speed of the city wall has not slowed down. Chief Logan has been studying an architectural drawing given to him by Suldek these days. He saw Serdek coming to the top of the repaired section of the city wall to check the quality. So he took the architectural drawings and asked Serdek some of his doubts. This is the narrowest area of the north pass of Moyun Ridge. The wind on the top of the city wall is very strong. The north wind blew the feathers on Chief Logan's head to pieces. But Chief Logan didn't care at all. The drawing in his hand is not a drawing of a city wall, but a new town built behind the city wall. This will be the first stronghold of the Agrod indigenous tribe on the Moyonling Highlands, built against the northern city wall. There are many mountains and vast land here, but it is difficult to see a forest land. So not a single wooden house that the tribe is good at building can be built here. The drawing Suldek gave him was almost a complete architectural drawing of the street. Each building was a house built of stone, regardless of appearance and style. It looked infinitely better than the wooden houses in the walled city. How many times? Flat roofs and terraces, neat streets, central squares, and altars in public areas. There are many buildings that Chief Logan has never seen before, and he needs to learn the details from Serdek.
After we drive out these evil spirits completely, I will send some professional architects over to help you build a few decent towns.
Serdek continued to paint the pie for the Logan patriarch. There was no way. These indigenous warriors were so motivated, as if drinking broth and eating wheat cakes every day was the happiest thing in the world. During this time, they devoted almost all their enthusiasm to building the city wall. The city wall of the North Pass camp is much longer than the city wall of Duck Valley, and the amount of work is 3 times that of the southern one. But there are too many young natives here who are willing to work, and this group of people work together. They always feel that they are embarrassed that they cannot compare with those giant ghost-striped soldier ants. So the construction speed is very fast. Serdek stood on a section of the city wall that had been completed, looking at the narrow mountain road stretching for hundreds of miles at the North Pass, and said to Chief Logan,
This will be the last lifeline for the Agrid clan in the northernmost part of Moyun Ridge. As long as you hold on here, you will always hold the way home in your hands.
Hearing what Serdek said, Chief Logan was shocked and clenched the drawing in his hand. He knew that what Serdek said was indeed the truth. But before that, he had not thought about how to defend this place, but how to rush into the highlands of Moyun Ridge and kill all the evil ghosts. Suldek continued,
As long as we guard this place, the evil spirits will not be able to get out of Moyun Ridge.
Chief Logan also nodded with emotion. Serdek added,
As long as we hold on here, the walled city in the northern mountains will no longer be harassed by evil spirits.
Suldek said 2 more sentences in succession. Then, he couldn't help but paint a picture of Patriarch Logan, as if this was what he was best at. Serdek said,
There are large and vast grasslands here, and there are no large beasts. As long as the evil spirits are driven away, I can contact the Imperial Lords over there in the Big Meadow. You only need to take out some evil ghosts to obtain with unidentified magic crystals. You can buy a large number of high-quality cattle and sheep.
Chief Logan's eyes brightened completely. In fact, he had been in a very conflicted mood these past few days. When he set foot on the highlands of Moyinling and saw the large desolate grassland in his field of vision, he actually felt a little cold in his heart. The first thing he considered was that if the Agrod clan moved here, how would the tribe survive without the rich products in the northern mountains? After hearing Lord Cerdak talk about grazing cattle on this large grassland, Chief Logan felt that this suggestion was very reliable. Most of the indigenous tribes in the northern mountains relied on hunting wild beasts and collecting berries for their livelihood. Even when the prey was most abundant, the hunting team could not bring back enough prey every day. The tribe's life was one of hunger and satiety. Suddenly, everyone is used to it. But now, due to the arrival of this group of evil spirits, the living environment of each tribe has become even worse. Unless the hunters travel a long way, it will be difficult to gain anything. People are eating sour berries and wild vegetables more and more often. And some tribes are even considering going further north to make a living in the wilderness further north. Now Cerdak showed him the land covered with grass and moss, and then told him that he could buy cattle and sheep from the Imperial Lords. He didn't know the other Imperial Lords, but Chief Logan knew Cerdak. There seems to be a world of difference between this lord and other noble lords. He not only helped the tribe form a strong army, but also helped the tribe solve various practical difficulties. Currently, he also helped the entire Agrod clan capture Moyun Ridge. Most young soldiers have never eaten wheat cakes in their lives, and now wheat cakes have almost become a staple food in the army. He didn't even know if after this war was over and Lord Cerdak left, everyone would be able to bear eating wild vegetables and sour fruits again. But it was obvious that Cerdak was talking very enthusiastically, and he kept talking to Chief Logan.
At that time, there will be no need for you to graze at all. Just let the cattle and sheep roam freely on this large grassland, and there will be endless beef and mutton to eat. This place is different from the jungle. As long as the north and south exits are guarded, this is the best place for the Agrod clan to thrive. But the prerequisite is to eliminate all the evil ghost warriors.
Chief Logan was just muttering silently in his heart.
Moyinling Highlands.
Moyinling Highlands. And Cerdak just stood on the city wall, constantly telling Chief Logan about his rich understanding of building towns. The confusion in Chief Logan's eyes diminished little by little, and he seemed to have a clearer goal in his heart. The early sun rises, and the earth is covered with golden light. White clouds float in the sky, and eagles soar above the clouds. 200,000 indigenous warriors have been working continuously at Beishan Pass for 11 days, and a 30-meter-high northern city wall has appeared in everyone's sight. However, for the time being, the city wall can only be built up to this point, because the cement poured into the city wall does not have enough time to solidify. So the higher it is built, the easier it is for the city wall to collapse. Although the outside is surrounded by iron cages and huge rocks, it is still don't build recklessly. It may take a month before the subsequent heightening work can continue. However, the 30-meter-high city wall erected on Beishan Pass is already very majestic. The indigenous warriors almost built the city wall brick by stone with their own hands. But when they stood under the city, they still couldn't believe that this was a wall built by them. The city wall was built faster than Cerdak thought, but he had to wait before he could continue to raise the height. The remaining stones were transported to build a temporary block on the north side of the city wall. Cerdak set aside an area here to make way for the entrance to the mountain road, and quickly built a group of stone houses on both sides of the mountain road entrance. The road in the middle was paved very smoothly, which could only be regarded as at the stronghold. A large number of row houses will be built in the divided area. Currently, all foundation outlines have clear areas marked out with white and gray lines. Straight streets, shops and small townhouses are all things that are not found in Aboriginal cities. Many indigenous warriors were very curious about these stone houses. In fact, Chief Logan has gained the most these days. He has learned military management, town construction and management. Regarding army management, he saw Soldak's cavalry regiment, and imitated the cavalry regiment in building toilets in the corners of the camp, and strictly required the indigenous soldiers not to defecate anywhere in the camp. Anyone who dared to disobey would be whipped. He also built a canteen after the cavalry regiment. But this decision was not very good. The indigenous warriors were still accustomed to gathering together in tribal units and lighting a bonfire. Everyone crowded together to eat, and were unwilling to go to the canteen to receive food. He followed Lord Cerdak to build a temporary stronghold at the back entrance of the city wall. listening to Serdak's talk about how this place should be expanded into a town in the future. He wished he could write down everything Lord Serdak said. In fact, Serdak just mentioned a few specific ways to get rich in Wall Village. But these words fell in the ears of the Logan chief, and he immediately felt that his horizons had broadened a lot. After figuring out the future development path of the Agra tribe, I know that as the tribe grows stronger, it can no longer rely on hunting and gathering. If they can graze on this grassland, it may really allow the Agra tribe to live a life of plenty of food and clothing. Just as town construction was in full swing at the northern pass of Moinling, the evil ghost army outside the city wall gathered again. They did not abandon the North Mountain Pass like they abandoned the valley at the southern foot of Moyun Ridge. Instead, they once again gathered nearly 100,000 evil ghost warriors and occupied various hills and highlands of various sizes outside the North City wall. These evil ghost warriors were crowded together like dark clouds pressing down on the environment, bringing intense pressure to the northern pass of Moyun Ridge. That kind of coercion was purely numerical, so great that it almost made some ant riders unable to breathe. There was no sign of the evil ghost warriors rushing over. They gathered on the surrounding high hills. Other evil ghost warriors came one after another from all over the place. The mountains were full of evil ghosts running in large strides. There is no magic crossbow on the newly built city wall, and there is no large catapult behind the city wall. Even the volcanic ash cement in the stone gaps in the city wall has not dried completely. This may be the most difficult defensive battle to defend. The only thing that gave everyone some comfort was that there were 200,000 indigenous troops stationed at the back gate of the city wall. It is said that after receiving the blessing of the Great Witch, these warriors are no less powerful than ordinary evil ghost warriors while wearing full armor. Another point is that Commander Soldak brought the medical team here this time. Seeing Mika and the nurses from the medical team coming in and out of the white tent, the soldiers felt inexplicably at ease. And when you need to fight hard every day, it will probably only be during the day. So what do you have to worry about? The temporary command post is now located in a newly built small building. A fire-gathering magic board is spread in the fireplace. The beating flames emit soft heat, driving away the coldness in the room. Serdak sat on a chair, listening carefully to the report of the magician Basil, and quickly drew the distribution map of the evil ghost army on a piece of parchment. An officer next to him whispered to Soldak, "Commander, would you like to arrange a few more teams of soldiers to keep vigil on the city wall? Don't worry. I don't think these evil ghosts will launch an attack for the time being. Judging from their condition, they may still be waiting for a certain evil ghost army. Otherwise, how could they still have the confidence to attack Beishan Pass?" Soldak put down the quill in his hand and looked at the scrawled situation map, wondering if others would not be able to understand it. "Boss, how about I take the constructed knights out to meet these brats for a while? They hide behind the city wall and bask in the sun every day. The bones of the knights in our regiment will be rusty." Andrew sat in the corner. "I always want to rub the never-worn butcher's eye with a whetstone twice." His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, as if he didn't care about life or death at all. "Do you think you can lead the constructed knights into the sea of evil ghost army soldiers and come back alive?" Serdak turned to look at him and asked. "Oh, I just want to hang out on the fringes of the evil ghost legion." Andrew chuckled. "Basil, tell Andrew how many evil ghost generals you saw in the evil ghost army's camp," Serdak said, and put the distribution map in his hand on the table. "From what I've seen, there are probably no less than 30. The magician Basil stood aside and answered truthfully. "Well, okay. I will arrange some training programs for those energetic boys to calm them down," Andrew said. Chapter 1499 Helensa City. In order to successfully fight this defensive battle, Soldak made active pre-war preparations. In the eyes of Chief Logan, Serdak spent a lot of money and manpower to build the city wall, which is the best defense against the evil ghost warriors. But for Serdak, this wall is only the most basic defense. In addition, he also prepared a large number of kerosene and explosive barrels. This city wall also draws on the construction experience of the northern city wall of Duodan town in the Belan Plain. An oil injection tank is built with cement under the city wall. In the future, as long as the corpses of evil warriors are piled up under the city wall, a large amount of kerosene may be directly injected, forming a wall of fire under the city wall. However, this defense plan cannot be implemented for the time being, because the height of the city wall is not enough. Once a wall of fire is lit below the city wall, the guards above the city wall will inevitably turn into roasted geese. As the evil ghost warriors continued to gather, the atmosphere in the camp became more and more solemn. The constructed knights have been practicing infantry combat and city defense combat in recent days. This time they are preparing to put away those knight spears and pick up Paglio's spears again to fight on the city walls. In addition to most of the indigenous warriors, who are still building the blocks behind the city wall, there are also some people who are waiting under the city wall wearing armor and holding weapons in order to be able to cope with the sudden war, and watch blankly the construct knights training. There are still a large number of indigenous warriors collecting stones in the mountain passes every day, because they are building houses. The thickness of the walls is strictly limited. They have also begun to be picky about the stones, always looking for shale that looks flat. The part that exceeds the size needs to be knocked off with a chisel. These indigenous people are not lazy. Perhaps it is a kind of self-protection in the face of crisis. In short, they work diligently every day to collect stones and build markets. To build these houses, luxury materials such as pozzolanic cement will not be used. Instead, dry moss will be mixed with mud and then applied layer by layer in the cracks of the stones. Due to the lack of wood, many houses only have 4 walls, and the roof needs some supports made of wood to cap it. Although woodland is scarce on the Moyinling Highlands, it is not without it. However, at the foot of the snow peak at the northern foot, there are some coniferous forests. The woodland is not far from the city wall. But now there are evil spirits everywhere outside the city wall, and the indigenous warriors are unable to go out to cut wood for the time being. The temporary headquarters in Surdak was actually a few logs found by the indigenous warriors from the mountain road outside Beishan Pass, and carried several kilometers before being transported here. Although the indigenous warriors seemed out of place with the knights of the constructed knights, the two sides rarely had contact with each other. In fact, in private, there is still some communication between the cavalry regiment and the indigenous warriors. The indigenous soldiers are very envious of the welfare benefits of the soldiers of the Western Route Army Cavalry Regiment. Not only the daily military rations, but also weapons and equipment and other benefits, such as merit exchange lists, death pensions, etc. The cavalry regiment soldiers have separate meat cleavers and skinning knives. Some soldiers also carry special table knives, and some knights even have long and short daggers to assist in combat. The indigenous warriors are like a group of bumpkins who ran out of the countryside. They are very curious about everything about the construct knights. They always look around with cautious eyes, innocence and vulgarity. They even didn't understand why this group of knights had to ride war horses, hold up heavy knight spears, and charge towards a straw man, ever since one of them accepted a well-intentioned gift from a construct knight, which was an exquisite meat cleaver with serrated teeth on the back that could cut bones. The indigenous warrior became the member of the cavalry regiment to communicate with the indigenous army of Thais. These natives occasionally ate some dried berries brought from the tribe, and they also gave these dried berries to the construct knight. The two parties became familiar with each other little by little, and then there were some gifts and exchanges between the two parties. What do the natives have? It is nothing more than warcraft materials and unpolished gems. They like to string together colored gems, magic crystals, and bone teeth to make necklaces. Occasionally, they will also set a piece of magic material on their leather jackets or quivers. The construct knights can point to whatever they are interested in, and if the natives are willing to exchange it, they will readily take it out. As for those natives who are unwilling to exchange, there is no need to force it. As long as they express their unwillingness to exchange, they will definitely not agree. Their value for items is very weak, even if they know that the gems on their bodies are worth more. As long as they see an item they like, no matter how valuable it is, they will exchange it without hesitation. They also have their own happiness. These natives like to chat around the campfire after dinner, and occasionally someone will stand up to challenge a companion. When the two sides compete, there are almost no rules except not using weapons. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding indigenous warriors, some stood and some fell. The most mysterious among the indigenous alliance forces are the Great Witches. They usually rest in tents made of animal skins, and they are rarely seen walking around. The chiefs of each tribe respect these Great Witches very much, and almost no one dare to disturb them. Just like the nests of giant ghost-striped soldier ants are off-limits, the residences of these Great Witches are also off-limits. Surdak originally planned to communicate with these Great Witches, but unfortunately, these Great Witches did not want to see him at all. In the end, Surdak could only give up the idea. It is said that war will drive economic development in the rear area. This is simply a wise saying. Now that the economy of Helensa city is developing rapidly, orders for a large number of military supplies have been placed. The trading houses in Helensa city always go to various places to purchase large quantities. In the end, these materials will be transported to Helensa city. This makes the labor costs of migrant workers in Helensa city have increased again and again. In fact, Serdek also considered locating the material procurement location in Lut city. However, there were several major problems faced by Serdek at that time. The first point was that the volcanic ash cement factory in Wall Village could not be moved to Lut city. In addition, the preparation of black powder was also being carried out in Wall Village. These materials once transported on a large scale, it will inevitably attract attention from all aspects. Moreover, Lut city has just experienced post-war economic recovery, and the Ganbu plain has developed into a tourist plain in recent years. As a transit place, Lut city is not suitable for large-scale material distribution. At that time, Darcy Christie had just died of illness, and Serdek served as the acting consul of Helensa city. After the political turmoil in Helensa city, whether it is the noble lords, merchants or other people, they actually need to see signs of economic or other recovery in Helensa city. So Serdek gave Helensa the opportunity this time. And sure enough, the city glowed with new brilliance in more than half a year. There were obviously more people in the streets. People had some extra money in their pockets. And the whole city was full of vitality. Every day, convoys arrive in this mountain city with only 300,000 people. Workshops throughout the city receive a large number of orders. And recruitment announcements are everywhere. Walking in the familiar streets, Serdek looked at the buildings that were tightly packed together. The extremely dense buildings were a characteristic of the city of Helensa. Many family balconies and terraces were almost connected together, and everyone had no-build walls on these connecting passages to declare ownership. These terraces are considered public areas that can be used by everyone. Occasionally, you can see men and women from several families gathering together. Maybe it's just a simple meal, and you don't even need to drink. Everyone chats and discusses trivial matters in life while eating, making the slow-paced life here very harmonious. Aphrodite was by his side. She seldom wears a mithril mask here. Even if they see her voluptuous and beautiful face, few people will recognize her identity as a succubus because she does not have devil wings. The cuffs, collar, and skirt corners of the black robe are all decorated with gold thread lace. This skirt is cut from magic patterned spider silk cloth, dyed into black fabric, and exquisite gold thread decorations are embroidered in a tailor shop. The long hair on the top of her head was tied up high, and her face carried a noble aura that kept strangers away. Even if she didn't wear a noble badge on her chest, no one thought she would be a commoner.
The number of the evil ghost army opposite you is quite large this time. Have you thought of any specific countermeasures?
Aphrodite stood beside Serdek and helped him straighten his collar. Perhaps because he is used to wearing magic patterned structures, Serdek is always used to touching the belt with his hands when wearing ordinary noble attire. He stopped and said to Aphrodite,
"The number of evil ghosts is indeed a bit large this time. But we also have a lot of defenders here. And the group of indigenous warriors who came this time are not weak. Now the 2 supply lines of the evil ghost army have been completely destroyed by us. Cut off. As long as we can block this charge, I estimate that the situation on Malyun Ridge will be completely opened up."
The two came to the front of a shop, the Black Red Olipole Trading Company, and there was a magic dagger pattern on the signboard. Aphrodite stepped in. The waiter standing at the door quickly opened the door for Aphrodite and greeted Aphrodite cordially.
"Good afternoon, Miss Aphrodite."
The lobby manager heard the voice of the waiter at the door and walked out quickly with a faint smile on his face and said to Aphrodite,
"Miss Aphrodite, you are here just in time."
Aphrodite stopped and asked the lobby manager,
"Has the batch of goods I ordered arrived?"
The lobby manager immediately replied,
"The goods just arrived in Helensa city yesterday afternoon, and are now stored in the warehouse behind the business. Take me to see it,"
Aphrodite said simply. The lobby manager immediately led Aphrodite and Serdek through the lobby on the first floor of the business and walked towards the backyard. After passing a corridor covered with grapevines, they came to the door of a row of warehouses at the back. The manager immediately walked out and took the lobby manager to the second warehouse. There were more than a dozen large wooden boxes on the outermost shelves of the warehouse, and there were many straw ropes wrapped around the wooden boxes. The lobby manager asked the warehouse manager to use a crowbar to open a wooden box. First, he opened the straw curtain on the top of the wooden box. Inside was a magic dagger wrapped in oil paper. If this kind of magic dagger were sold in a magic shop, it would cost at least dozens of gold coins. But if you buy in bulk at a trading house, the price is much cheaper. In particular, the high-end industries of inscription and enchantment in the Magic Guild are currently very involved, especially in the Imperial City. It is said that the Magic Guild has repeatedly set prices for the inscription industry. However, there is huge resistance to this matter, and it has not been able to be implemented. The chaotic situation in the magic industry allowed Aphrodite to find a purchase channel. Today, the two of them came to buy magic daggers. The lobby manager's eyes showed unconcealable excitement, and his hands were trembling. He picked up an oil paper bag from the box and opened the oil paper wrapped around the magic dagger. The magic dagger inside actually had thin gemstones embedded in it. On the sheath, the gold-swallowing mouth makes the dagger look very high-end. He said that when he pulled the dagger out of the scabbard, the edge of the dagger was actually black and glowing with matte light. There are some faint magic lines on the blade, and Serdek can very clearly feel the magic power fluctuations on the magic dagger.
These are high-end goods forged by Master Thomas himself, and the magic patterns on them are also enchanted by the senior enchanters from the Magician's Guild.
The lobby manager introduced Aphrodite to Aphrodite in detail, looking at her from time to time. Will fall on Serdek and say,
"As for the material of these magic daggers, they are made of dwarven stainless steel mixed with magic black iron. Not only does it have superior magic conductivity, but the blade itself is also strong enough to cut through any tough magic leather."
Serdek has purchased nearly 10,000 magic daggers in the past 2 years, and the quality of the magic daggers can be identified at a glance. He opened a few oil paper packages at random, then selected 2 other boxes to open again. He selected several oil paper packages and opened them all at once. Although the styles of the magic daggers inside are somewhat different, it can be seen that they are all of very high quality. Serdek nodded to Aphrodite. Aphrodite said to the lobby manager,
"Give me the list of items you have prepared. I will take these goods away immediately after settling the final payment. I am very happy to serve you, noble Lady Aphrodite."
The lobby manager bent down to Aphrodite and said humbly. Serdek didn't need anyone's help and just put the wooden boxes into the prepared magic waste bag. Aphrodite followed the lobby manager to the front desk of the trading house to settle the final balance. This time Aphrodite took out a bag of unidentified black magic crystals. The lobby manager saw the bag of black magic crystals. Magic Crystal's eyes are a little straight, although he could tell at a casual glance that these were all unidentified black magic crystals. He still invited appraisers from the trading firm to identify the black magic crystals one by one, and finally returned them to Aphrodite. 5 points discount. It is said that these unidentified black magic crystals are very popular among the upper-class noble circles of Helensa, until Serdek and Aphrodite walked far away. The lobby manager still stood at the door of the business store to see them off. He turned around and walked back to the business store with a look of joy until nothing could be seen. Chapter 1500 Assassination of Karl. Aphrodite took Serdek to several trading houses in the city of Helensa, and finally took out 30 sets of magic pattern structures sent by merchant Malcolm from the warehouse. This trip is finally over. The two had dinner at the Three Bears barbecue restaurant. Before leaving, they happened to see Karl, Lance, Viscount Emmett, and several nobles whom Serdek didn't know getting off the carriage at the door of the restaurant. People were walking and chatting, and it was obvious that the atmosphere was very lively. Karl has now become the grand leader of the Knights of the Guard Battalion, and Viscount Emmett has already taken a back seat. Lance Magician has now become the most competitive successor to the Helensa Magic Union Law Enforcement Group. He will take over this position, just waiting for Captain Gerald to retire next year. This group of people are almost all very famous nobles in Helensa City. The waiter in the restaurant didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately ran out to greet her with his butt sticking out, not even daring to raise his head when saluting. The location chosen by Serdek and Aphrodite happened to be in the corner of the hall. Whether outside or in the hall, it was almost impossible to see this place over many obstacles. So the two of them didn't leave in a hurry. Aphrodite slowly cut the medium-rare steak into neat cubes and spread it with black pepper sauce. Even the cauliflower on the side of the plate for decoration was
okay. Perfectly cut it, and then put it on each meat cube, and then push the dinner plate to Serdek.
"Are you really ready to open the merit exchange list to those indigenous warriors?"
Aphrodite asked. At present, the merit exchange list of the West Route Army is not only open to the entire West Route Army, but also to those outside adventure groups. Although this matter was not fully made clear, brokers could find soldiers in the military camp to make deals. Serdek completely turned a blind eye, which meant that he had a laissez-faire attitude.
"Of course. I'm not just talking."
After Serdek finished speaking, he stuffed a piece of meat steak into his mouth.
"I need to let these natives of the Agrod clan understand the outside world as soon as possible and adapt to the lifestyle of the Green Empire as much as possible. Only then will they try to avoid being exploited by merchants in the future. This integration will make there when life changes. There will inevitably be some conservative tribal indigenous people who are somewhat resistant to this.
Seeing that Aphrodite didn't understand, he continued to explain.
They need to understand the prices in the empire. Everyone needs to establish a price list in their hearts and understand the pros and cons of high and low.
Aphrodite rolled her golden eyes. Her pupils were originally purple. This is the innate ability disguise possessed by the succubus. She asked Serdek. There are so many indigenous warriors in the Baishanka camp. Have you ever thought about how huge the exchange power will be once they all demand the items on the merit exchange list? How many rewards do you need to prepare to meet their needs? I hope they demand more. I will lose money with these merit rewards,
Serdek said nonchalantly.
Okay, you just have to decide,
Aphrodite said. The two also ordered a bottle of white wine. This is the best tasting wine in the Three Bears barbecue restaurant. It has a sour aftertaste with a hint of bitterness and sweetness. It will taste better after being chilled. At least that's what Serdek thinks. Serdek only drank half a glass. Aphrodite liked the feeling of being tipsy after a meal, so she drank until her face turned slightly red. Even the waiter on the side was attracted by her beauty, and couldn't help but keep peeking at Aphrodite's side face. At this time in Helensa city, the red sun was just disappearing among the mountains. Once the sun sets, it gets dark very quickly here, and dusk here is shorter than elsewhere. The number of pedestrians on the street continues to decrease, but there is still an endless stream of carriages. It can be seen that the city of Helensa is much more prosperous than before. People have even begun to queue up at the entrance of the restaurant, waiting for a seat. The owner of the restaurant has built an awning outside as a waiting area, and the long rows of chairs inside are almost full of people. The magic caravan that Carl was riding in was parked on the street outside, with two knights from the guard camp standing by, seemingly chatting with the coachman. Aphrodite, who was lowering his head to carefully cut the steak with a table knife, looked out the window with some confusion at this time, attracting Serdek's eyes to fall outside. Just when he was a little confused about what was happening outside, a sudden sound in the air, a faint magic wave came over. That kind of breath carries some unknown danger, and it's also a very powerful black magic breath. Serdek turned to look at Aphrodite, and then she asked,
"Did you notice it too?"
Serdek nodded, and then asked Aphrodite,
"Is it black magic?"
Aphrodite did not answer, and her eyes fell on a roof across the street. When Serdek looked over, he happened to see a magician in black robes flying out of the roof riding a magic broom. In the Green Empire, the city is a recognized no-fly zone, unless they are the law enforcement team of the Magic Union. All magicians are not allowed to fly around on magic broomsticks within the city limits. The magician across the street exudes the aura of black magic and is obviously a black magician. To be honest, the black magicians have disappeared in Helensa city for at least 5 years, and many people have even forgotten what they did. His face was hidden in the shadow of the conical hat, and he was flying very fast in the air, making it difficult to see his face clearly. But almost as soon as Serdek's eyes fell on him, he controlled the magic broom to hover in midair outside the Three Bears restaurant. He could be seen through the window reciting the magic spell, and a line appeared on his chest. A clear 6-pointed star-shaped magic pattern array, and a black shadow arrow appeared in the center of the array. Aphrodite was wary at first, but seeing that the black magician's target was not them, she dispersed the concentrated magic power. On the other hand, Serdek sat aside and said with some loss of voice,
"No, their target is Carl."
As he spoke, he rushed out from the dining table, drew out the sword of Kerwin from his waist, and killed the black magician, who suddenly broke into his field of vision. But Aphrodite reached out and held her shoulder, saying,
"I'll handle this matter."
As he spoke, he took out the mithril mask and put it on his face, then stretched out his slender fingers and tapped lightly in front of the glass window facing the street of the Three Bears restaurant. With the sound of the glass exploding, Aphrodite stepped out of the window. The restaurant came outside, and Serdek also knew what Aphrodite meant, and it was really inconvenient for him to show up at this time. So taking advantage of the broken window, Serdek decisively left a few silver coins on the dining table, took advantage of the chaos and slipped into the street, where he crowded with pedestrians on the street corner. His movements were super fast, and everyone's eyes almost fell on Aphrodite, who came out of the broken window. No one noticed that he quietly blended into the crowd. The shadow arrow had been shot out, penetrated the glass window on the second floor of the restaurant, and exploded in a room on the second floor. Then, there was a magician covered with a golden light shield, It could be seen that he was affected by the explosion just now. His handsome face was scratched with a scar, and the magic robe on his body was also somewhat damaged. He must have failed to open it in time. The magic shield was affected by the shadow arrow just now. The magician who looked out of the window with a magic shield was Lance. This guy casually tore up a third-level magic scroll magic shield, which looked really generous. Serdek cursed in his heart. Carl did not show up in the restaurant, but Suldek did notice that he and Viscount Emmett were leaving from the stairs on the second floor. At this time, Aphrodite did not give the black magician a chance to release the second black magic. She did not release her best, charm, and hypnosis. Nor did she release the summoning circle to summon her demon servant Evil. Just taking advantage of the moment when the black magician finished singing, he tore open a magic scroll. A ball of flame flew out from Aphrodite's palm, and the fireball barely left any trace in the air, exploding on the black magician's face at the speed of a flash. The flames instantly engulfed the entire face of the black magician. After the black magician screamed, he covered his face with both hands almost at the same time. But he forgot that he was riding a magic broom suspended in the air. Without the continuous input of his own magic power, the magic broom fell instantly. The black magician just fell straight out of the air, and with a series of miserable screams, the assassination style in him disappeared instantly. Perhaps he fell too hard, and the magician lay on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. The knights from the guard camp, who were guarding the magic caravan, had already rushed into the Three Bears barbecue restaurant, and the knights from the guard camp, who followed behind, seeing that the black magician who assassinated Captain Carl actually fell from the sky. He immediately surrounded him and put the knight's sword on the black magician's neck, not letting him speak at all. The black magician stomped on his stomach. Just as the black magician was about to recite a spell, he was interrupted by these knights from the guard camp. He could only curl up on the ground and hold his head and howl. Aphrodite looked at another roof. Without saying anything, she took out a magic broom, mounted it, and flew towards that roof. A black magician immediately appeared from the ridge of the roof, riding a magic broom and flying towards the outside of the city without looking back. Aphrodite didn't chase the black magician, and was just hanging around on a magic broomstick. Serdek didn't believe in a well-planned assassination operation. The dark magic monastery only sent 1 or 2 ordinary black magicians. At this time, he looked into the Three Bears barbecue restaurant and saw embarrassed Carl surrounded by a group of guard knights, rushing out of the stairs on the first floor. However, they did not choose to run out from the main entrance of the restaurant, but he turned around and walked through the cold storage corridor where fresh meat is stored in the restaurant, and quickly slipped out from the back of the restaurant. When Suldek saw this situation, he only had time to curse idiot in his mind. At this time, running out from the alley at the back is far safer than running out from the front door. Carl's magic caravan is waiting on the street in front of the Three Bears restaurant. A group of knights from the guard camp have also rushed to Carl's side. As long as they board the magic caravan, these black magicians may give up the assassination operation. But Carl chose to run from the back. Even if there were a few more guard camp knights around him, there might be black magicians waiting in the alley behind. Serdek sighed, and could only turn around and run along the narrow alley next to the Three Bears restaurant towards the back street. When he was running towards Hojia, he saw 2 black magicians flying out of the alleyway. The 2 black magicians saw Serdek just blocking them in front of them. They looked surprised, and said to Sue the front of Erdek was separated to the left and right. Serdek had no way to intercept the 2 magicians at the same time, so he could only select the black magician flying around on the left and rush to his flight path in advance to wait. The black magician who surrounded him from the left never expected that a simple assassination mission would lead to him encountering strong human beings one after another. When he flew to the T-junction of the alleyway, he took the opportunity to look back. When he turned, he found that Suldek was not catching up from behind, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But when he felt a fierce murderous aura in front of him and turned around hastily, he found that the nobleman holding a long sword was standing in front of him. Serdek gave the magician almost no chance to react. Anyway, when he saw the black magician flying over with secret joy, he jumped towards the black magician, regarding the killing of a second-level powerhouse. The black magician almost didn't have time to make any move, and his head was suddenly in a different place. The magic broom under him also fell with the black magician's body, bursting into a ball of magic flames. Serdek looked to the left and right, and saw that no one was chasing him, so he quickly slipped out of the alley. Aphrodite once again eliminated the 2 black magicians who had blended into the crowd, and then the dim light quietly left. Serdek also hid in the crowd and left the garden square of Helensa city. Not long after, the embarrassed Karl, escorted by a group of knights from the guard camp, hurriedly boarded the magic caravan. Cerdak, who then joined Aphrodite, joked,
"The assassination of Karl this time may be the most embarrassing commander of the guard battalion in the history of Helensa city."
After the two met on Durandal Street, Aphrodite took Soldak back to the house she rented.
"Why do you think someone would assassinate Karl?"
Aphrodite turned to ask Soldak.
"Maybe someone wants to take the opportunity to weaken the power around Lady Mariana, and then drive her away from the position of consul little by little."
When Soldak said this, his face became colder little by little.
"So Karl became the #1 target,"
Aphrodite added from the side. Cerdak's face became even more ugly at this time. It seemed that more than half a year after he left Helensa city, someone was once again eyeing the big cake on the plate.